Love it.
I think, and I am going to bet that there's going to be some changes coming from SMB because
I mean,
they knew two things.
Right?
They knew two things. They knew that they wanted to ban Breeze. Maybe we'll see it later in the competition. But against Ascend, knowing how they play and knowing that you have not tested what you have prepared, are you gonna? I mean, this is such a strong start. Everybody's going to be watching. So if you have that ace, you're not gonna use it now. No. So they saved that. But they know that Ascend is going to pick Bind against them. So 100% bet Ult to Red is going to be changes. Yeah.
I do actually want to go more on that point because going into Iceland, you know, everybody was kind of hyped about Fnatic's Bind because they were one of the best Bind teams in the world. And I think outside of Sentinels, they weren't even really that challenged, or they didn't even lose on Bind until they met Sentinels. But the problem that Boaster and Mini said was that because everybody liked their Bind, they knew what they did, they had to make changes. And Sean, if you look at the way that Ascend have played Bind, they've had the same comp for 14 games in a row. So do you feel like they also need to make changes here?
I don't know. I mean, they win 61% of their attack rounds, 74% of their defensive rounds. I am a little worried about what you said because there's
Halo, Bang Lul.
Starkso takes control of Showers as that Sky, right? He'll send in the guiding light. He'll send in the
nobar Bang.
And he'll try to clear out Showers. Sometimes he's by himself. Sometimes it's a 4-person shower hit. It's very difficult to gather that info and figure out which one it is. But when you have the footage, you can figure it out. So I'm worried for Ascend in that regard.
I mean, we saw this double controller all over the place. Yeah, it was Fnatic. It was impossible to beat until the teams actually learn how to do it. So everybody making changes. I feel like SMB has to be one of them, as I was saying. I do love power.
Semoga ada juara baru, bosen Sentinel dominasi. Setuju banget, Bang. Gue juga prefer gitu. Siapa ya? Gambit deh gue. Kali ini dukung Gambit. Pepper X juga jago sih.
No, yeah, completely. And I feel like if you really, I mean, if you're going to play like power plays, just pushing A short and gathering that information, how about you play something else? Or you move to a different role so you can gather and have control of the map without needing your presence on it.
Well, yeah, and that's why I actually think this is difficult for Izzy, because he is forced into the scenario where they have a Killjoy and a Sage, and there's not a lot of things that you can open up things with on attack side, right? Especially if you have a Jet in there too. So he almost has to be raised. That way he has the boom bots, that way he has the paint shells, and they can access Hookah, they can access Shower with those pieces of utility.
Bang Lul dukung siapa, Bang Lul?
But I also got to say, you know, CNED, not going to see him on the Jet right off the bat. A lot of fans are going to be disappointed. But if Ascend were to make changes, is that the kind of change you want to see? Or do you want to see maybe Starkso or Zeke do something different?
No, I would want to see CNED on the Jet. I have these memories in my head of him just peeking Shower on FPX, and FPX is so like layered on their strats. They're trying to do all their little cool setups, and he's just peeking into them, dashing away.
Pepper kayaknya ada orang Indo. Iya. Pepper lah ya. Dukung si Jason sama Aaron.
I do not want to see changes because I feel like maybe he could move to, let's say, a Soba. Okay, that is something that you can play also with this composition. I feel like it's to not use his abilities for his team, but more for himself. So if we put him on Soba, he's always gonna have to switch his position in for the favor of the team. So I feel like, I mean, he's a Jet player. He needs the freedom. He needs the space for himself.
There's no scenario where we don't want to see him Jet, you know, every day of the week. But now we know the map picks. I want to get your prediction for the whole series, you know. We got Bind, we got Ascent, and we've got Icebox. I'll give you a minute to think. I mean, I backed Ascent for the whole tournament. So it's going to be silly for me to not back him here. But I will say I'm 51% certain that it's going to be Ascent. Like, for me, there's literally a 1% separating the two teams. I feel like it's going to go to third map no matter what. I wanted to go to third map. I feel like in this kind of a matchup, we deserve it. But Kakuka, who do you think, who are you backing for this?
This is going to be a 2-1, and it's going to be for Supermassive Blaze. And I'm going to give you a reason, and it's going to be a good one. I feel like Ascent performed better under pressure. I mean, of course, the pressure is here. We're seeing it. But I feel like if they go into that lower, they're going to perform better for the rest of the competition.
I think the cream rises to the top here, and I think Ascend takes this 2-0. I'm gonna be honest. I think if it goes to Icebox, they might be in a little bit of trouble, but they knew this Ascent pick was coming. I think of Ascend as the best team in EMEA, And I think they're going to prove it here today.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other side of this, what do SMB need to do in your point of view for it not to be a 2-0? Because obviously, that lower bracket is scary.
Well, they would have to steal this bind map, right? I don't see it happening. I think of Ascend as such a dominant bind team. They have the perfect comp in this meta, and even if the anti-strats come out from SMB,
It's early live stream nih bang. Iya dong bang, Rio. Udah ini, apa namanya, lagi mau nobar kan. Udah mau mulai nih.
What do you think are their win conditions? Because Sean, I think he needs some convincing.
Okay, I'm telling you. First of all, Brave.
Meja gede banget, anjir enak banget.
Literally turned 18 today, as we were saying. But we've heard from Tani, who went from Team Heritage, from OG, from helping here now, along with Merc, that he's such a smart player for being so young. Like, hearing Tani comparing Brave to a Volva at such a young age, being like, I came into this team and this guy is insane. So that is obviously a big win condition. I feel like just pump it up. I just want Power to be the only calm guy on the team, and I feel like we're not gonna have that.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I love watching him. I will say.
Antar negara mana yang sekarang main bang? EMEA sama apa ya? Sama EU deh kayaknya.
A structured team like Ascend with
EMEA sama EU dong. Latam, EMEA sama Latam kayaknya. Eropa sama Latin Amerika.
There is so much footage of Ascend. Like I feel like at this point, if you're not watching Ascend, you're stealing something from them, or you're trying to steal something from them. So if anything, I feel like, especially on the other side, there's not as much footage for SMB. Just the comparability is quite jarring in this matchup.
And that's when this is the real test for SMB, right? Because they formed as a team in May, which is insane that they even made it here, right? Through all of the competition in EU, these guys rose and they looked really good doing so, making the grand finals actually. But can they do it with all of this footage out and weeks to prepare? This is the real test in my eyes, and Ascend has passed that test.
I mean, what would you do if you were, in the shoes of SMB, coming into this tournament, knowing that there's stuff on Ascend you could watch, you could anti-strat? What would be your
Turki anjir.
Oh man, with an aggressive team like
Ascend
SMB, I think maybe they do
Eropa,
look into those kind of things, but
SMB-nya ini Turki.
Strats to try to counter Ascend. I think you're going to see Pora maybe create that individual aggression. I don't think you're going to be very happy. I think he's gonna know things and he's gonna push in for it. And I think Izzy's gonna do the same. Turco as well. They're so good in these little individual quirky matchups and playing off of each other. I can tell their comms are super on point. And if things start going their way in these crazy trade battles, that's their style of game. It's just once you get punched in the face, how do you respond if you're Ascend?
How would you respond? How would you respond?
I mean, I know the Power is going to push just too much, and I'm just gonna hold my hands. I'm just gonna look down and just wait for it. But I feel like, on the other hand, Ascent is it's completely the opposite. It's all about they know exactly what to do in every situation. I mean, they're a great team, so anything can happen. But I feel like in those moments when things are not working, it's easier for Ascent to come back into the game than for SMB.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for your insight. I'm very excited about what's gonna happen next, because we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, the first Agent Select of Masters Berlin. Kakuka is
the first pertama kali.
I definitely would like to see some surprises. We know that Zeke plays Yoru not on this map, but he has the capability of whipping something out as crazy as that.
Udah jenggotan aja nih bang, iya cepet banget tumbuhnya, belum cukur lagi. Udah kayak om-om ya, tua banget gue kalau jenggotan. Keren banget dah mereka nih.
Willing to push the boundaries a little bit here and there, especially in a scenario where they're going up against each other. I'm sure that Agent Select is pretty much going to be with you guys soon on the way. But also,
seen it. I saw it. This is the start, guys. Smirk. This is just the beginning.
I do want to say though, Kakuka, being on the same stage as the players, like, I don't know how you feel, but I feel really, really pumped about this, hearing them cheer and scream and kind of already hype each other up.
I mean, it's going to be even crazier because, of course, they have all the white noise and they're
halo Caleb.
to hear the other team, but we're going to be able to hear everything. So things are are gonna go crazy here.
Yeah, and speaking of the white noise, so we played the show match with the white noise, and yeah, you can't hear anything outside of your headphones. But another cool aspect about this stage is there's lighting on the outsides of the desk. And something I had a question about was, you know, you can blind the other team and see the light hit their face. Actually, the players cannot see the other players on the other side because of those lights in front of their desk. Yeah. It's such an insane little feature.
EU, 500 IQ. That's how we do it here.
I was gonna say that is you almost.
Sumpah kayak gitu.
They planned ahead for you. They planned it. They knew that someone like Sean would be like, oh, I want to make sure that I can see the flashes and use it to my advantage. Also, I know you mentioned the show match. I want to introduce you guys at home to two people that got their butts absolutely destroyed by me, Sean, and Kakuka. And yeah, it's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, we're going to drop in just for a moment and talk a little bit about what we can expect from this exciting series. But before I touch on that, Tom, how cool was that map select? I mean, floating around the stage, it blows my mind. I've seen it for 3 days, and I still can't believe it.
Well, it's a big problem for us because our screens are here, and we spend half our time going, wow, isn't that really cool? I love all of this stuff. And you just have people in your ear going like, you should see what's on the screen behind you. So, oh, okay.
Oh, kepala kayak kepala si orang yang kanan kayak benjol gitu sih anjing di belakang kepalanya.
It doesn't get any less cool, especially I love when the maps fade into the floor and then it hits.
Lihat gak sih di kepalanya kayak ada benjol gitu di sini.
Beautiful.
It absolutely is. Listen, you're going to be back with us in a moment, but first we've got to throw back down and figure out what agents are going to be played here and if there's any surprises. Let's take a look.
But I just wanted to make yeah, I had the button with me. I just wanted to make sure that we give Mitch and Tom a little bit of screen time.
Baru nyadar. Ya kan? Baru lihat gak sih kayak ada benjol gitu kepalanya. Gue malah nggak jelas banget. Gue fokusnya malah ke sono. Kacau body shaming nggak? Sumpah gue nggak maksud kayak gitu. Gue nggak maksud kayak gitu. Tapi kayak gue tadi kayak kaget aja. Gak, gue nggak ada maksud body shaming sumpah. Sorry banget itu orang. Gue minta maaf dulu.
The most picked agents for the individual players on this map. So there you go.
Sumpah gue gak ada maksud.
2.5% on the brimstone of all time. So this isn't
ya sih bang, iya kan. Gak maksud menjelek-jelekin dia. Cuman kayak gue juga baru lihat gitu loh.
100% of the time these picks.
There it is.
Wow.
Sangat
pakai.
But you know, this was kind of expected. I really wanted to see it as well. But so far, Sean, they're going with what they know.
Yeah. Both teams going tried and true here. CNED going with the Sage, Bone Cold going
are
with
they
the
though?
Okay.
Sova. Am I the only one seeing Ross and Sova?
Pora picked Viper.
Yeah, Pora is playing Viper.
Oh my god!
And it's my dream. Let's go.
Wait.
Let's go.
Jet now?
Jing.
Okay, no raise, Sean. No raise, but easy.
He's not playing Sage.
Tuh bet sih nggak ada pakai Astra. Ada ya Astra. Brim, Viper masih sama kayak gini. Line up-nya nggak berubah. Anjing nggak ada yang
This is incredible. What the agents are in.
Nggak main sofa. Akhirnya streaming. Halo Bang Rangana. Iya Bang, kalau bicara doang. Tahu kok Bang Hilario, santuy.
Well, certainly a couple of surprises there, Tom. I mean, I don't really know where to start. I mean, we got 4 players all going with different agents, but we don't even get time to sit and dwell on that. We're jumping into map number 1, kicking off Masters with Ascend versus Supermassive Blaze, a rematch of the Challengers game. And we started the same way here on Bind. Supermassive Blaze with a very different composition this time around.
Yeah, the desk don't get much time to talk. We don't either, because I imagine it's going to be a relatively quick pistol round, but the changes they've made, the first one I want to point out is Turco on Sky. I don't think he's ever played Sky before, so this is something that they were prepping, they were planning. They knew they were up against Ascend, they knew this is their best map. They have prepared very well for this matchup and come out with something completely different.
They're going to come in. They're coming in full. Russ and Turco playing those Sky and Sofa comms can be dangerous. Already on the site here, Ascend are going to be grabbing the plants. This is a strategy we've seen plenty over in EMEA at least. Putting the wall down and grabbing that post-plant position. Bone Cold trying to be sneaky up in the corner, but it looks like it's going to be a very delayed retake from Supermassive Blaze. Bone Cold just jumped on top of the wall. He's a madman.
Yeah, losing that early player could be a little bit more of a problem. They need to almost...
No! What the fuck?
Lost in the mix, and somehow this has come back into a 3v2
Wah.
scenario. The time ticking.
First
it's
game.
Confusing. It's left on but he
Oh!
himself all three. What a start from Ascend.
The
He
fuck?
gave them a few warning shots beforehand, Mitch.
Oh yeah, then the right clicks were coming in all day long. Wow. Stars.
M-nya tuh bang dua-duanya.
jumping up
M-nya ya dua-duanya ya?
coming out with the pistol now. Ascend have
Oh
the
iya ya?
1-0 advantage.
Baru lihat.
We're starting this map out.
Soalnya tadi gue liat di file RGG ini Turki satu M-nya satu Turki. Jadi jago banget Starkso. What how? Kayaknya bisa gak ketahuan, gak ngerti. Kayak terlalu banyak smoke gitu loh. Jadi mereka gak bisa ngedetect Sky gitu. Rush short.
The best of the best when it comes to buying, at least within their region. This is aggressive though. They're almost just going to be feeding into killers in the early stages of this round. The B site completely open, and obviously Mitch are trying to make this one at least a little bit costly.
And look at the value of ult orbs over on Ascent. They love farming up these rounds. Every single player is going to be bringing value to the table. In fact, Seeker is going to be
Membayar kesalahan Starkso, iya. Dari RIP jadi mantep banget sumpah tadi klik kanannya.
That can help out in making these bonus rounds that little bit more viable in certain situations.
Dukung siapa nih kok di match ini? Aku dukung si ini, Asen. Anjir mainnya pakai 1024. Kalian pilih siapa nih? Dukung siapa?
Gives them everything they need to go into this round, and that's the thing. Seekers is one of those ultimates that in a bonus round can be super valuable. You can spot out any maybe weak pieces, get yourself an extra rifle here, and then it can be a real game changer for them.
Most definitely can. Now I'm spotting out those Astra stars in towards mid, but they're not really slowing anything down for Ascend. Quickly gaining control over Hookah, and as they come up through long, they lose a player. Sure, Izzy is low, but that's a trade that they're more than happy to now the numbers thinned out on site, but still able to keep the kills going their way. Turco, caught by the flash, is going to be taken down, and now it gets dangerous, Tom. They can actually retrieve these weapons on site and have a much better chance of closing it out with the spike plants pretty much uncontested.
It's weird. It looked like SMB almost got baited in a little bit by those extra rotations and pulled things back at least a little bit more with the fact that they went through the TP and managed to still have two players on site. The res, though, has changed things a little bit. The perfect scenario for CNED is he gets kills, he gets a res, and now they have themselves a man advantage.
Exactly. That post-plant res coming through puts Ascend way in the lead. The man advantage, the weapons retrieved.
Nggak kenal timnya bang, jadi nggak penting buat gameplaynya. Iya bener sih. Gue juga sebenarnya nggak tahu sih ini.
They struggle to even save a weapon. Izzy running for the hills towards the A site. This is a guaranteed third for Ascend.
Gue banget anjir Ascend. Entry-entry-nya.
It's funny, I think that the setup from Supermassive Blaze was actually very good. Like they had the 3-man stack initially, they had the bait TP, because in your mind you go, okay, maybe you're only playing a couple on B, one's gone through the teleporter, there's only one left. But the close angle was actually really well played. It was just those trades from Ascend. I think that's something that they might do better than anyone. It's just going into the site as a unit and trading out those initial frags, and as I said, the res definitely helped.
Yeah, Starzo's flash coming out of Hookah really just bought them all that space. The whole point of having those Vandals on range was that they could take those fights and be able to
anjir, match pause.
the advantage. And instead, they end up getting
Technical
destroyed.
pause.
Tom, I'll say one thing. This is probably the best tech pause I've seen.
Yeah, there's almost a part of me that goes,
anjir keren banget sumpah. Ente Perex dah kalau gini musuh grupnya mah. Iya anjir Perex kayak unlucky banget. Ketemu VS, ketemu Ashen ini.
I know there's still other things coming throughout the day as well, which just makes me even more excited, because we've got a sneak peek over the last few days, and I feel like even we haven't seen everything yet.
And it's so nice. Little floating spark up there, middle of the screen. We've got the waves down below, but hopefully the players will be ready to kick back off.
Keren banget sumpah ini.
It shouldn't take too long. A 3-0 start for Ascend, though. This is going to be a real tough thing for Supermassive Blaze to swallow, because remember, they're making these changes, drastic changes. Like we said, Turco playing an agent he has never played in an official before. You do that when you know, hey, everything we did last time sucked. It didn't work. And they didn't even think they could remedy it in time, so they start to try and surprise Ascend, take some things out that they're not expecting. And so far, in that first buy round, we didn't really see anything from it. It didn't break Ascend's attack at all.
No, I think as well that a lot of the other choices that we've seen are players almost going back to a comfort pick, like Izzy switching back over to a Jet, when we know that he has played Raze on this map a couple of times. Obviously on the attack side, Raze has always been quite an integral part of like taking hookah control, so we're going to have to see how they adapt to that. I don't think we were surprised by Astra at all. That's been something that Brave has been more than competent on. And then obviously the switch from Sky to Sova for Russ is, again, Sova is an agent which he has played almost religiously, in this team at least, although going back even further, he was also on a Jet. So we've seen this team adapt a lot in the past. Like coming into this roster, we almost just went, Russ and Izzy? How's that going to work? But it was like someone taking a back seat, and they're more than willing to switch up their roles. It's early days in this map, but the problem is there are not many, if any, teams that beat Ascend on this map. So I think although they've changed a lot, although they've come up with a few cool new ideas, or they've switched to agents which are incredibly strong on this map, I still put it firmly in Ascend's favor.
Sheesh, Bram. Keren banget sumpah, Bram. Nonton nggak?
Out there, right? This is where you're playing much more conservative. Because, for example, if a lot of your rounds are going to be based around pushing up through Bath, you're not going to do
amat pause-nya.
in their hands. They can force those close
Gear,
controls,
tech
take
pause,
cover
gear.
advantage, and then find the trades after. So I think the way they played it was certainly a good structure for an anti-eco. The only problem is now they have to show us what they've got right away, pretty much off the bat. This coming up in this round is going to be an eco out of the most likely, but after that, they don't really get any room to breathe because Ascend will have built up so much.
Maxevin ke Berlin, amin, amin. Pengen banget sumpah berangkat.
With pretty much all their players alive thanks to that res, their economy is stacked.
I actually base my look off SMB. He's a beautiful man. Or MBS, sorry.
MBS, yeah.
I've said the wrong letters.
That's the wrong team, even.
I would love to look at the guys on SMB. Like those guys, they've got beautiful hair. But unfortunately, I'm going to be jealous of everyone. It seems like that's the thing. Everybody goes in for hair and makeup every morning. I have to hear that, and I just get makeup.
Yeah, I've never seen a man get makeup on the back of his head, but with the stunt you pulled earlier, it's a good job they did.
To color it in. I was saying that they need to get like one of those sort of like circular paint brushes that just goes up walls.
Oh yeah.
It will just take them a lot less time.
Paint it on.
Instead, it's just like little taps on the top of my head. We're there for at least 4 hours before every shot. I was actually here since 2 a.m. because I had to get my makeup done. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm dedicated to my craft.
That's impressive. Yeah, they just looked at me and said, "Nah, don't bother. It's beyond salvage at this point."
Put a little bit on the eyes. Everyone will look at that.
Yeah.
Let's give him a really bright jumper so that nobody notices.
People look elsewhere. Exactly. Man,
Amin tetap pecel di Berlin ya. Mana ada Bram pecel di Berlin, ada ya. Pecel Berlin tuh artian salad kali ya.
Supermassive blaze down in the dumps, and you come out of a tech pause, and it's not like, okay, guys, let's go now. It's like, oh, now it's time for an eco. You can see Ascend, though, certainly not having any problems when it comes to the morale department.
Yeah, obviously, for anybody wondering, they're currently discussing strategy. Like that's what this is. They're trying to work it out by hand movement.
It's taking way too long to get that one synced up, guys. Come on.
Imagine if you're on the other team and you're just looking at that like, really?
Yeah, we're sat here trying to think about what we need to do. These guys are just trying to do a wave.
We beat you last time, and you're doing this? Come on.
They beat them in the series, but this time around, obviously, they're not going to get split out as a second map. That ban right off the bat was certainly a good decision when it came to Ascend. So now they're going to get Ascent up as a second map. One of my least favorite things to do, cast Ascend on Ascent, because it gets very confusing.
Lama banget, sumpah.
Obviously, we're talking about the top competition when it comes to EMEA, but their results haven't been particularly good. Like they've been playing against Gambit, who are a phenomenal team.
Keburu ketiduran semua nontonin.
But at the same time, you're now looking at a different beast.
Sempat gak nih kalau segame dulu?
Talk about Turkish Ascent as being, I would say, the best in the world. Like I would say the amount of teams that are good on that map from that region, and the only ones who have managed to beat them on that map are Turkish teams as well. Like let's put it this way, Gambit, very good Ascent team. We almost mentioned that just a moment ago.
We did.
They SMB 13-1 Gambit the last time they played that map. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to look at it and go that I would give this map heavily to Ascend and the next map heavily to SMB.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're ready to get
Let's go.
back into it. The Turkish throwdown starting off yet again, but unfortunately, it won't be an action-packed round, or at least on paper, it should
Izzy has
be.
a rifle.
That's what I was gonna say, right? Supermassive Blaze not gonna be delving deep
Ah,
into
kalau
the
bola
pockets
kayak
for
gitu,
this one. This round should
boleh
be
ditaruh
a
mana?
moneymaker for Ascend, but when you
Oh,
look
enggak,
at
ini
Supermassive
Iko.
Blaze and you look at what they're investing, Izzy is really gambling on himself, getting a couple of kills and an ult orb so he can have that Blade Storm out in the next round. Let's see if he's gonna get any value
Defaultnya
out of that.
sama.
It seems like they've also used Pora as a bit of a contingency plan, because one of the other things I wanted to bring up is the fact that I want to see the operator in hand for Izzy. It's a complete game changer. He's someone who can get far more aggressive when he has that weapon in hand. It does look like, though, they're going to use the remainder of the players who don't currently have the weaponry as a bit of a bait and switch. So they'll take the initial shot, they'll take the bullet for their teammate if anybody goes in that direction. However, well, they're not.
Yeah, they're looking at pressure over towards the A site for now. Ascend still leaving the door open, leaving themselves a couple of options in the early stages.
Mati dari mana, anjir?
Support, and that might even have
Wallbang.
through a couple of Viper walls. At that. That's not something you see all too often.
I'm still confused as to what he just did. Zeke's just going to go blast packing through and find himself another, and well, unfortunately, the nice little bait and switch they had is instead going to turn out from a full retake from behind with one gun.
Tens ikut Berlin kah? Ikut bang. Mainnya nggak main, belum main tapi mereka. Kayak lusa dia baru main. Atau nggak besok. Collateral. Nah, sate anjing kayak begitu. Halo Bang Dava.
Questions that a lot of people had is CNED gonna play as well outside of his bedroom? I think that was something that people were wondering.
Oh, anjing, tembusin kayak begitu apa-apaan dah.
And currently with over 400 ACS, so it's going alright. I think he might be able to cope.
Yeah, it looks like he's feeling relatively comfortable. We're not even seeing him, pull out that operator.
He's not even on his favorite agent either.
Look at the cash, man. Look how many credits are stacked up. Now, Izzy coming in with the operator dropped over. He's one away from Blade Storm as well. This could be a strong round for him, but there's no opponents to take down.
Udah lama nggak lihat. Iya bang, baru bisa online lagi.
But it's the A site that Ascend are looking keenly towards. They spotted that early flank that came through from Supermassive Blaze in the previous round when they pushed down through Hookah. Now they're hoping that B pressure is going to get the same reaction out of the A players so they can punish them. But because of how advanced Izzy is, how far pushed down he is, that's not going to happen. And so Supermassive
Sekarang lagi meta ya, nge-push bilong kayak gitu.
It's surprising though that I think the flash has almost baited them into keeping 3 players on the B site, even though there is currently nobody there. The rotation will come in at least a little bit later, but Zeke is already making his move.
Yeah, they're going to make their way onto the side here. Trying to backstab.
Tapi mampus dong, main kayak gitu, angle kayak gitu di U-Haul, tapi pakai Vandal. Menang anjing.
But as he swings into Pora, that's the opening kill for them. Spike down, Ascend with full control. The only thing that can potentially help Supermassive Blaze out, we got Izzy rotating in, operator in hand, and of course the Seekers to reveal a couple of these players.
Tawan shower.
Try and use a little bit of utility to try and hold them back, but the time has been ticking and they really haven't got much control whatsoever. The peek in is almost just a bait, as they also have Zeke alongside, and I wonder if they're just going to have to back out of this one. The clock too far gone, a solid flash at least to catch off another, but Zeke is just going ham. Izzy has to try and run away to save the operator.
Bagus anjir mereka, nggak ada yang main pocket.
No! Zeke actually hits that. He even gets him in the end, man. So
Bener-bener nggak ada yang main pocket.
Operator saved, a complete punish over Supermassive Blaze.
Gue dashin.
Hey, I don't really blame him. No? Bringing the op into the next round, I mean, with the way they're playing so far, they do not need it, and they'll be up against a weak buy from Supermassive Blaze. Blade Storm is online for Izzy, but other than that, I don't expect to see much committed.
No, and at the moment it's looking pretty bleak for Supermassive Blaze. This started off, as said, as the map that we firmly favor. I think that's going to be the case for the first 2 within this series. In fact, I expect to be going to a third unless Ascend really do have something up their sleeve. But it's more the mana, like a single opening kill, an after plant, and then it really didn't look like that round was going to slip away at any point.
We had a deep
Damn, rapi banget mainnya Ace. Iya, emang. Si Ashen bagus banget. Kiri atau kanan, Vin? Kiri. Achen, jago. Bang Dava pilih mana nih? Dukung siapa? Jago sumpah Achen. Dipus mulu bilangnya sumpah. Ya. Walah. Nice. Nice try banget. Dapat banyak nih, Aura. Pinter banget anjir.
Yeah, they're trying to hunt him down, got up in front of that Sage wall, just guaranteeing now that their back is clear, but they have to work on getting this Viper out of position. They don't know exactly where he is, and in fact, he's willing to commit the ultimate and let it just die down, holding the positions to stop them from planting. And with 20 seconds left, they need to make a move. Killez now low, one hit from this Sheriff, and Bor is going to be able to take the first, possibly even the second. 13 seconds as the final shot rings out.
Hadir, halo Mbah. Waduh gak tau deh, tapi 13-0 sih keren. Ah, sekarang udah ada pecah telur, Bang Dava. 13-1 lah ya, kasih 1 gak apa-apa. Cing, jago juga nih orang. Itzy. Ini bagus ya nyerpa Aura, udah bener gak greedy. Keburu apa ya lari kayak gitu ya tadi?
You'd normally see a player do because, well, he basically just wasted an ult just to escape.
Flash belong.
It's worth it in that scenario to stay alive.
It's the percentage play, and it's so smart. That's one of the things you definitely won't see in your ranked, right? You try to take the fight to 50-50. Here comes a poison or blocking out towards Lambs. Ascend really want to put some pressure towards Supermassive Blaze's A defense, and you can see the utility that's being put out on the other side. Up a drone making its way in towards Bath. They are very.
Sampai jam 2, iya sampai jam 2, setengah 3 deh kayaknya. Bahkan. Mau dukung SMB aja lah biar beda. SMB. Jadi kontra ya. Emang semua orang pada pilihnya Ascend sih. Pada tahu gitu, Ascend tuh jago.
I don't know how he gets anything done from this scenario. He needs to catch someone on the fadeaway, and well, that's exactly what he does. This actually starts the rotation, but I think they're expecting Izzy to be coming in from behind. Multiple players already retaking that control. If he can kill off Viper, maybe he can at least remove that utility and hits the pixel shot to turn it into a 2v2.
Absolutely massive post plant, no longer to be played with, but unfortunately Turco falls. He really needed a pick in that situation. Now all that's left to do is to save yet again for Izzy. That operator.
Comeback nih SMB bang, in SMB we trust. Bisa sobat sebenarnya. Tapi nggak tahu sih. Gila diteriakin mulu dari tadi sama si Achen. Halo kok, halo Zose. Comeback kali ya. Map Tero nih.
They put every other player at least either in a rotational spot or on the site itself, and they still lose pretty much every single duel. Like, I think Por is the only person to get a kill in this.
Sekarang wallnya kayak gitu.
That's really surprising considering Ascend basically walked straight into the trap.
And there's so many factors for Ascend there that made that execute into a 4-man stack look so good. The wall that they put down to allow players.
Meta wallnya kayak gitu ya. Gue sering main di rank ketemunya wallnya kayak gitu juga anjir. Wah, bagus tuh. Aduh, kena kaki nih.
Good damage done, but Supermassive Blaze now have to make it work in a 4v4. Their star player of Izzy, their big fragger, no longer with them.
Yeah, and he, well, you've got a couple of players with a few weaker weapons into this round. Now, in the last Ascend, basically committed a lot of their valuable ultimates. So we're still in a spot where, realistically, a Hunter's Fury could be put into play just to get this one over the line for Supermassive Blaze. The problem, though, and again, this is what Ascend have actually done so well. They've just slowed down.
Bukan map defending bang.
They've not tried to play off a lot of those that they've been fighting. They're just ready for their opponents to try and get.
Attacking juga bagus sih sebenarnya. Kurang tahu juga deh. Kadang bisa attacking, bisa defending.
You saw that flash play picking up the poison orb, but okay, they have the wall. The wall is going up to allow them to back out. Stars are going to tank a little bit of this.
Kayak attacking deh, lebih condong ke attack kalau menurut gue ya. Tapi masih ada kesempatan buat comeback sih. Iya bener. sangat besar yang kesempatan anjing itu yang di Kabi sih udah pasti tewas anjir. Nggak mungkin tuh. Di molly, di slowin. Molly 2 lagi.
And the 2v2 commences. Ascend still looking to get that plant in play.
Yeah, I'm surprised more didn't come from the Hunter's Fury. Like, they did a little bit of damage, but the fact is one of the players was actually stuck. Brave, though, has come
Senet.
through, and it's on to
Gak kalah.
once again.
Menang nih.
To try and
Oh, nice try.
it'll be Russ to take it away. A big round
Malam Messi, malam.
again, an investment of multiple ultimates.
Brim lagi kayak enak banget ya di bind. Iya, Brim memang paling enak sih di bind. Paling cocok tuh Brim. Tapi kalian perlu tahu sih kalau misalnya main di bind kan zaman sekarang udah nggak ada main sentinel lagi kayak Killjoy atau Cypher. Lebih pilih pakai Sage. Karena pada dasarnya ini juga sentinelnya tuh dijadiin Viper tuh dijadiin sentinel di sini. Ini orang beneran main 4-3 ya? Beneran gepeng ini mainnya. Penasaran deh gue. 2 HP.
I'm a little bit worried still for the side of Supermassive Blaze because again they're going to come in with some weaker weapons.
Baiklah, saya Silver tidak tahu apa-apa. Enggak lah, Bang. Sama-sama belajar. Gue juga sambil belajar ini. Supaya besok bisa ikut ke Berlin. Wah, anjir, TP.
Oh, that was through the smoke. Zeke up
The smoke,
on top,
anjir.
takes down
WH.
Turbo. Russ is trying to recover, but he can only get the first. This is looking very shaky for Supermassive Blaze.
Di sini soalnya Viper dijadiin sentinel soalnya. Udah nggak main Killjoy atau Cypher lagi.
Revealing their positions, all the information to play with, all the manpower for Ascend, and even the weaponry sitting in their favor with Brave.
Detect.
Sat down.
Wah, dibokong anjir sama Brim. Wah, tahu lagi. Jatah.
This was looking almost like a definite set. Like going for this just seemed impossible, but the fact that they've caught out the flank, it gives them a little bit more space to try and make it to Pora, okay. He's going to pick off one already, but they haven't cleared
Ada molly.
from the angle. The paint shell will hold them back a little bit longer.
Dipik terus anjir sama nice try lah. Terakhir lagi nih Asen.
And it just seems like whenever there's an opportunity for Supermassive Blaze to finally get themselves
Sakit banget gila nih Paura. Baim Paura.
Now, I'm really curious coming into this round now for Supermassive.
Jago banget anjir Vipernya.
The Viper's Pit. They're going to start out with that available, and to be honest, it's one of the things that I would look at as being a difference maker in helping them secure these sites because they have not been able to hold on to control. You saw how good. Oh, he was flashed as well. That's disgusting. You saw just how good their retake was there. They managed to pick this team apart, a team that was in a 5 versus 3 with the spike planted, and they only got out with one player alive. That is huge for Supermassive Blaze. The problem is, they need to do that earlier. Yeah, and they need to do it when it's not going to obliterate their own economy as well. When they're in a spot now where one of their players has a pistol, another still has the SMG from the previous round, and on the other side, full buy. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely not the ideal scenario. I'm surprised we still
Dia kontrol double hookah ternyata.
They're actually looking to fight hookah instead, and we've seen this again and again from Pora and Turco. So far, though, whenever they've gone for it, there's been no one around. And it's the same thing this time. Ascend avoiding all those early flashes, avoiding the early utility, and just playing such a slow game. Okay, you finally get it put down. There we go. It's going to be onto the B site. Now, I will say that in a lot of the rounds, I think we've seen the vulnerabilities when it comes to A. A lot of the closer rounds have ended up on this B site. Izzy,
nyaris anjir.
Connect. I would have expected him to hit that. There's been a few of those this game where it's like, I expect him to get those kills. Yeah, good position.
Wah, salah tuh orang. Brave.
The wall was down, but it is in fact a beat play. Oh, the fire is down on the site. The wall bang is good. Pora fighting from inside his Viper's Pit. He wants to stop them from getting onto the site. He's good for two.
Banget anjir Paura, sumpah.
The shutdown of CNED makes this a little bit more doable though. With Zeke
Sinting anjir.
trying to get it done. Yeah, they've locked down the spawn, and especially when it's Izzy trying to come through it. Like, you telling me he's gonna run through the Viper's Pit with an op? Like that's a horrible spot to be in. I feel like Russ has to do everything. He's gonna just take so much damage. He runs into the snake.
Anjir, coba nyenggol dikit lagi.
Have 1 HP, but he almost has to try and find the player within this ultimate. And Russ, as said, he needs to do a lot, and that is
Sayang
down. That's going to be Zeke, stuck in the corner. The reveal won't quite catch him, but the fight, it gives away his position. He has to run down the clock. The operator swinging in to take him down. Zeke is trying to jumping up and down, and it actually works. Although the shot comes
Anjir, kelihatan itunya tai lututnya. Ditembak lututnya anjir. Sumpah, sampai deg-degan gue. Lompat-lompat kayak gitu.
Red Bull clutch coming through again. We've had a few of those back to back, and I have to say, Zeke has been at the heart of pretty much all of them. The man is on fire.
Hari-hari save OP, iya. Gak liat deh yang terakhirnya. Ditembak anjir lututnya. Ini jago banget sumpah Paura, nahannya. Oh enggak, tadi.
We'll see how G2 do in this tournament. I think that'll be the true test of both of them.
Bagus anjir Zeke mainnya.
This man has made Ascend look so
Ulti nih.
much better than they ever did.
Bam. Oh, nice try. Sayang tuh kayak gitu.
The shot's not gonna land. Zeke falls, Showstopper finds nothing, and now Ascend quickly turn tail towards the B site. They realize they'd seen a couple players too many, and so the B site will be the weakness, but it looks like Supermassive Blaze.
Itu ketembak emang lututnya. Gak tau, kayak ketembak sih. Kayak kena dikit gitu. Kena wallbang sih, maksudnya nggak, tapi nggak kena lututnya. Tapi lututnya tuh kelihatan dikit banget.
I would say they've over-rotated though. Like, Bone Cold is just going to walk into A and there is no one here. They have all left. They've taken a big risk on the gamble rotation and it's not gone great.
It's the pack mentality, right? When you've got these weapons, these
Paura udah ayam pedes pintar lagi. Iya jago banget sumpah Paura. Wah anjir di wall kayak begitu gila. Di wallnya di blue hole. Mampus anjir.
Vandal on the other side, and Supermassive Blaze even go in and pop that Blade Storm. Is he giving the op to Turco, but he can't.
Wah, mampus. Wah, gila. Oh my god.
They could never have seen coming. Paura's left alone. That was a chance and opportunity.
My god, lihat ke si wallnya.
But again, Ascend step it up to claim a 9th.
That's so heartbreaking. The worst thing about that.
Gila anjir. Nice wall.
I can almost guarantee this. Cena did not mean to leave that gap in the wall.
Probably not. No.
Gila anjir, pintar banget. Ini gue kesel banget sumpah. Ini udah kayak main chess 1-6. Tipis banget.
They make a mistake by not placing the wall that blocks everything off, and then they use it to win them the round.
Yeah,
Like, who else does that?
They adapt.
Kayak
That's
Angki
one of the
anjir.
things I can tell you, watching that, I've seen it. I'm thinking back to like Alliance versus BDS, and I saw so many things that were little mistakes that happened on the other side, but they would then go, oh, okay, I kind of.
Boleh jadi one way anjir, gak bisa lewatin. Iya. Tapi itu sebenarnya gak disengaja loh menurut gue sih. Dia pengen full gitu, tapi tadi pecah satu wallnya. Wah sayang banget anjir. Sayang banget. Itu nggak whiff sumpah, tapi unlucky ya.
I'm not too much of a believer in these at this stage. The Cosmic Divide has been in for an incredibly long time, but will it... Okay, Starzo's just got walking across. He's been caught. It gave them something, but the rest of the players are a little bit far behind. Brave almost going in solo, and it still puts them with a disadvantage on this retake. Poor, he's been one of the shining lights for this squad so far.
Gila, Paura, oh my god.
But it's the 1 versus 1. It needs to be Rust, normally so good in these clutches, but not this time. It's Zeke with another Red Bull clutch, but who's surprised?
Well, we have seen Superman.
Oh, kok lawak SMB bilangin. Dat, mantap sumpah Sen nih. Kapan push Radiant lagi, Bray? Kurang tahu ya bang. Belum main nih season baru. Ntar deh, habis ini kalau misalnya ada waktu. Paling semingguan ini pengen nonton dulu aja. Paling minggu depan baru mulai lagi. Bagus banget anjir.
Who is waiting around to give us a little bit more context. So if that's available to us, I don't know, should we give it over?
Well, you know what? Why not? We've got Bala over on the IBS. He's ready to give us some beautiful rundowns. Let's see what he's got for us.
Oh, guys, I got plenty. This is ridiculous. I don't know how we're starting here. This is probably the scariest start to a tournament for, anybody who's looking to actually make a run here, because Ascend looks dominant and all their players are firing on all cylinders for this first half. Let's take a look at the pistol. We're going to hop into Telestration.
Udah review map baru? Belum nyobain sama sekali. Kemarin tapi udah sempat lihat sih di Jordi Filbert.
The first one is actually uncommon. It goes right across the site. That allows them to get through into the cubby and through out of bathroom as well. And that forces players to actually try to play in front down the line. But the other ones, the common ones, you go across lamps. That's actually a circle.
Ini bagus sumpah boleh kayak gini.
Across lamps, and then the other one that they use like that. So let's go ahead and roll the clip and talk about basically how they control this. CNED grabs the orb in bathroom all the way back here in the beginning of the round, and that's important. Starkso's going to plant the spike all the way back there as well, and they get the wall out, the Sage wall perfectly across, and Zeke's watching the flank, Keyless as well. Really, they have nothing to do because they all stayed behind this Viper wall, behind the entire thing, so they have to push through at a certain time, and then eventually you see Russ is trying to push through in the middle of that site, and there's the Sage wall blocking him. Brave doesn't know what to do with the Asher smokes. They don't know where the spike is. And when this happens from Starkso all the way back at the pistol round. You guys saw this, and you were already like, hold on a second. You just went through that smoke, and then
bagus banget Sarso ini.
That is ridiculous.
Bener-bener diputerin.
Actually conditions them when we go back to the map in the second round. Let's go ahead and get to the second clip because it's a different type of situation here. They're playing actually over towards the B site, and this is the third round. They've sent this wall again, and I want you to see how the opposing team is playing this. Let me get my free hand. You can go ahead and roll the clip. Let me get my Viper wall up again. Keyless has to play up front bathroom. He's trying to control that over. Meanwhile, they're going to go ahead and pressure Izzy, who gets one kill onto Bone Cold, and he falls all the way back into that teleporter. He has to rotate so far away, forces the 3 versus 2, and they jump out trade perfectly. Starkso on the site. He gets one kill. CNED gets another. He gets the orb, and he already has his ult. This is unbelievable from CNED. We'll continue to watch this because this is ridiculous. The eco frags that he got the round before, and then the rounds that they continue on with different Viper walls that really forces them. The wall comes up, the res comes in, and the round is basically locked up. We'll continue to see this on Bind because this is seriously a very important theme that we'll see with Ascend's Bind and also Sentinel. So in this second half, we'll see if SMV can contend, but I don't think so, boys.
I like that. You see that at the end? And also Sentinels, by the way. Just see, he had to put that in. He had to, yeah. Some NA team, it doesn't matter. We're here to see the real champions.
Enough
We're going to go back.
Enough. We don't need any more Barlow. We need more game. There's
More
a second
game.
half, guys.
Exactly.
Come on. We can't give him all the limelight. Like, a beautiful man, but we want to get back into what matters.
Exactly. Caster, start game.
Start game.
Comeback nih.
About 18 seconds. It's 10
Comeback SMG.
at the
SMB.
halftime, and the
SMG.
Sand have been looking incredible on their attack. Now they swap over to the defense. Let's keep in mind as well, Supermassive Blaze opted to start in that defense. They made a lot of changes to their composition. And like we said, they ain't really seen a lot from it so far.
Maybe it's pretty good on the attack, you know. This is given the benefit of the doubt. Got to be a little bit hopeful in these sort of scenarios. A lot of aggression again. This is something that we're going to see an awful lot when it comes to this side of Bayern. Zeke looking almost to battle initially, but is held back. And of course, they've got their own screen, which just gives them the ability to not only flash through, but go for these cheeky peeks and then fall back again.
The pistol round is always paced pretty quickly from what we've seen so far. Supermassive Blaze, though, slowed down by some early peaks by utility like that nade coming down on long, but they will still ultimately look to finish on the B side. There is a 3-man stack here and a nasty close position by Starzo. He's going to flash out and confirm there's still some players there. And he's playing contact on his teammate. Oh, never mind. He's getting pushed on. Horror's already in. He's taken
Di entry pakai Viper anjing. Wah, gila anjir.
This was a pistol round.
Oh my god.
Desperately needed if they're to have any shot of taking this map and making the massive comeback. And now they're in a 4v2 that they surely can't lose.
They'll clear Turco out. I don't think it's going to matter too much.
Wah, comeback anjir.
And CNED will fall. And it almost seems like one of those IGL situations where Poro's just gone, fine, I'll do it myself. Yeah, it just goes straight through, it just kills everyone. A sick pistol from him. I will say the pop flash coming out from Turco was just on point. Like there was no
10-2 di first half, akankah bisa comeback? Bisa, mungkin aja Bang Dava.
But the problem I have is
Jago banget sumpah ini Paura. Nggak bohong gua.
Turco's look particularly
Nggak bohong.
Like he's normally someone, Mitch, who puts up insane numbers, especially on his Sage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, we said it before we started. You were saying it, Thomas. This is the first time ever playing. This
Halo Bang Vin, sorry telat. Nggak apa-apa Bang Ramo, santai. Mari kita nobar. Gue banget gila. Kayak merinding gua. Udah, main PB.
Supermassive Blaze side. It's all just classic.
Wah, bagus anjir.
Here and there. Zeke good to take down one, but he'll be traded out nicely right afterwards. And well, Supermassive Blaze don't really want to lose any more bodies in this.
Yeah, they definitely don't want.
Let's go Paura. Gak ada mabar dong ya? Gak ada Bang Ramo. Lagi VCT. Nobar dulu lah. Iya sih Paura jago juga. Jago banget anjir. Bang Dava bukan jago juga. Jago banget. Wah, lihat yang dicek kiri. Nah kan. Ya kalau flash dekat gitu udah buta, udah pasti di kiri pas tuh.
That he inflicted on Supermassive Blaze when he flashed out and they managed to make it work with the weaker weapons, and now he's really starting to feel like
Jadi kalau Sangat menang sih ya kayak nggak mungkin lah ya. Kan?
You're never safe.
Yeah, for sure. I think Starzo as well has been one of the players that
Nice try lah.
I think I've enjoyed watching most on Sky, especially from EMEA. I think you can put people like Solcast also within that bracket. I think he's almost, it's like an evolution of Solcast playing that agent.
Gila tuh, Viper kill 17 sendiri anjir.
I'm hoping that we might get
Viper loh, the fuck.
Tournament. Of course, that does revolve around certain teams qualifying to the next stage. So, especially within Group A, that's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, there's always going to be players that we want to see, but you don't know. I don't know if you'll ever get to see that head-to-head. At the mercy of the tournament format for that one. Now we're at 10-4. Supermassive Blaze winning the pistol, winning the second, but now look at how seriously they're taking this round. They've got their two Vandals to play with. Ascend, win the
Paura versus Sangat.
going down. The pressure being applied through middle. The spray for Zeke doesn't actually land, but the trade is quickly found. Ascend maintaining their man advantage. Killez is going to give up a lot of control, and as that wolf goes in,
Wah, nice rebet.
is returned on the other side. Brave desperately wants to get this done up close. The Spectre in
Wah gila. Wah saya itu si Brave bener-bener Brave anjir, berani banget kayak gitu. Pakai SMG tapi dikejar. Ini kalau main U-Haul pakai SMG tuh sebenarnya joget-jogetin U-Haul pasti menang, Mbak. Kayak dijoget-joget jiggle gitu loh. Run and gun main U-Haul pasti menang. Max flash. Gak ngerti deh itu flash apaan kayak gitu. Mau masuk nih. Masuk nih.
Dropping pistols in just to let him know we're on our way, buddy. There's a couple of us who want to say hi to you, and a flash comes in first. Still, though, they haven't followed through. They're waiting. A second flash perhaps being primed in a number of saves. He's giving him a vandal! He's giving him a vandal!
Dikasih vandal anjir.
What? He's throwing. They're giving him. Hey, buddy, take our weapons. We've got nothing left. We'll come and knife you. What is this?
They 100% don't know.
Di troll anjing.
There is no way they know he has an SMG because they've just given him a rifle upgrade. Are they just gonna leave him?
What?
Gak diambil. Oh.
Oh my god,
Kirain.
I've never seen someone ego so
Bertenda Sumbernya kalau Bandung. Mall Bekasi. Mall Bekasi itu ada Sumbernya kalau Mall Bekasi. Orang dimainin, iya anjir anak orang parah banget sumpah. Digituin. Itu aneh sih tadi yang Sky flashnya kayak begitu. Kenapa masuk tele? Udah nggak ada harapan lagi soalnya udah dikepung itu aneh bang. Satu-satunya cara buat kabur kayak dari apa namanya dari U-Haul masuk TP. Wah bagus nih wallnya nih. Oh wall biasa.
Lockdown of the hookah position leaves this as a bit of an awkward attack spot. Now they've taken a lot of control in towards long, but again we're going to see this early three-man stack into the B site. The remaining players just waiting patiently, still having the screen as an opportunity to back off. And Sangat, well, he's going hunting.
Wah sayang banget Sangat menang Phantom tuh angle kayak gitu. Flash keluar.
You can see he was expecting them to be
counter flash.
Down, aiming at their torso as they came around. It's going to be a bit of an awkward position for Starzo. The flash lands, but none of the bullets do. And
sayang.
You might not think it, but they're on a full buy here. Supermassive Blaze just completely running over them and finding that B site with ease. 2 players left, Zeke and Killez, and they will be looking to save, maybe find some exits along the way.
Sehat Bang Vin, sehat Bang Ramo. Lu gimana? Sehat gak Bang? Aman kok gue semua. Sehat walafiat. Akankah ada angka keramat? Iya, angka keramat, angka 11. Kalau gue sering kasihan sama Power anjing. Gue jadi melihat, gue jadi pengen pindah sisi nih SMB ini. Power jago banget, sumpah. Gak seru match pembukanya, jangan salah Bang. Tau-tau comeback nih. Ada mabar gak nih? Sorry tadi headsetku off. Gak ada hari ini Bang Ramo. Lagi nonton VCT hari ini. Mungkin seminggu ke depan kayak gak ada mabar sih.
Supermassive Play is definitely not back in the board yet, but there could come a time where Ascend will regret throwing those Vandals through the teleporter.
Yeah, for sure. I won't say it was
Lagi pengen nonton VCT dulu. Semingguan kan ini soalnya eventnya.
From Supermassive Blaze, so they're going to be in a very good spot financially for this one. They can get those few extra upgrades they need. Of course, Izzy not actually having a gun in the last spot, but if they can win this round, then yeah, they're going to be able to at least have a chance to fight this one back. Of course,
di wall, nice wall. Wah, mampus. Hidup anjir. Sinetnya hidup. The fuck? Wah! WH anjir, WH.
Stripping him of his armor, and Sangat still looking to go forward. 15 health off him, no armor to play with, no shields whatsoever. But he does not give a damn. Now here comes the Viper Orb. It's going to be blocking off any sort of impact from Bone Cold.
WH sih Sangat.
Oh, Bone Cold, he's walking into it, and that gives him away. Horror's going to just hunt him down right afterwards, tickles him up, but somehow doesn't take him down. And Bone Cold wins.
Nice try banget, sumpah Paura.
Healed right back up. Supermassive Blaze are finding it hard to get any ground. Eventually, Sangat will fall, but there is so much left to do.
I've been gobsmacked by pretty much every single kill Ascender's got.
What the fuck, Sangat ngechat? Iya ngechat, sumpah Sangat. Oh my god.
Then the other is just a battle that I would have bet a lot on Pora winning that one. Instead, they're going to try to go for the rotation, and although there's currently nobody in the area other than Zeke, who's a little bit further behind, it's still going to be a real issue for them. The rotation already coming in. I think the teleporter actually ended up as a bit more of a burden than anything else. But they expect two players, and I don't think it's going to matter. Zeke will close it out using the shotgun to his advantage, and Ascend are one round away from taking.
Bagus anjir, di molly dulu, abis molly mereka reposition. Katanya keluar. Kalau gini masih ada yang getar gak ya, Vin? Pasti ada sih. Karena selama ini kan mereka main online. Ini doang mereka main LAN kan. Tapi gue percaya sih, orang-orang bule kayak gini tuh mentalnya kuat sumpah. Walaupun main LAN juga mereka jarang getar kayak.
When it comes to Ascent. And I think in particular, looking at their games versus Illuminar, G2, these are teams that playstyle-wise, I can definitely see Supermassive Blaze replicating.
Yeah, I think as well that Supermassive Blaze are going to be fine going into that map. I would say it's their best map. So realistically, they're going to be incredibly cold. They're just fighting on the edge of the smokes, fighting around the smokes, and there's going to be a P-Kid. He's just hitting every
Bone cold, bener-bener cold anjing nih orang. Wah gila, di-pick begitu anjir.
This map is done. Russ needs to clutch out a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, nice orbital strike, pushes them out of position, they spam them up. Nothing you can do about that one. Russ wants to be sure he can reload, pops the recon into the smoke, but here's the flash.
Anda terkepung.
Starzo's gonna wait and walk on through the smoke. Getting himself around the edge.
Ish.
Ready for it, but it didn't matter. 13-5, and even more dominant showing out of Ascend this time, and that was with some tomfoolery, Tom.
Anjir keren banget itu. Aura merahnya. GG. Nice try lah.
They knew this matchup was coming for quite a while. They tried to fix their bind against an incredibly strong.
Widih. Gila ini orang Star Soul.
What was that move from Bone Cold?
Jago sumpah nih Bone Cold.
He was definitely having a good time though coming in towards the end of this map, and I have to say Ascend, They show up the way that we hoped they would, the way that we expected them to. Now the question is, looking at map 2, can they do the same?
Ish, di-pick begitu.
But when it came to aim, when it came to these duels, they had absolutely no problem. They breezed through.
Tulang dingin, iya. Tulang dingin.
Basically, well, at least in my eyes, the two players you desperately want to perform at this tournament, CNED and Zeke. We know that they're the sort of like stars of this show. CNED, everybody had those questions like, this man, he's not played on LAN before. Will it be a different story? There may be a bit of a shyer character to some of the other players within there, like Starzo dancing his way through. Well, the man finished 22 and 11, and a lot of the fights he was taking were almost like ego fights. Like, I'm better than you. I'm going to peek into these angles, and I think that's something we actually need to see from them going into Ascent, because that's exactly what we're going to see from Supermassive Blaze. They will fight you in mid. They will push every single position on the map. They don't care. They will fight you on it.
And talking about Supermassive Blaze on this map, a lot of the time when you get slapped like this in a map to start out the series, you're going to have teams who are starting to really get themselves down. You know, it does not feel nice to lose in this fashion, but the reality is they know when it comes to bind, Ascend are one of the best, and Supermassive Blaze don't.
Oke deh, kalau nggak ada mabar nonton sambil makan nih bang, pakai jengkol. Jengkol. Gue gak pernah ini sih, gak pernah nyoba. Gue pernah nyobain jengkol, tapi gue masih belum begitu doyan deh jengkol. Gue lebih doyan pete ya. Bang Ramo ini ya, orang Sunda ya, makanya pakai jengkol.
Honestly, I think they're an incredible Ascent team. I think the bind has been one of their vulnerabilities so far, and yeah, that's the way the series is going to go. I think it's going to be a 2-1. Which direction it's going to go in, that's up to the desk, you know. That's not my job. Like, I don't have to give you predictions.
Exactly.
So realistically, I'll just wait and enjoy that third map because, well, Ascent's going to be coming up next.
Yeah, exactly. Up next is going to be Ascent. We're expecting it to be a bounce back from Supermassive Blaze, as we've seen many times before, but we still need to find out if that's going to be the case. We're going to go to a commercial. When we come back, the desk will be breaking down the next
commercial break
real soon from map number 2.
2-0 ya Bang Factoil. Mungkin ya 2-0. Jersey SMB bagus amat. Oh iya. Mentang-mentang baru beli jersey jadi merhatiin jersey mulu. Sundani selalapan jengkol. Perfect. Mantap tuh. Iya, soalnya kalau emang orang Sunda kan mayoritas makannya jengkol kan. Pada doyan tuh. Keren banget sih nih kursi. Pengen dah. GG gak copyright ya kayak. Tapi ya udahlah. Ngapain ya sekarang kita sambil nunggu halftime show. Main kali ya. Nggak, ini gue nggak kompe kok. Gue cuman kayak pengen ngapa-ngapain. Oh, sambil main map baru kali ya. Review map baru. Fracture. Salah. Kapan syukuran bang? Gak tau nih Bang Ramo mager sebenarnya. Bisa ya sih sekarang, cuman mager. Jelek ya? Gue kayak om-om ya. Gue liat sih mapnya cypher banget ya. Udah mulai belum sih? Belum kan? Masih 2 menit tadi. Masih 1 menit. Break lah kampanye mereka 10 menit deh. Kalau break gitu. Anjing, gimana nih? The fuck?
My ultimate is ready.
Gue asik juga. Salah. Tapi agak gelap ya. Kurang matahari, ini mendung anjir.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Begini bisa nih. Oh, gak bisa ujung. Tadi apaan tuh? Ini bomb site-nya. Pilihan map baru daripada Breeze. Map Cypherbird. Iya ya. Gue ngeliat Jody Filbert kemarin naruhnya di sini nih. Oh ini bagus nih. Cakep nih. Cakep banget. Cakep. Cakep banget. Sini terus kesini nih. Kelarin dong. Main gue liat Jody Filbert taruh di sini nih. Di tangga. Kurang deh kayaknya. Bisa lewat sini gak sih? Oh gini nih. Ini kemana anjing? Hai Kak, semangat mainnya. Thank you, Kak Ana Baby. Ana Baby, oh my god. Oh my god. Ana Baby temennya ini ya? Si Gevian. Kaca. Bisa. Ganteng banget kamu bang. Makasih. Makasih. Bisa gak sih sejauh ini? Gak bisa. Oh ini gak ada tembok. Mijay. Mana Mijay emang? Terus ini buat apa dong? Oh ntar keluarnya sini ya? Belum kelar aja. Suka banget nih kalau kayak gini. Gue paling suka nih kalau naruh wire kayak gini. Sumpah. Kalau ada tali kayak gini gue suka banget naruh di wire sini. Temennya Mijay maksudnya. Oh kirain. Itu Mijay ya. Boleh juga deh. Favorit gue nih kalau naruh wire di sini. Jadi kayak pas dia naik tangga. Dia harus nabrak ininya anjir. Nabrak talinya mau gak mau. Terus kalau mau pecahin. Dia harus turun lagi. Mager kan orang yang naik tali kalau kayak gini. Gini. Baru naik. KJ kurang bagus di map ini. Tapi gak tau ada kalau Bang Vin yang setup. Belum ngulik sih. Bang Ramo. Bang Ramo agentnya ini ya? Apa namanya? Kilja ya? Tadi mana? Buat kecilin map kan sini. Wire sini kali ya buat kecilin map. Oh sini bagus. Sini nih kecilin map nih. Di huruf R. Di huruf R. Bawahnya. Ini sih dilompatin ya. Nggak bisa lah ya. Masih kena. Wire situ, berarti ntar lewat sini. Oh sini, wire sini dong. Tapi Enggak, ini enggak. Ini kayak bagusnya di AWP deh kayak gini. Untuk mulai. Halo Bang Kaizen. Tadi gimana? Oh iya. Sini berarti. Positif kita wire. Oh iya. Jalannya berarti cuma satu ya? Kalau mau ke B. Jadi tero ya. Kalau ke sini. Iya, panteknya satu arah aja. Oh, satu lagi berarti di sini, si kampret. Jalanannya mager banget, ada 2. Long time no see Bang Ezen. Mapnya ribet Bang, harus banyak angle yang dicek. Iya, banyak banget belok-belokan di sini nih. Tuh, kayak split gitu kan mapnya. Race bagus dong berarti kalau di sini. Iya, lebih sering aja gara-gara sering nonton Bang Vin. Wis, mantep Bang Ramo. Bagus ini wire berarti harus di sini. Biar nggak dilewatin. Kita nggak spawn di mana sih? Di sini kan ya? Oh iya. B berarti. Ini mana sih anjir? Jadi bingung gue belokan-belokannya. Oh iya benar. Ini bomb site. Ini. Oh ada 2 jalur. Bisa menurut gua agen yang bagus di sini Yoru bisa pakai TP-TP-nya. Oh ya? Bukannya malah ini ya kalau Yoru terlalu sempit gak sih? Terlalu banyak belokan. Susah buat naruh ininya. Kalau menurut gua kalau Cypher sih bagusan wire sini sih tadi kalau main B, satu di bawah tangga sini buat ngecilin map, satu lagi di ya yang itu. Yang di sini nih. Tapi gua nggak tahu sih ini barriernya di mana. Kayaknya nggak nyampe sih itu dah. Nggak mungkin di sini sih. Kayak di sini baru bisa. Nah, sini. Ini dah. Jadi kita benar-benar force mereka harus lewat sini. Oh gini berarti. Ini mana? Ini gua. Tadi satu situ. Gua lagi sotoy nih, guys. Sotoy gaming. Nah, terus sini nih. Nah, jadi angle yang bakal dicek kayak gini. Ih. Oh gini. Gimana? Mainnya kita anak ini. Anak basement banget. Hai, halo Chris. Yang gak guna kira-kira apa ya bang? Yang gak guna di map ini. Sofa kali ya. Menurut gue sih sofa nih. Ini soalnya tipenya kayak split gitu. Kayak terlalu banyak lekukan-lekukannya gitu loh. Menurut gue split sofa kurang sih di sini. Gak gede kan mapnya. Belajar map baru Vin, fracture mapnya gede jadi bingung. Iya. Udah mulai guys. Gue off dulu deh ininya. Sampai gue alt F4 itu. Ntar kita pindah lagi. Nah. Abisnya kita lanjut map, review map. Fracture. Map apa ini ya? Ashen.
That's very
Bolt
interesting
Astra.
because like the graphic showed, he plays a lot of Omen.
Sofa.
I love Astra as a controller in this game. I think you can do so much. You have full map control. Your smokes boom immediately.
Okay.
Sentinelnya Paura.
Okay, let's go.
Nih, Paura nih role model gue sekarang nih. Gue harus bisa kayak dia nih. Dia nobar. Nobar dulu.
Preventing all the early strats is something that you need to do against SMB. So I feel this is so right for them.
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting for sure. But SMB, they have to win here if they want to avoid that elimination match in the lower bracket. Tom and Mitch, let's see if they can claw it back.
certainly a tough challenge. Certainly is. I mean, bouncing back from that kind of defeat is going to be tough for any team. But as we said, they came in with the expectation on the Supermassive Blaze side that map 1...
Flownya up dikit lagi dong, Bang. Oh, boleh.
Map 2, on
Santuy.
the other hand, this is where they want to get it done. And we are ready to jump into the map. By the sounds of things, we've had a couple of changes yet again, Tom. As we get into Ascent, Supermassive Blaze will be on the attack.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see an Astra, especially on this map. I like the way that you can use it almost like as an extra sentinel at times on the defensive side, and also give you the ability to go for slightly more aggressive plays, like having all of those grab wells to pull players in, and have some combinations of utility, although unless they're going to be having some sick shock dart lineups, there's not a massive amount they'll be able to do with that. So I'm excited to see the new composition, but it's the same as the last map. The reason they're changing things is because they needed to if they were going to stand a chance.
Well, here we go, Tom. We're kicking off the pistol. Supermassive Blaze picking up the pace on that mid push. They really want to get in there. CNET
dukung SMB kali ya map ini.
Get out of there. Bone Cold probably wants to do the same pretty soon. In fact, that's why the star goes down. He'll just pull it right on back. Doesn't want to waste it, of course.
Yeah, they've managed to clear out some of the early control, but the fact is Ascender safe from a split onto the A site because of the early wall. So it almost has to just be a little bit of a slowdown from Supermassive Blaze, trying to bait out some of those early positions. You can see the turret uses a big switch, and it's that right click to just take Cora's head clean off.
Pas turret kontak, langsung di swing. Bam! Oh.
But so many players pursuing him. He needs help and doesn't
have
nice
try.
Cleanly shut down. Now it's time to look towards the site where CNET is quickly connecting one to Turco, making this a little bit more difficult. He's a little bit cautious of getting spammed down. Star Zone, not quite feeling the same caution.
Do they expect?
Dia nggak tahu anjir, nggak ada yang tahu.
They don't check. That could have been everything, but actually Zeke's only going to get one. It does give time though, and that's the main thing that's needed at the moment for Ascend. Already going to put down another grab well. The peak coming back in, and it's just not going well for Brave. It's Bone Cold to close things out in the pistol, and a few cheeky little set plays from Ascend to win them the round.
They're talking about win conditions for Ascend. Obviously, they're starting on the defense here, and that is their choice. You want to see them clock up a couple of rounds, but building on the momentum of the previous map could be absolutely huge for them if they can manage to make that happen. You could start to really make Supermassive Blaze feel boxed in, like this was a mistake. This was not the map that they wanted to fight on, but you have to be realistic then and continuously hammer home the point that this is Supermassive Blaze's map, and a pistol loss won't really deter them, although they are
SMB, map SMB-nya.
Well, as they come in with some very weak pistols.
Bagus anjir kayak gitu.
Love it, Zeke. Let's get more of that.
It's not quite the Odin, but I think we know it's coming. If he's doing that already with an Ares, it's not something that you will commonly not do with some of the other weaponry.
Well, that wasn't a fun fight, and they've lost the second player. This is already getting into pretty dangerous territory for Ascend. Not just in terms of losing the round, but economy as well. You really don't want to be losing.
Mapik siapa nih bang? Mapik si SMB ini.
Towards the A side here, Supermassive Blaze creeping in towards Heaven. They have only got the two players to work with. The weapons are very weak, but one more kill here, Tom, and that will be a huge blow to Ascend.
Oh, I think they might have overplayed it a little bit, trying to find themselves a duel, but the fact is crossing past this angle is going to be nigh on impossible, and they're trying to basically just find where on earth these remaining Ascend players are actually going to be. The fact is, though, with Russ able to get himself the sniper, have that Marshall, he wanted to try and
expect
the longer range duel. Instead, though, it's going to be the Ares to close out. It's not perfect for Ascend. I think they would have wanted it a little bit cleaner.
Hebat anjir, dia expect loh dia bakal maju ke CT.
Definitely. I mean, look, 2-0 is what it is. You get a couple of weapons. Sure, you're probably going to have a player or two on pistols coming into this one. Looking at what they've got to work with as well, you know, the ideal scenario here would be that CNET was a little more involved in some of those fights, that he'd have that Blade Storm close to peeking over, but instead they're going to have to take out that Sheriff on kill as Spectres in play for Starzone Bone Cold. They know that the likelihood is they lose this round. They just want to make sure they keep the money over. Problem is, as I said, CNET investing up, he's not going to be able to get his Blade Storm by next round.
Yeah, either if he gets his Blade Storm, then he's won them the round. That's basically it. Like, he would have to get enough kills, or maybe get 4 and die. That would be fine as well, but the chances are you're just going to be taking it over the line if that's the case. So it's unlikely to be
Nice
happening.
try itu.
But we'll see how costly he can make this one and maybe give them an opportunity to try and grab an ultimate orb in the next round.
Couldn't quite get over the wall there with the drone. If it had,
Sekarang main
that could have been nice.
Ascent,
Cutting out a second player
map
remains.
Ascent
Instead,
tuh
they slow it down a
lu
little bit, but they
bawa
don't get a whole lot in terms of reward for that
lu
drone.
bawa apa
And then
Sage ya
the
ternyata.
400 credits that it costs. It is a pretty chunky bit of utility to be investing into. Pora dropping down the turret. It's broken from further away, allowing Bone Cold to catch them by surprise. But even
Pora.
while being bold, Pora is able to take down
Ribet.
one. Now dealing with the turret just in time as well with 29 HP left. That could have gotten scary. These fights are never going to be ideal for Ascend with the weaker weapons.
What? Wall.
I don't know if they'll expect Russ to feel
Wow.
a little bit of a whiff, and Killers actually finds another one off his utility on the site. This now becomes a really dangerous scenario for Supermassive Blaze. They're going to use the Paranoia just to hold the remaining players back. Give them an opportunity to get a plant and stick it down, but the problem is they're re-aggressing already. The push coming through. Killers gets his third kill of the round. It's left all onto one, and Sangat will close
Wah,
it.
amat
This
anjir.
was a round where
Diri
they
tekap gitu.
started with just one
Vin,
rifle,
menurutku
and they
skin
managed to
yang
win
baru
it.
gimana?
I think we
Menurut gue ya.
painted the picture, Tom. They shouldn't have been able to take that across
terlalu
the
mahal,
line. They had a
overpriced
pistol,
banget sih.
two Spectres and Ares. I mean,
Menurutmu skin
realistically,
baru gimana?
this
Iya,
was a round
overpriced
that
banget.
Ascend knew
Terlalu mahal.
they were going to lose, and yet still they come out on top. And really, it's this play from Killers, grabbing the Nano Swarm frag onto Pora, then quickly delivering a second and even going in for 3 on the site. A gorgeous round.
Dan kayak ya bagus sih, cuman kayak overpriced aja skin baru.
Well, yeah, but it was
Lebih
that
mahal dari
extra
Naga kan
damage.
itu,
Although the
ceban
crowd
anjir,
didn't
10.000.
do much in terms of the actual kill. It
Menurut kalian
weakened
gimana?
enough that the
Skin
turret
baru.
almost kills off Pora.
Bagus sih, bagus
And then
menurut
the
gue.
extra utility is there to close him out as well. The
Tapi
problem
gue
now,
nggak
though,
beli.
is that Pora's on a pistol, and this man is incredibly
Oh my
good
God.
with this gun. Sangat, he takes 2 to at least keep it even.
Sangat jago
but there are
banget,
some
anjir.
guns to be had.
That's the problem. The fact that you have a decision to make now, and they've made it. They're closing the door. They're saying, hey, you guys go take that gun.
Wow.
We're gonna
Ya itu
look
kan.
elsewhere to find those openings.
Bang
And it's
Miguel aja bilang
Sarzo
mahal.
who's pushed all the way up behind the middle players. That means the spike is now trapped.
No
I mean,
way.
getting out of here is
Did he miss?
impossible for Turco without taking a fight. He's already spotted up Starzo and taken him down. Okay, this now gets scary. Ascend have a man disadvantage. Zeke, as much as I love the Odin, it's
Kalau
not
dua.
really what you want if you're retaking a side a lot of the time.
Itu Sage gantinya Sky, lihat aja gak ada yang bawa Sky gara-gara pakai Sage. Tapi menurut gue lebih efektif Sky di sini sih.
The fact that
Ya,
Turco
gue juga
spins
setuju
that
pakai
and
Sky
manages
bagus.
to find the kill.
Tapi nggak tahu dah,
The
emang
problem
mungkin
being,
taktik
they've
mereka
got to
pakai
try and
Sage.
gamble out the space. Now they know that there's a turret close, so if that ever turns off even for a second,
Si
no one will
apa
see
namanya?
it because they know that Killers
Acen,
is left. Instead,
Acen
though,
nih nggak pakai,
he
nggak ada flasher sumpah.
spots, okay,
No
there's
flasher sama
somebody
sekali.
at least around the A area, so they're getting
Kalau
information
misalnya
about the turret.
SMB kan masih ada
They don't
Omen.
necessarily expect Zeke to be this committed into B.
Well, they've definitely heard
Bagus sih tapi
the
mahal,
drone
iya.
there on the
Bagus
B
tapi
side,
mahal.
So Zeke will maintain his position. The problem is when that recon
Tapi
comes through,
nurunin FPS gak sih sebenarnya itu?
on the site, 12 seconds left, they need
2700
the
VP,
pressure, they need
iya
it
anjir.
down, they're coming right into the O's,
1
they
juta ya
must
itu
have
harganya
it's in
jadinya,
play
atau
just yet.
700.000.
He's got basically a full mag
Oh,
to play
bagus
with
sih.
plenty of bullets to take them down, and they run into the spray. Absolutely no way. That is a round 1 for Ascend, 4-0.
Jago amat Zik.
A bigger blow than they would have liked to have taken, losing 3 players to what was a Sheriff buy from Supermassive Blaze, but they have continued the
Skin
win
baru
streak,
bentuknya
and
kurang
that's
tapi suaranya
exactly what
mantep.
they need,
Iya,
that momentum
gue suka suara
coming into their
Phantom
opponent's
itu.
map pick.
Kayak pakai silencernya tuh berasa banget gitu loh.
Few rounds, even looking back to the last map where I go,
Kayak Prime tapi ya
should have-
Phantom
maybe
gitu.
should have won that. Like you gave yourself the openers, you got yourself those extra weapons.
Oh, ini bagus
And
banget sih.
I think it's just been the patience of Ascend.
Di TB-in.
Over-aggressed, they've not taken too many risks, and they've just sat back and gone, okay, we're gonna wait for you to make your move and make a play, and it's never
1
really come
juta
out.
kalau di
Maybe it's a
RP.
little bit too
Oh,
hesitant.
dirupiahin 1 juta.
We've got Bane in the
Just the
replay.
slow-mos.
Oh, bagus tuh pasti slownya.
Well, we're looking in towards this A site. Supermassive Blaze are as well. They're full committing to it. A late lurk by Pora coming in through middle as they claim the site and now look for the plant. But in comes CNED. Gonna make it at least a
Slownya
little
bagus
bit
banget.
costly. There's absolutely no
Itu
way.
itu gunanya.
This player stands
Boom.
up above. He's challenged CNED and he's received exactly what you'd expect. Another CNED just keeps on going. 3 kills with the off. A tag
Gak butuh
into
tuh,
another.
gak butuh
And
tuh
this is
ulti
getting
ini.
scary with with just one down below, trapped in. Russ needs to make something happen while Pora is making the short play, lurking out, trying to find space. But
Nice try sih, jago banget sumpah Acan.
Classic to close out the round, and a fifth on the board for the defenders. We talked about this map as
main juga flashnya kayak orang sih nggak se-efektif Sky. Iya, kalau Sky kan lebih ke arah, kalau main tuh flashnya buat ngebutain. Kalau Sky itu lebih ke arah dapat informasi kalau ada musuh di situ atau enggak kan. Beda kegunaan sih. Bisa juga flash, tapi lebih banyak kegunaannya sih kalau misalnya flash Sky. Ketimbang ngomen cuma flash sekali dan itu pun ngebutain dong. Jago banget orang. Sinat atau dari Kevin? Sinat lagi naik down banget sih. Kayak Sinat deh.
Well, if you're going to give CNET those duels, he's going to win them every single time. I think that's just a complete overface.
Yeah, oh, most definitely. The jump up, I didn't believe it was going to come through from Brave, but I guess he thought the birthday look was with him.
Ooh.
Nice shot, CNET. Again, punishing, getting the trades back. He's on for a second, and now he's aggressing in.
Please lah, CNET dilanjut.
The updraft, not quite getting him out of there as safely as he would have hoped. The heal just about saves him, popping him back up onto basically full HP. Good tag. Oh, it's the kill as well. Zeke doing damage, covering CNET's retreat. Shock darts are coming in. The Odin is here to play.
Halo George.
Supermassive Blaze yet again are looking down in the dumps.
Jago banget dah ini. Acan.
Wherever they go, they see his face. he's almost waiting for them.
CNET A, go B. CNET B, go A.
Yeah, it's like, where do you go to escape this man? It just seems like it's not possible. And even if they do manage to take him out, there's been other players for Ascend so far in this map.
They think he's still in the corner. They shock darted it. They're going back to check their flank. And what are they going to find? They're going to find CNET. But in fact, they do find him. They take him down. This is a pretty good position to play from. Zeke jump spotting. I mean, he could even be taken down if the timing is right. 1 versus 1 on the site. Good damage. Turco delivers a third kill of the round, though. He's not going to have the res online. But it is a 1v1, the best chance for Supermassive Blaze so far.
Yeah, by the looks of it as well, Bone Cold is out of stars. So for utility, he's not really going to have anything. It just comes down to the straight-up gunfight, which, well, you'd probably bank on Turco most of the time, and he is going to get the Red Bull clutch.
Jago juga.
This is what we missed when it came down to the last
Mainnya
match.
teliti, iya.
Is a beast on Sage.
Bener-bener rapi dan teliti banget.
The man is a beast, Tom. I agree. You have to look at that.
Nggak asal tabrak gitu loh mereka mainnya.
Coming through. Whenever he's on that agent, you know that he's going to be able to do damage. And it's not even down. It's not so much down to, like, you look at those kills and go, oh, you actually didn't use any utility to get them. But it's when you're a Sky, you're going to be the one flashing for your teammates. You're going to be opening space for them. When you're the Sage like that,
loh, ini MA atau satu grup.
Just get in their faces.
Satu grup
And it's that
MA.
freedom. And putting a player like Turco
Kalau sebenarnya nggak boleh MA satu grup ya.
in that manner, that's got them their first round. Have they called a pause to do a chant?
All round Odin nggak apa-apa tuh bang, nggak apa-apa. Legal-legal aja. Nggak ada peraturannya, nggak boleh Odin. Mungkin emang dia lagi pede yang pakai Odin gitu. Tau gue dari tadi nggak mati-mati sih, makanya Odinnya dari round berapa tuh? Round 2, round 3.
Okay. So it's
masih dipakai terus.
Supermassive Blaze pause. So Supermassive Blaze have said, look, we won a round, we got like a 4K to clutch it out, but that's not how we want to win. So let's talk strategy. Let's talk about what we can do. They're really looking to grind this one out and get the win. Ascend, on the other hand, are singing "We will rock you." Little bit of a different approach there. You can see the comfort.
It's amazing. It is amazing. I'm loving seeing this team, and I'm loving seeing them on a stage. That's the thing. Like, we had them as like the Masters champions, at least initially, when it was just within EMEA. And yeah, they proved that they could do something with that roster, but didn't make it last time. Had a bit of a roster change, a switch up, and well, now I think they're undisputed at the moment as the best team within the region. Gambit giving them a bit of a run for their money, but Ascend have been so damn good.
Let's see what you got, Zeke. Let's see those spams coming through. Shock Dart on the way, just in case someone had snuck on through. But this is going to be a slow round from Supermassive Blaze. Now we get to see that operator battle between Izzy and CNET. The impact from CNET has been unquestionable. Yep. But now Izzy wants to show that he's the best Turkish operator, wants to make a name for himself.
Well, yeah, they are two players within EMEA battling for that, right? The problem is, thus far, Izzy hasn't really shown up. He was a little bit quiet in the first map. We know that that's something of a rarity. We've got a little bit of a battle coming between the two of them. Oh, good nano swarm. I think the heal might have actually kept him alive just long enough.
Great play by Pora. Yeah, from the start to the finish there. Even manages to finish off Bone Cold, not the player he was initially attempting to challenge. This is a fantastic opening. They're going to use that kill lockdown to try and get
Tarso,
towards the side.
ada res.
But they're being pushed on. Oh no, still winning the duels as they go, but Killa is up on behind, able to come out of there with 2.
Ulti mana
The
itu?
lockdown will still come into effect, but it gives them a man disadvantage as they come back in. Stars
Follow skin termahal adalah Spectrum ya. Belum ada skin yang termahal. Tadi naga.
He's already used his wall, so up in heaven, he can't get that player back online. The res is out of the round. This is where Supermassive Blaze need to turn up.
Ada res.
He's actually rezzed them.
Nice try bang. Paura.
He's gonna find himself a 4th.
Baim Paura.
On to Izzy, as said, it's been a little bit rough for him so far, but this time he will land the shot, the clutch coming through for Supermassive Blaze. But again, it's an incredibly close
Stak Archon. Mana ngerti. Orang ngerti Bram itu si Miguel sama Archon. Masih kaku lagi tadi main sama Bang CJ, tanya coach. Iya main sama Bang CJ. Counter Strike bener. Masih dibiasain aja Counter Strike-nya Bram. Jago udah anjir SMB. Paura nih.
Takes the fight and had his nano swarm already thrown in to stop that dash out. And a factor of 6 HP, Tom. That's if CNET aimed 1 degree to the left when he dashed, he was dead.
Respect-nya cepet.
Then they cleared him out anyway when they went for the repeak, so they've done well over the last couple, and now actually,
What the fuck, I'm in gold. Sorry.
We see us end in the bin, but that might not matter too much. It's not necessarily
gak liat lagi Deagle ya.
or an Ares this time, but the pistol has kicked things off for Zeke. There's still the opportunity to throw in the Blade Storm as well, but both players go down within an instant. Quick couple of trades back, SMB back in the driver's seat.
This is where, okay, now they've spotted 2 players, they're still here, you know that they're stacked up, but it doesn't look like they're all too concerned, wanting to just punish them and take them down here and now. A late flank coming in from Killa as it's being watched, or it was being watched by Pora. Yes, indeed, it still is. Conscious of that play, watching for the spawn as well. I mean, this is perfect. Supermassive Blaze not giving any opportunities really for a big hero play to come through over on Ascend. For the pistols to do major damage. There's the first, but that's all that they'll get. And losing 2 on attack side Ascend, yeah, I think you can...
Paura stands for positive aura, Vin. Emang iya ya? Anjir gue baru tau loh, keren banget. Kalau kayak gitu beneran nus positive aura. Indo aja dong Mas Bram, Isun beli kerti. Isun beli kerti. Aku juga gak ngerti. Kalau mereka ngomong jauh, kalau orang luar pakai berapa hazard ini coach 144 kah? Enggak, 240 ini pasti. Minimal 240. Apa? Sekarang standarnya 240. Belum ada yang pakai 360 sih.
They can definitely streak rounds together on this map.
Oh, most definitely. Now here's where they're going to try to get something done. This is the one round where you see Zeke playing very
positive aura, let's go.
He could have spammed that ult down from it being placed up on top of the box, but obviously he's conscious that they could put it behind it, and then that's not going to happen. So, they're going to have a big retake play from Ascent, but they also have a lockdown to play with, Tom.
And one of their own.
Jim, di wall tai.
Maybe a little bit of confusion as the positions currently being taken. The wall boost for Turco might not necessarily be expected, but the afterplant's looking stellar again.
Nice try there.
Waiting on the lurk. CNET already going to be dropped, and now we see the Cosmic Divide thrown in to try and separate these players, but if anything, they've just given a safe spot to just sit.
Wah, nice try tuh.
It is not going well at all for Ascend in this round, and the afterplant looking incredible.
Yeah, trap, not a chance of getting out of there. Very solid round from Supermassive Blaze. Not to say, one thing that I found kind of odd was Russ used up his shock darts there right at the start. He was throwing
nonton pakai Prime Gaming, Vin. Enggak, Twitch ini nontonnya.
Lockdown on the other side. That's a big risk. It means you
Anjim 240 ya. 240.
There is the counter to that of they then decide
240 AZ sekarang standarnya minimal internasional. SNI.
Let's hope we can deal with it. No, they ran at them and seized all the space back. 5-4. We had tactical pause come out of Supermassive Blaze, and since then they've been.
Iya juga ya, abis pause jadi mantap sumpah. SMB ya.
You could say by what we've heard from the other side during that tactical pause. So maybe they'll get one of their own soon and take it a little bit more seriously. But for now, again, we're back to the pistols. Ultimates in play, unlikely to have too much of an fair.
Wah, bagus nih.
Zeke actually just
Mau dibunuh.
hops this
Bisa ya.
under Fury.
Aduh, nggak dilatih Bisa ya.
Looking to try and find them something into this round. Gets
Wah,
absolutely
mati nih
nothing
Turso.
for it.
Nah,
I'm
kan?
very surprised by that usage, but hey, they've got an opener anyway.
Destroying that alarm
Bagus
clock
anjir
there,
nge-counternya.
They knew
Acan.
exactly where Turco was, tucked up in the corner. Great opening, but CNED's going to be punished. The return back, all they need to do
Fight mid.
is keep the range. And with the operator in hand, Izzy is easily able to dispatch
Terkapung,
these players
ya
on
terkapung
Ascend.
orang
Bone
240,
Cold and
240.
Zeke.
Terkapung itu di
Sheriff's in
pizza.
hand, hoping for a couple of headshots, but none to be landed just yet. This is going to be a tough fight in the corner. Surely they check it.
Dor.
Recon going to reveal.
Wah.
Oh, okay. Well, look, it's a sheriff round. It's a weak fight.
Bisa menang sumpah ini
With
SMB.
Cora and Izzy being sub 20 HP, that's when you're definitely going to be kicking yourself about when you watch the VOD back.
Yeah, I'm still surprised though about the Hunter's Fury at the very beginning. Like it's one of those things where it's like I guess they spotted a couple of players at the top of mid, but I just don't really see the value of such an impactful ult just being utilized like that. It might be because
Sekarang Radiant harus berapa RR? Lagi sama nggak sih 300?
switching in rounds where you actually have the Odin available, but
Cuma kan Immortal ada 3 kan sekarang. Immortal 1, 2, 3 nggak tahu dia seberapa.
We've also got the Blade Storm and the Res currently online for Supermassive Blaze, so 5-round streaks on either side. I wonder if we're finally going to get a combo breaker.
Let's see. The Sand have got it in them to take this one across the line. The operator of CNED on the other side of the map, Supermassive Blaze.
Bagus, masih main sama ya. Wall Sage kayak gitu.
Stars everywhere. There's nano swarms, there's alarm bots, there's absolutely everything they could hope for, and those stars actually give the cover.
Dor.
Avoid being oh, 2 players were spotted. They know underneath, and they're going to try to spam them into the open. Not looking for the kill. They're trying to open space for Izzy to get fragged with the op. The Hunter's Fury wasn't
Main
supposed to
apa-apaan
kill.
tuh kayak gitu,
Just
Killjoy.
position, but
Boleh
both shots
juga
miss.
di
Izzy
Gen.
pops the ultimate, moves towards the side.
Wah,
but
boleh
he's pushed
juga.
back right into the hands of Starzo, waiting for him. The kills are going their way though. Supermassive Blaze here to fight and here to win.
Turretnya
With
di
50
short.
seconds on the clock, they still need to deal with Starzo, and he is bringing this back into the realm of possibility for Ascend. The timing so poor, and he just about gets taken down.
Turco as well is already watching this flank. It was everything for Zeke to get that kill, but they had him sandwiched in.
Good.
And now the only one remaining is CNED.
Masa iya anjir?
I was going to say versus
Clutch.
4, but it's now down to
Oh, enggak.
3, and Turco will put him in his place. SMB take
Oh,
the lead.
Pada nggak main set atau depan gara-gara udah tahu aja musuh ada ulti.
6 in
Iya.
a row just took them a little bit of time to get off the mark, and now
Langsung
they're
di-fight
looking
sama mereka.
unbelievable.
Now you see exactly what we were talking about towards the start of this series, when we said that Ascend winning the pistol, getting that 3rd round on the board and so on was
I've
so
got a point
important.
on that.
Go for it.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Bone Cold
Tapi
got
salah
2
juga
kills
sih
in the
sebenarnya Killjoy main itu harusnya main retake aja gak sih?
2 kills on the pistol.
Kalau emang ada
I
ulti.
can't remember
I think he
back
did.
that far.
I don't think he's had a single kill since the pistol round.
Gila SMB langsung ngejar loh.
Considering the form that he was on towards the end of Bind, that is a
6 round berturut-turut menang.
Credit to Supermassive
Dar.
Blaze for just shutting him down
Nggak
so
kelihatan.
consistently. That tag comes in, but it could have been a little bit awkward if it was a second earlier. Izzy on that operator's definitely been struggling in a couple of these rounds. Now up against the pistols yet again. Like, this is a forced buy from Ascend, obviously because it's the last round of the half, but they still couldn't get anything much out. In fact, not a single rifle to fight for 6-6.
Let's see if Bone Cold can change things a little bit. He's watching for the wall boost up, but never mind.
Kelihatan ya, anjir, kayak gitu.
Anyway, again, they have a couple of players around to try and just lock it down, but Starzo would have to go absolutely ham. He does have his res available to him to bring a teammate back, but if anything, he goes for that now. Teammate dead again.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be dead before he even got to the body. That's the thing. And I think he's just been spotted. Yes, he has. There's the tag on the wall. You see, they're saying he's close.
Wah, sayang banget ya Sarto.
He's going to take it down. In comes the Ares, but not good
Menang
in
ini.
those kind of fights.
Menang SMB deh kayaknya. Map ini.
A hero is needed, and it's not seen at this time around. It falls to kill as he's being
Nggak kan?
huge
Harus
before.
ulti.
And they know he's going for
Nggak,
the
pasti
lockdown.
dimajuin nih.
They're going to push him down
Nggak
right
dikasih.
away. Killaz deals with them. Lockdown popped. Now he just needs to
Harus
hold on
maju.
to this position. There's no one coming in through heaven.
Di counter ulti.
They're going to be happy to keep him locked in position. In fact, he's going to push right afterwards. He's still looking for kills. He's taking down the first, swapping over the weapon, going to go and destroy it. And he gets it done as well. The other player's backed off. This could actually be huge. One player even got detained. Down goes the turret. He taps the defuse. It's all a ruse, trying to bait them into the open. And eventually he does. Unfortunately, that's his end.
Maksud gue tadi plan di B bang yang Sage wall market itu karena ada tahu aja musuh ada ulti jadi nggak main side main depan cuma oh iya setuju
He actually did, but
yang di B ya makanya di fight sama mereka di balik wall mereka langsung tembusin wall semua.
I think it is just bone cold. He's having a rough one. Definitely not looking as comfortable as we normally see him. Someone who frags within his role. And
BO3 ya, iya BO3 ini.
Well, I have to say, looking at this comeback from Supermassive Blaze, 5-0 down, and they don't lose a single round. I'm at a loss for words. Luckily, I don't need to have any more words, because we've got our boy Bala again with a big breakdown. Let's throw it over.
I'm really interested in that question that Tom's asking right now, because SMB has struck back in this second map, and it is kind of due to, I think, a little bit of a mishap on Ascend's side, but also some good play from SMB. So let's go ahead and take a look at a round that I think turned the tides in this map so far. We can go ahead over to the illustration screen. Let's roll the clip, and you'll see basically you've got one. Let's zoom in right here on this lockdown.
Oh, ini kayak dibahas ya kayak gini.
You know, your Killjoy to play the lockdown there, and sometimes you have the sight lines with the Sova to actually be able to hunt his Fury or shock dart it, or a bunch of different things.
Jatnya maju ngedash.
Izzy, they got on a site. Now this is where things go wrong. I think
Plan.
if you look at the B site and you look at how they're playing this retake, you actually have. Look at this player up here. You have the Sage up on top of the wall, and he has a really fantastic angle because nobody on the side of Market can see him. If you look at the light of science, you can't see him over that wall. On top, he gets a couple of frags through that, but this wall that just came out, they're gonna pop through and fight as the Sage gets contact, and they're gonna just completely wipe the round off with
begitu Sage kontak langsung maju anjir. Terus biasa sih, lebih karena main pelan sih, main pelan. Pelan-pelan. Lah kenapa ini bang, aku baru habis naruh piring. Enggak, ini kayak ngebahas tadi aja sih. Ngebahas round yang krusial banget tadi buat SMB.
After that, it really started to go downhill for Ascend. We'll have to see if they can actually ring it back themselves. With the attack side they have on Bind, I think they can do just that, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Bala. I'm loving this. The breakdowns on the big screen. We got Bala doing it. We'll have some other people on there later, but let's not spoil any of the fun.
Is it Sue?
It might be.
I've heard she's got the biggest brain in EU at least.
Well,
that's what some people say.
That is true. You know, Minnie and Boaster told me that one. 7-5. We're coming into half number 2. The defense of Supermassive Blaze about to be put to the test, but based on the last 7 rounds, they might not have any problems.
Yeah, no, it was like they couldn't really get anything going towards the end. It was a phenomenal comeback from Supermassive Blaze after what was the early rounds. We saw Izzy starting to step up, but all in all, like everybody had their moments coming out from Turco to close out some of the rounds, and now we need to see the same sort of brilliance from Ascend. But they did do incredibly well in their pistol rounds. You never know, maybe this is why Bone Cold will get them another one.
Maybe. Double up on the kills. Let's see what they can do. Supermassive Blaze getting aggressive, but Cena's here to play. The dash didn't go but the kills certainly did. They don't expect it. And Russ is able to take down 2. That makes it doable. Bone Cold on 20 HP, but a big clutch from Turco. This guy has been insane so far, Tom. This might be too much to ask, though.
Yeah,
sekarang lagi meta nih anjir. Wall apa namanya? Market.
If he gets fooled by his own tactic, I might be a little bit disappointed. The fact is that I don't know if it's actually going to be Starzo that does anything here, because there are players holding the crossbone. Cole going to be watching and will spot out his position. No, he's not coming in from behind. And now it just leaves this disgusting crossfire, even going to pull in a star and a turret to try and leave him out. Although he does check, he was aware.
He was.
It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, well, there were 3 players to deal with and an Astra Star right below him, so he didn't really have a choice on that one. Also, great use of the Astra Stars to just run down the clock.
Bisa dapat gitu angle sempit dapat 2 loh. Iya anjir.
Right there on the right side. When you put it up there, it's a one-way. He's not going to run through that and get shot from sight, so instead he has to wait
pakai itu lagi apa namanya?
Before it fades away. It's 7-6. Another pistol round for Ascend. And we often say,
Barbar, gila meta rusuh. Diras gitu aja, kaget anjir pasti. Itu SMB diras gitu ya.
Yeah. No,
kayak kompe.
Incredibly good spot normally. It's just not normal that the case of your opponents winning 7 rounds in a row.
True.
So
very true.
You know what? It's a little bit of a different scenario. It's actually crazy that Russ, I think he actually headshot someone through someone else and almost gets himself an extra kill in that round. So he did his best, but realistically, this round, Mitch, not expecting much.
No, not really. They know that there's a player towards the back of the site. Russ is going to be dealt with immediately. That drone and spotted him out. The dash is ambitious. And this is going as expected. We're looking good for a Prime Gaming flawless, and let's see if that comes
wall market biar dia harus nge-break wall sama pintu marketnya. Iya. tebel. Sama ini loh Bram, yang paling penting sih wall market menurut aku ya. Jalanan wallnya, jalanan marketnya kan tambah sempit. Belum lagi dia harus keluar, harus ngecek kiri kanan karena ada wall-nya. Iya sih? Jadi tambah sempit. Wall udah apa? Market udah sekecil gitu, pintunya ditambah sempit lagi, ditaruh wall.
One of those things where I feel like he's almost like the jack of all trades for the team. Like he'll pick up a lot of different roles. Even in the previous iteration of the roster, you'd see him on Reyna sometimes, on Icebox, getting a little bit more aggressive. But he's done very well in a lot of rounds to almost just either make it incredibly costly.
True, ada 3 spot yang harus dilihat. Iya makanya.
Ever closer to that ultimate, which as we saw in the last half for Pora, was incredibly impactful.
The one big disappointment for me from Supermassive Blaze has been Russ. He swapped skins. He's no longer using the Elder Flame like the rest of the team. So, you know, really team synergy suffers there. But jokes aside, we're looking at a push.
Bagus banget yang Brave mainnya.
With smoke they went and well they didn't get anything done for it. Brave
Wah,
quickly
nice try.
shutting them down before he falls himself. But that was a blink and you miss it kind of round.
Yeah, and
Apa-apa, bonus run.
from Brave into their own smoke and
berasa kompe. Ya tadi sumpah kayak kompe, ngeras ronde pertama langsung ngeras gitu ya. Kiri kanan sama tangga, iya. Belum 4 bahkan sama lane juga. Jadi di main lane tangga sama kanan patah, belum kiri patah, udah nggak tahu dah. Baik banget. Brave benar-benar brave, iya. Brave benar-benar brave. Udah mulai main hati-hati. Harus hati-hati nih. Sengit. Halo Vinambek, halo Bang Dea, Bang Nava. Oh iya lane, iya kan? Tuh boleh udah kena mental kah? Enggak lah. Emang mungkin ini bukan mapnya si Achan ya.
Play incredibly well around their own utility and find a lot of impact and frags from it. So
mau main B
the fact that Joyce is meant to be more of that supportive agent, I don't even feel like it flies when you're playing Astra so much.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Now look at this.
Mau main A, habis nyolong orang dia.
Or another player has been so pivotal. It wasn't sure if there was a little gap there. Now, gonna be looking for some picks, operator in hand, but Brave is falling down on shore. With him out, the side is completely theirs. Asan will be able to get a nice and easy plant and hold on to a 5 versus 3. And yeah, I'm with you, Tom. This looks like a textbook save from Supermassive Blaze.
Ada res.
They are starting to hit that W key a little bit.
Yeah, they legitimately have nothing to get them back into the round. Drone already utilized. Sure, they could try and scan a player or two and maybe find them through the wall, but other than that, you're just going to be throwing weaponry into the wind. And on the other side of things, like, yeah, sure, a fair bit of the utilities already been deployed as well, but I don't think you're going to break this after plant. And for Supermassive,
gak ada yang pakai Vandal Keju Prime dong. Kurang laku. Sama Prime. Vandal Keju gak ada yang pakai. Pada pakai Vandal Naga semua.
I want to see that come into play at some point.
Door.
There we go. It's a small thing, but I just heard the players. I'm not sure if the guys at home, if y'all.
Jangan lupa ngopi guys. Udah pada ngopi belum?
Wherever you might be watching, I'm not sure if you will have heard it. The guys in the sand, they hit a big woo. You know, they're getting hyped. They're really pulling it. And I just saw Pora then like kind of look up and go, woo. He just returned it a little bit. Keep the energy up. And a nice round for Asan to get them back on the horse.
I think that's the cool thing about both of these teams.
Bang Vin kapan turni lagi? Hari Minggu. Hari Minggu aku turni guys. Tanding Dreamerlands.
Yesterday, I mean, Riv was saying earlier that they just every time someone was asked like, "Yo, you guys, you got a rivalry like G2 Sentinels. What does it feel like?" And they're like, "I don't know, man. I think it's just social media. We got a lot of love for each other."
Anjir, di wallbang.
There you go. Burncold's back on the board. He's found himself a kill straight through the wall. Now, do they expect the re-aggression?
Yes.
In fact, they're almost going to try and completely ignore him.
Bagus banget langsung di double pick pagi gitu.
It's all fallen apart. This B-main aggression, something they attempted in the pistol, and it failed then as well, Mitch.
So
they now have Brave to try and hold on to this site, and well, with the utility that's currently available,
Elder Flame namanya. Iya, Elder Flame. Padahal naga.
Because he'll get sucked in.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Brave. I mean, a 1v5 versus Ascend, not something you're likely to see come through.
Pikiran aja ada double pick kayak gitu. Jadi kayak di wall, pas dipecahin, si Astranya nyebrang. Itu langsung di wall pick kayak gitu.
But for the most part, it's going to be a fairly drawn-out round with not a lot happening. The door is even closed, so we can't even catch an angle. And so playing for the exits is the right call. The problem is, getting into position for an exit, if he was to actually try and
Pecel sih aku daripada kopi. Kenyang malam-malam. GG I will watch. Jam berapa? Jam 1:30 siang deh kayaknya. 1:30. Di channel Dreamerlands. Kalau orang Indo ngomongin naga. Iya. Orang bule kayak ngomongnya ini. The Elder Flame. Terlalu keren kalau Elder Flame. Ini gampang naga, NAGA.
Happy birthday, Brave. I hope that your gift is you get to keep your gun this round.
Sumpah Brave ulang tahun.
Let's see if Ascend are feeling generous. Maybe that's what was happening on the previous map. They were throwing through Vandals saying like, hey, you know what, give it to Brave. It's his birthday.
Dragon, orang bule Dragon lah. Ya bisa juga dibilang gitu kali ya. Dragon. Kalau kita nyebutin Noko.
Push again at any point because they've now attempted it in the pistol and in this round, and in both times they've walked into every single member of Ascend.
Kumaha.
And it's gone incredibly bad. So I would almost
nih sumpah bagus banget nih. Kepikirannya nge-double pick kayak gini.
Maybe you have a bit of a peek coming out from Izzy with the dash available, but other than that, I feel like it's just not worth it anymore. Like Ascend seem to love to lock that position down very early on in the round.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Emang bisa yang keras dari atas wall ya? Lebih gampang nyebutnya si Kadal. Kadal tuh kalau misalnya Frenzy tau. Frenzy baru Kadal tuh.
They're going to try to not just they've been spotted. Oh, they have 4 players here, 3 have been seen.
4A long. What the fuck? Achan.
Yeah, at this point I'm almost starting to wonder if they have some sort of pact.
Dan mereka tahu.
Like we go B, and then we go A. We go together.
Last mid di wall.
But this is a lot of control already being taken. Locking
Gak takut
down.
orang di bawahnya ya.
Man holding on is going to be Pora. Now we mentioned it before. He is incredibly good with his pistol. He's found an
langsung nih Brave. Bener-bener berani.
From the shadows used to TP in the back of the side. It doesn't matter.
Brave just got
didilat kayak gitu anjing.
was nice, the second unreasonable.
Zik. Oh my god.
Plant can be secured towards the back of the site, and this is where Supermassive plays. Normally would be considering a save. That's been heard. Starzone knows full well that there are players barreling around middle. That was not an easy fight to take. Not expecting him to be.
What the flick? Yeah, what the flick?
Like For Turco, I think saving is definitely on
my
the
god.
cards. Although I notice he's the closest player.
Segitu dong. Anjing.
That hit, I would have.
Anjir.
We'd have to hit the button right away. That was a disgusting attempt. They'll get him in the end. 10-8.
Jago banget.
Ascend. Going up to double digits in the ones, Tom, as they now look to bring it across the line. This is Supermassive Blaze's map pick. They got 7 in a row. And again,
Power dari tadi
struggling to get off the start
carry.
block in these early rounds.
Those are those sort of kills that maybe you get like once every few weeks.
Anki.
And Zeke's been doing it all the way through the day. I almost feel like Supermassive Blaze have got to feel a little bit hard done by the fact that they've now had back-to-back maps where both
Fin,
Zeke and
iso
Sangat
ngomong
are
Jawa.
in top form.
Ora iso aku ngomong Jawa.
At least to this consistency, both of these players do so well within the match, and at the moment they're looking unstoppable, especially considering Zeke has actually switched over to the Sova. It's just his aim that has been ridiculous.
Si Sage white pick terus dah, tapi bisa nyaman gitu. Iya, bagus dia main ininya. Main apa namanya? Main counter strafe bagus deh. Nyantai banget.
Oh, well, I don't think that was a pause. They've gone straight in.
Ini udah mulai lagi.
We'll just see
Cepet amat.
what happens in this one. Already looking a little bit better for Supermassive Blaze. Maybe they didn't need the pause after all.
Yeah, they didn't need the tactics. It looks like they're
Ini bener-bener mainnya 4A loh. Hebat loh. Achan. Achan. SMB.
Gonna bait them out with the shot. He's seeing nothing right now.
Bener-bener gamblingin anjir.
It's a pretty tough one. You know, obviously when you're on the attack for Ascend right now, losing this round isn't going to be
Amin pressure-nya lebih gede loh white pick. Iya.
A hefty bank.
Tapi mungkin emang dia lagi pede aja sih Bram. Jadi kayak apapun di white pick sama dia. Ketimbang kayak ngejiggle-jiggle gitu kayak agak kurang pede jadi. 1v3. Akankah Sangat? Oh, nice try. Terus smoke gitu anjir. Kenapa turretnya gak ngarah ke belakang jaga flank? Kayaknya mereka emang sengaja dikasih masuk gitu loh Bang Ramo. Jadi yang buat jaga belakang tuh turret buat ngejaga belakangnya si Sage.
again, I feel like Brave has got away with that peek a few times now, just going into the own smoke. I feel like
Emang tugas Sagenya tuh tadi buat nge-flank aja, bukan buat jaga belakang. Sangat gak normal anjing, gak normal sumpah, jago banget. Aura juga, sumpah gue demen banget sama Aura sekarang. Positif Aura, beneran gak sih?
Was either it was a full retake or Brave was just somewhere off of the side. So
I see, iya Bram. Jadi kayak ketika kamu lagi pede pasti pengennya white pick terus kan. Sama kayak semua orang sih sebenarnya. Kalau lagi pede mah white pick aja.
Because we have a special screen which shows the map. And last time I was kind of looking at it going,
Easy lihat kayak scrim ya, iya. Beda lah, tapi mungkin gara-gara brewoknya jadi mirip. Scrim jauh lebih ganteng. Plus Aura, iya anjir. Positif Aura. Logonya lucu dah. Kayak penguin kebakar gitu. Ininya, alisnya. Pin aku tidur dulu ya jaga imun. Oke, Chris, thank you udah mampir. See you.
The grouping up and using the pack mentality has been countered every step of the way by Ascend. So they need to go back to the drawing board, and this is where their coach gets to input quite a bit.
Yeah, he's been given the chance to do it. Zeke will get Mitch very excited. He bought himself and Odin on the attacker side, and actually for now was spacing it to mid. I imagine he was just lining up a little bit of utility, trying to force some players out of position with the drone. And again, we're going to see the wall actually this time being put down. I like this a little bit better. As I said, the aggression into this side of the map has been a failure so far for Supermassive Blaze.
Get the big guns out. Let's go, Zeke. Here's the recon. That's going to reveal the player down in the alley and give Zeke an opportunity. In fact, Turco manages to just sneak his way down and avoid getting tagged on up. That could have been a disaster otherwise. Now, this is definitely going to be a split into the B side, at least for now. The spike is being left all the way towards their spawn. They are allowing Killez
pasti ditahan 30 detik lagi buat masuk nih SMB. Soalnya detik 25 lah, 25 baru ada recon. Jangan. Enggak deh. SMB sih ya. Chan, sorry. Baru mulai nih. Karena baru ada recon. Mereka nungguin recon dari tadi. Kalau recon, tak. Baru gas. Oh, nice try.
We call that one a Sean Gares. He's whiffed it completely as we go into the 3v3 with
bagus
very
anjir.
little time.
SMB nahannya.
Can't really get that spike planted. How are they going to be
Udah
able to
di-delay
go
doang.
in the distance? They need the kill so quickly. Bone cold, good for it, but time is gone. The round already Supermassive Blazes. You would have imagined.
Cheers, sayang banget sumpah.
Kill at the last second.
Bebas mantul barat, thank you Chris. Sinar Garut pakai modal. Iya kan? Oh my god.
11-9, and that's one of those rounds where Supermassive Blaze have got to be kicking themselves, man. They did everything right, they delayed it, and it's the player who was doing nothing the whole way along. Bone Cold must have went 12 rounds in a row without a kill, and he turns up.
Sayang banget, sumpah itu round SMB banget. Udah di-delay segitunya masih kalah. Nice try lah. Nyantai banget.
I'm like, there must be someone somewhere, guys, right? No?
No, they were all within that B site at the end, and they all got taken out.
And the time has gone as well. Like, literally, if that player stayed boathouse, they won off time. That's one of those things, man. Try to play with your teammates, and it's the wrong decision. That's why I always bait.
Colong lagi, sinetnya.
It doesn't work.
I'm not going to disagree with that. Not going to disagree with what you just said. But an early couple of trades. A 4 versus 4. Weaponry is in the bin for Supermassive Blaze. They've got themselves a Marshall, a couple of SMGs, but they have managed to find themselves an opener. Now, their A-site hold has definitely been the better of the two. The problem is they don't really have much space around it. They do, however, have the Killjoy ult.
That they do. That's going to buy them a lot of time. Delaying it down that mid peak.
Hal yang tipis tuh soalnya nyesek ya kalau 1v1 gitu kata gue dibanding flawless gitu. Iya sih, tapi itu benar-benar sayang banget sih tadi. Nice try banget. Kayak tinggal 10 detik lagi gitu loh kelar round deh. Wah, ini bagus nih. Pasti nggak dicek, kan?
Did he?
Wow, timingnya.
Be taken down. That could have been incredibly awkward. Backside, look how low Russ is. With a res coming in, they do not want to lose Russ down below.
Sayang tuh sebenarnya wall kayak gitu.
It went right by his face. They know he's there. They've taken him out, and now the res luckily has put them into a 2v3. But a tough one, as again, time could have been the enemy, but the spike will be planted.
Oh, they've got their own lockdown, try and deny them the initial push, but they're just going for it. They're going to try and run through, and Starzo is there. He saved them in this round. The plays into mid, catching out Pora. And it's going to be 12-9, and this is where things really are troublesome.
Gue bentar mau tanya, ada rekomendasi laptop gak ya? 9 juta. 9 juta ya? Laptop gaming atau laptop buat kuliah? Chris.
Financially, it sucks again.
And I heard Sean talk about on the desk how there's two forms of Ascend. On the one hand, you can see them have that scene and go kill. He goes out, he finds space, and they play off of it. And then you have that second form, the tight, consistent gameplay. And that is what we're seeing here. A glance at the scoreboard will tell you, with the exception of Bone Cold, everyone's between 17 and 19 kills. This is not a simple situation.
Laptop gaming.
Oh, let's deal with this guy. And then
apa ya? Kurang tahu laptop gaming 9 juta budgetnya. Ada yang tahu guys? Laptop gaming 9 juta. Ngeri sih, ngeri kan? Iya, keyboardnya bagus. Sengit banget, tanggung banget sumpah.
And now the 5-man Turkish squad need 3 rounds in a row to even get an overtime.
Yeah, I think we're in a spot now as well where we can look at how they've been playing.
HP Omen cuy. Nah tuh HP Omen tuh. Dapat ya 9 juta ya.
SMB like to play. They like to get up in your face. They like to.
Mending buat PC sih bang kalau gak buat kerja atau kemana-mana, saran dari aku. Soalnya laptop gaming rata-rata 11-13 juta. Si Chris ini emang butuh pakai laptop soalnya buat pakai jalan-jalan juga katanya si Bram. Jadi bener-bener nyari laptop kemarin. Main deket. Just gitu aja.
And they're going to continue hunting him down. At least for a moment they were.
Advantage.
They called a tactical timeout just before this Ascend, letting Supermassive Blaze sit in it, and now they'll run the clock down and do much of the same.
Sumpah itu pasti di molly anjir, kayu. Oh enggak, dia bakal di molly kayu.
It's fairly all in from Ascend.
Yeah.
All waiting outside.
It's the right call.
3 players on this site. If they can trade effectively, sure, it's going to go great, but they need to expand down early, and that's exactly what they do.
Great.
Sayang dah.
Kayak gitu. Tucked in the corner. It's even expected they were pre-firing and spraying away. Pora, the last man alive, and they'll bring Zeke right back into the round. Bought back by the Rez. This is an almost unwinnable clutch. In fact, Pora's got the worst weapon of them all. We saw a weapon here or there, some Spectres, but this man only has the Sheriff. Sure. He can do a lot with it, but in a 1v4, the pack mentality of Ascend.
Oh, gak netap ya laptop maksudnya kalau netap mending PC sih iya. 7 sama Bram.
13-9, 2-0.
Ascend
have walked away with the win on Supermassive Blaze's
mapping.
They have won the first match of Masters 3.
That is an incredibly good sign if you're an Ascend fan.
What's this? All right. We've got a bull on stage, and you know what? I describe him as exactly that. The whole team aggressive, feeling it on the back of Bone Cold's IG yelling. We saw him. He was stone cold on the first map, taking a bit of a hit when it came through to this one. The Astra not requiring the same style of play. But this team is now playing themselves that revenge story up against SMB.
I love it as well, because I was wondering coming into this tournament, like, will we have anybody along the lines of Fnatic? Like, will anybody put there maybe a Paddy Pan? Is there anyone out there who's going to do it? And I was like, maybe Starzo. But that's the whole team. They're all getting involved, having a great time. And honestly, that was impressive, because this is a map that they, even against weaker opposition, have not looked particularly good. Now coming in against what I would have said coming into this tournament as the best Ascent team from EMEA, and they made them look mortal.
They absolutely did. 2-0, Tom. You were saying coming into this map, it's 2-1. I don't know who's going to win, but it goes to a third map 100% of the time. And this is where Sue's going to be pretty thankful, because she said, if we get to a map 3, even though it was quite probable. So she's still technically in the right on that one. What an incredible performance, though, from Ascend. This is exactly the form that we want to see them on coming into this tournament. He did. 2 in the pistol, 0 in the rest of the half. But you know what? It didn't matter. The rest of the team was showing up. And Yeah, you had that star 2 or 3 rounds out of CNED, but for the most part,
Yeah, good
this was a
Sangat.
tight-knit pack. And I love the last round where they took that pack mentality.
Yeah.
They stuck together because they knew these guys are on pistols, these guys are on weaker weapons. That's where they make aggressive plays. That's where they push.
Ini dulu. Cobain, apa namanya? Map fracture. Rewind Vin, ada selebrasinya. Iya, udah lihat gue tadi, Dot. What the fuck, selebrasinya kayak banteng. Selebrasinya banteng, anjir. Toro-toro. Sabar, laptopnya nge-lag, anjir. Gue denger suaranya jadi kecil banget ya kesannya. Fracture.
Nothing stays hidden from me.
Nothing. Selebrasi berat ke partai ya. Nggak boleh ngomong kayak gitu, Dot. Ini apa namanya? Pantang ngobrol kayak gitu. Tadi main mana ya?
My ultimate is ready.
Tadi B ya, sekarang A deh. Ini jalan sini. Lift. Bisa naik gak ke lift? Oh bisa. Bagus sih berarti nih kalau di wire kayak gini lagi. Biar gak ada yang naik. Sini. Ini kemana nih? Ah, ini juga sini lagi. GG. Baik banget tempat masuknya. Caranya anjir. Bayar gini aja gitu. Ini udah pasti hancur. Sabar. Vin ikut dong, map baru. Vin tuh kok pakai foto CV-nya mana? Vin ikut dong map baru mapping. Yuk baru. Boleh mapping sini. Nus mana? Ada lu ya yang belum online. Map attacker bat ini bang. Iya sih map attacker bat ya. Yang defend kayak ribet banget. Kayak mesti bawa 2 sentinel deh. Maksudnya, Killjoy, antara Killjoy Cypher sama si siapa namanya? Sage gitu. Jarang-jarang ngeliat box kuning. Kayak gini. Bisa. Gak enak mah fracture banyak sela-selanya. Iya. Ini city spawn kan? City spawn sini ya udah ketemu ini musuh di sini. Face record. Invite sini. Ulang bentar. Ntar ya, pertama pakai Cypher dulu, abis ini Killjoy deh, cobain. Belum mulai kan tadi? Belum. Next siapa ya? Siapa ya? Gue di Discord. Sumpah, ini map gak ada sofa sih menurut gue, Nus. Gak ada sofa map. Woi.
Apa?
Menurut gue sih nggak sofa sih map di sini.
Ya cobain.
Menurut gue karena terlalu banyak angle sih, terlalu kecil, ya nggak sih?
Nggak tahu, gue belum
Mungkin-
pernah lihat.
Mungkin lu belum pernah lihat ya? Ini your first
Belum
time.
pernah masuk sini.
Oh belum pernah masuk. Ini gue juga pertama kali. Ini kedua kalinya gue tadi udah
There
sempet
is
masuk
no
bentar.
difference, just nicer toys.
Menurut
My
gue sih
ultimate is
bagusan pakai
ready.
Sky ketimbang pakai sofa ya. In my opinion. Gue kado dulu. Vin joget keju, anjir ada aja yang request joget keju. Sini kan, langsung naik. Mah, wire aja sini satu. Satu lagi. Nah ini nih, yang sulit nih. Ini kayak satu lagi gue bakal wire sini sih. Dua gitu. Sini. Naikannya nggak ada kan? Ini. Atau nggak sih ini? Biar nggak ada belokan, kecilin map. Ada gini yang lagi kampret, jadi nggak bisa di wire dah. Sini kalau mau.
Ghost pencet apa ya, Vin?
Ghost? Gue sih setting sendiri.
Iya.
Iya, gue udah pencetan gue sendiri. Kameranya sih yang pasti. Kamera kemarin gue liat Jody Filbert ini nih. Pojok sini nih. Nah, ini. Jelek, langsung hancur. Sini kali. Ini bagus ini. Nah, ini bagus nih. Bagus nih. Ke parabola, Vin. Parabola ini. Lu tau gak sih ada giniannya, Nus? Parabola.
Oh, ini buat memperluas rekon gua kan.
Apa anjir? Nih, yang seru tuh ada giniannya tau. Lu udah liat belum yang ini? Nus, Flying Fox. Woi. Flying Fox ini.
Ah. Ih, nggak bisa ngerem ya?
Gak bisa, harus jalan terus. Harus jalan
Udah,
terus.
kalau ketemu di tengah.
Iya,
Coba.
jadi kayak tembak-tembakan. Tengah.
Lu dari sana, lu dari sana.
Yaudah. 1, 2, 3, gue naik.
Gini ada lu.
Iya, di tengah-tengah situ. Jadi ke blokir. Lo tau kan sistem main teronya?
Dari ini kan. Dari sini kita nyebrang kan?
Iya, bisa nyebrang, bisa enggak, terserah lo.
Bisa ke sini. Iya.
Iya.
Aduh.
Ah, udah, gue cobain Killjoy ya deh. Killjoy.
30 seconds left. My ultimate is ready.
Sabar, gue mau liat ini dulu. Ini ya. Oh, sini. Susah dong kalau di wire situ. Tapi kalau Killjoy sih menurut gue bagusan sini. Sini nih, tempat Killjoy nih. Spike bisa dibuang di Flying Fox tapi respawn di attacker. Oh gitu. Ini Killjoy bagusan sini menurut gue. Bisa ngeliat dua angle. Turretnya taruh sini. Terus ini taruh sini nih. Gini berarti.
Placing alarm bot.
Nih, setup Killjoy menurut gue ya, yang efektif. Lu jaga dari mana ya? Sini nih. Gini nih. Ini jaga ya. Ya begitu ada turret kontak, bisa swing sini. Kalau sini nih. Beuh! Campuran split bind gak sih? Sama icebox juga sih. Ini mungkin gara-gara bind gara-gara pasir-pasir kayak gini ya. Oh, gue tahu. Enggak sih. Iya kayak gini sih paling bisa setup Killjoy. Mau jaga dari sini. Susah. Masih nggak ngerti cara jaganya ya nggak sih, Nus?
Bingung gua. Gue DC sih tadi.
Gitu coba kita ke B. Udah mulai belum ya? Oh belum mulai.
Vin.
Hah?
Tahu nggak sih di sini gampang banget tembusin?
Apa tuh? Oh, di balik tembok itu ya?
Iya.
Tembok tipis, iya, tahu. Kelihatan kok. Ban itu vibe split, itu ruang kecil, icebox, angle itu, and ropes. Iya, bisa jadi sih.
Last player
Salah pencet
standing.
anjir, jadi mati gua. Kampret. Kan ke B. B setupnya gimana ya? Bagus. Sini sih. Ini nih. Paling kalau killjoy. Atas sini. Taruh turret.
Turn out.
Lagi sini. Sini paling. Udah, gak ada lagi. Terus lu mainnya di... Mainnya di mana ya kalau gitu jaga ya? Oh, di bawah sini. Iya. Terlalu deket tapi. Tunggu ini dulu.
Bot coming
Bukain
back.
dulu. Nah, ini ada turunan. Jaga di sini. Jaga di sini kali ya. Begitu turret. Wah, rambutnya gak kena. Sini. Turret kontak. Swing. Kontak swing. Swing. Turret kan pasti nembak nih. Wih, setupku kayak gitu bang. Sama bat. Standar kayak dah kalau kayak gini Killjoy mainnya. Tahu sih, kan nggak tahu. Kita mesti nonton pro player dulu. Setup molly-nya ya agak bingung bang. Nah, juga sih setup molly-nya ya. Setup molly mah lempar aja lah kayaknya. Nah, sekarang pertanyaannya kalau misalnya kita jadi attacker. Kalau jadi attacker gimana ya? Ini ultinya. Sini kali. Oh, sini boleh sih. Oh, kalau nggak gini nih. Dapetin sini dulu. Nah, gini nih. Itu kalau sini. Nyebrang dulu. Nyebrang dulu terus gini. Nggak dapet ini ya? Nggak kelihatan ini gua. Kelihatan nggak? Nah, gini kelihatan kayaknya. Nggak kelihatan radar ya gua. Gua udah lihat. Bisa nggak?
Kena nggak ya sini?
Nah, kelihatan kan radarnya. Nih. Kalau bisa jadi taker, di sini kayak bagus nih. Kalau sini bagus nih. Nah, jelek, bisa dihancurin tapi. Ini nih, paling aman menurut gua. Sini. Oh, gini anjir. Kalau jadi taker enak banget pakai killjoy berarti. Kampret. Kampret, kampret. Kampret. Oh, tapi ini bisa ditembusin. Nah, coba deh sini dah. Sabar. Ini dah. Lu kesun dong. Nggak, lu tunggu situ, lu tunggu situ. Lu pakai vandal ya? Bisa tembusin gak nih? Tembusin ulti gua. Di bawah lu. Bisa tau, bisa sumpah. Bisa. No.
Oh iya.
Iya kan? Bisa sumpah. Kemarin gue liat shot soalnya kayak gitu. Iya. Nggak bisa berarti kayak gitu mainnya, pantes. Kurang anjir kalau misalnya ini nggak bisa di wallbang.
Iya, kurang banget.
Iya, kemarin gue liat nonton shot, dia nembak kayak gini-gini doang anjir, nembak lantai. Terus dia headshot dari bawah ke atas.
Hah? Jadi dia dapat kill gitu?
Enggak, dia dibunuh dari bawah, di sini, di basementnya. Giniin. Mati. Dia di atas mati tadi tiba-tiba.
Gila, keren amat orang. Ini ada spot ya?
Kalau di bawah itu bisa di wallbang, kalau nggak sama bridge. Iya, bener. Oh iya, bridge anjir udah bisa counter ini. Bridge kepake sih di map ini, pantes di buff kampret. Riot. Iya, paling aman sini sih menurut gua. Mau sini. Kalau mau oke-nya lah. Jadi kayak lu taruh sini, terus lu fight di atas tangga. Bisa di sini ya? Iya, bisa di fight di sini. Belum mulai kan? Belum, masih iklan. Turret mana ya kalau gitu ya? Sini kali.
Placing sentry.
Iya sini lumayan. Kayaknya.
Gue datang dari mana sih? Di sini kan?
Placing sentry.
Iya dari situ.
Taker.
Ya dari situ. Bingung ya. Sebenarnya kalau jadi teror kayak gampang deh. Peteker banget sih jelas kayak. Tinggalnya sini. Ini nggak mungkin ya. Ini iya ini map. Ini CT. CT-nya di sini. Oh, dua ini tuh CT. Tempatnya CT. Iya.
Oh.
Sabar. Ini jangan. Tapi nanti jangan lupa nonton entry-nya 4Q ke stage pengen lihat. Oh ya. Bentar dah. Gue harus ke Discord bentar. Wait, hold a minute. Bentar ya guys. Halo, I'm back.
Halo.
Tapi kalau jadi attacker bisa ngepung defender tapi harus pinter. Iya. Gak bisa jatuh, gak bisa lompat. Wire mana ya? Q-jab kan kayak gitu sih. Atau enggak? Nggak bisa sih. Gue mikir, apa bisa ya saudara? Killjoy taruh turret di sini. Di sini. Iya bisa sih. Nih. Sabar gue swapin. Kan nggak nyerang lu lagi. Masih nyerang lu sih? Kenapa masih nyerang lu? Tapi nggak nge-damage ya?
Gua kan invulnerable.
Oh iya vulnerable.
Ini apa? Masih merah ininya.
Ini gue tarik. Nih. Ah, ngentot.
Kasar banget.
Sorry. Nah kayak gini nih. Turret kontak, picknya dari sini nih.
Der. Gitu.
Jadi kayak lu walk dulu, ntar pas turret kontak di-pick dari atas. Kan pasti orang nge-picknya dari sini nih. Nge-pick kayak gini kan nih. Kayak gini nih.
Dari sini sih nggak mungkin.
Pasti nge-pick dari sini. Iya, terus itu ya taruh bawah anjir. Nggak bisa taruh bawah anjir.
Gini nih.
Ya, kayak gini. Oh, itu juga bisa tuh kayak gitu. Bagus juga tuh angle-nya. Gue liat gua. Mulai kan? Udah mulai belum sih? Belum mulai.
Restart game ya. Apa sih kalau mau ini by pace?
End game. End.
30 seconds left.
End lagi.
Ya, kayak gini kan.
By geniuses, and I am a genius.
And I am geniuses.
Ini sih ini ya.
Jelek sebanus. Gue udah ini sih tadi reset dikit. Tapi pasti ketahuan nih kalau di R gini. Kalau taruh sini langsung dihancurin. Iya, paling wire situ sih. Kalau sini nih di bawah depanan dikit. Nggak bisa tapi ketahuan juga. Iya udah, itu berarti wire satu-satunya.
Nggak bisa kan? Paling ini kan di sini bisa masuk nih, ya kan?
Masuk mana? Nggak bisa ini base CT.
Base CT.
Iya. Base CT nih.
Ini, oh berarti ya situ sama sini dong.
Iya. Dua doang.
Nggak bisa, jelek banget.
Dua doang anjir. Nih, gue paling wire sini sinus ya. Ya yang gue pikirin tadi situ satu. Udah satu lagi nggak tahu gue.
Satu lagi, kalau ini tuh mana sih?
Kalau mau jaga solo B.
Maksudnya dari sini ya kalau.
Iya, maksudnya dari situ. Udah lu tinggal punya dua arah. Mau masuk dari mana? Di sana atau sini?
Ini. Sono. Wah, jelek banget. Kayaknya nggak di B deh habitatnya Cypher.
Iya, menurut gue juga sih. Bagusan di A kayak. Masalah Killjoy juga bagusnya di A anjir. Kayak 3-2 sih.
Kalau Killjoy masih bisa, Vin. Angle-nya masih bisa ini, cover 2 angle kan?
Oh iya. Nih, taruh sini nih.
Placing alarm bot.
Killjoy. Enggak sih, bagusan sini sih menurut gua taruh Killjoy nih. Jaga hall ini. Ini mana apa sih? Main. Jaga main. Sama sini turretnya. Udah, turretnya pojok sini. Bisa ngeliat dua arah. Bisa ngeliat sini juga nih. Coba nih gue endgame ya, endgame face. Tuh kan, bisa ngeliat turret. Lu tau sini gak sih, Nus?
Hah?
Yang pintu ini, pintu rahasia.
Tahu?
Terus yang ini mana jaganya? Yang di atas sini. Lift. Turret lagi. Turret jaga sini.
Placing sentry.
Mana-mana turret tuh. Coba aja fracture ada bug. Kayak ada bug sih, masih ada bug. Door.
Pak.
Iya, anjir nih bagus kayak gini dah kayaknya. Iya, satu sini. Tapi harus ada yang jagain sini. Map yang membingungkan anjir. Tapi Cypher bisa wire sini, Nus. Bisa wire sini, enaknya. Ya, wire jauh. Bisa dilompatin ternyata. Ente dah, kayak gini.
Ini nih.
Coba nih, gue jadi.
30 seconds left.
Ya, salah pencet, maaf dah. Nice try, Kevin. Siapa lagi? Taruh lagi tadi. Gitu ya? Ya ini mah udah pasti nggak kena nih. Ya udah nggak bisa itu.
Apa?
Nggak mungkin bisa. Kalau dilompatin gitu, ya.
Bisa. Ini agak apa ya?
Udah mau mulai gitu.
Coba patin, Min.
Bisa ternyata.
Bisa. Nggak bisa.
Coba sekali. Di tempat yang sama. Kayak gue salah deh tadi. Nah. Bisa. Kalau nggak di dataran tinggi gitu. Ya mau sini. Kan dia nggak bisa naik. Ya kan?
Coba dari situ.
Iya, nggak mungkin dari sini.
Dari sini.
Nggak bisa. Dia masih kena.
Tangan masih sini berarti ya.
Tapi aku mau dengerin cerita My Fracture di Nicodope. Oke. Oh, mana ya? Iya, sini. Jir, susah banget nih map, gila. Baru nyadar gue.
Kamera mana, Vin?
Bot coming back. Recall.
Kamera sini nih, gue tadi nemuin sini nih yang bagus. Ini nih. Di atas sini nih. Lo harus naik sini nih, yang ini. Lo arahin situ. Bukan. Pojok.
Kelihatan.
Pojok, sini nih. Iya, yep.
Iya, ini bagus.
Bagus ya. Saya lihat side.
Begitu loh.
Kenapa? Gue sih penasaran anjir yang B gimana cara jaganya. Susah banget sumpah pakai sentinel di B kayaknya.
Aduh, kamera gua. Tinggalan.
Iya sih, jaga cuma bisa di sini doang dah.
Alarm bot out.
Kayaknya. Sini.
Vin, gua endgame dulu.
Don't overthink it. That's my
Aduh.
30 seconds left.
I need to set back up.
Oh, F4Q ini. Bani. Belum mulai. Gimana cara jaganya? Oh my god. Kok gue gak bisa lewat sih?
Time for a field test.
Gini deh kayaknya. Yang bagus sih ya, Killjoy. Jelat sono sih ini juga. Iya. Terus tinggal kayak gini.
Alarm bot out.
Udah, gini. Kok gak gini? Ini mah mati dong. Jaga di sini. Susah banget sumpah, gue masih belum tahu. Tinggal deh yang pas. Ini berarti.
Bot coming back.
Mana ya? Situ masih ini ya.
Ini gua berarti.
Iya, di sini juga bisa di main side situ.
Here.
Jadi gue jadi kebiasaan enakan main pakai 4 kali dah MSA ya.
Itu gua nonton Jordi Filbert sini terus soalnya dia.
Bisa di one way in.
Ini ya.
Di one way in sini Nus. Ya next itu terus ntar ada lempar sini. Ya antara situ lah.
Wah.
Itu sih bagus kayaknya. Sini.
Oh ini.
Oh mainnya yang off angle gini nih. Ini juga boleh.
Recalling my bot.
Kayak gini bagus juga ya.
Time out. Bot coming back.
Coba ganti agent. Misalnya main apa ya sini agentnya? Omen. Bentar ya,
30
satu.
seconds left.
I can't see them yet.
I will rip the light from
Tapi gue jadi attacker nih. Jadi attacker. Di mana harus di smoke? Oke sih ini kali.
cover going out.
Atas.
Oh.
Kita amat smoke.
Tapi nggak bisa ya, Vin, kalau jaga di kolong itu.
Di kolong bawah situ.
Iya, diutil-utilin nggak sih?
Iya pasti rip sih kayaknya. Ujungnya pasti kayak ada line up dah. Iya juga ya, kenapa gua nggak nyari line up ya? Line up molly gitu. Smokin sini.
Shadows traveling.
Kok jadi omen? Smokin situ, nyebrang. Tembak sini. Oh sini. Smoke mana lagi? Masa? Oh, smoke sini nih. Satu lagi sini.
Cover going out.
Oh, pakai sage nih. Sage sedangin ini. Iya.
Here.
Masuk sana.
Iya kan ada dua nyebrangnya. Jadi kita nyerang dua arah kayak gini.
Ini?
Ya itu base CT. Base CT jadi ada dua tempat keluarnya.
Oh, kita tutup. Bentar. Kalau masuk, kan tutup sini.
Iya, pakai paling smokin sini nih, nyebrang.
Ya.
Goblok tapi smoke-nya.
Iya.
Shadows traveling.
Nah udah. Hah? Gak bisa di smoke ya?
Hah? Gak muat ya? Coba.
Anjir.
Gak muat ini.
Muat sih sebenarnya, cuman susah aja angle-nya. Nih kayak gini nih. Ini baru pas nih kayak. Oh. Tapi ngeri-ngeri.
Oh iya.
Mas ngeri sedap sih sumpah kayak gini. Ini wajib wall sage sih.
Dalam kan. Jadi tinggal.
Iya berarti mesti smoke sini kah? Iya kayaknya dah. Nih, smoke sini kalau mau.
Ini ada ini. Bersihin ini ya.
Iya.
Kayak nggak cocok, Vin. Komen.
Nggak cocok ya?
Shadows traveling.
Dari pikir-pikir kok gini ya?
Smoke mana dong abisnya? Kayak kurang gitu gak sih? Di smoke sini harus fat ya?
Iya, kurang.
Enggak sih harus.
Ambil ini ya? Masa ambil ini sih? Oh, smoke-nya nih, Vin.
Smoke mana?
Here.
Masa sih? Ini enggak dah.
Iyalah.
Cover going out.
Enggak lah, masa smoke situ jelek banget. Kayak mesti fight ambil heaven-nya sih. Ini. Mesti fight ambil heaven.
Here.
Iya, mesti pas ambil hyper.
Vin coba bongkar misteri sama fracture. Nggak bisa gue bongkar misteri itu, gue bukan Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. Berarti ini nggak bakal dilepas, Vin.
Viper gimana? Bener juga Viper deh kayaknya. Iya anjir.
Ini nggak bakal.
Bener Viper harus. Nih.
Coba lu pakai.
30 seconds left.
Dari mana B ya? Oh gue jadi attacker ya. Nih Viper anjir. Boleh wall sini berarti. Nih.
Toxins going up.
Iya. Iya Nus, Viper udah fix.
Toxin screen down.
Viper sumpah jawabannya. Kayak gini nih, jadi boleh. Ini nggak mungkin nyampe atas kan?
Toxins going up.
Coba.
Iya. Viper wall. Oh kalau mau tuh kayak gini. Wallnya. Nih, bagus tuh kayak gini. Kayak gini udah baru bener deh. Gak tau sih gue sotoy aja. Seri.
Toxins going up.
Nih. Nah kan? Kayak gini. Iya. Iya kayak gini. Kurang kananan dikit dah.
Toxin screen down.
Iya, Viper wall kayak gini. Bagus ya. Kurang kanan dikit. Nah gini nih. Iya. Jelek. Yang bagus tuh kayak gini. Viper jawabannya anjir buat map fracture. Nah ini nih.
Vin, sini deh.
Nah ini nih, bagus nih wall kayak gini. Sumpah.
Coba lu berdiri sini deh.
Here.
Pegang senjata.
Ya.
Wah, ini mah langsung ketemu ya.
Iyalah. Iya, Viper jawabannya. Ada kartunya di sana, Vin, kayak teka-teki. Kartunya Viper kayak jelek, coba cari angle kalau ult. Oh iya. Angle hold, mana? Main side kayak gini.
Wah, ini gampang di...
Jelek ya?
ini
Kecil ya? Iya. Kalau tagging.
Tagging masih bisa sih. Puter-puter gini kan?
Iya, puter.
Kalau defending sih.
Ya, tapi ini bagus sih wall kayak gini. Sumpah dah, nggak bohong gua.
Iya, Vin.
Terus bungkus B-nya. Ih. Dah, B beres. Harus pakai Viper di sini.
Kurang ini nggak sih? Kurang kiri kayaknya bagusan tadi deh.
Enggak, bagusan barusan, Nus.
Masa sih?
Iya, Cem bagus soalnya kenapa? Karena lu tuh bisa kelihatan ujungnya. Iya, kelihatan ujungnya. Nih, jadi kayak nggak bakal bisa diselipin gitu loh. Jadi lu tahu angle-nya yang bakal mereka keluar dari mana. Iya, situ. Jadi Free Fire aja kayak gitu. Terusin. Molly.
Free Fire sih.
Iya kayak gitu. Coba kalau A gue just sebagai attacking. Oh, membelah gini, Nes. Gini. Jadi T-spawn kan kayak gini. Nah, gini nih. Bagus nih. Gimana sih? Kelihatan tapi nggak bisa kelihatan dari zone dari heaven nih. Jelek. Kayaknya dipakai. Berarti dua smoker deh kayaknya. Apa?
Kenain sini bisa gak?
Oh, make sense. Kenain ini ya. Itu box. Susah banget sih gue ini ya. Map gue kecil soalnya nggak kelihatan.
Nah, nggak kelihatan nih.
Oh iya, buat nyebrang ya.
Ya.
Tapi ini heaven-nya harus ada line up kayaknya dah buat ke heaven sono. Jadi kayak smoke-nya bisa jatuh di sono. Anjing banget. Anjing bisa deh kayaknya dari sini. Gak tau deh. Tadi gua kayak kelihatan gitu buat lempar smoke. Nih, kayak gini, lempar aja udah. Ente dah. Oke juga. Nggak, iya beneran. Bagus tuh tadi wall kayak gitu. Terus lempar deh ininya. Sini. Jam throw kali ya.
Ini Vin. Di rope sini.
Wah, nice try anjing.
Ini bisa gak? Kelihatan gak tadi?
Ult A atas. Oh, ult A atas. Cobain. Ult A atas. Anjing. Atas. Viper sumpah jawabannya nih. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Ini gak kenal loh.
Apa anjing kayak gini? Kalau di luar kayak sih biasa aja sih.
Kayak apa ya?
Jelek banget. Begini ya?
Sama bolong.
Bagus ya kayak gini buat ngumpet, Nus.
Iya.
Buat nyelip-nyelipan. Bagus nih buat one way.
Satu bawah.
Iya. Ya pada intinya harus ultiin deh. Sono anjir. Gimana tuh? Nggak tahu. Ini nggak cat banget. Bagus gak kayak gini? Jelek anjing. Ya.
Ini oke nih, Vin. Sini. Kamera.
Mau masuk akal. Iya. Iya. Kok kamar gue tiba boroko sih? The fuck? Perasaan gue dong ya? Ulti mah udah pasti di sini gak sih? Gue cukup yakin sih, ulti tuh pasti di sini. Kalau main Viper, nahan sini, sama sini.
Yang sini.
Pakai wall jadinya. Nih, wallnya gini. Oh iya pasti main Viper. Dua smoker nih kayak ban dah line up-nya. Gue sih, dua smoker. Enggak sih, enggak juga. Bisa kan kayak gini nih? Ya sih kok jadi defender ya? Tuh. Iya anjir. Bagus. Defender.
Tapi lu bener-bener lepas ini loh.
Iya. Lepas ininya. Satu mesti jagain orang lain dong. Ya lu main sini.
Gue jadi cypher, gue taruh kamera aja.
Ya oke lah bisa kayak gini. Oh Avova. Oke lah. Ganti. Oh gini kali ya. Coba kalian game. Oh live-nya lama. Live-nya lama. Gue tadi mikir mau tabrak sini terus gue ulti aja sini. Dia mainnya nggak mungkin tapi. Bisa gak ya? Coba di sini. Terus kayak gini. Bisa. Bisa, lu jadi mainnya di sini. Iya. Kecilin map.
Jadi gangguin lo.
Oh iya. Nggak kayak gitu bagus anjir buat nahan ayah. Dapat gak ya? Coba ada lu jadi Terra Dennis. Terus kita restart game.
30 seconds left.
Coba ya. Lu jadi belakang. Lu jadi attacker dah.
Ini.
Coba ya.
30 seconds left.
Coba ke A dah. Udah belum? Tapi jangan nabrak tembok ya. Iya sih.
Jangan nabrak tembok ya.
Ya lo ke A, tapi arah main gitu lo berarti. Di A hole-nya. Bisa.
Bentar.
Dah, nih gue buka ya. Terus lo kayak ras biasa. Ya nih. Tutup kan? Nggak kelihatan kan langsung?
Nggak kelihatan.
Iya udah. Sini bisa dikontrol ya men. Yang main langsung dikontrol gini. Iya. Udah, tinggal main sini. Dengan pintu terbuka. Viper sih jawabannya. Udah mau mulai.
Ini kalau mau masuk dari mall, gue di sini. Wah, nggak bisa ini.
Kok defender gimana? Bisa kayak? Nggak bisa. Dia bisa sih nyeret kayak gini. Nggak bisa naik. Bisa kan? I will live. Otakku ngeblank liat ulti Viper. Ngeblank. Bagus sih Viper nahannya di sini. Oke lah. Oke sih Viper buat defender buat ngecerin map. Pakai lah buat defender Viper. Bagus. Oke, mari kita coba agent lain. Race.
30 seconds left. Last round in the half.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
Mau main di A, bagus kayak gini.
Satchel up. My ult
Bam. Terlalu banyak belok-beloknya. Apa gue aja yang cupu ya? Udah, aku mau tidur pusing mikirnya. Oke, bye, Chris. Bam. Emang orpe ada 4 ya katanya?
4 tuh. Oh, ini bagus nih.
1.
Oh iya.
Orpe mana lagi anjir? 2. 3. Iya anjing nus. Orpe ada 4.
Sumpah.
Iya. Iya, orpe ada 4 ini. Gila banget. Orpe ada 4 anjing. What the fuck? Secel yang suka banget suara dingin Viper. Secel yang menerbang. Ampun. Abang Edo. Goblok malam chat B. A2 B2 orb. Cosplay cakap-cakap juga. Iya. Banyak ya di TikTok. Apaan sih gua mencet B mulu.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Dan
My ult's ready.
bam. Orb ada 4. Bisa ulti 3 kali. Iya anjir. Orb ada 4. Nih Phoenix main di sini. Gedek juga gue lama-lama. Nes. Ngapain?
Nyari rekon.
Bukan map sofa sumpah.
My ult's ready.
Rekon A bisa sih Nus tapi main B. B bagus ini. Lo rekon dia ya?
Iya.
Mana? Rekon mana Nus?
Ada orang bunuh. Ada orang di bawah masih mati.
Widih. Kece juga. Saya coba timbang biar boosted. Para seneng nih ada map kayak gini. Iya. Bumbot sekarang udah gak sakit sih.
Bumbot udah fungsi sekarang.
Iya. Oh gini nih. Bam. Jelek. Gini boleh kali ya? Nggak naik. Viper paling enak di map ini. Emang lu udah main, Pat? Lu bukan kerjanya main RDR mulu ya? Ya bumbut sama turret di nerf. Iya kan? Bos! Keren banget gue rasain. Ye, gak naik. Tuh naik tuh. Lihat tuh, naik. Ye. Tuh. Kalian gak nusat nih, udah boleh kan lu?
Mana?
Tai. Dari sini lihat dah.
Dari sini.
Nih, gue dari sini. Tapi gue pakai satchel buat tag sono. Kecepetan.
Namanya tadi.
2 kali try. Nih ya. Kok nggak naik sih tadi? Naik anjir. Kan apa gue bilang? Sabar dong. Gedek gua. Nih. Oh, naik. Naik. Lihat tuh. 4 kali bang gue hitungin. Berhasil gue. Udah siap gue jadi next layak nih.
Here comes this party. My ult's ready.
Anjir, ketinggian. Ketinggian. Dah. Nah gini nih.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Langsung ke side. Cakep. Goblok banget sih, gue masa lompat situ aja gak bisa sih.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Udah mau mulai. Dah, kita DC dulu. Dah. Nonton kan, Nus?
Nonton lah.
I also love seeing the map on the floor. I feel like our production, I mean, it's not because they're hiring me, but this is amazing.
I feel like, you know, when we did the playtest the other day, we had a map on the floor, and I was just kind of walking around on it, being like, oh, I'm in the map, and I felt like such a child, but it is so cool.
Susah kan, Wai Sofa?
I don't know in the rest of the world, but in Spain,
Iya.
we had this carpets with like roads and everything, so kids could play.
Yeah,
That
we've got
classic
those.
one. That was
Exactly.
that classic one. Oh my god.
Soalnya gini loh, Nus, kayak mungkin mereka mikir dia tuh udah keluarin map bind kan. Bind lagi breeze maksud gua. Udah keluarin map breeze. Anjing itu orang tangannya satu tangan tato anjing. Tato hitam semua. Ini breeze kan mapnya sofa banget tuh. Mungkin nextnya nggak dikasih sofa lagi gitu loh.
Buat ini kalian Yoru belum coba loh.
Iya, Yoru bisa sih. Kayak pakai dimainin di pintunya tau gak sih lo? Dibuka-bukain pintunya. Iya, bisa jadi sih. Bisa jadi. Soalnya kayak mirip-mirip sama Bind tadi. Kata ini, sleeve gak sih? Sleeve ya? Pegel dah ketek gua, kenapa ya?
Nama ininya apa, Vin? Tentunya.
Buka ya channel Valorant. Atau bang biar keren. Oh, itu di belakang ada koleksi figur apaan? Koleksi figur banyak, mau lihat ini. Aduh, headset gue ketarik. Bentar.
So you want them to keep it?
Yes.
I mean, I disagree. Just because
Koleksi figur ada
agree with the Astra part of it. I really like Astra.
Avengers, lihat.
She can do on any map. So
Ada
let's see,
juga.
actually, we're gonna have the agent select at any moment. I don't expect surprises from F4Q, but let's see what G2 go for. I'm really
Botol kematian kayak gini. Nih. Unboxing dong bang, jangan dong. Emang nggak sengaja nggak dibuka. Botol kematian. Aduh, tutupnya keluar.
Okay, so here's the question. I need to know this, Gio, because obviously I know my own answer.
Ada Luffy gak? Anime bang? Enggak ada. Nggak ada anime.
Before you answer, just think that this is the map for the cold.
Wibu ya bang Kevin, bukan anjir gua kayak lu Edo. Kayak lu. Ada Gundam, gak ada Gundam. Map apa ini?
Iya, map apa?
Bind deh kayaknya.
Jadi hero-nya ya.
Berdasarkan dari agentnya. Tapi gak ada Viper. Kayaknya gak mungkin deh.
Emang lagi ngetren. Itu kok jadi tato.
Ya lihat tangannya kan?
Enggak itu. Di matanya dekat alisnya.
Oh iya. 10. Kok lu kayak lebih cepet gitu sih?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Coba.
Sorry, Vin. Gua pause deh sebentar.
Enggak. Gua kecilinnya itu kualitinya gua cobain.
Aman kok 1080 gua. Nah, sama internet.
Enggak, maksudnya biar lebih cepat, biar nyesuaiin sama lo.
Oh.
Itu semua ditukar ke master, mau gak? Boleh. Tanggung. Ibu suka mabuk. Lu anjir itu mah pet. Beli Sonic the Hedgehog, bang, keren. Gak gitu suka gue sama Sonic. Kok ini gue nggak full screen sih ini ya? Udahlah.
Gila, nonton di Twitch bagus banget.
Iya emang, kualitasnya lebih bagus kan? Ketimbang di YouTube. 10 angka keberuntungan, ya betul sekali. Angka keberuntungan. Oh, Ashen. Nyata, kok geter-geter sih?
I think
Gempa ya?
that's what you need to see take the spotlight for G2 is Kellogg's, right? That's going to be a massive talking point. It's going to continue throughout this.
Valorant nggak bisa betting ya bang? Bisa. Ada channel nih, setahu gue ada website-nya. Cuma gue nggak tahu.
Betting duit bukan betting skin ya?
Iya betting duit deh kayaknya. Betting kali ya, tanggung.
But it's the layers behind G2, right? It's where Kellogg's has gone wrong, who's picked up the slack, and previously.
Wait, gempa? Kayak gempa kan? Geter-geter.
Udah enggak tuh.
Kok baru ronde 1 udah ini sih anjing?
Geter-geter.
Enggak, ronde 1 udah pause.
Berarti ada geter-geter gaming di game ini, Vin.
Geter-geter gaming. Berlin tuh deket Bali ya bang? Nggak mau jawab ah, selalu. Jauh anjir di Jerman itu, Berlin. Oh di Twitch lebih bagus ya bang, ya udah dah aku nonton di Twitch. Ya lebih jernih ketimbang di YouTube sebenarnya kalau streamingan gitu bang Ramo. Vin, menurutmu pisau Battle Pass bagus gak? Bagus, kayak rapi gitu loh. Apa sih namanya? Lupa. Pedangnya kayak soft frame gitu, tapi kayak ada ukir-ukirannya. Begitu mereka main di map Luxville ya. Luxville apa ya?
Itu map PB anjing.
Sorry gue gak main PB. Untung ada Lunas, gue gak tahu Luxville.
Favorit gue tuh main shotgun.
Imagine bang, JJ cuma beli pisau. Iya, soalnya mahal banget Bram, itu pisaunya. Kayak katanya. Gak jadi dah, enakan nonton di sini bisa ngobrol. Apa chill kita. Katana. Oke.
Ini lu lihat deh. Bosnya Esperanza tuh apa sih? Sofa kanan.
Oh itu ini Valorant Go. Sage itu gambarnya.
Oh.
Ya.
Sini birunya keren.
Iya Tosca gitu ya. Evina. Nukie. Ya ampun, tidak main PB, nggak main gue bang. Waktu zaman PB gue mainnya CS16. Tuh kan orang Eropa tuh mainnya pakai Sage semua sumpah.
Yang kanan kagak.
Iya, Eropa. Tadi kan Eropa kayak barusan bawa Sage. Kan soalnya tiap region tuh beda nih sini metanya. Kayak Korea kan terkenal sama bridge ya. Iya. Kayak katana pisau Battle Pass. Kitak yang kemarin ya. Mirip sih.
Mantap.
Jadi kayak lebih bagus aja ada ukirannya.
Heal.
Nukie.
Defensive side information to trickle through without being potentially contested, but it does slow down the pace slightly. We're at 50 seconds.
Sage kan diceritain emang keturunan Eropa bang. Emang iya ya?
Masih.
Jadi mereka menghormati gitu ya Sage karena keturunan Eropa. Bagus nih diselipin. Oke.
Gila.
Bani. The fuck? Jago juga sih Bani.
Kok bisa gitu sih nembak klasik? Iya.
Kenapa sih wallnya kayak gitu? Gue gak suka lo wallnya. Kan bisa dilompatin anjir. Apa karena emang kayak gitu ya? Tujuannya ya? Dilompatin terus. Kellogg's.
Tolong. Wah, gila.
Menang. G2 menang anjir.
Real.
Sage China gak sih? Sage China gak tahu. Sekarang kali ini emang sih gubrak.
Oh, yang ngomong Edo gubrak.
Iya. Bentar deh, tadi gue ngeliat ada orang nge-skillnya pakai tombol P. Bener gak sih tadi? Apa gue salah liat ya?
P kali, lu orang Sunda ya?
P.
Ini dia nih. Bani.
Oh iya ini. SA, PH. SA.
Oh.
PH.
Keyboardnya yang ABCD, Vin.
Emang iya ya?
Bukan QWERTY.
Again, G2 slow in approach.
Masa sih?
SAPH. Nggak mungkin, sumpah.
SAPH.
Kayak itu.
Dia
mungkin.
The
Keyboardnya
fuck?
bukan QWERTY anjing ini mah.
Nggak tahu sih gue, nggak kepikiran.
Lihat Kelok.
Iya sama.
Iya pasti keyboardnya itu.
Nggak lah kayak settingannya.
Mereka dari negara mana nih?
EMEA, Eropa. G2 itu Eropa.
Look, we've all criticized G2 in the past. Many a moons ago, different roster ago. Do they have that depth? We're still learning about this look of G2.
Keyboard AZERTY kali.
Iya kali, beda bukan QWERTY.
Gak itu settingan streamernya. Oh bisa jadi settingan streamer Nus. Masa iya sih? Pakai. Tuh mengasalnya kan semua orang sama nih settingannya. Wah bagus. Di stun.
Settingan streamer.
Iya. Observer, settingan observer ya. Esperanza.
Detektif. Oh, Espinoza. Siapa?
Esmeralda.
Bukan.
Nice try.
Espinoza.
Bukan player kalau spekternya nyesuaiin spektatornya. Oh, I see. Clock. 5K.
Perfect opportunity to get a bonus round going here for G2. Let's see if they do decide to make a play here. On the other side, actually seeing Bunny
adjusting.
Yeah, a little bit of an adjustment. He's not quite settled just yet, and actually it will be a full rifle come through. I don't know if we're going to see any madness with a judge coming.
Jangan teriakan Bang Kevin. Lagi nggak main sih. Wah bagus tuh, disak terus di nade. Mau dapetin ini nih, tahu nih gua. CT-nya tuh nggak, defender nggak ngasih ini, nggak ngasih orb, karena mereka tahu satu lagi jet dapat orb. Nggak dikasih tuh orb-nya. Tuh, bener-bener di clearance orb-nya. Nah, makanya mereka pergi ke B, pasti buat ambil orb-nya. Kasih gua orb-nya. Gitu. Kan? Ulti, flash keluar, disak tapi. Wah, nice.
Play control. Heal gua bro.
Iya. Gua heal tuh. Bagus tuh healnya. Dari jendela. Hah? Gak salah anjir, gue baru lihat anjir.
Timing.
Let's try. Berlin emang gak ada corona bang. Ada lah. Tapi kayak udah di Eropa kan udah turun banget kasusnya. Kemarin nutun Korea sendiri ya. Korea sendiri nutun.
Sheriffnya Ion semua.
Iya, Ion, the best sheriff in the world. Vin udah vaksin, dah. Lu udah vaksin belum, Chris? Laper dah. Tapi gue sekarang mulai setuju sih, buat Sage di sini tuh benar-benar hal yang sangat baik. Anjir, gue baru lihat nggak main Sentinel banget loh si G2.
I hate saying because it sounds like nonsense. It is such a mental-based game, especially for some of these players who are very new to the environment.
Kenapa lagi?
How this feels, new to
mau taktikal.
different regions, especially. This is so many different variables here.
It is, and I
mean, banget kayaknya
indicators in that previous round, looking to get a little more proactive in terms of denying that orb.
Masa sih?
There was nothing to follow up, right? There was no pinch through mid. There was nothing else to greet maybe the weaker side of G2's default. So that's really where they can get away with murder, right? Yes, they get all this information from who's present on A, who's pressuring outside of A man. You've got to anticipate there's a third member at least towards tree. So right there, the setup, it's the biggest tell that G2 can receive.
Sertifikat. Lapar pecel solusinya. Akhirnya Jito ada 2 orang pakai Vandal Prime dan ada yang pakai Vandal Keju. Iya, Vandal Keju the best. Ketika vaksin kedua, kenapa belum dapat ya? Ada yang bernasib sama. Waduh. Mesti dihubungin kali sama orang ini ya. Kesehatannya Bang Ramo. Aku sudah ada. Waktu itu langsung di SMS. Lu udah ada kan Nus pasti sertifikatnya?
Gua mah lihat di peduli lindungi adanya.
Oke, gue juga ada deh kalau gitu. Lindungi.
Download dari situ.
It's going to be set up in front of Bunny, but again, last time G2 were able to creep up, pretty much got into A main for free, and it's looking like another pretty late hit in the round. Again, it wasn't comfortable in terms
5K kayak sering ketemu dah gue di rank. Itu 5M ya.
Things have been in the post plant for them on the Sent in particular.
I get nervous with Anti goes running
Di wallbang itu aja ternyata bu. Mainnya sangat Eropa banget dah. Boleh kayak gini nih Nus, main ini Sage.
Boostingan buat ituin smoke ya.
Iya buat lawan ini ya, buat fight Heaven-nya juga.
Bener banget sih.
Nice try. Umur 10 Vin masih belum ada vaksin. Oh, umur 10 sih Chris ya. Oh my god.
Kalau kayak tadi udah maksudnya kan kita pantekin Heaven nih.
Ya.
Yang naik kan pantekin Heaven. Masuk gak sih?
Masuk apa ya?
Masuk set gak sih? Apa tungguin terus?
Enggak, selalu di situ doang. Sampai beres, sampai plan, sampai wall hancur. Bakal di atas terus. Makanya tadi dia nungguin kan di belakang sambil mantek belakang.
Iya.
Iya. Oh, yang jaga sofa. Sofanya dijadiin ini. Tuh. Control mate-nya bertiga. I see.
Panahan.
Sofanya dijadiin sentinel. Biasanya yang main situ kan Cypher kalau Killjoy.
Tujuannya apa ya? Gue mau lihat Sofanya ngapain.
Nahan doang Nus. Dia cuma recon mid terus sudah. Biar nganterin pakai recon di mid. Terus gitu tahan aja. Iya, jadi itu kayak default gitu loh. 1A 1B, 3 mid. Habis gitu udah dapet 1. Nah, mereka langsung regroup. Hajar aja nih kayak gitu. Tuh, kayak gini. Kayak nge-walk. Ah, kena timing anjing tuh race. Sian naik. Berani juga race. Iya sih, pakai Phantom. Gak bakal main jauh. Ah, anjing. Strong banget. Di flank ini, dibungkus B. A. Nice try banget.
Kepala jadi.
Berlin ada peduli lindungi juga bang. Nggak mau ngomong gue itu anjing. Pedro tai. Kita itu berarti GG dong ya bang. Kok hampir semuanya orang. Pedro. Kenapa? Resolusinya ya?
Iya.
Pakai 4/3 dia. Pakai 4/3 kayak gitu jadinya.
Lihat lorong.
Iya di peduli lindungi juga belum ada. Kenapa ya? Mungkin belum kali ya. Belum mungkin. Emang udah berapa lama Bang Ramo itu? Kan G2, G2 kali, GG. Bisa jadi sih. G2 itu GG. Jadi. Perlu di ban om. Itu si Pedro. Bebas dah. Kalau dia udah keterlaluan time matanya ini orang. Set.
Miscalculation there with a dash, but it come through. G2 actually find a 2-for-1 on the way in. Esperanza's on an island and he's just been drowned off it. Mixwell finds him for free almost here as Bunny is just late to the party. Where's Zunber in this as well? He's deep in towards CT.
Ketahuan di situ. Vaksin kedua tanggal 3 kemarin sih. Baru seminggu berarti ya. Harusnya berapa sih? 5 hari atau seminggu udah ada hasilnya. Paham gue juga bang.
Catch F4Q completely off guard. Bunny now 30 HP. Last one standing, and again, all the success from that previous round now effectively written off.
I think again you talk momentum-wise.
Wah, nice try.
Gituin dah.
Iya.
Ya draft.
We talk about the kind of mind games and momentum and kind of, you know, the kind of pendulum swing, right? It's like, well, okay, we've been
Biasanya orang repevin digituin.
Iyalah, nembak kayak gerak gitu ke atas dulu.
F4Q do really well at that. Good adjustments, good read, well handled. We saw it as said the round that they picked up. However, instant response from G2. It wasn't like, well, we'll let you build off that. We'll let you get maybe a little bit.
Loh, kok di band gue salah apa baru masuk nonton. Si Vedra di band anjing sama si ini di timeout sama Wilded. Moderatornya korup nih. Tanya aja Bang Ramo, iya tanya aja tuh Bang Ramo.
Scrappy investment, at least. Not sure what's left in the tank outside. There's Hunter's Fury available for them. Athena one away from.
Wah, A-split mainnya. Dibungkus aja. Wah, Bani bye-bye. Bagus tuh main sofa dia.
Bagus lah.
Gonna come out, does it do much?
Wah.
In the meantime, trying to get some pressure. Great flash in, Mixwell.
Bagus flashnya Mixwell.
Okay, had no chance, and there's that combo, that 1-2 punch. We want to see build between them and Esperanza. Couldn't do much about it.
Hebat anjir Mixwell. Dari di CS dia jadi ini anak bawang banget di CS. Mixwell tuh. Sini bagus sih mainnya.
No need to overdo things. Very well handled.
For tim streamer kan nggak tahu. Wih, Olda Menta. Pakai Smurf gak tuh? Iya anjir, si Pedro kalau udah di timeout pakainya Smurf anjir. Valorant ada word X-nya gue bang. Ada cheatnya sumpah Valorant. Wah, bagus tuh. Cok dartnya on point. Bagus banget anjir segitu.
Lagi motot itu kan.
Iya. Tapi ini juga nggak sih? Terlepas dari itu mereka juga eco saving.
Oh iya.
Ya dah ntar nanya ke Bang Niki lah, beda orang. Jangan nanya dia mah suram Niki. Aduh, lapar gua, aduh pesen makan kali ini sih.
Yang gue bingung tuh Ava-Ava kenapa nggak dijajanin ya? Duitnya dikit gitu.
Oh iya, mager kali skinnya, nggak sesuai yang dia mau.
Pelit.
Lihat gak lo? Berani banget itu sofanya. Oh sengaja nus tadi kayak gitu. Buat keluarin ini crash. Udah maju gitu. Kayak gue maju ya, lu rest gue ntar gitu. Sip. Nocturne. Gede efek F4. Emang iya? Nocturne kenapa gak lolos tapi ya Mika? Wah, bisa di-tag, ada ulti. Wah, bagus banget anjir gitu.
Di-flashin sama temannya.
Bagus banget itu. Nyebrang ya lu, gue flashin anjir. Wah, mampus itu. Strong banget.
Begitu ya,
Strong banget. Malam-malam enaknya makan bubur bang sambil disuapin pacar orang. Buset. Edo. Demennya pacar orang. Kenapa pacar orang? Ih, itu kelihatan ya?
Iya, kelihatan.
Sikutnya.
Siku capang, siku capek.
Economic damage is great when you're not 7-1.
Nice try.
Udah. Mantap.
Agresif itu bang sofanya. Iya, berani.
Fundamenta.
The performance we'd seen out of F4Q, this wasn't a map that they didn't like, this wasn't a map they didn't play, it was actually a pretty decent
bagus ini.
Division strikers, but outside of that, did relatively well. So I mean, this isn't one
Keluar
that's
loh,
super low in their
Sage.
priority,
Iya.
which makes me worry slightly bigger picture, or this just says, okay, well G2 are actually nuts.
Ikut giveaway Nudi bang. Giveaway Nudi.
Ben.
Oh iya, Ben giveaway Nudi. Pesan kebab simple banget kayaknya bang Vin. Kebab ya? Lagi bosen gua sama kebab tapi. Kalau pacar orang saingannya cuma satu bang. Bener juga sih. Kalau ini gimana nih? Tunangan orang. Cocok ya? Jangan pacar orang, tunangan orang.
Udah lengah itu, udah lengah.
Jangan lanjutin dong, Nus. Coba dubbing open mic mereka dong, bang. Mana bisa sih coba dubbing open mic? Scream di liquid ya? Iya, Scream di liquid nggak lolos kemarin. Kalah sama Ashen ya masalah. Gambit. Kalah sama Gambit. Sayang banget. Gila diranen kan? Oh my god. Ini udah patch belum ya kayak gini?
Udah.
Makan pecel, Vin. Ada yang jualan pecel jam segini. Anjing diranen kan lah.
Keloks. Kayak bulatan kecil. Akurat. Bantingan.
Biar kayak spontan. Uhuy bang. Spontan gak tuh tontonannya di Indosiar? Sambil lihat makan deh gue.
I said earlier it was a tick in the box. This is, I mean, you can throw the checklist out the window at this point. That for me is the best possible scenario for G2 coming out in their opening series here. F4Q actually going to call attack timeout again.
Nasi goreng enak sih malam-malam gini.
I mean, you start to think about just shaking this map.
Ya sih, Nus.
What can you really achieve towards the end of this?
Udah makan nasi goreng tadi.
Really gonna, you know, benefit them an awful lot.
McD ya sih? McD ya?
KFC sih.
Anjing KFC, bukan nggak KFC?
Yeah, and we talk about realistic. I mean, we could sell you.
Buka KFC, tapi di Kemang. Kemang Timur.
The chance they come back is going to take a
Siapa sih?
monumental climb. And the second we see an indicator, we
Siapa ya ini? Nggak kenal gua. Anjir itu Red Bull sebelah tinggal ambil. Enak banget.
I've got to say is outclassing this. And maybe it's map,
Sponsor.
maybe it's just the opener.
Gak ada KFC. Aduh. Nggak ada yang buka.
Mau coba dah.
Apa?
Red Bull habis main.
Biar fokus gitu ya.
Iya, biar fokus.
Gue pernah Nus. Mantep.
Bener mantep ya.
Mantep. Tapi habis main mati. Gue inget banget. Dulu pas standing gue pernah sekali. Pas zaman main CS itu gue tanding, sebelum tanding gue minum Red Bull. Fokus.
Siapa nih?
Gak tau Nus, Jet Li kali. Ya udah tunangan siapa emangnya bang? Gak tahu, banyak lah. Menu Big Mac baru ada baconnya. Emang iya ya?
Bacon sapi.
Bacon sapi kan? Bam! Anjir! Di white pick! Di white pick! Tengahnya! Enak banget sumpah. Ih, sedap banget digituin. Enak tuh anjir digituin.
Dia tahu yang minta banyak.
Wah, nice try banget kelok.
Spam klik kanan tuh.
Iya. Bisa retake. Dia aku cuma seneng Big Mac sih. Enak sih, tapi gitu suka Big Mac. Enak tapi nggak gitu doyan. Enakan cheeseburger.
Away from F4Q, Mixwell actually still holding pretty close on tree here.
Mantap banget tuh.
Buta terus kesak tai.
Beautiful little set piece there.
Sucked
Dig him out and again, you know, expecting that,
Sucked
anticipating they're going to look to hold on to the tree with that
Sucked
lockdown.
up into the sky though.
Iya. Dia ketarik terus ke flash. Boom!
Ya nggak tahu ya tuh lagi.
Ada satu lagi kena timing. Kok gitu? Keren dan namanya Kolda Benta. Keren gak sih, Nus?
Yeah, I said coasting, now it's
Nggak
flexing.
tahu ya.
Itu Red Bull kenapa nggak diminum ya, Bang? Udah deh. Udah minum Red Bull kali. Nggak mau nambah. Terpuyeng kali dia. Red Bull sama extra juice enakan mana, Bang? Red Bull sih.
Red Bull dari Peju Banteng tuh bener sih?
Iya. Iya, Red Bull tapi dari bukan Peju, air kencing.
Hah?
Air kencing.
Kencing Banteng.
Iya.
Gila ya.
Red Bull sama kuku Bima enakan mana, Bang? Kuku Bima sih, kuku Bima anggur. Enaknya setengah mati anjir.
Rosso nggak?
Rosso.
And one thing, again, we did talk about kind of the support tools in place for Kellogg's previously. This match for me, I mean, especially in terms of opening jewels, you can find them yourself, honestly.
Wah!
Double satchel out.
Itu bener-bener
Dicium teh.
konde lepas itu Ben.
Anjing ditembak di perutnya nah itu. Mental kali itu Sage ke map sebelah.
Tuh kan.
Triple cheeseburger gak sih? Iya anjing. Triple cheeseburger bener juga. Pesen ah. Tunggu, ingetin gua triple cheeseburger. Mati. McDonald. Bukan gak sih McDonald? McDonald gak buka bangke. Tutup McDipuri. Kepotong di tengah.
Ini Maxwell MVP
Anjing.
kayaknya. Maxwell
Tai banget sumpah itu Phantomnya kayak Vandal. Anjir liat dah. Kayak begitu anjir.
Apaan ya orang?
Jago ya Maxwell. Anjir. Di swing minus.
Tapi udah over PD kayaknya Vin sebelumnya.
Iya jago banget sumpah itu. Makan sate Vin enak kalau malam. Sate Taichan kali ya. Bener juga. Sayang banget brand setidaknya saya kemungkinan besar ada yang di playoff lah. Soalnya brand harapannya gede buat playoff. Kalau PPRX susah banget sih gue rasa. Iya soalnya unlucky banget sih itu. Tapi brand kalau misalnya masuk pun satu grup sama Sentinel anjir. Aku tidur dulu ya bang ngantuk. Aku off ngantuk Nasgor Vin enak banget. Oke. Anjir, si ganteng Sen Gares. Bye bye Chris. See you tomorrow. Suaranya serak nih. Serak ya suaranya. Kurang minum ya. Kebanyakan ngomong dari tadi. Triple cheeseburger minumnya kuku Bima Blackcurrant. Nggak buka, will do backd-nya. Absen, halo Kok Kim. Sate sama Nasgor enak. Aduh, baik banget deh kalau kayak gitu sate Nasgor. His goal create a presence, kata kayak gitu.
But I also want to draw attention early round to the players outside B. This is clearly not an A.
Nasgor kebully ngap. Mari kita lihat ya.
You see Mixwell using his trailblazer to clear out
Nasi goreng
and
kebuli.
he's doing the same thing over there.
Kasian tapi kebuli aja nasi goreng.
In CS, this is called active default. So this is the perfect example of a default. So let's run the clip now. So you can see here's A main, Bunny's jump spotting with those paint shells, and the second the gravity well is activated, he uses it, Kellogg's has to use it.
Dari awal dia udah plan ke B, Vin.
And he's actually saving here because he
Emang iya? Oh, soalnya bomnya ditaruh B ya, ditahan. Iya, mereka cuma create presence doang.
Iya, sekalian ambil orb kan pasti ketahuan.
Iya. Oh, ini round yang tadi gue bilang ya.
Iya, yang bilang. Jatuh nyari orb.
Tapi nggak dapet, ya udahlah ambil orb B aja gitu.
Iya.
And you can see they have done such a good job of spreading out F4Q. There's 3 people still on the A site, but this is a B hit. This is a B hit. He pops the Blade Storm. Mixwell has the Seekers already on the bonus.
Kayaknya dia nggak keburu deh presentasinya. 15 detik lagi kelar. Masih ada 40 detik kelar.
Enggak, ini kan kelar ininya.
Iya. Oh iya.
Pushing and pulling rotations, hitting the weak bomb site, and using utility perfectly. This is something that I'm not used to seeing G2 do typically, so they have brought an extra level to their game today, and I don't know what F4Q is going to do to bring this map back in their favor. Panpak, tell me what they need to do.
Yeah, asik banget, Nixwell.
If you don't know, Sean, the most, you know...
Throw it to me, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, come on, Hype.
Semangat nobaretnya Chris, nasi goreng kebon sirih. Anjir jauh banget nasi goreng kebon sirih. Sentinel doang bang, 4Q, G2 winnable lah, PFRX.
Coba Pin.
Nasi goreng Abjay. Jauh nasi goreng Abjay anjir. Siapa Nes?
Loh ini pakai Sentinel kok, pakai Sage?
Iya, si G2. Iya, tapi maksudnya nggak Sage sama Killjoy gitu loh mainnya.
And look at it, the risk management has played off so well for them in some of these rounds.
And again, this is just, we're looking to see who G2 are these days. This rebuilt roster, this reformation of who they were, we don't quite know it. Oh, Kellogg's is feeling a little fruity.
I wonder why.
Go on then, go on then. Let's have a round. He's walking mid.
Oh no, ketahuan.
He's actually been jump spotted. This start already has just brought me deep joy. And I want to just look at F4Q. They've just seen that, okay, well, we've got a really confident Jet up against us who's happy to take fights. Esperanza definitely caught enough of a glimpse of that. Now we have to see where they take themselves. Is it this
Sate, nasgor, pecel, McD, cuci mulut, ubi bakar, cilembu. Anjir, semuanya pada baik banget. Kalau ini list makanannya, anjir. Nice ini, nice sacel.
Wah, itu drone-nya belum keluar.
Iya.
Barengan sama drone, dia barengan sama drone, Pin.
Iya, ditimingin. Pas drone-nya belok, dia langsung sacel. Retake, ada recon. Wah, tapi dia pakai deagle anjir. Oh, nice. Pinter banget anjir. G2 pinter tapi tahan sama main 4 set gila. Nice try. Di rumah ke GI berapa lama, Vin? Setengah jam lah, setengah jam 40 menit. 30 sampai 40 menitan. Kalau nggak macet ya.
Kalau depan GI-nya macet jadi berapa menit?
1 jam. Kalau depan GI macet. Dan tergantung anjing tembusin gitu lah. Dan tergantung macetnya juga sih. Gue pernah 1,5 jam ke GI.
Gue juga pernah tuh nungguin di jalanan.
Iya sebelum belok kan.
Macet banget itu kan.
Iya depan Tanah Abang sebelum belok.
Pasar.
Right, like, and that's even, yeah, I do normally play double digits, but I'm being nice to the, newer audience members. But, yeah, this is going to be a long road back, and it does indeed have to be flawless, and they have to somehow navigate around Kellogg's having a pop-off.
Kenapa ya nasi goreng bully boleh sih?
Which is very hard to do, because it's not just on you, it's not just...
Kedai Bang Benny tuh ini nggak sih? Green Garden? Kemanggisan anjir, Green Garden dari mana? Nasi goreng Benny doang kayaknya itu deh. Bukan kedai Bang Benny. Abjay 10 kilo lah. Abjay dari sini ke rumah.
Actually, now G2, look at this. It's completely misread this. The Owl drone has baked this entire rotation, Lauren.
That's actually sick.
Nasi goreng anjay.
F4Q are coming back. No. The Owl drone didn't spot anything, so they're going back.
Kenapa Nes? Kenapa barusan?
Itu si mereka kan presence A. Astranya dengar dari short, terus mereka pada walk balik, lari ke B. Terus si F4Q-nya rotate ke A kan?
Iya.
B-nya udah kosong, tapi mereka dari luar B-main balik lagi ke A.
Oh.
Jadi sama-sama ini.
Anjir, lihat tuh.
Sama-sama ketipu gitu.
this is still damage now. Spike is planted. It's a 2v2. How the hell have we got here? Nuki Navova gets back around, gets the heal off of Nuki. That's huge. He's back up to functioning level. We still have a rifle on deck for 5k. This should not be a problem, but it truly is. Zumba's attention is pure.
Bakmi. Baik banget makanannya. Wah, nice try. Chaps terus besok kata Wilded tuh. Pamali bang makan bakmi malam-malam. Mama iya ya? Pamali. Pedro ngajak farming Bumble katanya. Si Kaya mau ke Singapura tapi gak bisa.
Oh iya.
Emang si Kaya mau Singapura?
Iya.
Mau ngapain dia?
Parah sih. Siapa sih yang ngomong tuh? Pedro apa Yudut? Pedro ya?
Pedro.
Iya parah tuh orang sih.
Kenapa? Kenapa nih?
Apa?
That's difficult now for round 3, right? Because it's reinvestment. We talk about obviously building momentum in terms of the economy. That's not what you want to see.
No. I mean, that round I feel is going to be clipped. The owl drone, the double pump, the double rotation, somehow being on the right side, almost getting down to about, I don't want to say a feasible 1v2. There's still a lot to play through there, but jeez.
That's when I wish we just have a listen in from around like that. It's like a, right.
Yeah, pendek.
Now everyone go B.
Ini.
Now donate. Everyone go back to 8.
Yep.
Coach ya?
Coach ya, coach. Yang itu, yang di belakang.
I mean, at that point, like I said, 30 seconds left. You might as well gamble stack one way or the other. There's no point trying to react off anything in those last 30 seconds because I think F4Q's hand is forced in that scenario. There's no real recovery if they don't opt to end up on A there. I think.
Lo tau nggak, Vin?
Apa?
Setiap orang mejanya beda-beda, masing-masing.
How far do we see G2 push?
Kenapa apa?
That's what I want
setiap
to see
player
coming into this
mejanya
round
masing-masing.
Kenapa COVID?
Storms, obviously nothing really to rely on the next round.
Terus apa?
Again, I know you were pointing out there. 4Q's economy worrying.
Apa?
Yeah. I mean, they're
Bisa disetting tinggi mejanya.
Oh emang iya?
Iya. Wah, sial banget Bani.
Wah, nice try Bani. Oh, ditedek.
Wah.
Aduh, ente banget kayak gitu bisa dapat banyak loh kayak gitu.
Iya, ente. Timing tadi tangannya lagi komat kamit.
Ada recon?
Nobody in A main. He's got plenty of time to clear out wine and look at his teammates. They can sit back, sit comfortable here, wait for this.
Recon sekarang.
Takes a swing, tries to find a kill, and Esperanza is going to punish him.
Anjing. WH tai. WH tai 5k.
For F4Q, they needed that.
How the hell did 5k just find that kill? Because there was nothing in terms of information that came out there. It was just a straight wall bang.
Yep.
WH kali ya?
WH sumpah itu.
Dia bottom break.
I mean, the timing on a lot of this. Let's have a look.
WH anjir.
WH sih.
Well, I mean, at least getting a little noise out of them. It was
Kok kayak
the first half. I think that's fair to say. But again, the fact that
kayak ini dah.
Get Kellogg's into a position, he's able to relay that information that there's no kind of
kayak TOP di Big Bang.
more than likely looking like an awkward piece. And actually, haven't said that. Look at G2 now.
Gua nggak ngerti
si
Kellogg's bisa sepele itu.
F4Q now going to scramble to try and.
Iya 11-4 soalnya kayak udah nothing tulus sih menurut gua Nus kayak gitu. Ya nggak sih? Iya, kayak udah aja. Kacau Pedro tai. Wah, nice try Mixwell.
Ooh, Athena, so well done to maintain as Mixwell's trying to push through.
Oh, dia plannya nggak di belakang ya?
Belakang mana nih? Oh, belakang tadi ya? Di bawah hell ya?
Junggen.
Nggak tahu. Kayak plan open aja gitu. Belakang. Wah, nice try.
There it is, 4 alive, only 1 rifle lost, and no big, I guess, victories there to report for G2.
Yeah, and I love the kind of addressing an issue in the previous round, tucking one into wine, just saying, actually last round, very quickly they're up mid, very quickly they're behind us. And again, it's actually so unfortunate not to find that one, but immediately you see adjustment here from F4Q, and it's gathering this information as they go along. Again, talking about building back into a comeback, it's things like that actually those small mistakes being addressed on the fly is really good to see from them.
talk about the ebb and flow of how this game goes. This is another big round coming in because you've got the buy coming out of the op coming through for Kellogg's. This is huge. If F4Q can do something with this, it's game back on. And here
Wah, Mixwell, ente.
Finding Mixwell somewhat for free, it feels like, but Nuki's found Bunny this time, who's been bounding towards the
Balas.
right so freely. Now Kellogg's still here. You do have the Astra divide coming through.
Wah,
Yeah,
4 lawan 3.
actually just absolutely going for it. Now we do actually have what 4v3. So the first
Anjing wall apa nih?
F4Q with a deficit against a dangerous round.
Wall itu, wall maxevin.
Every single time he's going
Bukan wall yang itu.
play with the judge and just get up close and personal, but it's not worked out for him twice now. See, is F4Q anticipating a little more aggression from G2.
You should run.
Fina throw the lockdown. He actually has the spike as well, so whether or not he's going to try and slip into A main as Esperanza and Zumba here. Might try and pinch on the back of this lockdown, but both members of G2 here committed, Nuki and Kellogg's. They can sit for free.
Yeah, but I want to see how much room they get towards tree and how far they can pressure that, because then suddenly heaven becomes a bit of an issue. For now, the timing's off. Athena gets found comfortably. There's the trade eventually from sight for Esperanza, but that's only Nuki. That's only part of the problem. There's still 2 other players lingering around, and they know where the spike just was.
Wow.
And that's such an uncomfortable position. With the perfect play up.
Bagus anjir nge-flanknya begitu.
Can become hell as soon as tree gets lost, but time now. 10 seconds and now the pendulum swings of over. What have you got for us here? Doesn't quite get what he wants. Spike is down. He can't quite keep them tamed towards the site. He
Wah, anjir.
Esperanza, and now Zumba against Avova. And Zumba's not playing this pass yet.
Kalau menang ini roundnya Zumba banget.
Just slips away in Avova.
Wah, nice try, nice try.
Zumba almost caught in no man's land though.
Wah, gila, Avova.
Doesn't take the peak. That's the weirdest thing in that scenario. I feel as if he just doesn't have another option. Just take the fight. Yes, it feels uneasy, but it takes him so long to walk behind something there that it's lost as soon as the rover gets up close.
100%. You know he's got that internal clock ticking.
Berlin Wall itu bang, Berlin, tembok Berlin gitu. Walling Wall of Berlin. Make sense juga sih. Ini bagus lagi Zumba.
Itu Zumbanya nggak siap sih sebenarnya.
That's the Avova you want to see, though.
I'm used to seeing that in the
Come on!
Absolutely.
About 10 FPS.
Cita-citaku menjadi top 1 flank. Kalau menjadi top 1 flank udah ketahuan dong mainnya pasti belakang. Nggak mungkin dari depan. Pasti di expect sama musuh gitu loh. Ya nggak sih kalau jadi top 1 flank? Kebaca banget. Apa?
Itu dia.
Kenapa?
Kadang lu musuh lagi jaga flank, di flank gitu.
Terus tadi flank lagi. Wah, anjing masih dapat tai 1. Bayangin sih lu kayak gitu.
Bayang.
Anjing. Dikontrol ya mainnya.
Udah.
Hai Vin, halo Josia.
Balik Maxwell. Don't throw kayak gitu dah.
Don't throw.
Balik Maxwell.
Lawan 3.
Oh jadi dia gue fresh sekali.
Iya. Tapi tunggu timing camp detik 35 deh.
Oh iya.
Lagi pula udah tahu juga Rus. Itu simpan buat nge-flash sih. Udah tahu kan dia nge-recon sini. Nih. Nah, udah tahu.
Bagus banget.
Flash. Bam, baru mati.
Mati dia Maxwell.
Blistering performance, but it's on Athena to try and save F4Q and look at him playing the time. He doesn't even know
Di delay doang itu. Dia bisa kemana-mana tuh.
Kasih plan gitu ya.
Iya, kasih plan.
And honestly, this game should be a statement for G2.
It was, yeah. Again, F4Q.
Cita-citaku jadi all di top 1. Tai ini Pedro Fauzan. Castro Makinatech. Makna SMP ke Sang Timur. Makna siapa ya? Oh, teman kita SMP ada yang namanya Makna.
Makna kakak kelas bukan sih?
Nggak tahu deh gue.
Ada. Makna.
Makna carta. Keren dah namanya Koldamenta. Jersey juga keren anjir. Bagus anjir kayak gini. Maxwell juga. Das. Masih mati tadi itu.
Dapat 1.
Kakak kelas yang kasus.
Apa?
Makna kakak kelas yang kasus.
Banget sama Cliff.
Iya anjir.
Pile on the pressure, a little unorthodox, right, in terms of how deep he's willing to go, but seeing him do the same thing here is
Jersey-nya mirip PSG dah. Oh iya, bukan mirip Barca. Bagus deh. Outernya. Maxwell, anjing sakit amat tai.
Bagus banget itu Maxwell.
Iya. Cliff anjir.
Ternyata itu si Jetnya. Apa namanya tadi?
Kellogg's.
Oh itu tuh.
Iya anjir. Bang, gue mau tidur tapi lupa cara nutup kelopak mata. Waduh, kok bisa gitu? Lupa. Coba inget-inget lagi bisa nggak?
Siluman ikan dah.
Inget-inget dah cara kelopak mata nutupnya. Oh, googling. Dongkrak ngebuka dong bang, jadi ngangkang mata. Sengangkang ya mata. Ini sus mapping nih. Woi. Halo. Mapping nih.
Mapping apa?
Fracture.
Fine.
Jangan dong. Spike rush. Deathmatch.
Spike rush di fracture bisa gak? Gak bisa ya?
Gak tahu sih.
Hah?
Gak tahu sih.
Coba. Kayaknya gak bisa deh. Jadi mode sendiri gitu. Bisa deh. Waktu itu di Breeze juga bisa ya. Deathmatch.
Beach Pop Dagger worth it gak?
Worth it.
Enggak lah ya, udah banyak yang punya. Gue lagi pakai pisau Elder Flame nih.
Gue lagi bingung nih.
Apa?
Bandelnya mengecewakan.
Replication ya sekarang jadwalnya.
Ada fracture
tapi main unrated itu.
Jadi gimana dong?
Baik keras lah. Yuk.
Faktor nih.
Match found.
Aduh, Singapura 1 deh gua.
Emang iya? Lu juga nge-lag? Kayaknya enggak deh.
Gimana nggak tulisannya deh?
Ngangkang. Makasih bang sarannya. Sama. Pakai apa ya?
Acan, Vin.
Pakai res. Bani. Atau Sky. Lu mau Sky?
Spike keras ngapain Sky?
Nih. Sage.
I am both shield and sword.
I am both shield and soul.
Can I try Jet? Sure. Dia sure.
Dia sure. Anjing, udah lama-lama di dodge.
Kok bisa gitu ya? Orang ngedos spike rush. Ngapur.
Udah lama-lama di dodge.
Fraktur ini, Vin.
Jangan compare sama Anus, lagi sleep deprived dia. Apa tuh sleep
Kok tahu
deprived?
siapa yang ngomong? Kurang tidur.
Wilded
ya?
Wilded ya. Spectrum dong, Bang. Yoru dong. Yoru ya. Pakai Yoru.
Spectrum apa sih?
Ini skin baru. Spectrum.
Match found.
Beli dah abis itu refund.
Iya, beli abis itu refund kali ya. Icebox keluar ya. Pakai Yoru. Bangun tidur Bang Ramos.
Snowball.
I'll fight anybody.
Fight.
Yoru.
Tahu disuruh sama William Geraldo Yusuf.
Spike rush.
Mas, mau ini nggak?
Oh, enak nih.
Banget.
Reloading.
Ultimate. Diambil. Gak seru.
My ult ready.
Apaan sih, tuh orang jago amat.
Reloading bridge.
Anjing, orang ngetrol. Orang ngetrol, tai.
One enemy remaining.
Troll gak sih dia? Kok kayak patah-patah gitu ya? Oh, gue harus pakai non. Lu tau gak sih kenapa dia nge-troll?
Kenapa?
Itu buat GB ini. Buat GB Battle Pass.
Hah?
Iya, lihat deh. Misalnya nge-troll nih, percaya lu.
Siapa sih?
Musuh. Tadi kan dia langsung mati gitu kan?
Oh. GB-in apanya maksudnya?
Level Battle Pass.
Cari XP.
Iya, cari XP biar cepet.
No prisoners.
Jangan salah pencet tele lagi ya, Bang. Kayak waktu itu ya. Gua yang lag sih.
Hah?
Reload. Cutting their vision.
What the fuck?
Reloading.
Gue kayak patah-patah sih. Perasaan gue doang ya.
Last player standing.
Tidak nanya kan?
Nanya yang patah-patah ya, bukan gue. Ini nge-lag ya dia.
Network buffering kali.
Last round in the half.
Killjoy's tech is everywhere. We're not at a science fair.
Get
rid of that shit.
Mid.
Cutting through.
Get out of
Kabrak.
I'll handle this.
Bener banget. You will be.
Tolong. Goblok.
Looking here.
One enemy remaining.
Good work for you.
Reloading.
Switching sides.
Oi.
Reloading. Keep it up. Reloading.
Mana pin ghost tuh, coba lihat.
Sama kan ghost kita?
Sama ya.
Iya.
Lu nuansa surga ya?
Apa?
Scanning ahead.
Feeling sight.
Nuansa surga.
There they are.
Masuk surga. Gue ke B.
Decoy.
Headshot. Enemy spotted.
Bulan kan?
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Nah, ada anjir di sini. Oh dia.
A.
Anjing jago amat.
LFT itu bukan tim lu, Vin? LFT.
Bukan, kan NFA.
Match point.
LFT kan?
LFT tuh looking for team.
Oh.
Artinya.
Try not to die. Cutting through.
Feeling safe.
Ah, Weston. Kan batu orang. Eugene pro player kan? Oh iya.
Reloading.
Nggak tahu.
One enemy remaining.
So good.
Last one down.
Attackers win.
Kalau gue beda ya. Ya gitu ya, update ya sekarang.
Update.
Dah,
Di
DC dulu.
Game Boy. Mana mulai lagi ya?
Udah.
Don't have a problem opening up those channels.
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be not a mirror match of what we saw on Ascent. I would like to see the changes coming from F4Q, even though they lost that last map and they were doing great with the other comp. They need to adapt to the rest of the world, okay? And if you have so many examples of everything that you do with that same composition, that is going to take a toll on you.
A perfect example of adapting to the rest of the world
Anjir,
is...
besok Paper Rex jam 8 malam.
If they're playing a Sky on Bind, typically you're going to see it in Garden on the defense, and you might have your Raze over in U-Haul. It's the opposite way round for this team, and I think that doesn't work well for them. It's been a problem.
Well, we won't have to wait long to get our answers as we dive straight into Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Paper Rex
Both
besok.
of these squads, remember, that is G2 starting on the defending side, F4Q on the attacking side. So looking for maybe some more of that patented aggression.
Ban temen lu ada yang namanya Kylie kan? Teammate ya, teammate ada Kylie. Oh, main Bind dia.
This is pretty expected. Oh my god. Okay, Abuba on the Astra, something that I like. I really like
Astra lagi nih.
Great. Actually, I'm a bigger fan of Abuba and Brimstone, but okay, I don't know what else you're going to pick, but I'll go with the Astra.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've been playing Astra a little bit of late. The last few times that G2 have actually come to this map, they've chosen to bring Astra, so it doesn't surprise me too well that they're going with that. Of course, Sky on both sides. There's that 5k Sky that I said that I really want to be keeping an eye on, and yeah, there we go. The Kellogg's on the Sage.
Sage and the KJ.
We do have 5k staying on the Sky, so I'm gonna take that for the change and Efina back in the Killjoy, so I'll have it.
You also have to bear in mind as well, Athena went for Killjoy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Athena didn't go for Viper.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, I'm gonna take the one change if Athena feels better staying with the Killjoy and supporting with that.
Well, a couple of switch-ups here for the squads as we head into Bind, but like we've said, it's going to have to be F4Q finding some magic to take down G2 here in map number 2 and extend it to a third. But for now, it's back over to Pansy and Hypak for the call.
Well, they might have to pull a bunny out of a hat. I don't think that works. It's a rabbit, isn't it?
On.
Oh, I was really clutching at straws.
Yeah.
It's not my best
Atrocious.
work. It's not my best work. But something I am actually excited about, and we can talk about in regards to Bunny, is now that Nuki will be joining on that Raze kind of battle, that showdown, the kind of
lagi duo dia sama Jolan Oleng, gue liat pitch, wow, hebat banget deh.
Dynamic shift, I guess, in terms of we look at.
Ya, dia ranking 3 kemarin, ranking 2 ya bahkan top 2.
Not necessarily Kellogg's in terms of that duelist, that entry.
It's Kylie
and Nuki, so it's going to be interesting. See a little bit of Raze diff. I know Bunny talking about himself comfortably as the best Raze in the world.
Yeah, you
so...
got to back yourself. You kind of have to,
course.
right? It's like everyone's like, no, I'm the best Jet in the world. It's like, okay.
Rekon mana tuh?
Look, I'm with you.
Wow.
Right? For now, though, we jump into this one and we have to look at the likes
Sin
of
Anus masih ada nih.
FOQ and what do you have to bring. Statistically, not the most flawless map for them, but they've had some close runs against Vision Strikers. They've pushed some very good teams, but this is not going to be easy and not comfortable. And G2 have been no.
Tadi ada Recon Sofa, mantep banget.
FOQ on the attacking side to try and determine their way back in here.
Esperanda. Koldam nih, Koldam.
Ability cooldowns, but I mean,
lo kalau mau lihat ntar di stream gue.
Showers control, and I'm looking towards ultimately finding value in terms of opening engagements, whether or not it's
Bisa jadi.
Because if they're going to lean towards A in a couple of these, particularly these buy rounds,
view-nya 80% Spectrum Neon.
You just have to back away initially from that
Apa tuh?
barrage
80% Neon.
utility, and there's nothing really for F4Q to hold on to it unless they find kills. As we see here,
View apa?
Recon Bolt back online, and actually Kellogg's 30 seconds left here. Kellogg's
Ben nggak ada Viper dah. Sini main Killjoy mereka.
Yeah, I guess the one bonus is that is
Korea.
There it is, Kellogg's.
Harusnya Viper
Gonna get away in time. He's
Tumben.
gonna make it in towards the smoke. Noted though.
Tapi
in Cubby Zone, but
Sky main di sini main si Sky. Pakai banget.
To control the play coming up short, and that's the raise that we know from the EMEA. Nookie welcoming them to the picture. Esperanza tries to lean forward.
Amat, anjir.
Coming through a flawless round there, a Prime Gaming flawless round G2. And look, we were talking about the win, the little bit of a bonus that F4Q had. They had 2 players to play against on that site. The split was looking good. They'd drawn that.
Ntar nih coba deh kalau Recon ini. Ada nggak dia? Recon lagi nggak?
He should have been
very, very quickly. And again, it's the lack of boys. It's funny.
Wah, amat Nuki.
Just getting up close and personal. Yeah, Nookie. Yeah, just doesn't even flinch. That's the thing. We keep an eye on this guy. He just doesn't care about.
Oh, dia nggak Recon lagi tadi.
He's here to play. He's here to frag. And well, he's setting a
tadi dari hookah.
Dude, he's such a machine with how he plays as well. It's like, it's just, yeah, okay, I'll get these 2 frags, no problem. Yeah, I'll do it again, no worries. There's probably some players here towards.
Gue baru tau Nes, bener yang kata lu bilang. Ruination Phantom enak banget.
Yeah. Oh, he's jumping again.
Emang anjir. Kayak gue pengen
again, look at this, look at his composure.
Lewat
with everything that's been happening, no.
Tapi gue belum, maksudnya gue baru nyoba nembak-nembak, belum pernah nyoba yang bunuh gitu loh, yang kayak wow gitu.
F4Q were right on the doorstep.
Sumpah itu sensasinya.
I mean, how are you supposed to plant in that scenario? There's literally no way you can. A second
kayak gua apa?
Prime Gaming flawless here in round 2.
Pesugihan.
Yes, that's kind of a throwaway term.
Gak pernah tuh. Jadi nggak tahu. Nggak bisa bayangin dah gue skor F4Q versus Sentinel. Gila ya, itu juga jago sih. Kellogg's. Nanti ada F4Q, belum deng, belum Bang Ramo. Bisa comeback nih. Ini mapnya ini soalnya, mapnya F4Q ini.
Show me what you got. We've been talked up, alright? I was all aboard the train.
Well, no secrets.
No subtlety, is it? It's not a big surprise.
Sampainya. Ya, recok.
Navigate around any of that. Not receive point of damage thus far. Very well handled, but somehow Zumba's been caught off. Avova finding him there on the aggress, and what a pace change. A little bit of a different look coming out after a hyper-passive side to now very attentive, and Nookie is in their spawn. Hi, Pog. How's he gone to their bloomin' spawn? Bunny says hello, rips the gun away. That's going to be a 3.5, 5k. That's not bad, getting down Mixwell. Now we've got a 3v3. The rifles are still out and about. Kellogg's gonna just filter through that one as well. Gonna fall away if he can, but where is the
semua yang apa namanya? Semua yang main duelis pasti dijadiinnya ini dah Sage.
Let's try and recover this one again. Heavily in favor in terms of the weaponry here for F4Q, but I mean it's round 3, T2. Their objectives here, damage at least, even if this round doesn't go their way. Overtaking his time.
Okay, baiting
no real subtlety, yeah, baiting that out.
Kasak.
See if that can be worked on. No, nothing to come from it. Very well handled by F. And considering how that started, was
Mungkin.
very.
Sentina menang 13-0 lawan F4Q. Sih gak heran gue kata Nicky aja dia pernah bandai-bandai F4Q di Scream. Wow. Nicky pernah bandai-bandai F4Q katanya.
Well, talking about a kind of shift in the dynamic from map 1 to map 2, you gotta feel G2, especially in a round like that.
Yeah, di Scream.
Well, actually, we didn't see them get particularly proactive in the early round of the previous map. Now they're like, okay, guys, let's really.
Iya Nicky yang ngomong.
We've dipped our toes, opened up with 2 flawless rounds. Let's see where we can go with this. So whether or not we see some of those historic G2 tendencies creep back into Barker at least. Something to watch. Mixwell actually going to
tahu.
over.
Dia rekornya di short. Short.
I think again, this is trying to mitigate Bunny. This push to not allow, you know, typical default where Raze can get full control in towards Hooker. Look at G2 being proactive.
Look how deep this is going. Now, I did see that Vision Strikers were actually really able to push F4Q on, you know, aggressive pieces, especially on like sort of split, their small little pocket plays. And this could be a lovely read.
Nice try banget.
Has to respect the flash whether it was popped or not.
Wah,
close
timing.
Match, he didn't quite go through the smoke regardless, so unable to define whether or not people are just on the other side. But now, well and truly aware, can fall away. But look at the utility he's cost them here.
Hey, look at the win. Look at the time. Aldrone then baited out. Again, a key piece of utility in terms of, you know, finding entry, particularly with Bunny as well. We know how.
Oh, enggak, nggak ketahuan.
Bunny will actually find a peek at least. But now the paint shells I've got. I mean, utility-wise, this is all playing to D2's favor. They're not even close to the site yet.
They can call rotations if they fancy it. Maybe just pull the player across. Maybe get one through. Bunny gonna find a way in, but it's a over still. Below catches him and drags him down. No more free fun for you. But it's Esperanza with a perfect reply. There is still a player waiting on Mixwell, waiting the wings. Does 5k find him? Oh, it's gonna be 5k in to find Mixwell. They are going through all the due diligence here. Quick TP take. They've nipped on over towards A. They are taking no risk with this and right.
Oh, main di ininya, main jadi defender kan?
Coming back around 10 seconds now.
Jadi,
has everything.
Enggak.
Catch one here, but does he want to? No. He wants to spike. He wants to try and deny it. No, he can't do it. And there's Esperanza. Perfect positioning and timing could not have been better.
Astra defender atau Astra attacker?
Decision there, 5k.
Wow.
Gua ambil makanan dulu bentar ya.
And actually, a great pivot. I was talking about how actually everything was playing into D2 favor there in terms of the utility trade-off, in terms of the clock being run down. But Esperanza finding a Vova initially. I can't actually remember who the second kill was, but both of these kills here. Here's the first. The second as well with the adjustment. Look at that there. It's Nookie to fall on the back of a triple assist. And somehow, I mean, Mixwell stayed alive so long in Garden. He must have been spotted in the cross.
Like pushing at him. Yeah. Hey, it's reset the money. It's put it down to, you know.
Hey, keeping G2 honest in the early rounds, which was completely absent on a sense. So,
yeah. Well, I like the concepts that G2 are coming out with. I like a lot of the ideas, but Seek is coming through. It's a crunch. It's going to be a TP crunch off the back of Showers. There's the flash. They're so blind here, and Coldham enter and Mixwell on the punish. It's 5k to try and hold on. He's got nothing left to fight with. Athena finally comes around, but look at the damage now done. And now the late TP bunnies come through.
No way.
Coldham enter out of nowhere. And now Athena is running for his life. It's a 1v2, and G2 had no right, absolutely no right. They've been in the lab, they've been working out these little set pieces, they've been finding those timings, everything they want. But now Athena gets spike planted. There it is, so maybe. Let's see what he does with this. He has room to push CT if he wants to, which is what I think he's going to do. He's trying to get ahead of expectation, and I really think it's a good idea. But they're close together. It's not a one and done. They should be within trading distance. He peeks the first. He gets the second, Athena! That's a Red Bull clutch and a half. Remember that one, because that could have been a different picture. That could have been a tilter straight in the bin mentally, but he saves his side.
We talk about that again, especially with a man advantage for G2 there. I think Athena's best bet is to go forward and find, you know, an off angle, just play it unorthodox here. First onto Coldamenta, and you nailed it as well. The spacing almost looked perfect for G2 in terms of, you know, remaining disciplined, not getting complacent there. Athena holds the line. We'll put F4Q ahead on Bind so far. Yes, one round, but like I said, keeping G2 honest. But again, we could talk about what was invested there for G2 and what they were able to achieve. Again, that's a big benefit for them.
It was a great round, all things considered. I love seeing those sort of things, but now we do have the Seekers going through. No follow-up off the back of it, pulling out a couple of ults, but To what end? There's the first. That's big. Finding Nuki's not bad at all. A reply comes out. And this is just doing damage from afar. Avova is still watching that cross as best he can, but he's been noted. And he is now damaged. It looks like the rest did come through, but look at the side being taken here. F4Q mean business. That's 3 back-to-back and big kills at that. Mixwell trying to maybe find the timing on this. I don't know if he's going to try and lean through. No. Oh, he has actually. Tell a lie. He slipped through, trying to play a little head still caught. 5K, what a round from him. And I said I wanted to see 5K. I want to see the 5K that I've been watching on, Reyna, on these lurks, on these mad pieces that definitely made a difference, but I hadn't seen in map 1. Maybe on Sky, we're getting a little bit more of it. I mean, a little unexpected, but I'll take it.
At least an appetizer in these early rounds. And I want to come back to something that I'd raised really of how easy it's going to be for F4Q to execute onto A site, right? In terms of typically what we see utilized there to get some control. Right there, it's a trade-off of, well, the Hunter Fury initially, and G2 are trying to play deep enough to kind of mitigate that risk at least early on. Avova gets spotted out. I think it's Esperanza actually finds, was it Nuki, I think? He finds somebody initially with the ultimate and then gets the third tag. So spotting that player that they can close down, that's huge in terms of G2's ability to kind of sit back and say, yep, burn all this U2 up, because we know there's no second layer to that. Other than kills, there's nothing really that's going to allow them to just take control here. So a great round from F4Q. Question being, how many times can they actually repeat that?
Hey, 4 on the trot. I just wait and see. I think it's very hard after that first map to know what we have depth-wise. I don't know what these guys have in the tank. We've seen them, yes, regionally look quite good. I'd say, as said, the prince is to the throne, but there he goes. It's Nuki this time to try and maybe do a little bit of that bunny work here, but no one nearby, and you're left feeling a little silly.
Absolutely nothing on the back of that showstopper. Look how deep F4Q are. They're all the way back in cave
here. They're in spawn, mate.
Esperanza got to be careful though, because Nuki's hung around.
Yeah.
He will find it, but down to 40 HP. Picks it out of place there, I think. Actually, Esperanza maybe a reflex shot onto the floor, Lauren.
Maybe. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe just make sure the mouse is warmed up, because Kellox's is. Finding Bunny, that's a scalp to be claimed, but there's still bits of danger to this. There's the light armor. This isn't so easy in the room that was taken earlier just off the back of the ult. Plays in so well for Cold Dementer. And F4Q are probably feeling a little weird about this one. It's starting to feel uncomfortable, but good work from, again, Esperanza just slowly taking the space, moving forward, and actually adjusting, but there's going to be a player moving up. Avova's going to take this back. He's definitely heard these steps. Call can be made, but does he pull the trigger? He waits. No, he doesn't, and bounding past. It's Esperanza again, but it is just this squad just walking on through, just plowing through the map.
Kellogg's did manage to get himself a Phantom, but will heal himself up already. Numbers heavily in favor of F4Q. They will even give him the opportunity to find a kill here on the way out. Do any further damage. Too many things to shoot at. The setup is perfect. Actually, 5K will catch a headshot. Don't expect to see him peeking once again, but Athena, you already see reposition. I think Kellogg's anticipating maybe.
He's trying, man.
But it's just, yeah. I mean, there should be 2 players noted at least now, and down to 8 HP. He's just trying to keep him here as long as possible, but F4Q remaining disciplined, and these are the sort of rounds that we talk about in the previous. Yes, we're 1, and
they're getting fired up, man.
We're
Give it right back.
Hearing a little animation in the arena now, Lauren, which is, I mean, usually something we would say about G2, right?
No, I'm loving it. Absolutely, give it right on back. F4Q. Hey man, they've drawn the tack timeout from G2. That's fine by me. I mean, this is where you got to find an answer. Once we go into the buy rounds, once we go into the meat of things, not the the pistols or the the forces or any of that nonsense. When the full buys are out, F4Q have had this, and G2 have found these little kind of nooks and crannies to try and exploit. They've been trying to find these little pieces that could have built, but they've never quite accumulated to that round conversion.
No, I tend to agree with that, and talk about in terms of style and expectations. We're not used to seeing G2 kind of play this way, where it's we're going to give this up for free. That's not something you'd ever typically say about G2, where usually we'd see them get very proactive. The only round we really see them do that is obviously Avova's pushed through on the bonus, where they were still down on SMGs, and the showstopper from Nuki on shore. There's 2 real circumstances.
Hello.
We've seen them at least explore.
I'm back.
In terms of fact finders, I don't think they've actually gathered much.
Yeah, bis.
you know, Bunny's looking.
Nyasar abangnya. Tadi gue bisa WC juga sekalian.
We've still got Razors looking for that on Bind. They've addressed it, but did they
udah kelar.
in that round? No, actually, F4Q were able to flip that.
Tuh lihat kapan bisa lari. Oh itu kayak kena sak deh bang. Nah Astra.
This is when you got to look at the coaches and see how much can G2 go to now. Well, how do they find that information? Is it too late to be trying to go for fact finding when you're starting to have 5 against you? As I said, yeah, you've got 2 under your belt, but they are pistol rounds, so they feel as though they almost sit within their own little category there. But we go back in. Let's see what G2 has left in the tank. Now, I'm looking at their options. Looking at what they can maybe achieve and what they've brought into this round.
Apa?
More than serviceable purchase, maybe lacking bits and pieces of utility, but mostly serviceable.
Bagus sih sebenarnya.
Ada Love Honor lah kan?
Sudah Love Honor. Nus, Gran Turismo mau keluar yang baru loh. Gran Turismo 7.
7.
Tadi gue liat trailer. PS4 atau PS5 dua-duanya kayak keluar deh.
Even more passive. Now the concern obviously comes back to these late hits and what utility is really available to secure that plant at least very late on. So Kellogg's and over here now walk out, and this is kind of offbeat in terms of the Riven here. They will catch contact. Bunny though will come out on top of it.
I've got your trail.
Coba bikin.
Yeah, perfect investment on the timing of that as well.
Coba bikin
Great
perubahan
work,
tapi.
Not even going to mess around with it. It's 5k swings towards Avova.
Siapa?
Nuki now is feeling a little
F4Q.
alone and yeah, put to bed.
Oh anjir, gue baru liat F4Q leading.
Backside, unable to get anything built.
Wah anjir, kena gitu, Maxwell.
Now considered, Bunny even turns for it and they know what.
Makan bang.
There is no threats, no worries. F4Q are in the
Bang Vin pakai sound card apa? Sound card dari Logitech ya bang?
That's so frustrating if you.
Tapi map terbaik F4Q sih Bind. Final di Korea aja kan yang lawan VS kalah 3-1. Nah dia menang satu mapnya itu cuma Bind kalau nggak salah dah. Oh map terbaik itu ternyata Bind. Atomic War when? Nggak tahu belum sempet nih. Ntar ajarin nih main Atomic. Makan ngap?
Maybe start talking about bringing ops out, bringing out different looks, trying to get there's answers, and I'm sure this is
makan nasi goreng guys.
Tackle or try to tackle is what do you do with this now, because you're not finding any of that room, you're not finding even those aggressive pieces. Yeah, you take a bit of space, but they are sat
nasi
so
goreng.
deep.
Ya,
You're taking
kelihatan.
such weird fights.
Into
And
the
here
sky.
we're going to see the pop flash from
Nasi
Mid.
goreng.
They are on pistols.
Kebuli.
Some upgraded, some not. Athena,
Kelihatan.
Athena, I hated it. I appreciate it.
Nggak kelihatan, kelihatannya tangan doang.
And F4Q are just fine. They have taken over
Susah
long. They're
fokusinnya.
doing very well right now. And what an answer back for them. After was an absolute rubbing on map 1. It was horrible to watch for them, I'm sure. They'll
Berapa segitu? 40 plus ongkir.
nothing nice about it, but a real confidence builder back in here.
And look at this. I mean, F4Q just rolling as a unit, right? It's kind of just deathballing as opposed to Bunny being, you know, only really having an owl drone to find him and to a side. Kellogg, let's see. I'll find a second, but 5k.
One enemy remaining.
Too quick with the flash there of over. Sheriff find the first, nearly actually with the pre-fire on the second as well.
Makan ngap.
Zumba in position for the trade, but made things interesting at least. But just coming back to that point, really, just look at F4Q's ability to stack up and just throw bodies towards the site. And now the problem is, this round deficit, every buy round that comes up, GT know they haven't got one after that, right? So that's when they don't want to take risks, or at least the tendency changes, where at least they don't feel comfortable taking these risks. Speaking of taking risks, Lauren,
Ops out.
there's an operator in play.
Jahin Vin. Jahin Bang Bagus.
I mean, you gotta try something, right?
Livestream Gran Turismo dong bang, kapan-kapan pengen banget main to game terakhir main di PS2 15 tahun lalu. Lu juga main Gran Turismo 15 tahun yang lalu Nus ya? Di PS2. Halo?
Bunny's just going to take the room. They have no respect and they do not
Dia lagi AFK nih orang.
map as their own. Kellogg's is only good for one instantaneous trade for Zumba. As they can start working towards the site, you can see the pressure now starting to mount. The divide is going to come through, and G2's vision, their assumptions are all they're going to have left now.
So cheap ya, what the fuck? Lu so cheap ya? Main mahal tau kayak gini. Nuki, oh my god.
G2 somehow flipped that back in their favor, Lauren. What a retake.
Look, I'd love to say that was the op. It wasn't. I mean,
Hey, there was
maybe the
one,
knock-on
though.
effect.
There was
Maybe the
one.
knock-on effect. Let's kind of talk about it because they were just rabid after that. They saw that and they hunted it down. They pressured the site so quickly. This is the first time there's been maybe a chance for this to happen.
The fact that Codiment finds that second is crazy. But yeah, coming back to that again, you notice it's a Sage with the operator.
Nice try, bud.
Kellogg's
No,
kind of
F4Q.
playing the spot you'd expect a Jet to be in, right? There's no get out of jail free card, at least. Your only get out of jail free card is that wall, and it went down so late they were still able to identify exactly where it is and do so much damage to him. Bunny then finds first blood on short. At that point, it's just a matter of time, right? Where does Kellogg's go?
Surabaya sekitar 55-60 daging kambing gak segede itu buat ada mie sih. Obat ada mie sih.
Just quicker on the trigger and it's all his.
Enak ya pakai mie juga. Nasi goreng tanpa mie gitu.
For Nuki is trying to work through on mid as well at the same time. There's the pop of the ult.
I love that. But he's actually
Nice try banget.
out of danger.
Lihat gak sih?
Was made.
Yes.
Bisa celin temennya.
10 out of 10 for effort.
I love if he was safe completely. Just
Oh yeah, he
flung
booped him into it, yeah.
See you later. Bait me again. Oh, perfection. However, we go
Terus,
back
ini orang mana ya?
Layer is. The trade back is actually impressive.
Tiba-tiba hilang.
For Athena, just wasn't there that time. There's Nuki comfortable to claim it. And the first time we're really seeing G2 maintain an advantage at this point.
I just want to point something out. Avova now, to address Bunny, is playing with a judge inside lamps. So that's G2's adjustment there to try and at least, I don't want to say stop the bleeding or at least quell Bunny. This time actually he's got the showstopper. Again, in this scenario, Avova's probably just going to run straight to that does get popped. But 30 seconds, Spike is making its way through cave in spawn.
Okay.
Like a Zumba.
Anjir.
Run to the back of sight, fallen away. 18 seconds. Could just post this. Oh, it's a trade out in the end. Avova must be so quick with that, to be fair, to get it. But it is still just a one player left. And oh, Mixwell holds his nerve. And G2 gets a...
Oh, ada yang nelfon.
This is maybe the answer they needed. It's not perfect. It is not perfect by any means. It's not. But it's rounds for G2.
I want to take a look at the economy here, because actually, if this comes out as 7-5 for G2, that is nothing short of a miracle after we've watched this half play out. I mean, as comfortable as it's going to be, Bunny on the judge, that's effectively a full buy for F4Q in my book.
Ini nasi goreng kebuli ada acar terus mie sama gorengan dua, buset banyak banget. Worth lah kalau kayak gitu.
One thing to talk about, I guess, in terms of the play styles of both these teams, you know, leaning away from those set pieces, those sorts of ultimates become very reactionary, right? It's not necessarily we're going to pin everything on this lock clearing out. It's potentially in a post plan, we might throw it down, might use it to at least clear some space a little.
Tanggung sumpah.
I want to see it come online. That's the main
Keren sumpah ini efeknya deh dah. Kayak ada kayak banjir becek gitu anjir.
I want to see it employed.
I'm with you. I'm in complete agreement. Now, timeout.
Lihat dah. Kayak becek gitu nggak sih?
Close out first half.
Ada airnya? Apa beneran ada airnya lah? Di mereka mainnya jadi basah-basah gitu kakinya.
Right? Because then you look at results and go, well, what does this then mean after G2?
Is a terrible
Kocak kayaknya mental terus mati ngejengkang.
Perfectly. I think maybe even
Nice try lah itu. Oke.
You're just purely reading off the paper. It was up there with this at some point.
I put it in the same bucket as Bind, honestly. You look at the performances versus Damwon and obviously then Vision Strikers.
Absolutely.
Context-wise, not a million miles apart.
I'd say they had a couple of closer games, you know, a bit of a more competitive scoreline, but you know, to what extent? This is a big adjustment, and it isn't just that first rung of Bunny doing damage. We now got everyone kind of finding it. I like to see 5K joining in on that. We've had everyone. Esperanza, a couple of big rounds as well. Here we go. 7-4.
Baru setengah anjir.
Bunny.
Wah, nice try.
He's been punished
nice try lagi.
A great trade for Athena, but it's the double down on aggression. Mixwell's not relenting and actually going to get caught for it. They are stacked up, and Esperanza
jago amat itu.
Absolutely welcome it with open arms.
Gue becek liat Luvin, astaga, kok begitu? Beda konteks nih kayak ini, Josia.
I don't think so. I mean, look at the ground. There has to be.
Ya begitu kayaknya efek Spectrum Neon kayak di video NCS gitu. Oh ya. NCS, keren anjir video NCS.
Really just going to make it a little more difficult for Kellogg to fight back in.
Ulti bisa naik gitu dah.
Again, feasibly, yeah, this is a 1v3 and it's not going to change.
Let me tell you the story.
I'm listening.
Right, there's a 1v3. Kellogg's only had a sheriff. Mad, right? But there was a chance. You can see he's got a couple of guns there. He's considering it. There he is. And when the round I'm talking about, obviously, he picked up a knock. It ain't this round. He can barely make it past the turret right now. Life is truly not a dream.
Wow, nice
as it stands, and everything. It's all being thrown in. Kitchen sink's on the way in a moment's time. Absolutely. Not a hope in hell. And F4Q have done wonders here. What a recovery after map 1. I absolutely love this. Just the first half here in the second map.
Yeah, I mean, crazy for F4Q to come out. Honestly, look like a completely different team. This is night and day in terms of composure, in terms of, you know, we talk about the fundamentals coming into attack FPS. It just looks so good from F4Q. And G2, unfortunately, in a couple of these rounds, yes, I'm liking them kind of trying to fight fire with fire, you know, look for this early territory control, but time and time again, it's just not panning out. There's no kind of follow on that. There's no second layer to what they're trying to achieve. And even look at that last round. Desperation is like, guys, keep pushing, like, trade that, please. Somebody trade it, and it's 3-4 seconds later after the initial kill. The round's lost at that point.
Night and day in my eyes as well. The aging composition, whatever it may be, it just looked like a different team coming through here. So I'm more than happy to see it. I'm just curious what Sean's got in store for us. As soon as he's ready, I'm sure we're going to find out. But yeah, I just, in my mind, I'm looking at the difference makers. Who was it? What created those moments between the two? And it's hard to categorize to an extent because it did feel like G2 finally got an answer, but it was so late in the day. And bear in mind, half of their score was with the pistol involved.
Let's come back to the composition for a second, because obviously on the previous map, we obviously did see Kellogg's doing his thing.
Kellogg's having a map.
Nuki actually being the one to step onto the stage, right? True. So here, there's a big shift in the comfort zone for G2, right? And especially in terms of a tempo, not necessarily of the map, but the series. You have to completely dial that back in, and it becomes this completely different face-off between two different players.
Okay.
Kellogg's, I don't think had an opportunity to have the same impact initially here in the first half that you did on map 1.
No, and I'm in complete agreement. Again, I think we have to wait and now see on that second half coming up any second now. So I don't know where to go on this. Do we get that resurgence from G2? Do they wake up? Or the Korean boys keep getting loud? I don't know if you guys can hear it at home, but it was very quiet. It was a very one-sided sort of area in the last map. But now it's getting a little more
weird,
even.
Though, isn't it?
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, strange.
Weird. Who'd have thunk it?
Not me.
Yeah, thanks for that input. Real helpful you are. Right, we're going back into game. Enough of us. Let's get this second half underway. 8-4 is the current scoreline. It looks like there is a chance for a third map, which, if you are just tuning in, let me roll that around. Haven.
Yeah,
will be coming in.
That's interesting, but I do want to come back to the 8-4. Very different story here to 7-5. Obviously, how quickly G2 would be able to, I guess, respond back into this with a pistol and a conversion. 5K. The jump spot, going to find a lot of information actually, and the spike a little deeper. Although I don't think Kellogg's was noted initially. Both actually jump spot. I'm not sure if Nuki's able. Has he been able to get there completely undetected? I think he has now. He's had to shoot, but 5K will find a Vova in response to that.
If we get some more spicy Sky players, you know my life is just filled with joy. So, looking forward to see if 5K can keep this up, because he's already had a sick start, but it's Kellogg's to just tame him down. That's now long going to be at least, I guess, removed from F4Q's vision. But we did hear the TP going through in the double stack towards Shower. Now might have some fun. They haven't actually crested the corner. There was so much potential, and they still punish as well. Great work towards Kolamenta. Kellogg's. There it is, caught in the end. So, as it stands, Mixwell in a 1v3. Not quite made the raid boss with the frenzy. Spike is noted. And it looks like that clock is just now dwindling away from him. You can see already the push up through towards short. Spike garnered. Does have a flash to hand. There's one bonus. Can he find anyone? There's that flash. Fake flash, doesn't need to pop it. Bunny jump peaks. Spots him. Good work for F4Q here, starting things off as they mean to go on. Keep in mind, 2 of G2's rounds here. Up to this point, work from that pistol. So, a critical one going forward.
Just coming back, yes, G2 round 1 and 2 to potentially get back into this. F4Q, if they take the pistol and round 2, it's double digits. And that's terrifying for G2 to build back into this. Have to see what the answer is here. I'm seeing a couple of investments on the side of G2, but no real main weapon. It's a Frenzy and a Shorty actually swapped out now. It's a Sheriff in the hands of Kellogg's, but See if they can get anything done at all. Everybody here. Towards showers. Other than Nuki on short. Two members of F4Q actually to greet them, so see here, gonna try and play distance initially, but all the information gathered already. Actually we'll do some damage, but we'll back away and 3 bodies here. G2 walking into a comfortable stack here.
See the patience from either side.
Oh shit.
Nuki getting that concept, but he can't quite deal with what he wanted. But at least just deny the follow-up if there was one. Nice idea. Again, Nuki just holding this down. He's just like, I'm just gonna stay here as long as I can and see if I can maybe keep them interested.
The thing is now with the shorty being noted, it's like, yeah, okay, you can have lamps.
Yeah, leave him alone in there. Don't want that.
But 2 members for F4Q still dug into B site. 5K and Zumba.
Straight out.
Yeah. They're going to get farmed on the way out of this one. 5K finds the first 2. Atsi will get the reload on that one. Kellogg's Atsi will find the first, but Zumba, the second layer to that defense, will close things out for F4Q. Now we come to G2's buy round. And, you know, looking at this, potentially, F4Q, if they can turn this, is 11. G2 back down on pennies. And then it becomes even more difficult to even dream up the possibility of a comeback here.
That reality seemingly slipping further and further away. And this is the one, G2. What you got in the tank for us? What you got on that back burner you've been saving up for maybe a moment like this? Because as it stands, F4Q have been showing you how it's done. Perfect beginning in the second half here. Double digits almost instantly achieved. A quick flash, but it finds no one. It gives not much away. Oh, Doggo has a little bit of a go of it. There's the flash. Fina could get some pressure from this, and it's Nuki going to take that space, but it's not without a trade. Quelled quickly by Bunny. Seekers come through. Mixwell has to handle them and has to fall off.
Colamenta given nothing on the side of this. Kellogg's actually
Young.
Colamenta got to be careful. Has the Aldrone, has the recon bolt, so I'm hoping Zumba and Esperanza are noted here. Mixwell going to swing on the first, and look at that. Actually diligent enough to clear the second as well. G2 find a way onto A site initially. Kellogg's now still in position and unnoted. Does deal with the flank. 5K falls. Bunny, a leisured spray with the SMG there, but G2 will close things out. 3 survive as well, and in terms of, you know, building some momentum here, it's a good one to carry across. Now, they don't have a Blade Storm to fall back on with this composition, but we look towards the Showstopper, we look towards the Hunter's Fury, you know, things that can open up around for G2. Have to keep an eye on that progress here. Look at this, Mixwell actually clears the first, and like I said, real diligent there to be swinging on the second as well, just making sure that there's no possibility for, it's just some cheekiness coming out on the side of F4Q.
Yeah, that double stack could have really held some danger to it, but as you said, cleared out diligently and allowed them further forward. 10-5 now. Mostly rifles out. Poor old Afina feeling the pinch. Well, he's tight.
I have the spike. Spike drop.
Judge for Nuki. Time to see what G2 look like on this attacking side. We got to kind of get the glimpse of personality that F4Q are bringing, but G2 on approach, I mean, this is quite to the, I guess, to the pointy end of the stick if you're looking at how much time they've got to work with against double digits. Struggling in some of these gun rounds. As it stands, quite patient on approach thus far, but it looks like a 3-2 split going towards A if it continues this way for the attacking side.
Seekers invested. The distance real close just yet, and Kellogg's taking a lot of damage before even getting out of showers here. The wall's going to go up just behind the smoke here. Look, he actually comes all the way up on top of Afina, but he still comes out.
Flash. 5K's done so well here. Just buying time, trying to stay alive, trying to do something from this really uncomfortable position, still making it his own. High flash comes over, doesn't quite find what he wants. And Afina, careful of your back here, but through the TP they go. Hitting the retreat, but it's Kellogg still on an island, gets punished by 5K. And it's a 5v3 now. They're going to lean in towards the other side. They're going to try and get that spike down, nothing to deny it, and that late lurk around, or at least the long rotation around for Mixwell, eventually going to join them up on maybe long here. They still have to weather the storm. 5 on the retake. Utility looking a little worn out here. Not much left for for F4Q to play with, but of over gonna give them at least the first fight here. Flash goes towards CT. There's the swing! There was the lineup. You can see the damage on 5k. He's now the walking wounded, but Bunny striding towards the site here. Gets pinged out to now noted. They swarm the site.
Gak mau coba live di Twitch bang? Wah nggak dulu deh bang. Dia lebih prefer YouTube. Soalnya orang Indonesia tuh jarang nonton Twitch. Lebih baik yang di orang luar kan.
They weather the storm and turn a 3v5 back in their favor, Lauren. Fantastically played, and I mean, I've got to argue, Over potentially good for more there. So fair play to him backing away from that and knowing how to play that round out. Again, just keeping F4Q guessing on the way back onto B site, and that's a big round for G2. Again, puts a little stop on the economy, gives them a little bit of a buffer, and now we look at it. Revive online. Nuki now 3 slices away from the showstopper. Hunter's Fury.
Bam!
Does have his ultimate
Nice try.
Lots of tools
available. Udah kelar makan, udah siap.
Apa Vin?
Siap buat nonton.
Confess.
What? Confess apa ini?
You're actually going to get some further progress as well on his showstopper.
Wah anjir, di pick begitu. Nah, cerai.
Look at this, it's a 3-man walk from F4Q.
Baju gua amat anjir, Esperanza.
They've dabbled with slightly more aggressive, you know, saw that double stack on short. They don't mind getting a little fruity, and I love that. They're trying to make the play forward, and now
Siap teriak-teriak ya kan? Siap teriak, jangan dong. Lagi enak nih, kekenyangan dah gua, kenyang bego. What the fuck? Kenyang banget.
Hit against pistol sheriffs, I say actually is a full on.
Gila,
I think we call
rata,
it
Esperanza.
Chico.
Serius gak sih? Kok lu spoiler sih?
The Chico is on the
Wah sayang tuh burungnya. Mixwell.
Nuki's been slowly controlling long for some time, and now the site is actually absent of players. The rotation's a while off.
Here comes the party.
Again, if things do start getting a little wonky here for G2, lots to fall back on. But F4Q at least. 2 players forwards. Esperanza.
Apa?
The only one really with a rifle.
Lu kira Reseulti
ya? Come up and
bukan. Itu apa namanya? Bunyi spike. Anjing. What the fuck? Di pick kayak gitu langsung jedor.
There's a rifle for Esperanza here. Should I be getting ever worried about this?
Nggak demen dah gua kayak gitu. Wah, beneran anjing. Spoiler. Rata Esperanza anjing. Lu ini ya? Cenayang ya?
Gua tadi nggak tahu.
Iya cenayang ya lu. WH. Saya tahu.
Nama Esperanza. Nih gua ratain bro.
Ini Esperanza carry Dinus dia.
Tuh, jumurnya disorot nih.
Mukanya kayak ini dah. Kayak siapa ya? Kayak temen lu Denus. Anus Dukun, ya kan? Si Anus Dukun, kata Miguel.
You run that every single time. You run that, let's say we run it 100 times. How many times do you think they get away with it? Not that many, but credit to them to play like
siapa carry Skiat ya? Mukanya ada tadi. Ya, itu carry Skiat.
Iya benar juga ya.
Oh, yang dibilang Rise waktu itu Here Comes the Party. Iya, Here Comes the Party.
See if they can pull it back together. For now, we look at what we have coming up against them. The quick flash.
Here comes the party. Oh, Fair in the Hall yang.
Beda sisi.
Iya, beda sisi. Kalau Fair in the Hall tuh musuh. Bam. Line up nus.
Kalau pakai apa?
Line up cok dart. Wah sayang, boleh bolong. Apa emang sengaja? Here comes the party. Wah. 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 Udah anjir. Kok gitu sih? Lu wawa dulu, gue jadi ikutan. Wah, baru. Gue udah anjir, udah gue refresh, sudah 1080.
Big correction. big correction.
Wah, Nuki. Wah, Avova. Nugi itu. Jago amat anjir nih Avova.
Yeah. The
Set.
difference around Command, we saw them unable to hold that post plant, be by a thrifty round.
Kirain Dirgat the party. Oh bukan. Maramo.
Themselves like, no, we can do this.
Dirgat mah itu dong, A7X kalau itu mah.
Money's looking a little tight though on the other side for F4Q. They are struggling.
Kalau nobar VCT gini ada perizinan nggak Vin dari pihak YouTube mereka? Kayak nggak apa-apa deh Bang Balgus. Nggak masalah sih kayak mereka. Banyak kok.
A smorgasbord of everything most people dislike.
Nggak usah di nobar, nggak usah di.
Mitchman. Mitchman somewhere.
Izin juga udah bisa dibuka sendiri nggak sih soalnya?
Iya.
All we're missing is an Odin.
Truly.
Cuman ada beberapa yang harus ada izinnya setahu gua. Tapi nggak apa-apa sih kalau ini. Rayak dah.
Keluar sih.
Emang, wah. Oh, gua nggak maksud apa? Nggak ngerti maksud lu keluar gitu anjir. Gua kira nembak rekonnya, nembak drone nya. Ya itu beneran keluar anjing, goblok banget.
Kayaknya ada timing pin.
Iya mungkin ya.
The rotations come through. F4Q have read this perfectly.
Yeah, they're not out of position at all. Nuki
Wah, anjing gua kira nembak di on mid air tadi.
Just side of the desk, but is Esperanza still doing some work here? 3 players trying to swarm him, but
Emang iya, kayaknya enggak sih Ron ini. Oh kan?
Avova did check on that just to make sure. I was worried if somehow he'd missed that. Flash comes in, finds nothing. Wall still there. The 5K.
5K.
Flash doesn't need the birds. Just gets the headshot, and now a 2v4. This should not be losable. Double stack towards Lamps. That's going to be Mixwell's success on towards Esperanza. And then Rifle, the 5K did show some beauty on. Not quite probably going to have the chance he wanted. There it is.
Avova main shower mulu anjir. Dia flank mulu.
Well, let's take a little look at the economy as well, because F4Q is scrappy investment in the previous. Well, we talked about that, the judge, the rifle, a sheriff.
Timingin
playing on a class.
Iya.
Jadi anggur
This is
shower
pretty
gitu.
much going to be everything. Yeah. I mean, there's
Shower jadi yang paling lengah, ya nggak sih?
in the bank after this, so potential here
Enggak,
for
maksudnya dia
G2
timingin skill-skillnya sama
double
temen-temen
digits
yang
and bring
entry.
it within touching distance.
Sambil walk shower.
It's only really on the
Yeah.
back of
Yeah.
2 initially going in favor of F4Q, but G2 resetting in round 17 and coming straight back and answering back actually completely negates that buy from F4Q.
Absolutely, and exactly what the doctor ordered for G2. They were looking
Binatang
well,
buas.
flat here for a while, not quite finding that form, but this build back could be something. But
Binatang bos ketemu turret.
can't ignore the fact that F4Q
Ketemu
are
robot.
on 11 rounds. Big information going to be garnered through that TP.
Apa sih Nus, lu kayak spoiler dah.
Sky suddenly appeared, but it's all fine. And there's the flashback confirming someone might
Kita kayak beda 5 detik gitu loh.
Again though,
Lu pause dong, 2 detik gitu.
been a recurring theme. Kellogg's again
Lu
controlling.
detik berapa sekarang?
Not sure if he was noted there. Just
58.
the timing of
Anjing kelamaan berarti. Gua 1 59 58. Oh lu kecepetan. Ini baru 55 gua. Iya, 5 detik.
Esperanza Hunter's Fury.
Pause
So I think
dulu
that's why
nih.
he's playing a little
Jangan, jangan, tar aja pas ini freeze time.
potentially deny that, but Pop
Udah.
only in anticipation. And Zumba will find a kill.
How's he gotten away
Wah,
with
anjing.
that? And 5K as well. G2 thought they were safe, thought they'd
Wah.
we got the side, got the wall going up, but no, look who's just lurking around these corners. Kellogg's now eats that flash completely.
5K.
And 5K.
Ooh, 5K, what the fuck?
Through huge work from him and F4Q.
Jago banget anjir.
Oke, langsung ini lah ya.
Is on the horizon.
Emang turret nembakin Doggy Sky bang? Enggak nembak, enggak ketemu. Maksudnya enggak bisa nembak Doggy nih. Si turret cuma bisa nembakin orang doang.
Killjoy kan di nerf ya?
Nembakin bumbot juga gak? Enggak nembak util, cuma nembakin orang doang. Turret tuh. Zunda. Iya tay. Ini 5K sih, mantep banget sumpah.
The most blind I think we'll see anybody this weekend at least.
Gue agak bingung dah, dia timingnya bisa bagus kayak gitu.
Iya.
Apa ya?
Point here.
Nunggu apa ya, Fit? Kayak diinfoin ya?
Wouldn't be us without a third, would it?
Kayaknya iya sih.
I'm down.
Starting
Kalau enggak
as
mungkin.
we mean to go on.
Oh yeah, we had a one-side.
Oh enggak ya, lihat radar. Pas lihat radar kan pada lagi nembak-nembakin sono, terus kayak ditimingin gitu ya. Nerf apaan Killjoy? Turretnya jadi di... Udah gak nge-slow lagi turretnya.
See the coaches having a chat.
I love that. We actually seen those.
Sentinel lagi senyum-senyum nih. Ada masalah sama G2. Iya, kenapa ya? Emang katanya sih emang map terkuat. Apa namanya? F4Q tuh Bind. G2 aja sampai kewalahan nih. Kewalahan nggak sih? Kewalahan lah ya kayak gini.
Exactly the tools they've got to work with. It's fantastic to see the support for that.
Incredible. 12-8, an incredible performance from F4Q after what was, it was just over and done with. G2 looked like the team that was terrifying people.
Round start,
scrims, you know, the scrim bucks take
Ini juga.
People were certainly taking notice, but we go back in at 12-8. Is it recovery or is it map 3? Funny, really would like to get out of there quickly. Zumba's like, where you going? Hang around. Need some friends over here. 2 on the other side though. Playing a dangerous game, but he spotted 1, and it's actually 5k in the meantime to find Coldamenta. But the trades come through.
Coldamenta.
This kind of has negated that presence, but the problem is Athena's been caught, and this battle in shower, all the kills have been kind of around it almost.
So that's all the way over where Kellogg's and Nuki are now able to find their way in. Zumba now walking, going to catch this audio cue as well on, and he's going to hear both. So now, a decent idea at least. I'm not sure what Bunny's looking at because everybody should be accounted for here.
Masa menang sih 3 lawan 4?
Unless they're paranoid about one player, they heard
menang.
2 steps.
Bisa ngeliat ini menang.
Yeah. This could be a problem. Zumba's timing now gets it. Great news for F4Q here because G2 now, at least on even playing field with the
menang sih, nggak tahu kenapa berasa menang itu kayak kekepung gitu yang di set. Wah, Kellogg's.
Wah, itu Esperanza nge-wave kalau nggak sih.
Wah, nice try anjir. Damage bumbot dikurangin nggak sih bang? Iya, dari 125 jadi berapa ya? 80 deh kayaknya. Ya 80 sampai 90 lah.
Back in that scenario, 900 credits left in the tank for F4Q. G2 on the brink of double digits. Decent ultimate progression as well. Obviously, we see Avova one away, Nuki one away, Kellogg's one away, Mixwell has the Seekers up. Athena again with that lockdown, but we haven't seen F4Q lean towards a retake really, either side.
No, you're right. Early shower control has been worked towards Seekers.
I've got your trail.
Lightly worked around. Nothing to capitalize on. Aside from that, the Kellogg's has got super deep on this.
Boleh juga nih Kellogg's nih wallnya kayak gini.
Nice to watch. The flash did come in. Players on the other side.
Anus apaan sih lu? Says
goodbye to the Zumba is there to quell.
Kok lu masih cepat lebih cepat siapa Anda?
Tahu.
With all this going down,
Kayak 5 detik delay Discord deh.
Very good on it. Zumba striding in towards that smoke. This could be problems now. Mixwell feeling that pressure line to build. There is that.
G2.
He's found a Vova.
Nus apaan sih lu Nus?
Try and save it. He's got one. He knows he's away, but what are you gonna do against him?
In true Bunny fashion, charging him down with a
G2.
Gonna close things out. Comfortable time on the defuse. And F4Q 13-9 here on Bind and force the third map. What a statement. What a response actually after map 1. Really, really impressed with them. Again, we saw glimmers of what they were trying to achieve on map 1, but they just couldn't find success. Here, totally different story.
And you're right, it wasn't just Bunny as well. I want to look at 5k. That guy.
Sechel nempel di kepala meledak mati gak sih bang? Kalau sekarang nggak mati. Sechel tuh maksimal damage-nya 50. Wah, Anu spoiler reaction. Spoiler anjir nih orang.
Wah, ya gimana ya?
Gue sih dukung F4Q, Vin. F4Q ya, sama-sama ini kita. Asian. Nggak, anjir gue tetap dukung gitu, sumpah. Itu jago soalnya. F4Q badut gak sih? Tapi kalau badut juga menang lawan G2. Gimana dong? Akhirnya teriak juga, paling demen Bang Ramo kalau gue teriak. Entel lah ya, gitu. G2. Ayo Nus, game lagi kita.
Ini mau macan bule ya?
Momocan bule gak tuh? Ada kan dia juga lagi live stream gak sih, Momocan?
Nggak tahu wah.
Momo-chan.
Mana lu?
Sabar, online dulu.
Gue minum air bentar.
Pilih stream yang ini deh. Main apa nih kita nih? Replication.
Replication. Boleh.
Lu tidur ya abis ini?
Gue sih penasaran game ketiganya sih, pengen lihat.
Game ketiga seru sih.
Lagunya Valorant ganti kan lu?
Emang iya ya? Gue gak pakai lagu soalnya.
Oh.
Jadi lagu Z ya?
Iya.
Masa sih? Coba dulu. Coba. Sama aja kek.
Dengerin dulu. Dududududing.
Ah. Kayak gak nyambung gak sih?
Iya. Kayak terpisah ya.
Oh iya?
Emang terpisah sih.
Gue sih gak pakai lagu in game selalu. Gak tau kenapa ya. Ih lucu deh ini. Di BP kali ya.
Pantas tuh udah gak pernah ini lagi, Vin. Duh.
Oh kalau itu masih pakai yang duh. Tapi kalau yang lagu menu enggak.
Oh.
Iya. Momo-chan.
Tadi yang nelfon gue ya, gue udah suruh itu apa? Ngobrol aja di chat streamnya Kevin. Gak mau dia, Vin.
Kenapa? Takut ada jejak.
Maunya off the record.
Off the record gak tuh? Iya kan? Gak boleh ada jejak kalau kata lo.
Iya.
Anjir, Minions main lah.
Minions. Oh iya, Minions. Dia mau naikin, dia bilang pakai itu. Bayar.
Oh, pakai Battle Pass. Pakai Battle Pass.
Pakai Battle Pass.
Di store baru beda lagunya, Bang. Emang iya di store? Jadi kalau buka store beda lagunya? Coba kita coba ya.
Itu berarti yang tadi gue buka store kali ya. Jadi iya.
Oh iya.
Iya benar.
Hah? Terus gue gagal lu buka store. Tapi kalau beda. Terus kalau di store baru beda. Kan gue jadi ntar lupa keganti nih.
Apanya?
Kagak. Pakai bridge.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Oh iya ini replication. Bridge. Tai. Nah itu dong.
Gue lupa loh ini replication. Ingatnya Spike Rush. Sofa lagi.
Anjing. Ya kepilih sofa males banget tai. Yeay.
Untung gue pilih bridge lu ya. Kenapa nggak ini ya? Race. Sofa musuhnya.
Sofa nggak seru banget anjir main sofa itu.
Iya.
Di store baru beda lagu. Oh ya itu udah baca. I know. Naon sih ya Miguel? I know anjing. Chat post used to scroll.
Look at this place. Kingdom has more money than they know what to do with. I wonder where they keep it.
I wonder how. I wonder why. Yesterday's gonna be a blue sky, and all that I can see is elementary. I turn my head up and down.
Western lu semua.
Eagle. Mau main sini sih? Mid lah. Jangan noob. Harus kita main ini Nus, Astra.
Oh iya. Ding 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 ding.
Ini malas banget nih pecahin drone banyak nih.
Iya.
Deket deh kayaknya. Deket Heaven. Flash. Ih, gue lewat sini. Das. Tai, elbow.
One elbow, one inside.
Still elbow.
Elbow, bo.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Main no.
30 seconds left.
Ding. Sonup.
Tong.
I hold your hand. And all that I can see is a purple, yellow lemon tree.
Hidup kita tuh sama musuh sama nggak sih?
Sama ya. Ras. Astagfirullah. Gue kerekon. Gue ketek maksudnya. I'm blind.
Blind not deaf.
Blinding. Soba's dead.
Dar.
One enemy remaining.
Lancar banget bilang sonup. Lancar ya sama sonup. Ya. Di stun gak tuh?
Itu pasti.
Main apa sih sebenarnya? And all that I can see. Yes, yellow lemon tree. Oh tidur dulu ser malam-malam. Oke, Bram, thank you so much sudah mampir. See you tomorrow, Bram. Sampai ketemu di stream CJ. Goblok, depan gua.
I'm on the side.
Low lagi dia. Dia low lagi. Siapa? Lu bukan? Nus. Sini gua flash. Bangsat. Blang.
Soba's dead.
Gak ada. Sini semua.
One enemy remaining.
Ada skin baru.
Hilang tapi.
Emang iya hilang?
Last round before the switch.
Hilang. What the fuck? Emang gitu ya?
Iya gitu replication-nya.
Nggak seru banget. One set, one heaven. Anjir, terhard banget, tai. Throw yuk. Throw yuk. Dia terhard.
Ayo.
Dia throw.
Ntar gue stun, gue ulti.
Go rush, bo. Go rush. Let's go. Yang mana sih? Yang Korea nih, anjing.
Yang
Aku stun dia dah. Go, bo. Gue stun temen gue, biar gak bisa jalan. What the fuck? Nowhere to run semua anjing. I think heaven bow.
One city.
Sova's dead. Flash out.
Elbow.
I'm in heaven.
Cing, keren amat orang.
30 seconds left.
I'm blind, boy. After. What?
No. Down B.
Default. Pillar.
Where?
Pillar, yeah.
Out of charges.
The bomb. Oh my god, bro. Just.
Oh!
My rate just went up.
Die hard.
Enak suara Phantom baru. Iya, anjir. Enak loh, Nus. Phantom baru.
Enak ya?
Tanggung gak sih?
Gue mesti apa dong kalau enak?
Kalau enak ya. Harus cobain kayak. Oh, Nus beli shotgun. Ket nih. Baki.
Gue flashin buat lu nih. Lu maju gak?
Mana?
Hah?
Gue sini mid.
Oh, ini lu. Mirip sih.
Dia ini udah friendly armor. Mantep kayak nih.
Gue ini aja. Viewernya.
Padahal cenat-cenat semua gato. Cenat-cenat anjir.
Bigel.
Mampus lu.
Ih.
Spike down.
Lu harus liat gue anjing. Liat gue gak tadi?
Okay, we got a spy, man. We got a spy.
Cenat-cenat anjir, ini si flash doang. Lagi finishernya disco ya, finishernya mantap. Clubbing langsung.
He cloud, I can flash.
Ya buru Nus, kelarin.
Guys, go tiba.
Kelarin. Finish this game, I want to watch. Don't throw. What the fuck? Don't throw. I want to watch for. I want to watch F4Q.
One enemy remaining.
Belakang lu, Thanos.
Middle.
10 seconds left.
Middle?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
No one beats me. No one.
Nyari 6 ya, Vin ya?
Nyari 5, ada 5.
Reloading.
Match point.
They can run or get run over. Their choice.
Rush, bo.
Perhatiin Vin. Emen.
Harus emen sih ya, bener nih kayak. Sumpah udah mau mulai. Ngabong gua.
Ya udah. Sini lu maju pakai judge. Pakai itu sih lu.
Ya. Sunin dulu ya, gitu flash.
Iya.
Flash out.
Udah, gua udah sumbang 2. Hajar tuh, selesai. Jauh. Buruan! Go, rush, go, come on! What the fuck?
Pasti.
Wah, aku mau nonton anjing.
Player standing.
What the f... Menangin, sumpah. Nggak bohong gua. Anjing, keren banget nih orang.
30 seconds
Satu
left.
kanan lo.
Too late.
Kiri lo.
Planted.
Ente dah.
Sorry lah, Vin. Lu pakai judge.
Gue udah ulti sumpah. Game mid deh. Mau mid gak?
Ayo. Oh, atau mau A, gua ulti.
Gue ada ulti.
Lagi. Ada?
Ya udah yuk. Gas. Abis ulti gue maju, kill 1, baru gue ulti lagi.
Ya udah. Gua ulti gini nih.
Anjing, ini dua ngapain tadi di sini semua?
Rushing.
Go flash. I'm gonna rush. Biar ya kena.
No match.
Ini satu doang. What the fuck? Ada kambing B.
Heaven. Just say heaven. Say heaven.
Di spawn anjir, spawn.
Iya.
Nowhere to run.
Okay, now only B man.
Emen 2. What the fuck, depan lu, Nes. Itu lu bukan sih di sewer? Iya, sewer kan? Atas lu sumpah. Skin baru.
Ya. Canda
30
nih.
seconds left.
Pushing in.
Flash out.
Maksa Vin nggak mau main, nggak mau nonton.
One enemy remaining.
Yes.
Last player.
Notam.
Spike down A.
Notam. Dah, yuk. GG. Sonup.
Defenders win.
The fight is over. I just warmed up.
Mau ada turnamen, Vin. Kok lagu jadi beda sih?
Iya, terus suaranya juga ganti.
Semuanya aja anjing, suaranya ganti jadi suara Z. Dah yuk. Gue DC dulu. Balik.
Mana? Bisa Red Bull gitu kan?
Bang Vin ngapain? Nggak tahu. Nggak tahu gue ngapain.
Belum mulai, Vin.
Sabar.
Baru mau pick ini.
Ya gitu dong, respect harus nonton picknya.
Okay, so what do we expect here?
Ini apa?
Would you go for some surprises, or do we expect what we're used to see?
I don't know if I would go for surprises necessarily. I mean, we've already spoken about how G2 like to go for different things. In the last competition they played on Haven, which was Jet, Killjoy, Omen, Raze, and Sky, they've only played that once. So it could be that they abandon that and do something new. But I don't know if I'm expecting anything crazy.
I mean, there you go. First thing, if Omen's not going to be playing Omen, he's going to go back in the Astra, something that I actually like. Do you like it?
Do you disagree?
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just I was thinking, we're not going to see anything new. And it's like, well, okay, I straight up.
We were talking about adapting to other teams, to all the regions and the rest of the world. Looks like Ava was agreeing into that. It's like, okay, guys, I'm going to go for the Astra.
I am a fan of the 5K Sky once again, though. That's something that I expected to see on Vine because it's something they were bringing out, but it's not something that they've played lately.
I love it. I mean, I was expecting the Jet, but if I can choose, I'm going for the double info. I'm going for double info. I'm a loser for Sky.
All right, you might be a loser for Sky, but I tell you this much. We are all winners because we're about to get treated to our very first map 3 of Masters Berlin. Hypoc Pansy, take it away.
We will do our very best for you. And as you said, it has been all about that speed, the power, the momentum. Some might say. I think someone said that in the past, not sure who.
Yeah, I wonder if they're watching today, actually.
Maybe, who knows?
Interesting. I like that theory, actually.
It's a good one, right?
Talk about theories, coming back, actually, and we're touching onto the composition here that we're going to see from G2.
G2 ini menang. G2 menang sini.
A little bit of a dynamic shift, right, in terms of, you know, what the front foot for G2 is going to be. We're going to see Nuki back on the Sage here, Kellogg's back on the Jet. Now, instantly, I think we're going to see a different approach.
Lu pegang siapa, Nes?
G2. Are they going to be able to repeat that success
Pegang siapa?
straight away that they found on the sense? Seemingly very easy.
Gitu kan, menang.
And I'm looking towards mid once again. That's going to be a key component for Haven, as we know it always is.
But also Cold Mentor on the Sky. See how that synergy works instead of Mixwell. See if that looks about the same. We're going to see how this all kind of compares. This is a lot of moving parts to these.
Iya, udah nggak ada pakai Cypher.
Into a G2 on the attacking side. F4Q on the defensive side.
Mungkin.
There has been a resurgence from the Korean side coming back into this, truly waking up here. And 5K, one of the proponents of that, one of the big reasons for this is crunch in towards that C site. Already so much attention being drawn, but look at the combination between 5K and Zumba, still holding it down for now. Mixwell blind, just spammed away at.
Lagi on fire nih.
Look at that 5K actually finds the head.
Iya anjir, F4Q.
Athena, good for the trade there, and F4Q will strike
kalau main
first.
Dynasty Warrior tuh
Lovely hold on to C site.
Emang ada Dynasty Warrior moral?
Flashes were crossed over there, but F4Q able to take a step back and ultimately negate a lot of that early pressure that came.
Oh iya, dia ada moralnya, dia pas lagi ini kan setting formation.
G2 not able to even get deep enough on site, you know, for Kellogg's to find value, to even find any space for G2 to follow up on. So great.
Lu dukung gitu kan?
F4Q.
Gue dukung gitu.
Dia dukung gitu. G2.
See, Bunny going to rise through on the Ghost as well. Now, that's interesting considering we've seen him actually purchase a Judge a couple of times. Whether or not we might actually see a lean towards an Operator potentially.
More layers, more dynamics to Bunny, always down. Especially off the way he closed out that previous round. Again, I think that is going to be etched into my mind now. I mean, truly, you know, we have the, I guess, the...
Banyak live streamer Valo yang onjir, nobar VCT Berlin juga, iya. Pada nobar.
I mean...
I'm all ears.
I'm ready.
Gitu ini menang Bang Yeti Gaming.
Quick flash through. Looks like G2 are going for that A for now. Keep in mind they are working with less, so even though they do look like they've got towards the side and might have a bit of leg to them, it's still pretty tricky. Kellogg's is going to do well to at least find Esperanza, but any follow-up would be impressive and actually not bad. So Spike planted is another great bit. Now suddenly,
anjingnya mundur.
Somewhat respected. Kellogg's taking just that touch of damage to see if he can get a little bit of a glimpse of someone towards CT. Playing behind that little cubby of the wall that can be so deadly, but is cleared out on. And hello, suddenly there's problems. It's not going the way they planned.
Mixwell!
No. Not gonna happen. But
Aduh,
kills.
Sayang banget.
Yeah. We look
sayang banget gak sih?
in this round in particular. So yes, G2
ini Mixwell
what they needed to there.
Ente banget.
Again, it's just always a tricky conversation, especially with Bunny saving a Ghost across. You need to look to find
more
damage than that on the economy to really stop this early.
Pantes, ya sayang.
I mean, we'll take a look really if F4Q try anything funky to make the best of these SMGs. And would you look at that?
Panik tuh. Bang Anu spoiler mulu nih. Diprotes loh Bang Ramo.
Let's see how this goes. Go on then. Let's see Bunny. Take us
spoiler dia tadi.
I guess normally they're like, oh yeah, your Jet's really good with it because you can just dash away. I'm like, have you seen this movie anyway?
Gue spoilerin lu anjing.
This era, it's impressive. There's not many out here.
Anjing.
Better than Frankie, but Zumba this time
nice try lah.
Take the first bit of a glimpse, but actually finds a Vova on the other side. Now, over the op in this round does slightly strike me with fear. There is a little bit of dangerousness, and it's all up C-long now. That one player waiting towards the backside of A, of course, for that push out, but for now it's Kellogg's just trying to clear out. First man forward, has the flash by his side, just finds Athena just lingering around the site, but happy to take these fights. 5K on the other side of the smoke, and still that op is just going to be very tricky to bring into play now.
Yeah, always a burden on the retake here. Mixwell actually late in this lurk as well. Probably not going to be considered by F4Q. You can see already. Bunny opting to try and hold on to this operator. It's a big investment here. We'll find 5K. Now, out Garage door. Try and hold into his weapon as well.
Look at Bunny.
Push back through. Yeah,
hebat dah. Soal ganti agent.
There it is. Well, they now know
mereka rotasi agentnya bagus ya. Maksudnya kayak.
Esperanza might have to play bodyguard on this.
Actually, for Esperanza.
Quite the good bodyguard.
Yeah.
Esperanza.
He's at least going to be safe for now. I'm looking to see if anyone can get close enough to deny it.
Well, the problem is here, we want to look to G2 to hold on to 3 people
as
a bare minimum from this round. Again, Kellogg's 2 away from the Blade Storm. potential to maybe try and get that online in the next round. And obviously with this composition, there wasn't
sebulan kayak nyampe dah.
But
ya pastilah.
interesting to see.
Start like that, just walk in the smoke in mid.
Ya mereka udah nge-team berapa lama gila?
You know what I mean? Like coming out, you got the off-in play and all that.
It's interesting because it's 3 people.
Udah 6 tahun, 6 bulan lebih kali, 6 tahun nih, 6 bulan nih mereka tak nge-team kayak gini. Line-up-nya ganti-ganti nggak sih G2? Oh nggak sempet ganti waktu itu. Dulu G2 masih noob. Kayaknya udah 3 bulan deh mereka ini, line up yang ini baru. Nggak salah. Iya. Dulu ada Patitek namanya. Oh udah sekarang mana? Patitek lawannya Patipan. Beneran Patitek namanya.
As Bunny begins to have that little bit of a look around the map.
Oh, Killjoy mainnya B ya.
Keep in mind, G2 are playing quite patiently. They're still going through the motions. They're still hitting their goals. Look at Garage Control being worked with. You see Cold Dementor trying to work towards that. Vova, not too far off, but you know, a little bit of utility comes in as an answer just to make sure they keep track of that. And look how they're playing.
Iya, sempit kan soalnya.
I mean, B not necessarily open for taking, but
dianya juga fleksibel.
Iya, mau ke C. Bisa.
The backside of Garage here. Long rotations if they have that mid luck, and they do eventually take that A site.
Well, the problem being Bunny's still in position there with the operator, so G2 are looking to creep towards the site. You gotta be careful. I'd say the timing might be disastrous here for F4Q because they're going to pull away.
David T. Botol di tim apa bang? Bukan masih di AE. Mau minta di spoil lagi nyanyian di spill. Jadi Pantek sekarang Patitek. Oh iya, jadi Pantek. Mana tuh dia Patitek sekarang? Tapi bener kan dulu dia di G2.
I'll stop what I'm talking about.
And here's that crossfire, a nasty one at that, almost the kind of next evolution of it with that piece of the wall that just creates that nasty angle to work around from CT. And Bunny on the rifle now.
Wah, bagus anjir kelok.
Well. Full faith. The follow-up not so ideal, but
berkelok-kelok. Wah, bagus nih Maxwell. Wah, nice try.
So that could have been a bit of a game changer in that regard.
Nice try gak sih?
Sumpah, Hodamenta tuh mantep.
Everything working for G2 throughout that. And again, that's something that you consider how this series is played out. Just being willing to secure the round there, throw the lockdown, and if it's not going to be part of a set piece, which G2 away from, there aren't really these structured, choreographed hits towards sight. So just to make absolutely sure that there's no surprises. I think Kellogg's now with the Bladestorm online.
Wah, anjir line up ini anjir. Rekon mana tuh?
Over on the side of
pohon.
Sheriffs, and nothing really to ride in terms of a lesser purchase in this round. Again, you look towards Esperanza and Bunny in terms of their ultimates here.
Yeah.
Again, it's 3 people.
Wow.
Apaan sih lo? Wow.
Yeah, Kellogg's is on the way.
Nice try, anjing.
With that rifle, it's Athena, and he really couldn't get much out of it in the end. Esperanza trying his hand at it, and once again goes quite poorly in that regard, and they've taken the side control 5K.
Betul sih wallnya ini, wall stage tuh sekarang kayak gini. Jadi harus nyisain ada belokannya tuh. Iya, celah. Bukan celah, tapi kayak di kabinya tuh tetap ada tembok. Jadi supaya ada yang di kabi tuh bisa tambahan tembok gitu loh, bentuk U. Iya, ngerti kan? Jadi bisa mantek heaven tanpa di pick dari bawah gitu.
Yeah.
The body's on the line to make sure they find these kills.
Sakit loh Maxwell.
5K find it now. Cold Dementor will make absolutely sure G2
Best throw. Nggak throw itu tadi kayak lagi nge-wave aja di si Maxwell.
Of a buffer here, I think actually yes, there's an opportunity here for Kells to get the operator on, and again we don't often see him. He's usually the, throw a smoke up, dash into it. He's not typically known for using the operator on attack, but at least here, the opportunity arises with the Bladestorm, and a little bit of energy now. back on the G2 side of the stage.
It did get a little somber over there, didn't it? It was starting to get
it looked real
dreary.
sad.
Yeah, they'd had a bad day. But picking themselves back up, getting loud again. Good to see that. Part of me does miss seeing of over on that Omen specifically, though. I love what he can do on this map. I mean, anyone who watched G2 come to this point, especially through the kind of rebuild.
Oh, sekarang nembus ya di belakang situ ya?
Yep. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. But it is the side 10.
Oh, mampus.
Kellogg's going to lead the way here.
Kellogg.
Down the utility in place.
Waduh, berkelok-kelok. Wah, anjing.
Flashed up for 5k, going to just barrel on right back in. And look how isolated
Bahaya banget itu 5K.
he was with no other layer to that. He was on his own.
It's exactly the sort of thing we've talked about, but Esperanza now with it all to do. Hunter's Fury available, so I think potentially he will back off.
Lihat nih, flashnya kalau udah
Mixwell
minta.
Gonna play very late on this lurk once again. Let's see if he can find any value this time around.
Short clear tuh.
Not gonna be given any audio cues with their 4Q. Getting all the way back into spawn and Coldament.
Nice try tuh, colong.
Finds one before the hit even gets started.
What?
Once again, G2 finding some real value here. Oh,
biar apa tuh kayak gitu dia tadi? Anjir, Bunny.
Bunny just backhanded him in the face. Look at this guy.
That's actually crazy. I mean, you talk about going for clips. That's literally textbook. Right now, Mixwell finds himself in a 1v4. Cosmic Divide in the way. Turrets up and
nice try,
stamp it out. F4Q will tie things up and for survive. Hunter's
Fury
across. Bunny now one away from the showstopper. A good opportunity now for F4Q to just leave their impression here.
Halo kok, kamar baru tuh? Enggak. Enggak baru. Ini kamar biasa. Iya ya, baru sadar pakai LED strip kayaknya. Emang sebenarnya ada LED strip tapi nggak pernah pakai. Kegelapan habisnya kalau kayak gini. Kalau main tapi pakai LED strip, ntar malah rusak gak sih matanya? Bang nggak main sama teman-teman abang yang alumni Satom. Oh Satom, Sang Timur Tomang. Asik-asik orangnya. Jarang yang main Valorant. Satom. Dulu rame main CSGO.
Interesting reference.
Yeah, gotta do it. I already mentioned one. You know, just go through it. No shrouded step like.
Kita nih.
Asik banget lu bang.
Suara. Sokin rumah gue. Kita ngopi. Sokin.
Look at this walk mid. What on earth has just happened?
Yeah, Hunter's Fury actually going to get popped on the back. This Bunny actually finds one.
Kellogg
now, but look at this Esperanza somehow slips away and still finds
Esperanza.
Get out of it. Finding Mixwell.
It looks like familiar gitu ya namanya Esperanza gitu.
Now the spikes coming through CT. We've got Nookie holding the push back in from Zun.
Esmeralda gue tau ya.
Just losing Athena, but great peek on that. The speed in which he hits that. And now
udah kayak dugeman tuh kamar. Kayak di dalam semua ke Astra nggak tuh.
Especially being shown out here, but it's great timing. He knew exactly that Evo would be pretty vulnerable. Kellogg's now around. Coldament
bagus tuh kontek-kontekan ya.
Still able to do value.
Kontek-kontekan kan?
Udah minta nomor HP kayaknya.
Kontek-kontekan.
Oh, the timing, Coldamenta.
Gila, Coldamenta. Peliti dia anaknya.
He doesn't go hunting, he comes through, just checks the spike, relays that information, goes to that point.
Apa tuh?
I mean, Zumba has a massive problem to deal with there.
Lebih keren kayak gini. Oh iya kah? Kayak streamer-streamer gitu ya. Ini kalau kayak PC gue harus dibikin mode gelap gitu deh. Ntar.
On ascent, really, F4Q's willingness to
kalau kayak gini keren. Asmiranda. Asmiranda ini ya artis ya.
They pivot away, they create their own.
Oh iya bentar.
Now we've seen F4Q start to kind of toy with that on Haven at least. Maybe that's a little bit of confidence coming back in from map 2, but again, I want to see them kind of dig a little deeper, right? They're scratching the surface. Where's the value beyond that?
Door.
If any value comes from this round, that'd be
Anjing.
wonderful for F4Q.
Imagine
this would be a G2 round. Scout destroyed. There is light armor behind. This is not completely without.
It's not a full Shiko.
No, it's not a full Shiko.
Wah, kelihatan.
We did say 4 and 0.
Ai, bacot anjing. Lu duluan, Nay.
Iya.
Where do we draw the line?
Lu ngikut-ngikut gua.
For some teams, that's a full purchase.
Teman-teman abang kemarin anak mana yang sumber pakai Diamond?
That is a G2. Call that a G2 instead. How about that?
Ini temen gue nih si Anus ini anak Satom juga.
For now.
Kemarin orang-orang ND Notre Dame, tau gak? Bang Kaizen.
But it stays, you know, building towards this A piece, and there's Bunny. And there goes Bunny.
I was going to say, Bunny potentially able to get himself into a position where he can make use of the showstopper.
Bagus sih ngepiknya, pede gitu. Si Cliff.
Nggak, dia smoke setengah atas gitu kan.
Comfortably.
Itu up draft.
Oh, kan emang manjat kayak gitu sebenarnya.
Progress forwards and stop any chance of this retake coming through. Finds his third on the round. The flash is perfect.
Bagus sih, agresif mainnya. Dikasih makan. Jateh.
Way actually in G2 spawn here.
Ambil gitu pasti.
I don't think you'll find one. Unless the Rover's feeling generous.
And again, I will give.
Mana kasih guys? Ya nggak dapet ace. Nice try lah.
Keeping everything ticking.
Sabar kalau gitu lah. Kalau si gue dibikin gelap.
Danger in that, you know, the G2 purchase.
Iya.
You know, exactly.
Showstopper again. They're walking into the one person that potentially can stop that push onto a site and potentially find a couple of kills on the back of it.
Yeah.
Udah hilang.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, but nice work from Kellogg's there. Just taking steps through. And again, confidence builder for the young man.
And this is the thing, right? You
build around him,
give him the support system.
Kalau aku dibikin terang di belakang.
On all cylinders, like he was on map 1. A lot of that was, you know, individual prowess, but...
excuse me.
Okay, talking about individual prowess.
Kalau aku dibikin terang di belakang monitornya bang, mantul ke tembok biar gak sempit, fokus mata aja. Oh gitu ya? Oh dulu ada juga di belakang monitor. Tapi lagi copot lampunya. Nggak kuat kemarin.
He's really being noted here, but no one to really punish. But look at the space on the site. That is kind of being controlled right now. We do have the ult coming through, but Kellogg's is getting aggressive. And Bunny even checked that. He doubled down to have a little look just to make sure. And rightly so.
Wah!
The shot is
potong Bunny, oh my god, Bunny.
Two on the cross back through that dink in the first time was just incredible. And he's changed this round. What an impressive bit of play. Not even the aggression pushing down, but it's still Nookie. And Nookie's been found, so one remains.
Menang nih Maxwell. Si tukang flanker pasti mereka juga tahu, sumpah. Flank nih mah flank.
Spread his way through onto A site on the back of this pressure, but with the spike being lost, has to come back, try and recover this. Bolt will not note his position, but as I thought you have a fairly decent idea. And we'll commit to just holding on to the spike. Now 30 seconds left. See if you can find a kill here. At least make this doable.
Menang nih Maxwell.
Hands are actually tucked all the way up close, and there's a turret to actually spot out this close contact.
Masih nge-slow anjir itu.
Escape away with it actually. With 13 seconds.
Belakang lu goblok.
Yeah.
Wah!
10 seconds left.
Esperanza easy.
No time no. Dah cepet anjing.
Maxwell.
Dia bisa
menang sumpah. Nice try lah. Bang kalau gue main monitor harus dekat, kalau jauh kurang enak. Wah itu preferensi. Kalau kedekatan juga gue nggak bisa terlalu gimana gitu. Pandangannya kecil.
Iya jadi awkward gitu.
Iya. Kalau jauh kan lu bisa ngeliat seluruh layar kayak. Bagus sih Bunny nih, strong anjing. Nembaknya tuh pakai kontrol, mantep tuh. Nggak gegabah gitu loh, nembaknya tenang.
That make him so individually difficult to deal with. And I was crediting, you know, G2's ability to kind of mitigate Bunny, particularly on map 1.
Windows mode gelap biar gak terlalu silau dan sedikit mengurangi konsumsi listrik. Oh iya, kalau Windows mode gelap mengurangi konsumsi listrik ya. Gue pakai dark mode sih. Tappingnya enak banget Bunny. Iya, bagus itu, tenang banget. Apa namanya? Anjing Kellogg's. Counter serve-nya mesti pelan-pelan gitu.
Kasian banget gak sih Kellogg's?
Iya dijadiin bait anjir. Oh no! Anjing itu ya. Wah bagus nih.
He's playing so
Di hell.
patient. Two players in front. He's going to see one. First one spotted. Dink. Headshot down, but there's the secondary swing of over. Great work with the support here. Cavalry's arrived, and once again, it is going to be the likes of Zumba, who is great last round, held his nerve late.
Refreshin. Wah, bagus.
But good work from Avova.
Wah, nice try.
Kellogg's has made it across finally. And what
Kellogg dari yang paling sekarat jadi mantep.
Again, Avova just has to buy some time for the flash to come.
Maksudnya dia rela gitu ya. Tadi maju sendiri gitu.
Iya, dia mau.
Ya iyalah anjing ngetim kayak gini. Percaya lah pasti.
Iya. Nah, kalau saya itu resiko banget loh mati.
Tahu ya. Yang penting kayak benar-benar presence banget kan situ. Dan kayak gitu chatnya tuh nggak mungkin berani nus kayak gitu nge-push.
Oh iya bener sih.
Nggak mungkin.
Karena kan ditutup ya.
Iya ditutup. Nggak berani pasti.
Absolutely drops him. Commenter creeping, he has to check that defuse now, and actually,
anjir 5-5 lah. Seru amat nih game.
We'll give that on a silver platter.
Karena kalau loncat ketinggian itu minus 19 ya, bukan minus 15. Emang iya? Gak tau gue bener gak tau kalau ini. Belum bacaan patch notes. Orang biasanya nembak phantom, spray and pray. Tapi jangan tap-tap kayak Bani. Tapi yang sebenarnya yang bener tuh kayak yang kayak Bani ini. Mungkin orang spray karena dulu udah deket aja.
Bergeser.
Iya bergeser. Mungkin tadi emang jaraknya tuh pas banget si Bani. Betul set.
That's against you. That's against you. Your G2, you look up, you're like, what's on the?
Cliff.
That's what you don't want to see.
Don't feel good.
Mirip Sumail dah, secara gue pikir.
Honestly, this is yeah, this is funny.
Kellogg's now going to get the Blade Storm off the rip. Colomentor going to retrieve the first orb, but looking like A might be the end goal, or at least split towards. I haven't seen G2 really pressure towards B, other than somebody tried to split through. It was a very weird, kind of disjointed round, but this time around, Zumba in position. This time in A link now. It's a little bit of an adjustment because Bunny's playing much deeper in garage. I think without somebody playing close by, you're almost trying to bait G2 in here. And actually, look at that. Kellogg goes through with the right.
Hoki banget.
Emang dia lihat?
Dia lihat kayak ujung pistolnya gitu, ujung nongol.
Ticking on down. 7 more seconds of spray to just clear the wall to try and give themselves some time to move. Bunny needs to make his exit for a couple of seconds.
Anjir, nice banget.
What a guy, what a teammate, and oh no, what a death.
Itu nice banget.
Oh, he's gonna Kellogg just gets out, but only to be spotted by Zumba. It's still game on. Mixwell, Avova, where you at? You're in the sights of Bunny, who's raging like a
kok jago banget anjir.
Called upon.
Oh, Mixwell!
Experience, and maybe
Mixwell! Mixwell!
Coming up huge
jago banget.
The Red Bull clutch. Again, when it looks like another round is going to slip through G2's fingers. What a flip. Absolutely crazy. Plays it.
Jago banget anjir Mixwell. Tenang banget. Dia juga di India-Indiain anjir di balik wall itu.
And look at him. Composed. Kellogg's up on his
anjir sampai berdiri. Sampai ke situ.
Tatonya keren tuh.
Nomor 10.
Change from round to round, right?
They needed that though, the mental reset after having so many tilters against
you. Lihat gue.
This is just
wah gila Mixwell langsung pedenya
wild mental
wah gila Mixwell, oh my god.
He's taking it to him.
He's feeling it.
Rifles out. This wasn't just an eco. This is a real deal round, but Zumba's gone around the back of him.
Wah gila anjir.
Okay, now going to try and find something else. We'll spot Nuki. You can see here already though, Avova's managed to get himself all the way on. Kellogg's
like a flank lah.
5k inside garage.
Dibalik anjir. Killjoy yang entry, Jet yang nge-flank.
And Esperanza left to try and recover this now, but Coldamenta should get a clean plant.
Strategi bukan sih?
Sumail Dota ya, Sumail Dota mirip banget sumpah sama dia. Cuman ini rambutnya keriting. Cuman Sumail Dota sekarang jadi brewokan. Bakal beli Phantom Spectrum gak bang? Waduh. Belum tahu bang.
Wah!
What?
Jadi Coldamenta.
Hah? Ngechat anjir itu. GG orang ini semua. GG banget sampai itu Mixwell. Exact banget sih gue kelas tadi dia berani main depan. Kalau KJ nge-hold di belakang kayak bawah window kayak bakalah dah. Iya. Dan terutama dia juga megang Phantom sih. Mungkin kalau megang Vandal mungkin dia mainnya di bawah window. Tapi tadi megang Phantom Dijoget-jogetin aja di belakang wall.
Other than that, they're fighting to the death.
Di India-Indiain gitu. Iya, Breok sekarang jadi gantengnya sekarang Sumail.
Watching this side play on both of it. This is bringing that kind of fire out in G2 as well. This is, I couldn't ask for a better game here.
Oh, it is, and really for me, again coming back to G2's adjustment in the previous round, now seeing come back online, that's a great thing to see. Again, we talk about the positives at least early on with him having a good start on Ascent, see him back in that comfort zone on Jet and finding success once again, seeing him on his feet. That's a big positive.
It is, and I wonder what positive Sean has managed to take away from that first half.
Whew, thank you, Lauren. This round is actually pretty insane. So all the rounds so far have been insane. This is such a close game, but I chose this round because it shows G2's misdirection, right? So this is so tricky. They have Kellogg's lurking middle right here, and you can see actually the rest of them are gathering over here at this A site, all 4 of them right there. So I think we should start the clip right now because you're going to watch Kellogg's lurking in mid. He took down the turret front B, and now he's rotating towards garage. He eats the sky flash. So they are now aware that someone is outside in this middle area. But if you pause here real quick, what you'll see is that this is an entire ruse, right? And Bunny has rotated out of the A site. The A site is completely open. So we are blessed by getting to see a dry run A exit.
Nggak tahu, soalnya udah dateng, salah si Sofia kayak rotate dah.
And what you're going to notice is the smokes are going to come in. You can see Mix will put up the turret here on long. You're going to get the heaven smoke coming in. And then the wall spawn. This is a very common wall that is used in pro games. And the reason why this wall is so solid is it provides an extra place.
Tuh, extra place tuh. Datun. And plus,
you can't get seen from heaven. In addition to
extra place katanya buat itu di Kabi.
And then to put the nail in the coffin, Mixwell goes back into sewers here.
Itu bagus banget wall kayak gitu.
Actually pops his ult to give his team further space.
Wah, bagus banget.
On top of this wall, which is nearly
dikasih space buat ini.
They have to wait out this lockdown. Kellogg's is updrafting into heaven, taking the ground. And there's just so
si Mixwell muter jauh banget anjing. Baru liat gua.
You can clearly see how thought out all of this is. The sky flash comes in, the guiding light.
Udah pasti, maksudnya mereka udah pasti save gitu loh. Tapi ini
zero shot for F4Q to win this round, and this is just such a textbook A execute from G2. We saw this stuff come from them all half. We saw many iterations. I saw one where Kellogg's is actually dashing into the site right there.
Jadi mereka si Mixwell tuh ngitungin pas dia pencet ulti, oke mereka nggak mungkin dapat gitu loh. Pasti saving gitu.
Getting all that ground and dashing into a smoke, they have Kellogg's clearing all.
Bang Anu stop spoiler reaction, udah bilang WTF duluan.
It really helps the hit. In addition to all the sky coming in,
spoiler.
Mixwell's utility with the turret holding heaven. This is just the G2 that you want, right? So I think we're going to continue to see a lot of this coming out of G2 this game. It looks like they're really grinding for this win, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for this defensive half. So I'm going to throw it back to you guys, Panpak, and thank you guys.
Well, we are in for a treat is all I can say. If the first half is anything to go by, who knows how this is going to end. I mean, what was your main takeaway, though? What was the one thing that stuck to you? Because there's about 10 things I'm sure you could lean on, but which one, like, really got your attention?
I mean, for me, it's honestly, you know, shout out to Fusion, honestly. The way that the Mixwell and Kellogg's are able to come together and be this cohesive unit. And like I said, that for me is ultimately one of the biggest win conditions for G2, right? Is finding a player like that that's willing to be unorthodox in terms of the LAN environment, right? Talk about shakiness and maybe nerves and stuff. Getting that right from the get-go here, especially in the first series that they're playing. Yes, map 2, we can allow that with the composition, but seeing it be so prominent here on Haven, I really, really think that's the strongest building block that G2 have right now.
We go. Okay. Jumping back into this now. Kellogg's is going to have a terrible surprise around that corner. Flash actually sets him
up. Nice try.
Out of there alive for a moment. That was a quick trade.
Scan 2 lagi. Waduh, Cold Menta.
Yeah, actually, Esperanza going to come back around. Finds Cold Menta. Nuki will respond actually, but however, unnoted for the time being now. Mixwell trying to re-aggress through. A couple of players of F4Q went down to very low HP, but Zumba finally.
Jadi tuh sebenarnya main ini ya, kayak main Astra tuh itu harus jago banget. Jadi Dia tahu kan? Itu ngepick tadi situ. Terus pasti mundur dong. Jadi udah ditaruh orb di belakangnya supaya mereka nggak bisa lari. Jadi kesak gitu.
Ya.
Ya nggak sih? Jadi kayak udah.
Itu yang gua nggak tadi di bind.
Just coming back to that, Lauren. Again, that's one of the things I always look for is if
jadi nggak bisa lari anjir dari situ. Udah pasti mati. Kesak.
Particularly on Haven, right? It's all about.
Kalau tadi frenzy enak, iya. Bisa dapat banyak tuh. Main apa nih? B.
Kind of proactive way to guard.
Wes, gila, sofa main banget loh.
Not necessarily in this one, but
habis dia nggak itu kan?
Kellogg's will walk.
Charge.
Vova as well heading through sewers. And F4Q happy to sit back. They're anticipating this. They're reading the situation perfectly. T2 going to try and find value off these lesser weapons.
Well, think about bind. F4Q aren't, too unhappy with patient play. They're sitting as long as they need to deal with G2's maybe need for information or the fact that they want to push up and get a little.
Gak tau nih. Masih di flash baca sih. Wah, sayang banget anjir.
Really wasn't what you wanted. How did Kellogg's get that? Gets Athena?
Sayang banget.
Quite over yet.
Sayang gak sih?
For the final two, Nuki and Mixwell, where are they? Okay, so hitting rotations towards A.
Harusnya nggak flash kayak gitu soalnya lagi saving.
A little bit of time here, Mixwell able to deny this instantly.
Ngeri banget ya sih bunyinya.
He is here. Lovely combination from Nuki coming towards Bunny. And now 2v2 begins. This is still pretty dangerous, but problem on the site has been put out as now Nuki looking to just do the Batman. Drops on down, hopes for the best, gets nothing.
Gila di push gitu, iya. Sayang tapi pakai apa namanya klasik. Nge-flash kayak gitu.
So, we do indeed. Again, we look towards kind of Bunny, the ultimate progress, Esperanza as well, but certainly here not going to be a factor. As I said, actually, Esperanza 2 away, which is sort of unheard of with the Hunter's Fury, at least very early on.
Kayak mereka nih yang di sebelah kiri, Nuki, Mixwell.
Oh iya, iya.
Dia lebih pilih
pakai util.
Going to be the ones to try and open this round up, and Bunny once again on that judge. See if he can close the distance again. Kellogg's will open things up this time round though. Esperanza falls.
And Kellogg's has doubled down on this.
Oh, look at the damage done to 5k as well.
Yeah, he's turned that so well. There's going to be the deeper flash coming out from his buddy, but he's going to chase this down. And Bunny feeling a little hunted here. Look at Kellogg's just unleashed. Giving away as Zumba's feeling just a little scared, a little alone, and a little out of it. He's got players everywhere.
Ow.
So few angles to fall back to.
Ow.
Just the SMG to get something done here. The Nano Swarm going to bring him down to 34 HP. The threat imminent there. Mixwell actually going to be the one to find it. And the Zumba from G2
Lulba.
Stop any of this early progress.
G2 gue baru lihat loh ada titik. Oh enggak, ngebug tadi.
And that's big as well.
Ada titik merahnya ya di G2 itu.
All of these weapons, but again,
logonya.
Just as we came out of halftime, Kellogg's again on the back of the
Sky. Di logo G2-nya yang duanya kayak ada titik merahnya gitu.
Him out of the situation, but enable him, really push him further forwards towards F4Q. And again, actually, I mean, even with Coldar meant to be in the one to plug that gap now on Sky, it's still looking just as clean for G2.
Flash over towards Long. This is to try and take some, a bit of a land grab for Bunny. To try and work forward with, but let's see if any of these
nancap, rekor tancap pojok situ. Bakal nge-hold sekarang gitu, pasti. Tapi bandel juga tuh si Kellogg.
Don't want to play into the hands of the opponent. Give them that chance. So this could be a longer, more drawn-out round. See if any opportunities present. You can see 5k now posting himself up. Maybe happy with that. See if they can get the attention elsewhere.
Boy, I miss your kisses.
A little damage through. Again, anticipating this.
Sabaran sih ya.
Forward from G2.
Nice try banget. Nge-push.
Nggak sabaran dah.
Iya. Dia pengen ngecelin map gitu loh sebenarnya. Gue tahu dia tuh pengen kecolong yang pojok situ loh.
Iya.
Tapi kayak kena timing aja sih.
So I wonder if they're
gonna feel this is gonna be info nggak sih?
Iya, bener sih. Harusnya flash dulu gitu ya.
Now he knows, and there was a player on shore anyway. Nuki's just sat there like,
okay.
30 seconds left.
Ay, mau nyelipin
and now the fullback again. I think G2's got the timing right.
Kenapa?
So they're not going to be caught out with rotations.
Di infoin itu.
Again, that shotgun going to clear out a lot of that killjoy utility. So potential here for a hit and run on B site.
Wah, anjir. Nice rebat kalau. Kena timing.
If the timing was different, if Sonic considered it, maybe there was a chance.
Bagus nyerah Fova. Lihat ya Fova, dia nggak berani, dia nggak ngepick, nggak greedy. Tadi. Ya ada gak sih lo? Fova nggak greedy. Kayak di delay gitu. Jadi dia tahu oh di sini. Jadi musuhnya tuh gregetan. Anjir, gue serang belakang atau depannya gitu loh.
Nungguin ini ya, temennya.
Iya, nungguin temennya, di delay gitu.
Obviously, G2 kind of lean heavily towards one side, maybe be a little proactive once again, knowing that they have that kind of.
Jadi pengen Phantom Spectre, tapi mahal. Mahal banget sih sebenarnya, emang bagus sebenarnya, gue juga suka. Tapi tadi belum sempet nyobain sih nembak, baru pegang doang. Kalau angle-nya tadi iya. Angle-nya kurang bagus. Terus timing juga sih.
All retrieved, and there you go. Lockdown available for them. I think he's going to be left solo now. You can see Nuki placed the wall there. Alarm bot in sewers, so this is when we'd expect G2 to at least greet this execution.
And here it goes, Bunny going to lead on in.
Wah, nice try nyerah Fova.
Just gap closing. Avova had no idea someone could be that far up that fast. And again, this punishment is going to start hurting.
Nah, kedengeran tuh tadi tuh si Fova lagi betapa.
Respect part of this Bunny still looking to try and further aggress as they're going to fall off for now. And Zumba actually catching Kellogg's, but interesting trade.
Yeah, it comes through. Zumba will get wallbang, but F4Q had to reset towards long. The plant in the open here, lots for G2 to kind of overcome.
Susah sih main celong nih. Yang di fight aja Manuki. Ace dong.
Finds the first. He's sticking it.
No, he's come off it. He just got it halfway 8 HP. 5k has to play this perfectly. He's just gonna dip back in. He's Nuki.
Ace tai.
I don't know if you do. It's down to the wire.
Ah, gila, nice banget.
That was ridiculous from Nuki. The ace to string that together and
itu kalau nahan 1 detik lagi menang sumpah.
Somewhere in the chaos of that round. And that was the deciding factor. There isn't a hope.
Kayak jumping kayak gitu.
Now, welcome to the new
jump jiggle.
Sometimes get those glimpses of the player that can terrify you.
Cold.
Wah, sayang langsung time out tuh. Time out.
Makes a response to it. The teammates, so you'll have Avova giving it large.
Nus.
Everyone else kind of popping off, but he is the patient one. He's the calm one, the collected one. He pulls off stuff like that.
Lu dulu kalau main basket sering time out kan?
For now, though, let's have a little look. Watch back. That was the first one that caught the fact that got Zumba for free, and now they were facing him like this. I mean, what else you meant to do?
Briefing ini sih.
But maybe sacrifice one.
Iya. Kalau misalnya lagi nggak dapat timingnya, maksudnya lagi nggak dapat momen atau ngerusak.
Clearin momentum. Reset ya.
They'll make the noise from New Zealand in the background. Fantastic stuff from Nuki. And again, a bit of a tilter in terms of how that round played out for F4Q, because everything went their way. The plant was great. They're able to negate the lockdown. Yes, Zumba falls at backside, but
lu harus nonton ini sih NFL ya, timeoutnya di 5 detik terakhir di timeout. Ya udah, kayak ngatur permainan, bahkan bisa sampai 3 detik 5 detik terakhir baru timeout, bener-bener dekat banget gitu loh.
Terus mulai bolanya dari mana?
Udah dekat. Ininya golnya ya.
Every single time people expect this from G2. Looking at F4Q in comparison, I don't think
kalau suruh gantiin 5 mau nggak Vin main Sky? 5 5k. Mau nggak mau sih kayaknya nih.
Again, without a jet, seeing somebody this effectively close.
5M deh yang bisa bertemu, bukan 5K.
This is the first, but finds the second. Blade Storm. He's up in no man's land. Finally shuts him down.
Gantiin F-in aja lah.
How is this still going in F4Q's favor?
I don't know. This is madness. The pace at which Bunny plays is just twice the speed of everyone else, and then everyone's kind of piled in from the backside, and G2 are baffled. Apart from Mix were the last two alive. How is it happened?
Jadi Sky badut ya.
With a judge, and there was one other rifle purchased and a Spectre.
Menang nih, Maxwell.
Can G2 recover? Big question. I'm not feeling it's likely. Bunny doesn't even have any armor left. Torn apart. There it is. 5K to close it down. They're back in it.
Wah, anjir. Nice try banget gak sih?
Desperately needed a bit of that bunny magic to be pulled out the hat, out of the sleeve, wherever you get them from these days. I mean, at this point, they needed something. They needed it. 5K previously had been that kind of second string, that second line, but look at this. This is Esperanza, who's kind of a little spaced behind Bunny. Bunny takes, you know, the crazy fights. Honestly, always safe. You're operating behind contested territory. He might get you the entry, but there's still potentially players everywhere.
Iya nggak sih, bener kan? Hamyung nama Smida. Kata itu satu orang lagi.
I mean, Bunny even accredited him as the carry, right? The rock of this team.
Hamyung nama Smida.
The early round looking to explore mid, forced away by the flash of 5K at least. And they're happy to sit now. G2 try and force their way through this once again.
Jesse Lingard ini.
Ringing off.
Bocah gak ada temen, gak ngapa-ngapain.
Unfazed initially.
So a good few on the trot though for G2.
Goblok. Nyadar anjing, Miguel gak boleh gituin orang. Nyadar.
Bunnyism to come out, but I guess it has tamed the money. This is going to be what it should be 9 to 10, and then we'll see.
I mean, that's G2 pull out an F4Q eco.
Bloody hell, they might. Truly, at this point, we've got light armor, some heavy actually. It's not like they've come into this.
Flash, nice try.
In a weak manner.
Kalian dekat. Oh, cik.
And you can see as to why Athena's going to be found because of that. And then the first he's actually pushing down.
Maju lagi, dia black banget. Kelok malah maju.
Now the Seekers come out as well.
Sesuai gak sih, Nus? Kelok.
He knows his presence around short on Sua. Maxwell does find 5K and we still game over. He's pushing it. Why not? He knows his damage on the walking wounded. The bleeding by the wayside. I thought he had it all the way through, but no, it's Bunny.
Mas kalah sih?
Just fighting on back 10 seconds. Where is the spike? It does not matter. Back to back turns of events. Now we've had some ridiculous rounds and it's not stopping now.
Sayang banget.
Please don't clip the.
Iya.
Oh, I wonder if G2 will do the F4Q.
Maksudnya dia bagus gitu loh, kayak dia bener-bener iya, maksudnya emang Jet yang bener-bener turni, tau gak sih? Yang bener-bener rela berkorban buat tim gitu loh. Kayak rela jadi dash mati gitu, yang penting berguna banget main Jet di turni mah emang kayak gitu. Nggak perlu jago, tapi yang penting lu berguna gitu loh. Ya, you did your job. Kayak gini. Iya, posisi buat ngerusak. Yang penting recok gitu loh.
And I think Aldementa seems more than aware, sitting a little deeper than maybe he would normally. You have to start respecting the style the man brings and keeping it maybe in the back of your mind.
Aduh, lali ngaca aku.
Keeping at arm's length.
Duh, kok anjing maafin temanku ini kok. Emang gak nyadar dia, lali ngaca. Dor! Cing, sayang banget. Pinter dah si Bani. Pinter ya?
Pinter.
Dia tahu gitu loh, dia lagi dipantek, makanya di jiggle dulu. Wah, kena pantek.
Supposed to find something, but Avova has pushed all the way down. See long here. I think noted one player, but F4Q again freeze.
Lu nonton gini jadi pengen kompe gak sih?
G2 to push forward a little bit.
Pasti lagi capek banget ya. Akhirnya sertifikat vaksin kedua aku muncul. Yeay, Bang Ramo. Selamat. Saya jalan-jalan deh. Gila Nuki. Nice try situ.
You're not coming in, and now Zumba, the last one standing. Looks like 12 will be on the board unless Zumba does something unthinkable. It's not going to happen. It's 12. Managed for G2 now.
Kelok. Mantep banget sumpah. Iya gak sih?
Iya.
Rusuh banget sumpah di mid. Kayak kayak gimana ya? Semua orang tuh pengen, dia kayak orang tuh tahu dia tuh lagi tilted atau triggered gitu, tapi kayak gak bisa dibunuh. Jadi benar-benar cuma jadi bait doang. Ya sih? Tuh. Iya.
Kellogg's left asking questions. And F4Q doesn't look like a
gila no kick. Iya anjir. Kelok 9.
Confirmation on that, but
Ya gue suka sih Kelok.
I think it has been cool because I can see the coaches.
Dia tuh nggak flashy, kayak ya udah aja gitu.
Jagonya juga ini, bukan yang egois.
Iya, nggak egois. Team player.
Bener-bener.
Bener.
Jago pada saatnya gitu.
Out of my expertise, but yeah.
Hebat nih.
Ini turret favorit gua anjing nih kayak gini.
This exact scenario.
Bagus ini, Nus.
Yeah, it's just weird that it's not grayed out and it's not the normal.
Apalagi kalau misalnya ada ini apa namanya? Ada orang yang di dekat, jadi turret kontak langsung di swing di sebelah kiri sini.
Iya. Buat kayak gitu.
I think they are, we just can't see.
We just can't see them. Okay. Fine. I mean, fine. Oh yeah, definitely is there. He's just like smearing his face against it. I mean, it's the last round. It's time. It's do or die time for F4Q, at least in their open foray here. In the first glimpse we got to see in G2, needing to get across the line because there's danger on that other side.
Emang nggak boleh? Kan lagi timeout.
They were looking towards the top of this group, trying to best
Emang nggak boleh kalau lagi tanding gitu?
Boleh lah.
Boleh kan? Ya rasanya lagi ini lagi.
Apalagi lagi timeout gak sih? Boleh, setahu gue boleh sih.
Who's been fantastic for F4Q today as well. There's a side story at least. This time, G2, I guess reading exactly that, right? They know that there's going to be a judge. It's a buy round for money at least.
Enggak, kayak tetap ngomong ke salah satu dari, maksudnya semuanya deh, satu-satu.
Where's the lockdown?
Okay.
Just outside B. Nuki going to throw a slow. Try and back away here. Seeker's popped as well to follow up on this, so 4Q looking to
bener-bener suwe anjing.
Grip on B site now. Only one player in mid. And Anti goes hunting. That's the only rifle available for F4Q and it's removed by Keller.
Jadi sengaja deh, jadi kayak tolol gitu loh. Terus orang jadi gregetan pengen bunuh.
Iya. Gitu ya, main mental orang.
Iya nggak sih?
Now does Bunny do something with this? One gun is far more
kena timing.
And it will be the judge, the big spot from Bunny in the big follow-up, but look at the reply, it's Nuki called a mentor in combination, 5K on, and it's G2 doing exactly what's required of them, pulling it together.
Indo nggak boleh kan? Kalau LAN nggak lagi boleh mungkin, nggak tahu deh. Lagi boleh baru, lagi.
Performance here in map 3 again, F4Q kind of pushing as hard as I honestly think they could. Again, Bunny having a fantastic performance, but I got to credit G2 for ultimately not letting map 2 get to them.
Minions masih main sendirian nih. Waduh, kayaknya lagi kurang ini dia. Kurang oke.
Weh, selebrasi Nus. Selebrasi dulu.
Oh iya. Tuh. Ternyata Cliff hilang selama ini. Jadi
lagi di sini. Live-nya udahan enggak? Masih lanjut dong. 100 Thieves, gue nonton 100 Thieves.
Ah, jam berapa? Jam 3 kan?
Enggak, habis ini udah langsung. Gue nonton Asuna.
Ini aja gue udah minum kopi 2 gelas nih, gue bisa membuka mata sampai sekarang.
Membuka mata.
Mata batin gue juga ikut kebuka anjing. Kalau 3 gelas.
Amin, amin. Amin, langsung buka mata batin. Seru dah semenjak fanatik kayak gitu jadi banyak selebrasinya anjir di sini.
Trendsetter dong.
Trendsetter semua. Tapi enggak
dong sekarang.
Iya, enggak lolos tai. Kalau dia cing, keren aja dulu. Fanatik selebrasinya gue suka banget tuh, didadadahin di pesawat.
Tapi menarik ya nonton ini.
Menarik kan?
Nonton.
Satu map lagi lah, tanggung.
Enggak bisa, gue mesti ini jaga imun kalau kata ini.
Itu cuman suges supaya imun tuh.
Gak anjing.
Mapping lagi bang, boleh? Mapping ya, kita mapping.
Speranza. Jago banget ya, Lox.
Kan kenapa jadi ada lagunya sih gue? Coba gue buka store. Anjing. Remix. Gak seru anjir. Coba kalau lagunya lagu Z beneran. If I'm not this tragedy, why are you my clarity? Kayak gitu baru mantap. Anjir gua hampir.
Mungkin yang itu nggak sih, Vin? Valorant pilihnya udah lama.
Habis apa? Harusnya. Kok Xbox sih?
Bikin baru.
Fracture. Kita mapping dulu fracture.
Toxic Korean.
I find her standing from a chat. The only place in town I didn't search. She looks so happy in her wedding dress, but she's crying while she's saying this. Saying apa ya? Gue lupa. I miss you. Boy, I miss your kisses. Pakai apa ya? 25 minutes too late. Sage kayak bagus sih Sage nih. Jumat custom udah jarang sekarang. Iya. Sebenernya pengen hari ini sih, cuman lagi VCT kan bang. Iya nonton jadinya.
Kalau VCS mah mending custom ya, Vin ya.
Kalau VCS, iya kalau VCS mending custom. Ini VCT beda soalnya.
My ultimate is ready.
Sorry temen gue kerjanya VCS doang nih si Anus.
Hah?
Sage nih ya, kalau Sage tuh kayak gini bagus kayak. Nih, Sage boleh kayak gini. Gini. Bisa. Kayak gini bagus dah, boleh.
Toxic Korean. Ada yang parah banget lah orang.
Apa?
Enggak, ini sih ada yang ngechat di ini.
Mantep deh, mau kayak gitu.
Vin, gue tidur duluan ya.
Udah. Oke, bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Yunus.
Iya, sama. Besok gue kayaknya bakal grinding.
Besok ini lagi nggak? Nobar aja.
Jam berapa?
Sama lah.
Oh, jam 8 ya? Iya.
Tapi kayak gue nonton yang game kedua doang deh. Gak tau sih, lihat besok lah.
Besok gue ini mau grinding dulu yang jelas. Udah cupu.
Oke. Gini boleh bagus nih. Ya udah. Dadah, see you tomorrow. Gini bagus deh kayak. Jadi gini nih ntar ya. Tadi pantek sama WP di sini nih. Gini kan. Terus ada orang keduanya di sini pakai Phantom. Buh. Gini. Pas dia kontak langsung. Cakep. Cakep banget tuh kayak gitu. Classic Spectrum boleh sih, tapi Prime still the best. Wah, bagusan ini tahu bang. Nih, baru gini nih. Spectre. Klasik ya. Klasik sih bagus sih klasik. Gue ingetnya Spectre anjing, bukan Spectrum. Wah, Ramo masa rela beli klasik 2600. Sayang 2600 hampir dapat Elder Flame Vandal tuh kayak gitu. Kayak enggak dapat River kali ya. Lo yang PRX tonton Vin via PRX jam berapa sih? Besok via PRX. Via PRX kok PRX sih, nggak enak banget ngomongnya PRX. Sama Vin ingetnya Spectre ya kan? Spectre yang ingetnya. Oh gini nih bagus nih. Oh gini. Biar nggak dibokong. Gas, ras. Terus mati semua deh. Puyang dah main Galpil 8. Fuck. Oh gini jelek ya. Oh gini kali ya. Gini boleh. Biar nggak dibokong. Game awal deh kayaknya. Iya, game awal ya. Aduh, keluar Discord dulu deh. Begini bagus. Nah, di wall nih. Jadi nggak ada yang bisa keluar masuk. Pas mau keluar, anjing di wall tai. Wah, bisa dipantek AWP tadi baru nyadar gua. Tapi ya sih, Yoru kayak bagus di sini. Nggak paling bagus beneran di B deh, percaya sama gua. Banyak angle-nya di sini. Iya, banyak angle-nya, Bang. Sini nih, bagus nih. Jadi kayak kalau Tero kan nyerangnya dari sini. Nyerang sini. Terus wall sini. Nyebrang. Ini deh. Slow sini. Bagus nih. Kayak gitu. Bener kayak gitu. Oh, gitu. Lawan deh sini. Kalau dari sini, oh mana ya? Nyebrang ini masa? Ya. Yeah. Oh iya benar. Sabar. Benar. Boleh sini nyebrang ini, terus poin sini. Terus mati deh dari sini. Bahaya juga ya, kayak bisa jepit. Jaga ya, iya. Jaga berita harus bawah. Ntar di swing di sini juga nih ada orang jaga kayak gini. Iya. Vin langganan mola gak? Mola ini ya, mola langganan kok. Tahu udah sekarang masih langganan gak ya? Kenapa emang? Buy one yuk, menantang maut. FIFA. What the hell, wall disundul rusak ya? Rusak. Kalau pakai ghost. Kali ya, kalau main Sage. Poin sini. Ini susah. Harus di smoke sini. Gak bisa dah, ada orang tadi sini. Jaga kayak gini. Iya. Gini. Sahabat sih nih map anjing. Coba. Besok nonton MU live in Discord. Boleh sih. Jam berapa ya besok ya? MU make. Ke wall sini ya. Ribet banget sih wall ini. Orang mau masuk di wall tay. Mana ya kalau jadi teror di sini? Pakai sage. Oh, bagusnya kayak gini nih ngintipnya. Ini harus pecahin dulu. Kelihatan nggak ya? Kelihatan nggak ya? Kepala orang kalau di bawah sini. Ih, kelihatan anjir buat ngintip ini nih. Ngintip sisi sini. Bisa kelihatan tuh. Hari ini jam 9. Ya, nabrak gak sih sama VCT? Ronaldo main gak ya? Oh, gimana yang nyerang dari sini ya? Nyerang. Nggak mungkin, itu kan dari Tero. Goblok amat gua. Gini ya. Cakep nih. Bagus sih. Pasti ntar ada aja orang nih yang jaga sini nih. Ada aja pasti nih. Nih. Ada aja nih orang yang jaga kayak gini. Joget-jogetin di sini. Ada aja tuh. Yo fracture satu game. Kan masih ada ini anjing 100 Thieves. Nggak keburu Mek. Gue pengen nonton 100 Thieves. Kelamaan gak ya? Kelamaan lah. Atau ini? Nggak bisa. Kalau misalnya kita berlima, kita surrender aja. Main aja kok di Mafin. Mau nggak? Kita kumpulin berlima. Kita main. paling 5 round aja. Habis itu kita out, kita surrender. Suren. Iya. Tapi kan harus berlima dong. Kalau misalnya yang lain ini, yang lain nggak. Kalau kita main map yang ini gimana? Ayo aku berdua. Ayo sini. Main yaudah. Yuk. Kumpulin berlima. Ajak temanku. Ayo. Ayo. Add dulu sini. -1, ada lagi yang satu yang mau ikut. Ini gak kenapa. Tapi tirip sih, oke gitu. "25 minutes late." Sebenernya bagus gak sih kayak gini? Wall atau bisa di atas ini ya? Nggak mungkin, goblok banget. Langsung turun. Nggak muat ternyata. Oh, kosong. Jangan sih, muat kayak gini. Oh, harus kayak gini. Bener. Yeah. Oh, bisa kayak gini kali ya. Udah mulai kan? Apa? Apa ya? Jadi attacker, penasaran nih sebenernya. Ini sih yang paling bener kayaknya. Buruk ya. Atau kayak gini. Gini. Nah.
Selamat pagi. Yang satu siapa?
Apa ini?
Oi.
Piye.
Streamer masuk. Terah. Bangsat.
Naon sia?
Oh, baru belajar, Cok.
Ini apa ya? -1 siapa ini? Bang Ramo.
Oh, ada temen lagi. Oh, ada mau ikut gak guys buat ini?
Bang Ramo coba. Ramos.
Temen lagi. Oh, ada mau ikut gak guys buat ini? Wah, oke. Bagus sumpah gini. Aku nggak naik dah. Ngangkut. Oh, ada suara aku dah. Apa?
Bentar.
Oh, namanya sama-sama Vin ya, maaf. Sama-sama Vin ternyata. Manggil Maxevin, ternyata nicknya Vin yang nyaut ya jawab. Sorry.
Vin plus.
Nyaut bos, sorry bos.
Nyaut.
Wall yang bener, yang biar bisa naik gitu loh.
Cara buat streamnya jadi baru gitu ya sih.
Streaming jadi baru.
Nah,
Bro. Maksudnya ini kan aku kan anu toh, ngopi paste code streamnya toh.
Terus
Cuman ki masuk ke kode sing lama. Emang ngono terus
masuk apa?
Tetap sama wae apa?
Jelas
Piye? Karena aku kan sempet ngetes stream Pak.
Oh terus main hapus? Apa main apa ya?
Aku mulai sing baru. Iki code stream itu memang sama apa piye setiap
Sama. Nek aku sih sama.
Oh. Lagi bakal
ya.
tak kira iki bakal.
Pin 1 ada temen nggak?
Ya makanya.
Kayak cuman buat main half time.
Kevin.
Apa?
Kalau nggak ada orang, anu lah. Kita replication aja. Yeah. Astaga.
Apaan? Ya udah.
Astaga. Ini siapa? Gak ada orang.
Kamu ada temen apa?
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada.
Mau pada kompe diajak suren pada nggak mau.
Oh.
Ya juga.
Siapa ya?
Udah 7 menit.
Paling nge-troll mungkin nanti suren. Yang satu lagi kan 4.
Berani nggak ya?
Mau nggak tahu sih. Kayak nggak mau deh. Takutnya orang nyari BP kan sih?
Iya.
Itu yang kamu invite ada gak tuh, Vin? Friendly semua.
Ya aku ada. Tapi 5-12.
Ya nggak apa-apa.
Ada nggak ya? Temen aku si ini Warden main.
Kudune ra ganti juga anu to, apa jenenge? Kodene kuwi to, kode streaming to.
Kode streaming.
Stream key, you know,
Yeah,
stream
stream
key. Sajane mbok ganti boleh, ra mbok ganti boleh. Jare mbok cocoke wae misale mbek OBS, mbek YouTube-mu wis sesuai apa belum? Intinya kayak ngono.
Wis sih.
Nah, stream key kenapa enggak boleh tahu? Streaming ning channel kuwi yo.
Iya.
Stream key itu enggak boleh diketahui orang lain, soalnya takutnya aku ngerti-ngerti nganggo stream labku nge-stream ning channelmu ngono lho.
Oh, paham ya iku. Cuman ki aku takutnya nek aku kan sempet tes stream kan. Aku tegi nek stream sebelum iki numpuk karena tak set unpublic, tak set private. Itu.
Coba exit track dulu.
Anjir, langganan berapa?
Half match suren kan?
Half match suren. Dapat XP kan, Mas Yan?
Emang iya ya?
Kayaknya masih deh. Kurang 5.000 nih, 5.998.
Boy, I miss your kisses.
Mantap kan? Mantap sumpah. Aku kan tadi kan ada 25 minutes lirik terjemahan. Tuhan Yesus. Pengen ke gereja rasanya.
Ya elah. Gereja setan mulu.
Apa? Namanya Vin, Vin satunya Kevin, namanya siapa? Namanya Kevin atau
Ilham aja.
Oh, Ilham. Kenapa nicknya Vin? Kupikir Kevin.
Beli akun ini.
Oh. Orang mana?
Orang Bandung aku.
Bobotoh, oke? Betul.
Aing teh macan.
Aing maung, aing. Tin Persib gak?
Apa?
Persib. Persib ngikutin.
Oh, ngikutin lah.
Ngikutin. Nah, mau ngklok ya kan? Mau ngklok kan sekarang?
Iya.
Mau ngklok.
Tapi jarang nonton sekarang.
Dulu nonton di stadion.
Dulu banget.
Apa pas Konate?
Waktu masih zaman SMP, SMK. Sekarang udah enggak.
Nah, sekarang umur berapa?
Sekarang umur 20.
Sama kita.
Umuran.
2000 ya bang ya?
Iya.
Oh shit. Angkatan 20.
Orang mana emang bang?
Solo. Ini nada Jawa ini bang, Solo
Ya
pasti.
kan biasanya Surabaya.
Ya, kalau Surabaya ada coknya.
Oh
Pinjem
iya.
dong Spektrum mic.
Terus apa lagi?
Ya
Jogja.
Jogja
Sama
sama. Paling kasar tuh Surabaya pokoknya. Sama Madura. Ya daerah Jawa Timur.
Malang sama juga.
Malang ya.
Aku punya temen di Jakarta waktu kerja. Jogja,
Match
Malang.
found.
Ngomongnya gitu.
Sekarang bisa? Ngomong Jawa bisa bang?
Ngerti cuman nggak bisa ngomong. Dikit dong.
Ngomong.
Fracture.
Fraktur. Bacanya tuh gini loh. Fraktur. Fraktur. Ini meta tanpa smoker bisa nggak, Vin?
Nggak bisa lah.
Oh.
Ini smoke.
Tanpa smoker.
Smoke.
Ya pasti nggak perlu sofa kayak split gitu nih map.
Patahan kan?
Iya back patahan.
Pas kayak muka kegedean cu, sumpah.
Apa?
Emang males settingnya tapi.
Gampang.
Minions, gas.
Nyoba.
Namanya juga streamer magang bro.
Wah, ini Bang Ilham lihat streaming Maxevin ya tadi ya.
Iya.
Dan nyoba kan. Nah, iya.
Pengen belajar. Belum pernah main aku di sini.
Oh, belum pernah. Lagi Valorant barusan.
Baru Valorant Mik bukannya lagi.
Gila nih ngeblame aku ya. Kita nek ngomong baru lah lagi yo, Ju. Lagi ya. Bener tau, Ju?
Iya, tapi bahasa Indonesia tuh baru, bukan lagi.
Ya, lagi ini Jawa ngap.
Ini Indonesia.
Oh, ini Indonesia, maaf.
Iya.
Duh, aku tuh maksudnya ngomong Jawa tuh biar sana Jakarta sini Solo jadi satu gitu loh, Vin.
Alah.
Bineka Tunggal Ika. Berbeda-beda tetapi tetap satu. Nah.
Bacot ngap.
Bacot.
Wis gila kita attacker.
Ayo kita main playball.
Ngomongnya kasih tahu.
Jatuh.
Ngomongnya minta tolong Maxevin. Pistolnya kamu buang, Vin. Nanti kembali ke sini.
Sini. Main B sumpah, main B.
Wallnya kasih titik, Vin.
Sini nih, wallnya nih.
Tak, ini
di pojok sini nih.
Ya, mantap.
Ke pojok sini nih. Taruh wallnya sini. Terus arahin ke sini.
Arahin ke here. Oh siap.
Dari sini.
Tapi mesti pojok dulu ya, di pojok sini nih.
Belajar
dari atas.
Oh ke situ.
Ya, tadi udah belajar masalah.
Oh ya, enggak, tapi kurang miring, mesti miring.
Oh sorry.
Apa-apa.
3.
Apaan sih? Satu kanan.
Engineer kill. Hawk out. Blinded.
Wih, I'm low.
Spike down.
Tuhan Yesus main.
Spike down B.
Tuhan Yesus.
Last player standing.
Udah main belum?
Belum. Anye. Disco.
Wih, keren banget.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole.
Coba ke B.
Let me know if you need healing.
Jelek ke A.
Anjing dasar gua.
Sorry ya, main Flying Fox.
Ya, ini mah.
Tak flashin pintu.
Beli nih.
Cage trigger.
Tutup masih.
Sini TP
Ada,
dulu, tidak.
Dua di situ nggak tahu namanya apa. Di main.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Wah.
Kiri kanan.
Pusing mau masang di mana ini?
Iya.
Putar kaki.
Ngantuk ya orang.
Astaga.
Jadi flank nggak sih?
Kanan kiri.
Yes, this should do.
Smoke atasnya saya Vin.
Hah? Smoke atas.
Udah, Seven ya.
Cage trigger.
Deket. Kiri.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Di sini.
Yang di mana? Ini.
Jatuh dong.
Ngelek.
Flashing up. DC.
Kembali.
Saya mau phantom bareng nggak?
Wah,
mana?
masih pintu coba tuh.
Ini. Itu diambil.
Masih.
Udah.
Udah. Anjir keren banget. RGB banget.
Warna apa itu? Hitam ya?
Iya.
RGB.
Sumpah RGB.
Jeduk banget ya.
Aduh, piket dukungan.
Sebeli sini kayaknya deh.
Mahal banget tadi.
Iya.
Cage trigger.
Blinded. There.
Babat.
Di atas satu.
No hard feet.
Oh my god.
Everyone hiding. Cage trigger. No more charge.
Kalian tahu.
Jatuh.
Here.
Kanan Vin.
Kanan.
No more charges left.
One
Chat.
enemy remaining.
Kayak ngelek.
Ya, ulti.
Mana ada main jam berapa, Vin?
Udah tahu. Habis ini.
Ini ntar lagi.
Lagi suran berarti.
Iya, lagi.
Vin. Ini loh Vin. Ini loh, ada telur. Kamu pencet. Keluar kartu nanti.
What the fuck?
Iya apa nih?
Mana?
Oh gitu?
Kita tahu kan? Ya, impostoran. Iya.
Get out of my way.
Seek them out. Blending.
Enemy spotted A.
Dekat tuh mbak. Goblok.
Itu.
Reloading.
Tadi amat.
Udah dapat.
Gak bisa main ini Sky.
Aku main di sini.
Ker sini hold.
Tripwire deployed. Cage trigger.
Satu belakang.
Aku tak sini. Sini satu.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Ajep dulu.
Disco.
Ajep dulu.
Kita cedek dulu.
Terus mana lagi telurnya? Mik.
Itu doang.
Nanti di bukan enggak di sini. Nanti di waktu CT ada. Tapi kan kita musuhan. Nanti.
Sayang sih sebenarnya sih. Sayang XP gak?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Pengen dapet Oni aku, Oni knife.
Oni knife.
Itu kan kayak Oni.
Lumayan sih.
Hati-hati buta bang. Atas.
Satu flank.
Aku ulti ya di sini.
My camera is destroyed.
Ketutup.
Reina killed.
Oh, cetek.
Sabar Ju, tak flash kayak lagi, sabar. Yuk, roll.
Who's next?
Zero lu. Ke kiri.
Last player standing.
Astaga.
Oh, nice try. Zero lupa. Mo.
Kamu lagu dangdut yang tahu apa, Vin? Saya.
Oh, pokoknya kerungu.
Apa?
Selain itu ada lagi apa ya?
They're usually distracted once I reveal them. Sure, take advantage.
Kapan Rebakti itu tim mana sih bang?
Apa? Mana apa?
Kapan Rebakti?
Aduh, gak tahu bang. Apa tuh?
Apa tuh?
Itu musuhnya 100.
Oh alah, gak tahu itu mana.
Oh, Havan Liberty, nggak tahu deh.
Iya.
Aduh, Amerika gak sih?
Amerika.
Iya mungkin. Liberty. Iya juga, nggak salah loh.
Anggap aja Monas, Jakarta kan. Atas. Tali bawah.
Kok Sacho nggak bisa keluar ya?
Bang.
Oh gitu?
Apa? Aku flash, Vin. Aku flash. Aduh, Sacho. Yoru Sacho.
Katanya gue bunuh Yori.
Dua-duanya di bawah.
One enemy remaining.
What the fuck?
Where is everyone hiding?
Itu di bawah.
Bawah. Underpass siap.
Kayak
siap. Bener juga ya underpass loh.
Underpass bener.
Iya.
Tetap underpass.
Kenapa gak cave? Kenapa Duka?
Iya underpass loh.
CS underpass. Mod Sam. Kan game science beda. Underpass.
Udah lama gak denger itu. Kenapa gak keluar, War? Beneran gak keluar ya? Lu pencet apa emang itu? Pencetannya apa?
Mouse button 4 yang
coba ganti.
Sebelah kiri.
Coba ganti. Apa gitu? Pencet V atau apa? Deket.
Bisa pakai ini.
Bisa. Nah ya kadang juga gitu tuh gua.
Aku
Cage trigger.
Reloading.
Set. Cet.
Enemy remaining. Flawless.
They were blind.
Opo kowe kru.
Anjay.
Another fight. Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happens in the
Banyak
past. What do you need?
cangkemmu itu loh.
Lambe. Selain cangkem lambe, Vin. Lambemu.
Lambe turah.
Lambe turah.
Cangkem sama lambe kasar mana nih? Kasar semua sih. Kasar semua cok.
Cangkem.
Tercangkem sih.
Yes, this should do.
Ayo, rasa.
Break.
Aku flash.
Reloading.
Cage triggered.
Wih.
Cage triggered.
Ngahil.
Tripwire
Lantai
destroyed.
There.
Tolong.
Gimana? Aduh, kepes. Ada gitu.
Hah, mana tuh? Hol.
Apa itu namanya?
Aku liatin belakang.
Ada tenemen.
Careful now.
Oh, satu belakang.
You should run.
Ini Killjoy bagus loh sini.
Last player standing.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
5.
Itu di dalam aku susah. Salah.
Wah, kelas.
You forget.
Kelas gila.
I knew you were a legend from the start. Great work, mate.
Kelas.
Cangkemmu itu.
Wah, udah mau main.
Otakmu jenius teran, otakmu jenius. Udah mau main ya?
Iya.
Baru baris-baris.
Oh, baru baris. Upacara dong berarti. Benar.
Iya, upacara nggak jadi main.
17-an ya.
Let me find you again. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Seru juga tuh.
Cutting their vision. Hawk out, get it. Blinded.
Atas.
Get out of my way.
Cage trigger.
Enemy spotted me.
Satu lagi. Nice.
Belakang satu ya.
One enemy remaining.
Di sini di kiri tadi.
Wah, stop.
Atas.
Stay keen.
Tumben di Singapura
That'll be
satu
good to be
pakai
dangerous.
Emang bisa pakai mas bang?
Biasanya pakai terus. Tadi siang aja sampai 10%.
Oh.
Berarti kalau pagi, bang, lagi bisa main.
Iya. Emang kadang suka gitu internetnya apa emang?
Iya, indie home sih.
Sabar, Vin.
Seek them out. Found one. Hawk out. Found one.
The hunt begins.
Lain.
Hawk out. Reloading.
Belakang flank.
Set.
Aku masang yang tadi.
Aduh, sorry. Dua.
Tripwire destroyed.
What?
Cage trigger.
Last player
Belakang.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Menang nih.
Pasti. Oh, nice try.
Keren banget.
Bagus sumpah Viper di sini.
Iya, ketutup semua soalnya.
Iya.
Gila.
Yes.
Air.
Map satu apa? Asken.
Last round before the switch.
2 Xbox.
Can't take anything with us after this.
Oh, ini ada Iko. Oh, ada Asuna ya? Asuna.
Iya makanya belum pernah kan lihat Asuna di ini. Di LAN.
Mumpung aja apa?
Asuna.
Online demand.
Online demand.
Nanti di Xbox-nya ngamuk lagi Asuna.
Wah gila sih kalau ngamuk lagi.
Kacau.
Anjir.
My eyes are better than yours.
Wah, itu.
Wah anjir.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Nice try.
Suran.
Sabar tanggung bang. Tanggung lah.
Switching sides.
I'm gonna take one step.
Sayang XP gak sih?
Ya udah, gas.
Kalau defend ngawalnya gimana?
Aduh. Nggak tahu.
Jujur nggak tahu.
No more charges left.
Ini
Iya, coba.
semuanya di sini weh, semuanya di sini. Wah, udah nggak bisa lewat.
Oh itu key-nya paling simpan di situ.
Yes, this should do.
Oh kejauhan nih.
That goes there.
Gimana?
Nggak dia.
Balik cu. Tak flash guys, sabar. Wah rame.
4 orang.
3. Eminan hati-hati.
Heaven.
Tembak.
One dead.
Dari sama satu lagi.
60 kill.
One enemy remaining. Spike down
Satu lagi ya?
Tahu.
Here.
Ini deh kayaknya.
Iya deh, kiri deh.
Awas underpass.
Underpass. Spectre ya?
Iya. Aqua aja.
Ya.
Oh ya.
Ah, dia nembak apa ya? Ayo bang, tweet. Tembak.
If you see one of my creatures, it's a good thing, alright? We'll figure out what they do eventually.
Aku beda. Kantin.
Here.
Gimana ya? Wah. Take up.
Kemarin lihat SZ-ku keren gak sih, Vin?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yang kunai kan?
Kunai. Yang satu lagi.
Begini aja.
Wih. Tolong.
Spike down.
Ditolongin beneran. Ayo bang, skin.
Enemy spotted.
Ada
A.
nih.
Damit.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Now this is a team. You see that?
If any of you die, I lose a bet
Nih Vin, mau nyoba nggak?
so don't embarrass me like that, please.
Itu 50 anjing nih.
50. Ya bener sih. Iko, gila layarnya hijau ya Iko.
Emang iya ya?
Enggak.
This goes
Kan kalau
here.
di stream kan hijau kan? Kayak apa ya?
Enggak, kuning.
Nah, kuning.
Dia kan buta warna, Action.
Oh iya deh ini.
Aku lupa setting itu nih.
Oh di B.
Setting suara game ya.
Oh udah ada suaranya dah.
Rame 4 orang. Kelihatannya 3.
Tripwire destroyed.
Satu step di situ.
Satu spot Yoru. Bawah.
Gending itu.
Remove. Cage triggered.
Last player standing. Spike
110.
planted.
Reina. Oh, next try.
Devin itu lantainya tuh emang lantai itu lantainya beneran Devin. Maksudnya emang ada neonnya ya di bawah.
Minha familia. We won't.
Gak tahu sih kalau nggak neon itu loh, mic apa kayak artificial, bukan artificial apa?
Ya intinya itu.
Hologram gitu.
Dia bisa lihat kan ya mereka yang main bisa lihat kan.
Kayaknya sih bisa ya. Kayak cuma di komputer doang deh, nggak tahu deh. Mereka beneran bisa lihat atau enggak.
I will find you.
Spike down A.
Main A ya?
Ya.
Wah, di B1.
Tripwire destroyed.
Masuk B.
Wih gila, Ethan ganteng banget leh.
Cage triggered. Shots. No more charges left.
remaining.
Ini kalau
Spike
videonya kamu
down
bunuh
B.
gila.
Kayak gitu.
I will see you again.
Kayak gitu nggak?
Satu lawan tiga loh. Musuhnya
Kayak gitu.
pantek semua loh. Alah, dasar.
Cheat itu.
Chat ya.
Cheat yang di YouTube suka muncul, yang iklan.
Gila
Request,
juan.
request.
Nah, apa ya?
sorry.
Itu jongkok.
Gak apa-apa. Siapa yang jongkok?
That goes there.
Kamu.
Kamu aku gak suka nembak jongkok anjir. Kamu diri terus kalau nembak.
Ya itu coba aku lah mati wes.
Aku ini ya.
Who's
sorry.
next?
Paraan.
Get out of my way!
Wah, rame. 10.000. Balik ke.
Walah weh.
Last player standing.
Itu yang persenan pick agent itu maksudnya apa, Vin?
Dia udah berapa persen main di map itu tuh udah berapa persen di pick-nya.
Terus kalau misal di ban, dia kalau ada yang narik atas tuh gunanya buat apa? Emang bawahnya juga ketarik? Ya di ban yang ke B set.
Oh yang di dalam top. Di atas top. Oh nice try. Anjing. Augmented reality itu kok. Oh iya augmented reality itu maksudnya map yang di tengah kan. Iya augmented AR.
Sama
saya ingatnya VR aja.
Multiple fingers.
Main mana ya? Deh.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Bini.
Balik ke sini. Wah, di bimbingnya ada.
Enemy spotted B.
Wah, ada itu.
TP Ju.
Ngerti, tapi aku butuh heal.
Enggak Wah enggak deh.
Belakang.
Cage trigger.
Nice.
Spike down B.
Bilangnya
Last player standing.
Susah banget. Udah man.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Push aja yuk bang, biar cepet.
Nah, ya juga.
Di semua yuk. Tabrakin main.
Mana? Main hall yuk, main hall.
Rasa yuk.
Iya.
Sini kita ras sini.
Here.
Lewat.
Udah mulai aja ronde 1.
Iya.
Main.
Ketinggalin orang.
Enemy down.
Ya kan?
Yang aja Mek.
Everyone hiding.
Di kiri
Sono lah.
Aku lihat di
Mana?
Camera taken out.
Gemin.
Mana Vin?
Remen 2 depan.
One
Satu
enemy
way.
remaining.
Deket. Anjing kalah lah 1-0.
Iko.
Ini dari Brazil anjir nih orang. Apa?
Oh.
Oh
iya ya.
Kapan Liberty ya?
Brazil yang dulu gak ada ya? Siapa Brazil yang dulu?
Immortals. Immortals mah.
Oh iya ya.
Enak.
Satunya.
That goes there.
Guru.
Kan.
Apa sini?
Kaliannya Santos.
Okay.
Apa ya?
Santos.
Santos.
Cage trigger.
Udah pas ini main B.
Main B ya? Oke.
Ya.
Tripwire destroyed.
Gak deh, main A. Nice.
Mantap. Spike down.
Satu dari parabola, satu dari parabola. Udah di set deh kayaknya.
Itu
dia.
jet ya.
One enemy remaining.
Itu masih di belakang. Awas buta.
Flawless.
Oh, udah kosong.
Keren juga.
Match point.
One last push. Let's make them hurt.
Lautin hanya.
Si Bang di bench ya, apa Bang di TSM ya lupa. Oh Bang TSM. Mic. Bang.
Vin ngendaliin burung tapi tangannya nggak ngikut megang burung itu gimana tuh Vin? Tahu nggak?
Lepas, nggak bisa lah. Harus.
Oh dibantuin tembok ya? Ini
Iya.
kan pakai itu pakai.
Iya.
Oh dibantuin tembok.
Hawk out.
Wah, oke banget.
Sorry. Di tengah jalan ya.
You will not kill my allies.
Udah di set satu.
Here comes the party. Enemy spotted A. Get out of here.
Aku ngerip.
Erased.
One enemy remaining.
Alhamdulillah.
Defenders
Terima
win.
kasih Bang.
Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Udah 21. Thank you. Ngap.
Thank you ngap.
Thank you.
Jus spike rush yuk. Oke.
Nonton.
It's all patience here for Havan Liberty until they execute. Then it's a firestorm.
Well, they've already taken so much space mid, and Nitro certainly worse for wear. Down to only 5 armor and 78 HP, but they understand here, 100 Thieves do, that mid is not safe, right? Like, they gave that up. Yeah, they dropped the door, and that's why you see, look at Steel. He's having to rotate back to make sure that they have not fully lost control of their own spawn.
All right, so Breather able to be had by Team. Steals a big open there with a Vandal onto Meeson. And that's going to be the first blood of this 4th round. Where they decide to move, that was actually Seekers coming up on that.
Baru 21, comeback pasti Bang.
Round, but the round present right now, can they tie it up from 100 Thieves side?
Steel going big. He's already gotten 3, and this is a slight difference from 100 Thieves as well. We talked about how they like to play off-site. This time they're stacked on there, and between Steel and Ethan, they've been able to lock down A themselves.
Slowly switching things up. I think that's kind of what Steel does best, right? That adaptability within
Wah, dipakai Killjoy ya?
to read the opponent.
Tumben-tumbenan.
They're playing, how hard they're playing, and the consistency of a precedent they're setting with abilities. If the star is here, are they going somewhere else? Are they using it? Type of stuff goes very big into each round, and you get more and more info. Just a few more seconds left on this one for Pletz here. 4v1 as he's looking to just hold so he doesn't get taken down on this. Has that Phantom. May try to go for the orb. No, he's not even going to give up the sound. He feels like he's got people bearing down on him. 2-2 as we head into round 4. 100 Thieves gain some footing.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to take a look at economy right here because on the side of Havan Liberty, you have a couple of key ultimates that are online and available, and we haven't really seen how they stack that well together. How
Jago amat anjir Steel.
Pretty filthy by Steel.
What was that, guys? You gotta get paid.
You don't get that at home. The magic of
Seru
landing
banget bacatin Steel.
If you watch him stream.
Well, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. But for Havan Liberty, we were talking about it just a moment ago. They don't have really much as far as economy goes to bring in. So you presume that Seekers, the Hunter's Fury, are going to be online into the next round. And meanwhile, on the side of 100 Thieves, you aren't much closer either, right? Like, you've got Nitro who's kind of sniffing at his ult, Asuna as well, but nothing really on the brink.
And look at the priority that Havan flipped now with this Phantom. They throw it over to Crane. He's close to ultimate there. Seekers is out, so they can double find something if they get a good idea where that is. But they want Crane finishing that kill right now if he's possibly the last one up or using that ability. Tech timeout real quick as we have that 2-2. You can see how the rounds have played out. But it does seem like we have a great game on our hands. I'm excited now that we're going to get back into some
Asuna tumben pakai Vandalnya gak refer. Oh iya, nggak lihat loh. Dia pakai apa tadi Bang?
Very important if you can't, or if you continue to swing the game. But now that it's even, can they come back?
Yeah, I think one of the fun things for Havan Liberty is we kind of think about this team and their story and how they've gotten to this point. You could tell even in the feature, prior to their series started, like it means so much, right? Like there's nationality, pride. There's, you know, we joked around about friendship being one of the win conditions, but there really is, like, they want it, right? Like they want it really bad.
And these orgs have been around. August 2020 was when Havan Liberty came in, and you can kind of almost say the same thing for 100 Thieves within that September-October month as they created a team. So a lot of
pakai origin, kayak baru ngambil deh.
As we heard from
Coba
all
kita
of these
lihat, mungkin ngambil tadi.
And looking at how Havan did throughout their stage 3, undefeated all the way to the finals. So having the troubles throughout throughout the year, throughout each VCT, and then finding all of that ground in the last stage 3, only to get beat by Vivo. But you mean you're gonna get beat by the person that wins the entire thing, right? You're still here with them,
right? Absolutely.
But what a journey for Havan Liberty to be able to do that. Slight changes in the roster. It's kind of like a 100 Thieves story, you know?
Well, and to your point, right? It really is, because you think about their up and down, right?
Yeah,
they look
absolutely.
so promising at the inception. Like at first strike, they were the real deal. They looked so good, and then they went through a couple of roster changes, and for a lot of people, it looked like, whoa, what happened? Like, where did these guys go? What's going on? And while it did almost seem like a matter of not if, but when, I've got to say, it took a little bit longer, at least longer than I expected.
Right. It is, because everything's changing as well, right?
Right.
And you have a team like Sentinels that you're still learning from, and everybody can across the world. And then you're like, well, the game changed again. How do we change with the game? And 100 Thieves says KO's our way. And we actually saw them again playing against Sentinels while it be a seeding match. They went back with the KO again after they actually lost pretty hard on that split match, or whatever split I believe it was. And just like it's not the agent. It's just the way we played at that time. And they've shown that time and time again that they can correct their play, adapt very fast, and it's what makes 100 Thieves very strong with that experience.
Well, and I mean, that was the question going into the series, right? Will they bring in KO?
Yeah.
Like, are they going to adjust? Will they do it on every map? Is there a little bit of spice in there? And I think we've seen that.
Iya juga kenapa bawa KO ya?
Challengers 3 as a cheese pick. Like, they are fully committed to playing around this agent, and it's gotten them this far. They're going to continue to double down on it.
Absolutely. And again, about Havan Liberty, learning where they came from. After first strike, you said 100 Thieves makes changes. So did they.
Right.
Bringing in Liazi, finding that duelist, finding a little bit more ground for the structure they already had in Shion, Misen, and Pletz. And then getting in Crane. Loves to play the Sova. He can go back and forth if it's also kind of a proof for the situation to bring in a KO. So we can still see KO coming in from the side of Havan Liberty if they go in to that way.
Now, Riv, I'm going to poke your brain here a little bit, right? As we turn our attention back towards the map, we think about the sides that each teams are on. Havan Liberty is starting off on attack, 47% win rate on attack. That's not great, right? So what knowing that their defensive half is better statistically, what's the magic number?
The magic number of rounds, I'd say they at least have to go.
Mungkin nyangka bakal ambil KJ musim, bisa jadi bener juga tuh.
Be able to work them slow enough from the attack side.
Kepikiran dah
draw out any necessary rounds. Steel would be like, wait, we got to put a stopper on anything happening for this hemorrhaging loss rounds.
Right.
And then they'll come in and win it. I do think, though, looking at how 100 Thieves has a better defensive side, if that's where it comes into play, if Havan can take these rounds, that's where it's going to hurt 100 Thieves.
Yep. Popping back into the action, just a quick retake of where we were. Pistols the majority of the way for Havan Liberty. There was a slight change. They put the Phantom in the hands of Liazi, which makes sense. Good call. 2 ult points away from having a Blade Storm online.
Tembaknya kok gitu ke atas?
Across the board. Steel's already got his ultimate. He's going to be piling it on. Asuna gets one as well, but a nice kill from Xian on the side of Havan Liberty.
You got to have that happen at this point. If you're at Steel at the press conference, he was saying he gets locked in on land. He wants to see his opponent squirm. So a great shot back by Xion there as Ethan and Hiko make quick work of 2. A few more shots here.
Ooh.
No, Crane has something to say about that. 2v1 and a slight possibility hanging by a thread here.
7 HP in the Sheriff. First shot's going to go a bit wide. Drone will likely spot him as well. Crane feeling the pressure really coming from all over the place.
They're giving him a bit of respect too. They're saying, let's drone that. See how carefully he's playing it. Using the utility he had at his disposal. The Hunter's Fury is there, but that would be a hell of a ballsy play if you were to bring that one out now. 40 seconds left on the round. I love the patience. He's not saying, oh, I have to find them. He's waiting for them to get antsy and make a move. 100 Thieves, however, very stone cold on this one, are not going to give Crane that peek. 27 seconds left.
So he's upgraded a weapon. He's got the spike still. It's an excellent, really excellent setup for 100 Thieves here. They're splitting themselves, right? Like, make sure you're covering all guards. And the thing is, like, Crane is just so weak right now. If you look at him funny, there's a good chance he dies, right? Like, 7 HP isn't going to take him very far with 10 seconds left. He might. All right, so he is going to go for it. He's at least... Oh, no, he pulled off. All right, so at best, he carries this Phantom into the next round. Oh, and maybe kill on the way. Sure, yeah, he'll take that. Oh, the spam. Oh, no.
Wow.
So close.
And it was, as soon as he stops that spike plant, it's a damage round. Right.
Gue bisa ada body ya. Soalnya mereka kan pakai ID ini nggak sih? ID pinjem gitu.
But Steel's been racking up so many frags. He's got money in the bank. He is just on fire right now for 100 Thieves here.
Jadi mereka nggak pakai ID dia deh kayaknya.
We head to round 6. See how they up and as soon as hands.
Jadi kayak ID ditanding dikasih Riot Games gitu, Dave.
Now, and this is really the first round.
Jadi semua skin bisa dipakai, semua itu bodies bisa dipakai.
You've got the
bebas.
You've got the Seekers, you've got the Rolling Thunder as we step into another technical timeout. Very quickly, get things situated. We'll get you all back into that.
Semuanya kebuka, iya, semuanya kebuka.
As possible, but right, like as we think about this on a timeline, this is where the asterisk is, right? Like this is where we're going to learn a lot from both teams. How do they play?
Bener-bener bebas mau pakai skin apa aja kayak dia.
What does that look like in a fast exit?
Makanya si siapa Tens sama Sentinels pada main rank semua kan di situ. Gue buka rank Diamond terus naik Immortal.
Coming from the attack side when they get the source information because they don't have that Sentinel. So when you see 100 Thieves moving with this composition, it's slow. They always watch their back and they're making sure that they are grabbing a few. When we saw Steel bring out the KO in stage 3. His assists went through the roof along with Nitro. And how much they were setting up Asuna and Nitro. Like, go back and look. Or, Ethan, sorry, not Nitro. Go back and look at those stats. I think at one point he was above 10 assists per game and without even that many frags. So his sourcing of information, the knowledge Steel is giving his team, while still wanting to deliver more as the lurking rat he is. It just works out so well for them. Waiting to get this tech pause through as we look at Havan Liberty a bit on their side. Coming out strong. They don't seem that flustered. They were very happy to go in aggressive, test the strength of 100 Thieves, and figure out what really worked against them. Now it seems like that extension of the round with this Initiator squad is giving 100 Thieves too much time to work on what Havan Liberty is doing.
Yeah, that'll be certainly interesting. And you know, I think it was I want to say it was Bala who mentioned it on the desk, but you can't be intimidated, right?
No,
like, and that's what we've seen out of Havan too, right?
That's
some of the magic I was talking about, right? Like you have to have some magic, and that starts with not being disrespectful, right? Like not having no regard for who's on the other side.
Throwing AKs through the teleporter.
Yeah. But no, like
through.
It's got to be a. We understand that that's who we're playing against, and that's fine, right? Like, can't be intimidated by who's on the other side, regardless of the 25,000 years of experience that they have on land or, you know, whatever it is. Like, you just can't let that get in your head. And for Havan, that's been the case so far.
And Havan beats 100 Thieves here. Mental group buff, honestly, for Havan. You know, it is expected. A lot of people would say 100 Thieves would come out to win this one. And seeing how this first half might go, 6-6, I think that's going to change quite a few minds here.
Very well could be the case. And that's such a, I mean, just not just in the group, but for the region, right? Like the boost that it has. Is absolutely insane. Are going to be kicking off round 6. Look at the stack heavy on the side of B from Havan Liberty. Oh, and for Asuna, you're right, Riv. They dropped the op, now just having the Ghost, but he's got the Blade Storm in tow.
Trailblazer, utility used. Just seeing if Asuna can do a quick in and out here. So he takes that position gained. Now waiting to see if he can get the backside of one of the members of Havan Liberty. But again, like I said, that slow play from Havan may be a detriment to them. If Steel can continue to grab information with this KO, they move up and grab a little bit more space. Havan starts getting strangled out.
So you have a decent idea of where Steel is. Same goes for Asuna, as he's going to have to give some of that space back up. Havan Liberty slowly but surely trudging their way forward. They make their way up the middle of the map. We've talked about how that was exposed in the previous round. Once again, it's open. They've taken it. Steel just uses knife, got no info of what's happening outside of B. There's nobody home, so they can play off of that a little bit, but they understand that mid is not safe yet again.
Yeah, and recognize that smoke play they just did. The sky flash through the smoke. 3 of them barge out. Havan Liberty loves that. They love to be in your face. They didn't see anything, so they backed off. They're not worried about taking too much if they don't have it.
Seekers, Hunter's Fury, and Rolling Thunder have all been dropped, as we talked about previously. Havan Liberty looking to get onto the site as Hunter slowly trying to make their way back in. Asuna's playing up top. Havan Liberty have gotten in there. The res is going to come through for Seal, so he's back online. 13 seconds left. Shion should be able to get the spike down. 100 Thieves again find themselves in a retake situation.
4v4 as they make their way in. Good utility here for Shion. The rest of the team, they have quite a few flashes to give back here to the side. 100 Thieves and Steel as a squad is healthy as they look to make their way in.
War waging in tree. It's Crane slowly playing around. Crane has a chance to blow this up if he gets the timing right, but it might be Liazi who gets one. Crane gets one as well. Liazi gets the second. Hiko! My goodness, Hiko! He gets the last kill and he gets the defuse to take a 2-round lead.
Back and forth. And that's exactly what 100
do
when they encroach on a position, when they squeeze it. There's no sentinels to cover the other side of the map, no tripwires. So they're the one. They always have to go around themselves with whatever solo util they had coming around the side. Crane making great moves there, but 100 Thieves just on the other end of each of the firefights. First kind of gap in round here. We'll see if Havan Liberty can close this up quick.
And I know it's early in the half, but this is a pivotal moment in the half, because this is where you can really build off of separation, right? Like we're getting at the point where snowballing becomes a factor, and all of a sudden that's already a 4-round lead. 4 rounds in a row, presumably 5, given the gun difference and Asuna doing things like that. Like, this is a very dangerous spot in the timeline for Havan Liberty.
And a big purchase too. Spectres, full util coming out. A stinger there for Liazi. Asuna looking for another shot there. Looks like he'll go for it one more time as he takes a quick fault line to the face. That's Liazi coming in, and that's going to be a nice shot. One from Steel and Asuna. Doug, they continue to make this happen in a split second.
All sorts of information, and really honestly, Liazi was able to upgrade a weapon, but it's been a lot of rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
Right? Like, as much as we talked about how we like that they feel things out and then they make a move, we find ourselves on the same site for the 7th round in a row, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, it might look a little different at the beginning, but they clearly favor A.
It is tough here, and this starts to kind of get into the mentality of both teams. Havan Liberty can use this in a way to say, all right, we've done that. We could try a B, but now this starts to get into Steel's head. He's like, maybe they don't feel confident at B. It becomes a little bit easier for Steel to read, and that's why you're seeing these rounds start to go over. Oh, my word. And that, you can't count that out, but Havan they now, I think, need to start at least taking 1 or 2 out, or expend way more utility before these hits, because they're just getting smothered when they hit the site.
Yeah, and I mean, you take a look at economy, you talk about checking out at least 1 or 2 as we're in the middle of attack timeout. 5,400 credits, 4,500, 48. I mean, fellas on the side of 100 Thieves, they're rolling in it.
Little bankroll. And it is going to be that purchase. You're up to 2,900 a round here for the side of Havan Liberty. So if you do the math, they lose this round. You do have some with 3,600 like Pletz, but you have 3,100 on Crane. You're not going to be having a great buy there. Maybe if you have kept utility from the last round, but util, guns, and everything, that's why these rounds start to keep swaying towards 100 Thieves. And they know they have that grip on Havan right now. And it's important for Havan to break that. I think, again, they need to take a few out, draw a bit more of the utility, because once they get into sight, it's Asuna hitting a shot, right? Steel just hitting shots. Doesn't seem like the utility is working perfectly, and they have to figure out why.
Yeah, and you know, I mentioned previously, like, we're in a pivotal moment in the round, because all of a sudden we're talking about like a 9-3 half, maybe a 10-2 half, right? Like, with how good things have looked for 100 Thieves, how economy looks right now, it's certainly a possibility. So for Havan Liberty, again, the pressure is on them. They have to be able to change the tide of the map so far.
So another slow whir round.
Gavin duluan, mau matiin dulu PC, nontonnya mau di HP sambil rebahan. Oke. Thank you, Bang Yete Gaming. Thank you so much, udah mampir. See you tomorrow. Dah.
Somebody might have actually creeped into bench there. Quick 0 point. They know it. They're safe. They get back to position.
Mason using a little bit of util again to try to work the middle of the map. No info gathered. However, this is a slight difference, but I like this, right? Like 100 Thieves, Ethan a couple of rounds ago was very comfortable taking away space on A, right? When the pressure's in the middle of the map initially, he's done that a couple of times. Peek down long, nothing there.
Control mid.
Again, now
Control mid.
Slowly moving up, trying to pressure on 100 Thieves. It's almost like exactly what we saw, that one member, I think it was Crane at the end of a round. If not, I apologize for my memory, doing this, and they're really trying to work 100 Thieves to the bone.
Oh, that may just be for info. Surely, okay. He does not take it. He pulls back. As you see on your
Gak ada yang main gila dicek kayak gitu. Main nitro. Wah, timing banget Asuna. Timingnya ya ampun.
That should open the door for Havan Liberty. Nitro playing backside, playing by himself. He has a little bit of info from the intel, and my gosh, he's not even gonna get a chance, right? It's just on to Plets. He drops. It looked dicey for just a moment, but 100 Thieves respond beautifully.
Reluctance. There was the jet dash. The breach came out. They dropped Asuna, and then they started holding shift on the way into the site, and it was kind of a let's go. That's only Nitro back there, and Hiko was a big proponent of being able to make that happen. The way they've been rotating, the position Thieves was instantly ready for that situation if they did lose a member. And 1, 2, 3, the dominoes fell 6-2 now in favor of 100 Thieves in a variety of rounds. The spike is still getting planted. Havan's making it to the site. A lot of these late rounds now are going up to just frag rounds.
Havan Liberty again find themselves at a gun.
Oh my god, Nitro, oh the fuck.
The Hunter's Fury has been used, however, from Hiko.
What?
Oh no, things you hate to see as he drops Nitro.
I mean, he hit him once, why again?
With a little bit of friendly fire. Steel feeling a bit of pressure again. Remember for Havan Liberty,
a
ton as far as weaponry goes, but that seems to be exactly what they need at this moment as they find themselves at a slight advantage, but an advantage nonetheless. They have managed to get onto the site. You're going to have 3 members of 100 Thieves starting to fight back for the retake. No ultimates, but Asuna does have an operator in hand.
I'm like, he's going to take this solo stairs operator into sight. How ballsy, but he's waiting for the team. It looks like he's got the pistol out for now. He's just going to be distraction, maybe dash out, cloud burst, and let the team on that highway side get right in. Oh my god, this is so tense right now. Good Havan, pull back another round.
Asuna playing on the other side of smoke, slowly works his way forward onto the cloud burst as Hiko. And Ethan wait on the other side.
Oh my word.
Here we go. Continuing to tick away.
Still got quite a bit of time.
Ethan doing, decent amount of view to left as well. Asuna goes in. Asuna gets dropped.
What?
But Ethan for 3. Looking for the last one.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
They get the defuse. 100 Thieves at 7.
One of the grossest transfers I've ever seen through a box. Knew it was going to be big damage because of the headshot dink call from Asuna. The instant comms, the instant kills. Ethan with the 3K.
What the
Great map so far, 12-5, and really for 100 Thieves, again, like, things are clicking, right? They're finding themselves at a great spot, and you're getting things that, like Nitro's kill there, things that are going their way.
Unreal,
right? Things that don't always go their way, that can kind of be 50-50s up and down.
Sorry, the 4.
What the fuck?
4K, oh my word, just a hat trick at the end, but you can see him. Oh, wait.
Anjing itu dia apa mikir kali nge-cheat anjing.
Amazing stuff. That was Meeson on your screen. You just saw. Here we are into the 10th round, Doug. Let's see if this aggression keeps up. That was a spicy round.
Middle man.
Wah anjir.
Nothing
lagi kayak gitu nggak enak banget.
Get of mid is so perfect.
Yeah, but it hasn't amounted in anything. I think that's the problem, right? And 100 Thieves have no incentive to change that, right? Like, sure, let's keep giving up mid if we know that we can lose that and still have control of the map.
It does seem like they're okay with the firefight within the site. The spike is down. It almost seems like 100 Thieves, they don't love that position, but they are thriving at that play currently. More Hunter's Furies towards Cat there. Meeson goes down in the hands of Nitro as they trade one back.
Oh, Steel's about to happen. A lot of split. No, the but he narrowly misses a shot. He had 2 members just on the other
side. Sayang banget, Steel. Wah, dapat 2.
The timing is right here, though.
Sayang banget. Wah, sayang anjing dia whiff tai Hiko sama Steel.
That's The moment you miss, Havan will take it back. And Crane coming up with some beautiful shots there. He's had a hell of a game for himself. As we said before, loves the Sova play. If the moment's right, you might see him bring out KO, but he is that initiator there for Havan Liberty. And like you said, on top for the team right now. A great time to pick up some rounds right towards the end. You're still working through the bankroll of 100 Thieves, so the earlier, the better.
7-3 here in the first half, and this time it's a heavy stack towards A, right? Like we've seen a couple of different variations of this, maybe a little bit of work mid. The thing is, Nitro's here by himself, and as we saw at the beginning of the half, 100 Thieves, they're very okay with giving up A and just playing retake. It looks like it's exactly what they're going to do.
Quick Trailblazer down. Let the thunder roll. Looks like they want A. And there's a good push by Liazi. Does he get any kills? Oh boy, this is a tough spot now.
That's the space that 100 Thieves have shown they're not okay with giving up, and they will fight for that tooth and nail, and it seems to work out for 100 Thieves as they've already gotten 2. Steel's going to use his ult, as Secrets have been used as well, hunting down the remaining members of Havan Liberty. Just 3 left. The spike did go down, but Steel just delayed by the gravity wall, not able to get through.
4v3. They've attacked in a death ball with maybe one flank if the timing was right. Misa takes one down, but it's a double trade for that one.
Pletz alone in a 1v3. His position been given away. He's going to get cleaned up at the hands of Hiko. Ethan's going to get the defuse, and we talked about it, Rib. We were at the cusp of, like, we were talking about a 9-3, maybe a 10-2 so far. We're holding serve here.
And we're getting our triple initiator comps. They're rolling through it for us. It's interesting to see both teams run that, as it is something Havan Liberty loves. But with the KO introduced here, Sky and the Sova as well for 100 Thieves, we're seeing a bit of the same. We'll rewatch this again. Like you said, the spaces they are willing to give up and aren't willing to give up are very apparent. Mid's fine. We'll replay out even if it goes into B. Tree, not so much. We're gonna keep that to ourselves. And now we have our final round of the first half.
Guardian coming out for Crane here.
Let's
It's
go.
a little
And
spicy. Liazi has one as well. Yeah.
Some one-tappies on board?
Yeah, let's see what kind of little something they're able to pull off with that. Bladestorm coming out online for Asuna along with the op. But this is another quiet, very quiet start to the round.
4 rounds is a great number to have. Not the best, but it gives you a little padding. Even if Pistol's lost, still waited out to the first gun round, but it gets a little tighter there. The 3 rounds Havan have already grabbed after losing their footing have been fantastic in the way they've done it. It's just 100 Thieves seem to have their number on most of the teams that are coming in. Asuna again on to Pletz. That's the shot caller there. So you'll still have the voice, but not the aim.
And that was him recalling the star, right? Like, had that been a smoke, Asuna would have never had that sightline. They get mid-control again, not that it seems to have mattered at any point in the half, but they would have gotten mid-control again. But because he recalled the star, instead of keeping it as a smoke, Asuna is able to land that shot. And the little bit of space that 100 Thieves seem comfortable giving away, they can't even get that.
Fault line in 5 seconds. Looks like something they could be waiting for. That's going to go up towards Tree, but they're peeking before the util goes out.
Yep.
Asuna taking full advantage of that. Shion now drops Asuna, and now we have a 4v3 coming into the site. And a big rotation. It's just a late come over by Liazi here. And it was supposed to be a flank, but it seems like A went too quick. A little discombobulated here towards the end of the first half for Havan Liberty.
It's going to
be that 9-3 first half.
Yeah. Again, Liazi, like, way out. In the
delay.
Does get cleaned up at the hands of Ethan, but a 9-3 half for 100 Thieves. And, you know, here's the thing we talked about, Riv, was like, there was a magic number, right? And the thing is, because as you take a look at the series, Havan Liberty have to get to map 3, right? That's their win condition. If they can get there, if they can get to Haven, you have a chance at something, but...
It's one of their best maps.
Yeah, but with the half like this, like, we're forget about getting to map 3. Like, let's get through the half.
Absolutely. It's going to be tough. They have to shake that off. I think they found some parts that worked for them against 100 Thieves, but the adaptability and the experience of 100 Thieves says, we'll pull back, take that space, and then we'll take you out. Because I think 100 Thieves found that the hold of Havan Liberty is still a bit messy. They don't get themselves into the greatest spots, and when that timer gets down to the last few seconds, 100 Thieves feel super confident taking it, and you can see the chaos for Havan.
You can indeed. Hopefully for Havan Liberty, they're able to have better success on the defensive half. Our resident expert, Sean Garris, is standing by to break down the first half and what he saw. Sean, take it away.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for the throw. And here we go, guys. This is some chaos. I named this clip Chaos because it's wild. This is the bonus round. Havon Liberty's up 2-0. And this is a must-win early round for 100 Thieves. And it is way, way harder than you would think. So to kick it off, I'm going to show you guys. Nitro is over here in B main, and he's going to put a one-way smoke on that corner. Okay? In addition to that, we're going to have Steel and Asuna getting mid control, right? So together, they are actually working here, and you can see Steel's job is to hold towards Link, and Asuna is aggressively peeking towards top mid. Together with Hiko, actually, they are in a full mid control setup, right? Now, the most important thing about this is actually Ethan's response. So Ethan is the player over here at A main. 100 Thieves is aware this is an eco round, so they know it, or a bonus round, so they know that Havon Liberty is on this weird Spectre buy and that a fast-paced hit could come in. Ethan early flashes into A main, and he gets the info with the Sky that there are people there. In addition to that, he hears the enemy Sky throw a guiding light as well in A main. So now we start rolling the clip, and let's watch how Ethan responds to this. So he immediately is running away as fast as possible. The second guiding light comes in. There's a fault line. Let's pause it real quick right here. So you can see right there, the fault line comes into generator. The Jet dashes top gen, and if you look on the mini-map over here, she is clearing back sight while the Sky is waiting by the door. So the Sky is waiting by the door, and you can almost see the communication between the Sky and the breach right there that I pointed the arrow to. And you'll watch how she looks over at the breach, basically telling him to get over in this direction because we're about to make a push towards Catwalk. 100 Thieves then regroups on Cat. So let's start playing the clip again. Hiko shoots the recon through that smoke, and that gives all of the info of where Havon Liberty is. So you can see Steel, Asuna, Hiko, all coming Catwalk. Nitro rotating spawn to help out Ethan. No one going in A heaven. This is a very unique setup at the A site by 100 Thieves. I loved everything I saw, and you can see now this is just kind of dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and the Seekers come out from Ethan as well. So Ethan's entire kit is used this round in a very, very effective way. And this round could have gone either way. Again, there's his Tiger coming through, an immediate guiding light right there. Doesn't blind this player, but it gives the info of exactly where he must be, because if he doesn't get blind, he's hiding behind Jen in that scenario. The defuse comes in, and this is where 100 Thieves makes their rally. So this is what I want to see more of as a 100 Thieves fan. But I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to Riv and Doug, or maybe as I like to call him, Rug.
What? I'm pretty sure that's a first, but
that's a first.
Look, with that said, if you can rock a leather jacket like that, you can
true.
do things
very
like
true,
that, right?
very
like
true.
That's very okay. So, but as Sean was saying, excellent first half from 100 Thieves. They're clicking on all cylinders, and even some of like the weird looks that Havon threw at them while they took A and then fought into tree from sight, like they handled that just fine.
Some of the things we saw happening were immaculate from 100 Thieves once they got their footing. We saw Havon Liberty able to absolutely wipe that immaculation right off the table, if wording. But yeah, honestly though, the way that Havon Liberty won their rounds was straight up the gut. They hit their shots, and 100 Thieves was left wondering.
Saya ketahuan mama saya tidak.
He knew they could fix it.
Tidak, Miguel.
We need to see Havon Liberty with that confidence coming into their rounds, because the slow style of play is not going to work. 100 Thieves just punishes it.
Well, and even like their aggressive hits, right, where they want to like dial something up and try to catch him slipping, like if even in those moments, 100 Thieves seem perfectly comfortable holding that, and they find giving up some of that space because they can counterpunch, and they've shown that they're comfortable doing it consistently. So if you're 100 Thieves, like, yeah, we'll give up the space. Yeah, we'll let you take that aggressive. Now, what I'm curious is, on the defensive half,
besok Max jam 10. Ya, udah dah.
Will they play
GG.
the pace?
Well, that defensive half was the stronger side for 100 Thieves. So the rounds that we did see Havon Liberty get, hopefully were the ones that are going to matter, because now they get on the other side, they can defend. 100 Thieves does have a lower percentage on their attack rate, but there's still a better win percentage on this map of Ascent overall over Havon Liberty. So we will have to see. Both teams have plays coming into Ascent. My stats go in from, I believe, 4-1, and you see 13 plays since then from 100 Thieves. 11 competitive plays on Ascent by Havan Liberty, and it's a 10-3 and 6-5 respectively. So 10-3 to 6-5 record, and you can see that starting to come to fruition here, where 100 Thieves comfortability comes into play.
Now, let me ask you this, Riv. What needs to change from Havan Liberty? What do they need to do different?
They can work. You can work the initiator comp from the other side so much better. We saw 100 Thieves playing that passive. Receive 100 Thieves for Havan Liberty. Just let them come to you. Take the hard angles, take those shots. Because a lot of us, what we said 100 Thieves is going to do is use steal. Use that KO to get all of the information and push forward. So if you're just a little reluctant about showing yourself and hold your angle, yeah, you might get suppressed for a second. But that may not be enough to tell them what they need to do. As long as you're not flustered by steal's utility and the rest of the team, I think you'll be good for 100 Thieves. But they make it seem so important. Right. They show you a look at one site. They pull back. They understand your movement. Steel starts to read you like a book. And then it becomes a lot tougher to even put a defense forward that will stop what 100 Thieves has coming.
Right, and that's really where we see some of that experience, right? Like, that's where some of that comes to head for 100 Thieves. That's where you really kind of see that manifest itself and shine. You mentioned Steel and his really 5-head Galaxy Brain reading.
And if it doesn't work, Doug, what do? They put an op on Asuna.
Right.
They hold an even harder angle from farther away. Utility is almost useless if you can't get around the corner fast enough or you're not sky flashing all the time. But Asuna's also going to be moving.
Right.
And he's not the only deadly force on that squad. So Havan Liberty definitely have their work cut out for them. We do see a lot of their players having the ability to come up, be a clutch. Pletz is one of those players. He's a lot of the time can be the last one alive and make plays happen. Very Hiko-esque in his play style. Shion, he is a great leader and he's a big part of the team and the reason why they did so well at stage 3. They get behind him. He has a lot of life, and he is somebody to also watch for. I mean, all of them can frag. Liazi is a jet for a reason. So it's just about getting those nerves shaken off here.
Yeah, I think one player on the side of Havan Liberty that I want to see more of, and I think he had an excellent first half, and there's room for him to unlock that even more, especially in the attacking half, is Crane. Right? Like, his Sova was great. He opened up really well with the Hunter's Furies. I popped off individually with, I think he was like 12-5 at one point. He was really going toe-to-toe with Ethan on the side of 100 Thieves. So Crane, especially on the attacking half, right? Like,
those flanks, dude.
Yeah,
those
they were
flanks.
excellent. Yeah, they were excellent, but especially in this next half where there's delay, right? Where you can grab intel, where you can make something happen. I'm really looking to Crane. Like, if there's a win condition, in my opinion, it's kind of got to be around him, right? Like, he's got to continue to play well.
Absolutely. And you could keep talking about everybody, honestly. Misen, coming out of stage 3, in quotes, headshot machine. That was this guy, topping the stats, the one you'll usually see, having really good play. So looking at Misen here, along with Shion, to make sure those things happen. And he's a Breach Sky, a Viper player. We haven't seen too much since it's only the first map, but there's a lot of pool versatility here between Havan Liberty as well. Their triple initiator comps weren't always there, so they grew out of something into that, and they could really be showing us something on the next few maps. We also get our first Icebox, which is nice.
Yes.
I cannot wait for that.
Well, and that's, as we start to look forward a little bit, Icebox is a really good map for both teams, just like Haven is, at least, just like Ascent is, at least statistically. Right? Like, Haven is the one where there's a chance at something a little spicy. For Havan Liberty, a 7-2.
Lama banget anjir.
For 100 Thieves, it's a very average 9-7. Right? Like, they're, just barely above the line.
And it's probably going to overtime, as it does for 100 Thieves on Haven. Oh my word. But yeah, these maps, like you said, if we do get to the last one, there is that favorability here for Havan Liberty, but that becomes tough because we know how much that Asuna likes to just flex on Icebox, that the rest of the team enjoys playing that, and sometimes we see Nitro even flex back to that Omen that we see him playing again. They get good blinds, good finds in there with the rest of the team in the sky, and they just start to put together this unstoppable squad here.
Yeah, there's room for a little something spicy, but again, as we mentioned, for Havan Liberty, like, I don't, and tell me what you think, I don't know that they're close, in my opinion. It's borderline, because you think about this, man. You lose the pistol, you have to force, right? Because then we're talking about a 10-3 and the gap that you find
they didn't get the fourth round.
Right, like, it's enormous. So you kind of have to force to give yourself a fighting chance. But for Havan Liberty, we're borderline on, well, maybe we start thinking about Icebox.
Right.
We're not there yet, but I think we're damn close.
And are we seeing everything? You have Crazy Raccoons, Gambit in this group as well.
Yeah.
It's your first game, and nobody holds off everything. You have to strat, you have to play, you counter strat, you get the job done. But this is a tough group, and everybody in your group is watching you right now. You get all the info from the first day. We've seen teams play today, and it seems like each playstyle has been pretty different that have been hitting head-to-head here and clashing in Masters Berlin.
Yeah, I will say this. I think as we think about Brazilian representation at international events, while the story at Reykjavik was fun, right? When you just sit down and you look at these teams, I really liked Havan Liberty. I liked what I saw. I liked how they played, but it just has not been very formidable at all.
It's the one round. It's really hard to draw a picture with words, so apologize. Follow me. When they crashed onto B. To Boathouse to switch.
And Hiko was backside by himself.
Well, Hiko came in spawn.
Yes.
Yeah, Nitro was in the back of the site. The speed at which we saw Havan Liberty have a dash into the site, trade the kill back onto Asuna, who was main with an op, and then slow down. It seemed like they didn't have enough situational awareness to execute that strat. But they're not afraid to, which is what I love to see, because you can't give up in any of these. You can't play I'm gonna mess that up, so I'm not even gonna say it. I was gonna say it. Don't mess yourself up that bad. But you can't just do this sit back strat and hope you're going to win.
Yes, absolutely. Folks, I have news for you. We are being told that there was a keyboard issue on the side of Havan Liberty, so they actually requested a replay of the last round in the first half. It was granted, so we are going to be going a bit back in time, right? Like throw that bad boy in reverse a little bit. We're going to play that last round out one more time, so it is going to be 8-3, folks. Again, if you're watching at home, you come back, you realize, wait a second, we've already played this round. What's going on? It's because technically we have, but we are going to do it one more time. It is going to be 8-3 when we load into the game. We are going to replay that round again due to a keyboard issue on the side of Havan Liberty.
Understanding the situation and the you can keep the credit here and make sure this round gets played back through. It's unfortunate that attacks happen like this, but we will be able to give that kind of no advantage to sides.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a really, that's a big deal, because a 9-3 and an 8-4, dog, those are totally different worlds.
Absolutely. We'll see if they approach it differently, honestly, because what they've been doing, I think, is what Havan Liberty will continue to flow with. They did feel comfortable at, how do you not gaining all that space? It's almost a false sense of security that 100 Thieves have there with all the mid control. And you saw actually the smokes being placed a little bit different or not placed in mid, because Havan Liberty wasn't able to crash out of those smokes with a sky flash after the fact, after the 100 Thieves saw him do it the one round. So adaptation on both sides, and we are back into that 8-3 last round of our first half. Let's see it.
10 seconds away. Again, as far as setup goes, this is a little bit different look, out of Havan Liberty. Heavy
harus terverifikasi untuk mengaktifkan akun.
Is on that side
Rusak deh kayaknya.
Oh boy, Astro Stars drop as well. Asuna's gonna
Perasaan udah verifikasi deh.
Yep. He is going to get away. He's going to preserve his life. Steel's going to get a good. They know that they're coming. There is a little space taken away, but Steel's going to drop. Asuna's able to get one. As numbers equalize at 4. Havan not giving up. They drop a little bit more util, but they are going to rotate. But Nitro's in a great spot.
Guy going to pinch out from bench here. The team said audio was cut. You saw the rotation quick back from Ethan. He got right back to A. 100 Thieves is not trying to over-rotate on this. And a very tense 4v4 here with 1 minute left on for our last round of the first half. Spike is going to start to trend towards the B site.
This is an interesting split for Havan Liberty as well, because you saw they've got Crane taking the scenic route, right? Like, he's going all the way around. It's going to take a while for him to really make his presence known. That's kind of what I'm expecting. Lost some attention over A, then hit B. They've been known to do it, and actually their fakes, the times that we've seen them in the Brazilian region, have been pretty good.
Nitro will have his smoke back again. To cover off B. Oh, no! I didn't think he was going to step all the way out. I thought they were just going to play cat and mouse forever, Doug. Oh my word.
Asuna's still in a great spot though, right? He's still got the. He's actually looking to go in aggressive. He's got the blade storm. He's going up.
Asuna.
14 seconds left, but Hava and Liberty, they're gonna have to go. They're running out of time. What can 100 Thieves do for them? For one, not able to get the second. Oh, he's gonna drop. Hiko's gonna drop as well. The round's gonna fall into Ethan's hands. This spike's not gonna go down though. Same outcome.
Same outcome.
4-3.
You can hear 100 Thieves, or at least Weekend.
Mau niat main nih, mau sampai info. Semangat kok Kim, let's go. Aku belum buka rank sih, kayak masih Diamond 3 juga lagian aku.
Steel says this, it brings him alive.
Yeah.
This locks him in. He loves watching his opponent squirm, especially when he's able to take them round for round. So 100 Thieves in their element right now, feeling this, and Asuna with the reset.
Jago banget anjir Asuna.
Yeah, Asuna not able, and really.
Nice spray transfer.
Time at the end of the day, and that's kind of what our concern was, right? Like, you've got 13 seconds left. You still haven't made it onto site. You don't have control of the site. You still got to get the spike down. Nothing doing, but now turn our attention towards the future. Hava and Liberty swapping sides. Now they're going to be on the defensive half. They are going to invest presence mid.
Kenapa tiba-tiba ini main sama aku pakai akun biasa aja, jangan akun asli biar gak kesel. Ntar kapan-kapan kita main bareng. Oke.
From Hava and Liberty.
Jago amat anjir.
They've taken full mid control. A's been left open. Plez is left alone. Asuna's going to be able to clean him up, so they're going to be able to get onto A. And much like we saw in the previous half, it's going to be a fight for a retake. Steel dropping a bit of util to kind of keep space away. Liazi's going to take care of Ethan. As Asuna slowly creeping his way forward.
Kenapa tiba-tiba pengen ini? Kok Kim pengen fokus main?
Second as well. As Meeson, excuse me, is left alone.
Lagi pengen push rank ya.
Peaks coming in from both teams here to make sure they can get the round in their favor. Quick
Wah, nice try.
word, Steel with the 3K. I thought that was going to be a blind on both, but Steel sidesteps it to get the classic right click in. 10-3 as 100 Thieves do find second half pistol round.
And we're full on in dangerous territory here, Riv, because again, Hava and Liberty, you're at a point where I mean, if you don't force, you're putting a lot of eggs in the future basket, right? Like, you have to convert.
It's one of those where you either
pengen fokus mau coba niat pro. Wis, mantap kok Kim, let's go.
Or you try to pressure yourself into it and you're rough on the econ game. So
kalau mau niat pro jangan minta di boost kok Kim, harus push sendiri. Daripada gak ada tujuan. Daripada ini ya, cuman main-main doang ya.
Austin and Steel both have rifles, but they felt the presence, they felt the pressure coming from B lobby. They are able to hold it. Rez Asuna right back up.
Steel with the Guardian. When doesn't he? So Trailblazer forward. Tiger's out. Oh, there it is. Finding some tabbies towards mid. Liazi goes down. And now they only have to work against the bit of the util.
Ben pro sih, cuma pengen coba aja ikut turnik-turnik gitu. Mantap.
But they still have to take out a lot of the util that will
berkompetitif ya berarti. Nice try. Lempar begitu.
0 points for the 0 point.
Oh, biar main bareng aja, biar ada yang ngasih tahu salahnya di mana. Oh, iya. Karena kita
super aggressive, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. As Meeson is dropped, Shion's gonna drop as well, just leaving Crane and Plez alone. They're really nowhere near the
site. Kita mabar kok Kim.
Playing together, and they've got the gun deficit.
Semingguan ini pengen nonton VCT dulu sih rencananya.
Trying to pinch this one in. They aren't actually crossing.
Wah, gila. Timingnya what the fuck?
Down. Plez knows. He's like, one right click, I could have a gun for next round, and that would actually be huge. Hiko's staring him dead in the eye from the other side of the wall right now.
This is a pretty brutal situation. He's been tagged as well, too.
Tawan anjir segitu.
It's a flawless round. Prime Gaming flawless one at that for 100 Thieves as Hiko cleans up the last. 100 Thieves
Jago amat sih Hiko.
The possibility of the magic that we talked about that's needed for a minor region to make something happen in a match like this, nowhere to be seen.
Gas bebas Fintak naikin dulu sampai ada.
And I love this look from Nitro.
Gas kok Kim.
Everybody's in sight. They're aware of where the placement of every teammate is on the map and where they might need to look in a second. It's making
sambil ini belajar bisa lah.
Trying to win the first firefights, come up with the first blood to kind of spread the map a little bit more, and they're not finding any, frames in that sense. Nothing is working in their favor.
Tadi itu sama-sama belajar kok Kim.
These continue to get opening kills and mid-round kills.
Ini juga sambil belajar gue nih nontonin ini.
Just mid-round kills. They've controlled the middle of the map. They're going to be able to waltz in for free, and this is do or die. At least on Ascent for Havan Liberty. They drop the paranoia. Asuna and Steel are going to be
flashnya bagus
they work their
gitu.
way forward. Asuna's going to get that shot as well. Just leaving one player backside. Crane is good for it, but he's going to get cleaned up. The Guardian, no less. Cleaning things up and getting 100 Thieves onto the site. The Spike should be able to get down as well. I also love Nitro playing the middle of the map, right? He's not going to play on site with them. He goes in a great spot as well. I love this setup from 100 Thieves.
A lot of util here for Pletz. Calling the shots for the team. They follow the leader in with confidence. Can this be a 3v4 that Havan Liberty can come back with? Already backing off on this one. Not confident about what they can bring in, but if they have 2 more players on the next round, they may try to do something. And I think this is too much reserve play in their favor. Yeah, you're looking for the win, but I think you are allowing so much agency to 100 Thieves that they are walking all over you eventually.
Yeah, and it really, when you've still got this much left in the round, saving just becomes so much more difficult. And
right, they're going hunting.
Yeah, they tried. They're not able to get anything. But so I get it, right? Like, you're down this far, you know you're going to be hurt.
Ini aja kan sensi 0,459 dari 0,389. Naikin sensi ya. Emang mesti pas sih. Emang DP berapa Kokim? DP Mosebe ini gila sih, mainnya cepet backupnya. Iya. Komunikasinya sih bener-bener dapet banget nih mereka. Trade killnya tuh langsung di trade teman-temannya.
Not saying this is happening, things can get quiet, but what does happen is you're unsure of your first shot. You double jiggle that peak instead of come out confidently with a swing and someone behind you. Everything is second guess when it needs to kind of flow, and I think we're finding that for Havan Liberty right now.
Seru banget.
It could easily shake off for next map.
Right.
It
could.
You know, a situation like this can really start to weigh on you in the moment. And you look at what a team can do to shake it off and understand that there's still more to go. That is one of the big things in a team's repertoire to have is the ability to reset.
Right, the resilience.
The resilience.
Right, like the
resilience.
Required, especially when you get punched in the mouth like they have here on Ascent. And for 100 Thieves, man, it's like all smiles across the board, right? Like, they're feeling good. This is important. We know that they have the lane experience, but this is still the first time this roster is out here, and they seem to be performing just fine.
The land jitters does not seem to have an effect on 100 Thieves at the moment. It looks to solidify here the first map on Ascent and move us on to Icebox in this last best of 3 of our day 1 of Masters Berlin. Already some awesome games we had. Teams showing how strong they are with dominant performances throughout the day.
Oh, 100 going, and they're going to go full send. They use the ults, it flashes. They use a little bit of everything to get on to B, and they're going to do so with almost no resistance.
800 dia bisa flick aja. Lebih kenceng dari gue loh, Kokim. Lebih kenceng dari aku. Aku aja 0,417.
To be turned around and just running away there, Havan was not ready for the situation. 100 Thieves seems to be able to vary up whatever they're doing.
Yang penting mah pas aja sih. Gak boleh terlalu pelan juga mainnya. Wah.
Asuna getting a little bit of friendly fire on the flash, and then the fall line, he's getting all sorts of messed up. The Aussie was able to get one. Asuna
nice try, Asuna.
But Nitro's in a great spot to flip things. They still have a couple of members in the back of the side as well, as Nitro repositions, gets in attacker spawn. Time ticking away. Crane's going to have to make some magic happen. It's not going to happen this time around. 100 Thieves show no concerns. Playing on lane, a 13-3 win, exactly what the
Tadi coba 0,47 tapi kurang gimana gitu, emang harus pas. Masih dipasin. Gila, pusing ini orang. Emo 2, Emo 3.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Fight!
Come into the unknown.
Wah, nice. Wah, amat orang.
Stay down. Defeated. Thug.
GG. GG,
Down. Enemy down. Die. Shot down.
Bisa stabil gitu ya nembaknya. Kayak faktor skin deh kalau game.
Bullseye. Gone. Silence.
Sofanya ngeselin sih nih. Kan deathmatch.
Neutralized. 3 gone. Now 4. Thug.
Oh anjir, kena ding.
No more secrets.
Oh, fuck.
Taken out.
Wah anjing, situ.
10 kills remaining.
3 gone. Now 4.
Dominating.
Alah. Kenapa ya dia? Bisa ngecungkan gitu. Shit.
5 kills remaining.
Oh shit. Galan dong. Yaelah.
No more.
1 kill remaining.
Cit ya, seranya anjir. Bisa dibalap gitu.
Good. Next time, better.
Anjing Ethan 2,3 KDA. What the fuck? Oke. Emang jago deh kayaknya kokem dia. Ini siapa sih? Viper ya? Bukan deh. Siapa ini ya? Jet. Nggak mungkin. Siapa dah? Lucu banget. Radian confirm. NT. Lucu banget skinnya. Keren nih pedangnya. Jam tangan. Next Legend nih pakai jam tangan.
Match found.
Oh gambarnya jelek anjir, butek. Kasian gue. Oh enggak.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Let's strike first. It's better than having to strike back.
Fight!
I'll cut through. Killed them.
Wah, amat anjir orang. Fuck.
Brimstone's dead. Don't get up.
Oh, fuck. Makbain.
Dominating.
Wah anjir. Pangkas Scofield.
Lights out. Three. Four.
Udah mulai. Icebox.
You out of that wall. You've got to get past 410. You've got to get onto site proper to make something happen in the
Gila,
You've got Asuna on the Reyna there, and she does not give up an inch, and it looks like she wants to go hunting for more. She goes up top, able to get the second one, looking for the third to line him up and knock him down, baby. Asuna picking up right where he left off.
He's on his rope! He's on his rope! Oh my word, Hiko finds one. Will it be another one? The full house of Asuna over Hiko's on this. And it looks like they are just taking their time. He's down to 5 HP. He said, now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. Steel's gonna take that one.
Asuna kalau dikasih, sumpah itu Asuna kalau main di Icebox pakai Reina.
Asuna just
Oh
said,
my
yeah,
god.
let's keep going, and presented himself for more engagements.
Yeah.
Gila banget sih orang
Oh
ini.
my word.
When you've got those two duelists, you've got to be able to create space, and you've got to be able to match that firepower. And that's all. That's you're asking to match firepower against a world-class Reina. World-class. That's a big
World-class Reina, gila.
He's happy to do that. Vandal, Ares, Spectre, Marshall, Spectre, they going right into the weapons and dipping in pretty deep as well for Asuna. He feels strong on this. He's going to get right up on pipes, and he's going to get ready for an engage. Backs it up just to play safe after the destroy of that sonar bolt.
Raban Liberty leaning towards A again. Did not buy up anything beyond pistols.
Oh, Xi'an Ghosty. That's about it.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Oh my god, Ethan.
Tag,
Good
right?
for a second.
101 on that damage. Not much has been purchased on the other side.
Ini lagi orang nih, ini orang gila anjir.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Riv.
It's all quiet on the western front until it happens again.
It's map 1 again. It's early, but we're seeing a lot of the same things, right? Like, Asuna's just playing recklessly, and he's doing that without any fear, and he's not getting punished for it at all.
And the mental actually changes here a little bit for 100 Thieves, because Vaughn was able to find their way into A on Ascent, make things work for themselves, and then you saw 100 Thieves say, no, we'll start taking rounds. Here, Havan still comes in with the same aggression, but 100 Thieves knows much more about how that precedent is played, how they're going to be moving, and even if they're going to see that much util, we haven't seen too much of that as Havan's moving through.
Right. All right, Havan Liberty going to have rifles across the board. Hiko still rocking the Ghost. I mean, really, across the board, you buy a little bit, but that's all you've got going on, while Xi'an buys all the way down to nothing, along with Liazi and Crane.
Right, no Lears on this, so they're supposed to take maybe with a drone. They do have
Time
a
up.
hole there sitting in. I got a quick pause coming in, but looking just how the buys are, they are obviously going to have to play around this differently. You have Reina for the flashes, for the plays. How do you work that without the flash? What becomes your ability, as the desk even said, to draw more out of 100 Thieves before you're getting into their homeland? Like, before you're behind enemy lines, you need to extract a bit of that strength out of your opposing team.
I think, and it was Gio who mentioned, and she makes a really good point, because, again, in the previous map, they were doing that. They were getting all of that space. They were investing the utility, but it was 100 Thieves was willing to give it away, right? So, and to kind of combine that with the point you were making, it does provide a false sense of confidence, right? Like, oh, we're able to work mid, we're able to take some space away here. There's nothing that's being given for free. They can't get past 410, right? Like, this is a scary start.
It is a very scary start. We'll see what Havan Liberty can continue to produce. Looking back at the stats for Icebox for both of these teams, again, the stats come from about 4-1 right there in April. That was stage 2 for a lot of areas. Yes, there were changes, but I feel like it gave a robust idea of what maps were played and how they would have fared. And that's 14 plays since that stage 2 to 17 plays. So 14 for 100 Thieves, 17 plays on Icebox here for the side of Havan. So they feel comfortable. It's something that they're continuously competitive on, but it's 79% win rate to 65. So while still being close, you can see the discrepancy, and 100 Thieves is going to push those buttons as soon as they can.
Right. And I think the slight, it's a slight difference, but it is a difference nonetheless. Havan Liberty's attack half is technically better than their defensive half. So once again, we find ourselves playing the game of what's the magic number, right? Like, if you want to put yourself in a position where you could win it in the second half, you've got to get to a sweet spot, because this is supposed to be your area of strength. Mitigate the damage as best as you can that's going to happen in the second half. You've got to make something happen here on attack.
They love it. They love this. Like, it's like, I want to say calisthenics, but it's for your brain. They're just kind of, you know, getting that reaction time up, making sure their fingers are warm. You see just about every professional gamer do that. StarCraft, they'll always be moving their hands. Even when you're playing Valorant, you're still switching to your knife. We all do it.
Yeah.
Obsessively.
Yep.
As you see Nitro hanging out, everybody just patiently waiting for this quick tech pause to go through. And we'll get right back into the game. Icebox here between 100 Thieves and Havan Liberty. 100 Thieves showing up. A lot of the fans are very happy about that. You know, there would have been stories, Doug, that They aren't as strong. They didn't beat the teams like G2 did, like the European, like EMEA did. But now we're seeing that. Looks like they may stave off those claims from the fans or the haters. And Havan Liberty has some work to do here in their group.
They do. They certainly have a good bit of work to do. And so, like, statistically, right, I think it was you who said it earlier, you walk into this matchup and the betting odds, right, they're towards 100 Thieves, right? Like,
for sure.
That's safe money, right? But for Havan Liberty, I do think, talk about silver lining. It kind of feels like what I'm reaching for here. But the silver lining is this. You're getting reps on LAN. You're getting reps against one of the best teams in the world. And you've got another series against a team that's likely not at the same caliber as 100 Thieves. So there is value here. They're just going to have to extract it. It's going to be a pulling teeth this time for Havan Liberty. Looking to work the middle of the map, which is a slight difference from what we've seen so far. As they work their way up tube, leaning towards B, you've got a couple on long, and they've taken some of the space away. Nitro was in a good spot, but Asuna cleans up Leds already. This is a brutal spot for Havan Liberty, right? Like, they're being pinched in around. Yes, Asuna was able to clear out, but Steel's going to follow up right where he left off. They are stuck right now, and there's nowhere to go. They suffocate their opponents. 100 Thieves are dominating Havan right now.
For those moments on the mini-map, you can see him peeking back and forth. They're gaining a bit of ground, but Ethan able to find that. And for the moment they were by orange, they were moving to the spike plant area. You could see on the mini-map Havan's emblems. What angles next? Where are they coming from? As you said, they were getting pinched by 100 Thieves here. 3-0 as we flex back into a partial by Marshals here, as Havan wants to test some things out maybe a little bit with buying continuously. It is going to hurt them, but if they start getting some orbs, they can start to capitalize a little earlier if they get these Marshal kills. Just putting everything on the table here. They actually go back with Shion's, and they're just a ghost there, so they will have money for further buy rounds.
You can tell from 100 Thieves that the setup is definitely leaning towards the middle of the map, which kind of makes sense. You're expecting them to bring nothing, and, well, they're not. So they want to lean that way, but they're going to rotate back off. There you see some of the gun difference at full display as Steel's able to get the opener. And, you know, one of the difficult things is you take a look at the first 2 rounds and then the previous one, like, you go mid to play away from Asuna, right? Like, Asuna's been the thorn in their side. And he just goes mid, right? Like, no place is safe.
And look how sure he is. Just playing. Look, just on 4-box, just making sure he can get a kill. Step up once again. And he's just reading the peaks right now to get the 1v1. Somebody over his shoulder. That's going to be Hiko, who is also firing shots. And again, this is a cleanup round. This is Asuna grabbing a lot of his ult points here. Back up. Actually, he's on ult, so that's not going to work. But he has just had a hell of a game so far, and he is not afraid to keep pushing.
I mean, they're just hunting them down. A prime gaming flawless as 100 Thieves, as we mentioned. They really just kind of picked up right where they left off on Ascent. They are showing no signs of slowing down. And Havan Liberty, they look stunned, right? Like, they look like they got hit in the jaw. Their eyes are blurry. They don't know where to look. They don't know what's going on. They're in trouble.
Just quick plays. They get a frag there. Steel's alarm bot is being triggered. The information is just falling into their lap. And then they can, again, push forward. They know they have Havan Liberty on edge, and that's one of the biggest strengths for 100 Thieves right now, is being a team that knows when you have your opponent on their heels. And here we'll see Liazi with the operator, Doug. Can it change the pace of the game?
You got Omen playing up aggressive.
Oh my gosh!
Playing up aggressively.
Asuna, what the fuck?
Repositioned. You like, surely, as the res comes out, to bring Liazi back online, You've got to get value out of this. You have to get value out of this, right? Look at how far up Nitro is on B long, right? Like, he's taking all of that space away as the fight continues on it.
And they've actually mid-round swapped the op. Now dropped. All right, that was just pacing. It was like the hockey stick being down. He couldn't grab it right away. Meeson takes down Nitro. How do they play this? This is where Havan needs to feel out how 100 Thieves is working, because this round can play mentally into many rounds that Havan Liberty can use if they figure out how 100 Thieves starts to move here a man down.
So this is really the first bit of space they've gotten really anywhere across the map, right? Like, they have B long control. Now they have A control. They're able to get the spike down, the walls up, and you take a look at Meeson, right? He's rotating. Keep an eye on him on the minimap. He's going to rotate all the way around, has a chance to blow this up, and this is the type of play. This is the type of round that can really shift momentum. It's got to be big out of him, though.
They're using the utility on site. Meeson's going to get those calls. The shots are fired, and now he only creates pressure. 100 Thieves know they can go harder in the site now.
And he wasn't able to get the kill. Now, Hiko drops. Shion gets 3. and Havan Liberty get on the board.
A first round for Havan Liberty, beautifully played with opening frags, figuring out how to slow it down after losing a member, and then getting it back. So, as I said, sometimes you see around 4, 5, 6, ultimates come in. They're the way a team can capitalize. We've heard players say it all the time. There's a lot of ults that can just solidify the round. And here, Havan Liberty works very well around 100 Thieves to make it count. They keep it up, though, is the question. 100 Thieves usually adapts well. Havan Liberty's trying to throw the curveballs here.
Very similar defensive setup for 100 Thieves.
Oh, there you go.
But, yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of different
feeling it.
pace at the beginning of the round. As you said, Shion's able to get another one, drop Hiko, and give Havan Liberty the numbers advantage. They also have 2 key ultimates to get this round, but it's quiet. They've cut noise. Very patient here, trying to see if 100 Thieves are going to play a bit aggressively. They have shown a propensity to do that between the last map and this one. So they're going to wait things out. And Ethan has got so much information, and he's good for one. Drops down, finds the second one as well.
Playing peekaboo over here. Saw him a few times. Changes place. Double TP with a fake one on top of that. And now with a minute left, there's a lot of time for Havan Liberty to play this out slow. Where can they grab an operator shot? Shion now, full utility up front. And Havan Liberty loves using that drone to move forward. Here we go.
Nitro did drop out for info. As Havan Liberty slowly creep forward. Their leader's going to drop. Ethan's going to be in a world of hurt as, Meeson's able to clean him up. They get control of A. They are going to be able to get onto the site, but this is still going to be a bit of a difficult situation here. They do have the numbers advantage, but Seal does have his ult. He's got to stay alive, though, to make it work. Asuna is going to be able to equalize things as far as numbers go as he's looking for more. Lines up, gets the second one as well. Numbers advantage tipping in favor of 100 Thieves, but they're all so weak, right? Nobody has any armor. Seal has 3 health, but he's going in aggressive. He's going to get cleaned up. Asuna, good for 2. Liazi trades him out. Nitro in the 1v1. He's got a Phantom. Liazi on the tab. Liazi doesn't get it. Nitro swings, gives him the business and the defuse as 100 Thieves get to 5.
Kirain kalah anjir kayak gitu.
Defense there.
Kena timing.
Havan Liberty, I feel like they had it. It just seemed like the last few shots, giving the peaks up. You heard Asuna shoot. That doesn't mean you need to peek him.
Right.
But there's also a game to be played there of how close do you let these guys get, because they will start to smother you. It's on a knife's edge here for Havan Liberty in those decisions. Seems like 100 Thieves is still able to pinch that pressure point still with the operator.
All right, for Havan Liberty here, you've got Liazi who's going to be able to bring the Blade Storm, online, rifles the rest of the way, and they have, again, some ultimates that you can really get some value out of, but we've got to see how they chain it together. Now, this is a
seru mental, jago banget sumpah. Kokem itu si Asuna. Sinting, orang gila dia.
There's nowhere to go.
If you saw the dart come through on that too, Havan, you can see the play of Meeson saying there might be one behind us. They give that up for now. Pletz feels like he feels, seems like he feels safe there. And it looks like we're going to get our first B play here. Remember, Pletz does have that Sage Wall. They do have the Viper Wall to be used. And how will 100 Thieves react?
Noise has been cut as 100 Thieves slowly creeps their way forward. You've got Asuna and you've got Nitro who are playing on site, and they've got, on the side of Havan Liberty, you have ultimates that can provide you space, that can get you something. But for 100 Thieves, I mean, you've got to get past both of those, past Asuna and past Nitro, and that's much easier said than done, but here we go. The Empress comes online, Asuna drops it instantly! Here comes the Viper's Pit as well. Were they gonna have better success with that? No, it's actually the Blade Storm that gets a little something going for them, tied up 4-4.
Nicely done, creeping in there. You have to take those fights. You cannot be afraid to do it. And that is going to be Liazi that's feeling good about the pressure. Moving forward, Ethan hesitating for a second, but knows the movement and direction of most of the members now of Havan Liberty, as he saw a few more there on yellow.
They're going to have to take the fight to them and keep an eye on the minimap. Pletz is on the flank, and if this delays long enough, this is going to be a serious problem. The Killjoy ult's coming out. It's going to be countered by Crane's ultimate, and that's going to destroy it. So that's offline. Meeson's still playing in his smoke, in his ult, and he's able to get 2. Hiko able to trade it out, however, as Meeson's already good for 3. There's just 1 remaining on the side of 100 Thieves. Nothing doing. Hiko drops Havan Liberty.
These are the rounds we were not seeing Havan grab before. The rounds where there was an extended amount of time, especially once the site was being taken, the knowledge of the site being taken, and the full duration of the spike was what allowed 100 Thieves to get in. Havan changing things up now. And Meeson, we talked about the ultimates, how they can be strung together round for round, and no more hand and head. Those are fist bumps.
Yep. Fist bumps definitely what you want to see if you're a fan of Havan Liberty, if you're a fan of the Brazilian region, and really, like, that's a big monkey off their back, right? Like, you've shown that you can do it, that you can make some magic happen, but for Nitro to get his ultimate online here, not going to be using it right off. Oh, he is going to be using it right off the bat, excuse me.
Thank you very much.
But that is going to come online. So Riv, A is not that it has been much of an option previously. You can't really get into A here.
Jago dah, Meeson anjing.
Ethan with the one-way, getting one-way to himself as he takes a few shots in the shin there. And now Havan, again, slows down. The audio cut. Make 100 Thieves guess. 100 Thieves had the read on Ascent. It seems like it's a little bit harder for them to read Havan here on Icebox. Tunnel, that hallway control going up into kitchen right now by Shion. But it doesn't look like they're going to go into tube just yet.
I like the way they're approaching this. That should give 100 Thieves a little bit of info, right? Watching that drone play out, now the wall's going to go up, so that should be your sign, right? Like, that should be the cue that something's coming, and that op shot certainly is going to help as steel drops. And they're going to have to rotate over. 100 Thieves aren't there.
My word. Just got to mention how scary he was. Let's just stood out there and used the wall. What a madman. He's got his ulti after planting the spike, so they have have made sure that happens. They can get a decent res on somebody. Good frags already onto the side of 100 Thieves. Is Havan making sure they get another round for themselves here. 100 Thieves looking for the damage to be done to the economy.
Yeah, and they are going to save, both Hiko and Asuna are going to save whatever they have. So you've got a Phantom and a Vandal going into the next round. For Havan Liberty, I like the play from Xian at the end there. Roll the die a little bit, see if you can get a couple more ult orbs and hurt the economy of 100 Thieves, as you said. Nothing doing, but at this point, that's icing on the cake, right? Like, what you've got if you're Havan Liberty is you've got momentum. It's slight, but you've got something cooking, and that's a big win given how the series has gone to this point.
Absolutely. We look at that attack rate coming into the side of Havan Liberty on this, that 55% of the time they are taking that attack side, and it's actually the defensive side that 100 Thieves is stronger on. So for these rounds, again, what we were looking for on Ascent is happening on Icebox, and we're seeing now how much it matters. Again, Rez is up there. Hiko does have his ultimate for prevention, but it seems like Havan's been dragging these rounds out so long that Hiko has to be across the map when he's doing these ults, or they're going to find him immediately.
Yep. No aggressive push from 100 Thieves across the middle of the map this time, but Asuna once again going hunting. He's worked his way all the way up to 410. And it looks like he's going to get a little more, and they're going to play off of that drone. So Hiko's drone, see if he can spot anyone, get some info. Asuna's there for the swing. It's a perfect setup, and if not, they're just able to take all of that space away. That's so big. Havan Liberty are just huddled up back in their spawn. They haven't left.
Let's see how much forward movement they can get on 100 Thieves. I think they're happy to see Asuna pushed up all the way. They know how they can avoid one person that might be taking their head off right away. But this could end up being a pinch. Crane actually fires over what is Pipes in mid, takes down Ethan all the way into A site here as Hiko kind of dry fires the ult out and does not find too much as you see the healthy bars on the side of Havan Liberty.
And that cleared out A, right? With Asuna's positioning and then that Hunter's Fury, you know A's not an option, so they are going to rotate off. And from that, like, Nitro pulls off, right? Like, he pulls off site. They give up B because they are going to be able to fight much more effectively as a group. So now the trio's coming in. They don't have any ultimates to work with here. Steel has nothing but a Sheriff.
Is it the Ion Sheriff, though?
That's true. Automatic headshots.
Automatic headshots. If you're not using that, you should. Round 9 here, as it looks like Havan Liberty is en route to tie this game up. 5-5 if they keep him going. Nitro getting into half as quick as he can.
Hiko trades it out, but
Take him
Nitro
down.
gets a second. Nitro's left alone here.
Ships in the night.
Bleeds is weak. Bleeds is weak. Nitro drops it down to the 1v1. He spotted him, but the time is low. He did get it to half. He's gonna get the challenge.
Nice try banget.
Across the screen, lands the shots, gets the kill, and the round.
Oh, he loses the operator. Oh my word. Oh, if anything could start putting a attack on those rounds, a negative point It's unfortunate that it's those ones. You have great rounds, and then your toe was inside the radionite as it went off. Still has enough for an operator. Look at the bankroll. What a difference this game from Havan Liberty. We were seeing this cash on the side of 100 Thieves all the first map on Ascent. Havan has really turned this series on its head, and we look for that, Doug. Can they keep coming in strong? Seems like they can.
Adjustments from 100 Thieves on the defensive side. Different Viper wall. They aggressively take B-Long away.
Good
like,
point.
look at how far up Asuna. Look at how far up Ethan are.
Iya, sayang banget. Aduh, mampus.
48 health. So B-Long is now not an option, right? Like in the previous round, A was where they felt the pressure. Now they're feeling the pressure from B. Yeah, they're going to bring Meeson back up, but they know where the space is, right? Like they know where the action is right now. That's a big kill from Xion as he's all the way into the belly of the beast right now.
And this was kind of a previous round where they gained information. Remember, Xion was working that tube into Kitchen, understanding how they might play it. Nathan! Oh my word, the collapse coming through, and will it be enough to finish it off?
Sinting.
Nitro tagged up a couple. Asuna was there as well. Proverbial pants down as he gets caught.
Sinting.
Down to three
shots, 3 HP.
That's all he's got. So, an adaptation from 100 Thieves, right? And that's really what you want to see if you're a fan of North America. While for fan of Brazilians, you're seeing that momentum, you're seeing some of that build, you're seeing some changes, but for 100 Thieves, they feel the pressure. Havan Liberty has won 4 of the last 5. Right. You've got to do something different. They dial up that aggression down B-Long, different Viper wall. That's exactly what they do.
And you get Sage Res out. You've got the operator drop to steal as they throw down a Phantom as well. So they're cycling this out. It can be that's one of the things that, she's spamming it. So Nitro died there. Remember playing as one way? They doubled it up to play it different. They're able to get the kill as Nitro's not seen there. So like you said, versatility in that. But being able to switch the op between members of a team, you don't see that very often. That means you're going to be facing a different person at a site. Movement that you're not expecting if Nitro has it one time. Steel continues it for the beginning of the round. Havan Liberty definitely has to think about it.
Oh, so that's an excellent start. Because honestly, the play is telltale right off the bat. When you've got that attack Viper wall going up, as we've seen the last couple of rounds, it means they like to go away. And it's because of that Asuna's already back in their spawn, and it was all off of that wall hit. He's got to get the info. He's got to get the kill here. And if you're Havan Liberty, you cannot leave Asuna to wreak havoc on your back line. This is a really big kill, but no, Asuna comes away victorious. Yes, the spike is down, but again, they're pinched in. They've got nowhere to go. And Asuna's doing things like that. Cleaned up. Asuna good for 3. The Empress comes online.
Wah, sayang banget.
The last 100 Thieves get to 7.
His ability to identify the situation and act on it is absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Asuna tai, sinting amat sih.
That he has to take his opponents out while they're still just thinking about the situation. It seems. That's how quick it's happening.
That shit, Asuna, what the fuck?
We know Icebox can be Asuna's map through and through. He's still fragging out hard here, but I think these are the ones we expected to see him whip.
Wah, gila tuh bandingannya tai banget.
Instant.
My options upside, default.
See, when you surprise yourself as a professional player.
That's a good sign.
Susah sih anjing. Iya, gila banget kok Kim. Yang bener aja tuh orang.
For Havan Liberty, like as much as they had momentum going, they went back to what they were doing at the beginning of the map, at the beginning of the half. And 100 Thieves.
Nggak bener anjing nge-cheat deh kayak dia.
As the wall went up and the gates went down, Asuna knew that he had full reign of mid, right? Like he just waltzed all the way down.
Yeah, and you see as well, as soon as they either know from Econ or it's a force buy, there were Stingers, there were Spectres, we saw some Guardians last round, that he wants it even more. Yeah. He's like, oh, you're only going to tickle me if I come around the corner, and then I'll just dismiss or heal and be right back in the fight. Like, that's just a fire lit under him in those rounds when he starts to sniff out his opponents and there's blood in the water. Tactical timeout here from Havan Liberty. A little bit more damage has put them in a much better spot coming into the second half here, especially if they can make this a 7-5. And I do feel like they are starting to figure out how 100 Thieves works. And it seems like that's exactly what Havan were lacking coming into that first map of Ascent.
Yeah, I agree. And, I think a lot of it, too, is like, this pause, you kind of wonder, it's the last round of the half. Like, is it the most efficient way to go about it, knowing you're going to have the break in the second half? But I do think a 7-5 here, given how map 1 went, given how they've had some momentum here, is very different from 8-4, right? Like, this, as much as they'll still be at a deficit, that's a moral victory, if you will, that you can keep it at 7-5, that you've had something going here and carry that into the next round. It's a good start. It's an excellent start. And again, look at the setup, right? It was the vertical wall. Asuna comes down, but this time they're waiting for it. They understood where the pressure was coming from. They waited until he walked into their laps. They punished him for it. Excellent adaptation by Havan Liberty.
Steal with that operator, still waiting for a quick peek. Now, he's only got 2 spots to really peek at here, unless you hear a drop and somebody's forward enough to hear that.
Right.
Or he's got his util out within that forward maze area. Almost a peek, might have seen a knee, and he does the hip shot on the Aussie.
And they've got the Viper's Pit online on A now, right? So, again, it's not that they can't go there, but it's just so damn difficult to work your way through that. They have to rotate off. Ethan's going to get excellent info, too, with 30 seconds left. And he's got the spike, right? So they're in a great spot. Hiko's going to be wrapping around them as well as he gets the timing right. 1, 2, there it is. He's able to land the shot. Pletz is left alone. The round fell apart because of the positioning that 100 Thieves had at the beginning of the round, Asuna notwithstanding, right? Like, they read him, right? Like, they played him like a fiddle. But the rest of it was so well played by 100 Thieves that Havan Liberty, the round was lost before they knew it.
Yeah. That deja vu, Hiko for 2. I feel like it's happening so much this series on that flank when you call it out, Doug. One of them he had a bit of trouble on, but the other one's locked down and solidified as he continues to do what he can.
It's been an excellent start, really, from both teams, right? Like, we saw some adaptations. Things look great.
Kalau lo bawa sendiri kan bisa diselipin cheat kan biasanya. Nah jadi kayak semuanya disiapin sama organizer, jadi lo nggak bisa nge-cheat gitu. Nah tunggu aja pokoknya ya.
What I really want to show you guys today is how Havan came back into this match, right? Because things were looking really
Pokoknya ada turnamen itu kenapa gue lumayan fun fact, gue nawarin mana? Gue nawarin ke Dugong. Gue menawarkan diri gue buat main di turnamen itu, buat gantiin Cut. Kenapa? Karena turnamennya formatnya seru banget. Turnamennya setiap map atau kayak pokoknya turnamen itu ada tulisan. Bakal ada flavor gimmicknya atau flavor of turnamennya. Lu boleh ban agent. Ngerti gak? Jadi satu map kayaknya gue boleh ban agent, musuh lu boleh ban agent. Gue sampai nawarin ke Dugong, udah kasih gue main please, gue pengen main. Kabarin gue kalau lu butuh gue main, karena gue pengen banget ngerasain ban agent gitu. Tapi udah kabur. Next gak? Next apa kontol? Bisa record Rexus gak? Bisa lah, kenapa enggak anjing? Terus keren kemarin banyak banget ribut apaan? Pertama kali mereka belum tahu kalau boleh cuman kan si Tan habis itu nge-tweet, anjing gue cuman boleh pakai satu mouse. Ya dia iseng doang, kayak dia emang seneng aja kali bawa mouse banyak. Itu makanya kemarin gue udah sampai sangat-sangat menawarkan diri gue. Kayak gue bilang kalau Astro emang bener-bener pengen main, karena gue yang pengen main jadi kalau dan waktu itu gue masih coach, masih dekat-dekat lah, gue masih ada, masih bisa gitu. Kalau emang lo pada main, gue mau main apapun lah, gue gantiin Cut main jet depan, gue nggak peduli. Menurut gue fun banget. Kayak soalnya nggak ada jet, kayak bisa ban jet. Jadi kita bisa lihat kayak tanpa jet tuh metanya bisa jadi apa sih? Gitu. Habis ini main tarik, nggak anjing. Kalau Cut underage berarti turunnya bulan September akhir atau Oktober awal. Lupa gue tuh biasa lupa. Kayak udah hilang juga kan gue di kick dari Discord Bigetron kan, jadi gue nggak bisa lihat lagi gambarnya. Kalau Cut nggak main Igalnya siapa? Gua tadinya. Kan gak ada masalah. Kayak maksudnya kayak Cut juga gua versi bisa nembak. Tapi ya gua kan masukin. Tapi Cut juga pinter kok, sumpah. Gua nggak terlalu banyak ngajarin Cut. Dia banyak belajar sendiri. Gua cuma ngingetin Cut, yang ini lu bisa kayak gini ya. Yang ini lu bisa kayak gini ya. Cut, next time lu bisa kayak gini ya kalau lu buntu. Cut, lu bisa gini ya. Dan dia cepet kayak, oh iya Nick. Dan kebanyakan jawabannya kayak, Nick lu bisa kayak Cut lu bisa kayak gini ya. Iya gue tahu Nick, gue tadi mau kayak gitu tapi timing off. Ini pinter banget coba kayak. Jadi gue believe juga. Menurut gue very good in game. Dia bakal jadi calon IGL yang bagus dan dia udah kayak sekarang tenang banget. Lu lihat dia kalau streaming main rank udah gak pernah marah-marah kan? Hampir gak pernah marah-marah lah hitungannya karena dia udah gitu. Morp STN Onek apaan? Bencong. Mati gue sumpah anjing. Cabut duluan Nick. Oke, Fern. Take care. Cut kiblatnya lebih kemana Nick menurut lo? Gue bisa bilang cut kiblatnya ke arah gua sama ke arah dia sedikit campuran antara gua dan yang pasti jelas kiblat dia keras adalah flip jeder NXL ya. Apalagi sekarang orang di dalamnya adalah bekas-bekas NXL kan. Jadi mungkin dikasih.
And they looked like they were in lead the whole round that time. That's the confidence Havan fans want to see. And that's the confidence the team's now bringing to the second half here on Icebox. Like Sean said, we're looking much more likely we're going to get a third map coming into this. So I am excited to see if they can continue this momentum. They got a long way to go. They got to surpass the 8 rounds, 100 Thieves, and keep it rolling.
Oh, they do have a long way to go. They're giving Asuna...
That's a good start.
Yep, they're giving Asuna...
What the fuck?
Their own medicine. Shion showing anything you can do, I can do better. He opens up. He's able to get 2. Now they've got so much room to work with on A, right? 100 Thieves have to back up. That's not safe. Also got a little bit of presence towards Belong coming out of Meeson.
Get out of here.
That's big.
That area just like Reyna's playground. You get a dismiss. You got so many corners to play with, and use it very, very well with the Ghost. The third one of the round, looking for a possible ace. That's the 4th. Doug, can he sink the last shot on Hiko?
35 health.
Tell me he's gonna just Indiana Jones this.
Oh, Indiana Jones this.
Jig is up.
He was like running for his life. Get me out of here as soon as you can. Meeson's flanking around as well, but are they even going to give him the pleasure to get that last kill? Shion looking for it, dancing around it. Somebody give it to him. No, bad guy Pletz takes the ace away. But a big round win for Havan Liberty, right? Like you get the pistol, you should win the next round. All of a sudden, we're talking 6-8. That's a big deal.
2 pistols for 100 Thieves so far, 2 pistols for Havan. But like you said, how far can they carry this one?
Yep.
Wow, Shion with the first few shots, a little deja vu from what we saw, but it's not, you're not saying he played like Asuna, he played like Shion there. And he comes up with the 4K, excited about it, and that's what you need. You want your duelists, you want your forward players to get confident plays like that, so they are not second-guessing any of their swings.
Right.
As we get into our second round of the second half, let's see if they can keep this momentum on the side of Havan.
Working their way right up the middle of the map. Shion has already taken B-Long away. They're going to play a little ring around the Rosie as they've already rotated around each other. The Viper's wall's going to go up. Crane has spotted everything. And the shock dart to clean things up. They try to drop down on him. He's not having any of it. His bleeds is watching the flank as well. 2 of his own, but he's not going to be able to get the 3rd.
Chaos.
As he goes alone, he gets dropped. Okay. And that's, again, this is important for Havan Liberty, right? Because you expect that round to go their way.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, like it's
right. And they didn't lose too much as well, which also matters. A lot of the times that Havan was gaining their rounds where 100 Thieves was able to come back on ascent, eco damage was done throughout the round, and 2 members were left from Havan. They couldn't continue to rebuy. Here, it looks like we got some considerations and purchases, as it looks like they are very much feeling comfortable to bonus through. This is where they did get hurt on ascent. They went for the bonus, and 100 Thieves was able to string this along for multiple rounds.
What do 100 Thieves have on the attack here as far as positioning? Again, middle of the map, work their way on up, full rifles.
Cooks in the kitchen.
Oh, Liazi he's in a great spot again to make something happen. They're using the drone as contact, not going to get anything going. Shion, or excuse me, not Shion. Platz get the kill, but he gets dropped.
Pushing through the Viper bite. A little audacious there by Shion, but I like the play. And 100 Thieves are going to find the bonus round. Not too much of a problem here by Havan Liberty. This is a huge round if they're able to grab it with that less eco. But 100 Thieves are going to say rifles are the dominant one here.
Yep.
And now we'll see what happens when both teams go at it. Full util, full guns. Meeson on top. Like we said, he's your headshot machine. Put that in quotes coming from stage 3. These are the notes we got on this guy, and he can make it happen. We saw Sean describing his play, just the awareness of a situation. He can use that to really start to dominate the game. Can 100 Thieves now carry this one out as they get that 3rd bonus round away from Havan? We'll see if this is where Havan can keep it going.
Ethan's so he's going to work the middle of the map, and there is an op coming out from Liazi who's going to be working mid. So if they give that peek, there's the room for trouble. But and here's the other thing, man, from Havan Liberty, like they've put that Sage wall up. Getting past 410 is going to be so much more difficult, and it's going to take so much more time. And off of that time, Havan Liberty have taken some of the mid space away.
And they know they're A. You already have Viper looking down long. Unless they're all sitting in that little garage down at the bottom of B, then there's a good idea. 3 members stacked towards that A side from Havan Liberty, ready for the attack as 100 Thieves cut a bit of audio.
So Asuna and Ethan are both 1 point away from having their ultimates online. You could say the same for Shion and Plets on the side of Havan Liberty, but I like this from 100 Thieves, really, right? Like, understand there's not a lot of room to work with cut. Oh my gosh, Ethan swings around the corner, left, right, good night, and op shot to the face, takes him down, not able to land the second, as Liazi has to back up. Oh my goodness, forget it. He hit it. Shion's gonna get in on the action as well. Is there only 2 members remaining from 100 Thieves? Asuna, he's got something cooking.
He saw it. He saw it. Yep. Just the edge of the weaponry there on the doorway. Asuna pushing forward, and that's going to be a shot from Meeson to take him down. 1v2 for Hiko, 15 HP.
How many times has Hiko been in situations
He's got
like
2 shot
this?
guards, my man.
Situations just like this. In a 1vx, low health, he's got some utility, and he makes magic happen. Once again, this time on the international stage, does he have it in him? Does that gene work here in Berlin? You've got the 2 members of Havan Liberty creeping their way forward. Hiko's in for 1, the 1v1. He's
No way, Hiko.
The tap's not there, he hasn't even gotten it to have. Hiko going, oh Hiko lands it, baby! Spencer Martin does it again! A Red Bull clutch for 100 Thieves!
And he just throws his hands up. Like, what else did you expect? That's me. Absolutely disgusting flick. Understanding of the positioning. This is the experience we talk about when we look at 100 Thieves. And let's just watch this again.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What do you mean? Chef's kiss.
How does he do it?
How does he do it? That's a damn good question, Doug. Oh my word. And that's a round that can really...
Oh my god, anjing kayak gitu yang bener aja, tai.
I mean, that's backbreaking.
The fuck?
Like, absolutely. That was the gun round, right? That was the round.
Gigi 15 health, iya anjir sekarap gitu, what the...
And the one that puts a lot of weight back on their shoulders.
What can Havan do? They don't have Blade Storm. They've got a Guardian in the hands of Shion, and he's shown he's pretty damn formidable with any weapon in his hands, but he's got to make something happen here. Ethan having a good idea of where they is. No, they don't swing at the same time. They isolate the gunfights, and Ethan's just able to knock out both. The timing was so bad from Havan Liberty there.
Just turmoil right now. The communication seems to be going a bit out the window. Great damage actually Ozzy. So everything happening now 100 Thieves' favor. Spammed through the wall. He didn't even get to see anybody this round, and he goes down from damage through the walls. Nitro finishes another one there, and he's looking for a third.
Yeah, the wheels feel like they're coming off.
A little bit.
Yeah, for Havan, again, this is a lighter buy, right? So you don't expect anything crazy, but it's not just that
Dan beneran iyalah, kena mental pasti kok Kim.
Small mental mistakes, things that you really should.
Kena mental ini, Hael.
That's what's concerning.
The fuck?
And a lot of the stats we've seen from previous events continue to tell true here for the side of 100 Thieves. Ethan, Asuna up top, assists coming in from Nitro and Steel. And Hiko there to make sure they have all the vision to do such. And it just continues to play out like that. And it seems like they have the rinse and repeat on repeat, if you will. Havan Liberty on tactical timeout here. Things are getting tight with 3 rounds left. 2 just for 100 Thieves to be able to get overtime out of Havan.
And this is, again, this is the right time. It feels like for Havan Liberty, the times that they have like, whoa, let's pause, let's take a step back, let's recollect ourselves. The timing has been right, and honestly, we've seen some success come off of that. This is the moment for Havan Liberty. Yep, go ahead, call a pause. Maybe it was a round too late. Maybe. But either way, right? Like, we're in a spot where we need to regain, we need to calm down, let's get our plan together, let's figure out what we're going to do, because this game is not out of reach.
The things that 100 Thieves has a good lock on doing is really making Havan kind of push themselves to the limit just to get their gun rounds to work.
Yep.
So even if they do get through a round, they're beaten and battered.
Yep.
And it costs a lot to still get into the next one. So there's always these things 100 Thieves seem to be able to push onto their opponents that does make the game a little bit harder if you're not ready for the fights they're going to take or all the util they're always going to throw at you in the rounds they're going to clutch.
All right, so Nitro 1 point away from having his Viper's Pit online. Ethan and Eco have their ults as well. On side of Havan Liberty.
Oh, you're kidding.
First kill already going down, so that wall out from Havan Liberty, delay things at 410. That res is going to come out to equalize things at 5.
Liazi one off Shion with the Empress against Ethan and Hiko with their ultimates up as well. So the spike plan even has to be placed differently. They have to have a little bit more control on these.
Yeah, this is an interesting approach here from 100 Thieves, right? Because as you mentioned, the spike nowhere to be seen. They have heavy presence towards B, and they haven't shown a lot, right? Like as far as util, all they know is there was a drone over there. That should be everything, all that they've been able to deduce. So you don't know there's a ton over at B, and yeah, I think because of that, very well played. They're going to rotate off.
He heard the drone! He heard the drone! Oh, what a rat! What a rat. Steel playing super smart.
Yeah, Ethan ulted, canceled out. Steel's able to get one. Ethan's able to get the lurker as well. So now Ethan's in a spot where he can blow up the middle of the map on the rotate and really kind of take away any hope Havan Liberty have of taking control back of this side. And for 100 Thieves, you see them slowly start to push their way out of this site. They want blood. They want that ob out of Liazi's hands.
In the water.
They want Plet's Phantom down as well. They're going hunting.
Nitro's just waiting for a few calls of where they could be. Oh, spammed him from mid. You love to see it. Hiko just shot him in the face. Oh, my word. Liazi trying to get a move onto that. Steel's going to get taken down as it just goes back and forth right quick. And now it's Pletz to do what he can in the kitchen here. Ethan will find the hat trick on the round. Oh, my word. They are just seeking out Havan Liberty and taking them down as quick as possible once they get the lead in these games.
Match point, series point for 100 Thieves here as they've really been able to best Havan Liberty across the board, right? Like the early game, the mid game calls, really everything, attack, defense, it's really just been a complete performance out of 100 Thieves and Havan Liberty. We mentioned before, this map has been a bit better because they've shown a little spice, a little something, but it just hasn't been enough.
It is the experience, the adaptation coming in for 100 Thieves, and it's so quick too. A few rounds will be Havan Liberty's, and 100 Thieves will figure out how to route that strategy. Now coming in, 3 ultimates here on defense. One's going to get dropped here with Hunter's Fury. Doesn't pick anything up as Steel opens up the round.
Dude, they're going so fast.
Oh my
Look at how deep it is. Austin is, of course, he dies as I call him out, but they got
Still punya ulti.
Or excuse me, Hiko still has that Hunter's Fury, but the ults are all there. They're able to get the Viper's Pit down. Austin was like running at them in their spawn, and now Liazi's dropped as well. 100 Thieves looking to put the finishing blow on this thing. They wanted to hit him hard. That's exactly what they've done. Now Hiko's going to use
Ganti nama YouTube lagi deh,
Ganti nama YouTube apa? But Steel does, as it's just down to Crane. The Guardian, no magic happened.
GG.
A 13-6 win.
Barusan kepikir nama Rex Kim dan gue lihat di YouTube gak ada yang pakai itu. Apa tuh Rex Kim? Nama tim kok Kim?
They've missed a few of those VCTs.
Dia jago amat dah.
And now it is for them here in Berlin. They get a 2-0 versus Havan Liberty to start off their group. Versus Havan Liberty to start off their group. It's looking strong. Havan able to adapt, able to find things that did.
Sampai kapanpun kenapa ya?
But I think they know they have to go back to the drawing board here and have something for every round.
Uma falta perigosa e eu vou falar pra vocês, ia ser muito legal. Que tá pra acabar o jogo, tá bom, rapaziada? Tá 12.37, daqui a pouco sobe mais 4 minutos e acaba com 13. É assim.
E detalhe,
Supercopa é assim.
O Marcos Castro falou que ia ser 3-2 pro Boca de virada. Tô botando fé, viu, Marcos?
Oh, Bad Romance, Jammer. It's called the Lights of the Expanse in this.
Bro, heal me, please.
Raid, copy and paste that, and go give Jonas some love.
Situations we kind of talked about.
Dog shit. You're back at me.
Reloading. Here. Here.
Go watch flank.
One stack shower.
Enggak, T-Rex dinosaurus. Oh, dinosaurus. Rex Kim. Mantap. Boleh kok Kim ganti aja.
Why is it all like cave?
Last player standing.
Who the fuck is Ricky?
Rejoin face.
Oh my.
Wow. Okay. All right. Oh, I know why the donation noise was so loud now. It makes sense. It all makes sense. I gotta fix that. So tomorrow, I gotta make it so I can read donations.
Ya, kayaknya lebih keren itu deh.
Make it so the
Ganti lah Kim.
alerts aren't so loud. I don't.
Ganti yang unik.
I don't know what I'm gonna do there exactly, but GG. What was that $50 donation? 16 minutes ago. Thank you. I wish you a great life. Started following you during
Demo system sengaja nggak mau dikasih.
To be a DSP police officer in India. Oh, nice. Congrats, man. Thank you for the donation. I spent 4K. Please pay me back. Oh, I don't know how to. How do I pay people out for polls? I don't.
We've been on the channel with before when it comes to skin. I think it was the glitch pop set that we were in a video with him, and he asked.
Gue milih yang icebox tadi.
Angle holding tool. I know that we've heard some bits of this, like a sky, for example. Goes to test agent trying to icebox and the map pool.
Ya nggak ada icebox. Gue pengen lihat icebox apa yang mau di rework. Gak ada tapi. Ayo main woi. Tunggu kar dulu hancur dulu baru beli bang. Goblok. Ini ngajak main anjing. Ini jam 5 pagi Vin tai. Ngantuk banget sumpah gua. Gua udah live berapa lama? 9 jam anjing. Ah fuck it. Yuk segame. Nggak jadi deh. Capek deh. Lu gak capek apa tai? Ini jam berapa anjing? Billing masih sisa 24 jam. Billing gue berapa jam? 3. Mati sumpah gua. BTW pertanyaan terakhir sebelum gua ini. Lo mau gua kayak tidur, bangun, langsung stream kayak ya udah Subaton vibes, atau lo mau nunggu gua nobar lagi, nunggu gua online pas Berlin? Gimana? Lo pada mau apa? Mau gua bangun tidur langsung Subaton lagi, atau mau nunggu bener-bener purely nobar aja? Sebelum gue tidur nih, jadi gue tahu jadwal gue. Kayak besok Sabtu mantap sih gue dari sore. Bangun tidur langsung Subaton. Gue juga pengen gitu sih. Gue pengen kalau lo ngeliatin gue bangun tidur ngapain. Ini beneran dimatiin. Gak jadi Subaton dong. Kalau gitu streaming biasa dong. Gue bener-bener bingung. Ini beneran dimatiin. Gue gak ngerti. Subaton vibes. Oke, jadi tarik. Ini beneran dimatiin atau gimana nih? Kalau PC kuat sih gas anjing. Gue gak yakin PC gue kuat. Kalau PC-nya gak kuat, ya udah rip. Gak nonton Berlin lagi sampai mati. Dimatiin dulu.
Ya. Orang kok pada main ini dah. Kompe dulu kali ya. Coba di-share dulu.
Match found.
Hai, halo Josia. Wah, Xbox pas banget habis nonton Xbox nih. Ya Allah, pengen pakai itu padahal.
No one can hold their breath forever.
Paling jam 10 gue udah bangun, jam 11 kita subatur lagi sampai mati tadi, sampai mati. Besok sampai mati anjing. Besok berarti gue bakal subaton dari siang sampai bener-bener subuh.
Brewoknya itu loh, apa sih? Josia. Dia apa Vinta oh itu apa namanya? Mas Evin hashtag LFT. Aduh. Oh iya, lupa nyalain lampu. Gelap. Halo.
Halo?
Rex Kim.
B.
Poison orb emitting.
Danger. Danger.
Poison's off.
What's down?
Reloading. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Oh, one mid. Last one mid. Semuanya jongkok.
fine.
You might go this time.
I saw the card for you.
Enemy spotted A.
Holy cow. Oh.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike spotted A. You stop thinking clearly. This is for the best.
This is what I live for.
Turret out.
I'll take everything from them.
Watch this.
No one A.
Eh.
No one B, I mean no one B.
Right here. Wait, back.
Toxins going up. Spike planted. Toxin screen down.
Wait up.
Last player standing.
On top. On.
Oh shit.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please. Placing sentry.
Oh, dashing B. Returning B.
I hear.
Placing swarm grenade.
Cannot.
Welcome to my world.
Right.
Stay down.
Danger.
Poison's off.
Wait. Run. Two. One yellow.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Jago amat teman-teman gua.
Toxins going up. If you lose focus,
Gua belum nge-kill sama sekali. I can drop.
Apa? Oh, thank.
Can I get segs?
No worries. They might go this time.
Placing sentry. Keep up. Enemy spotted A.
Wait.
Toxins going up. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Wah anjir.
A.
Nggak liat radar
Last
gua.
player standing.
What?
Oh no. You guys so good.
Don't stop. I want them in pieces. Thank you.
Turret out. Keep doing what you do best.
Salah lagi kalau. Fuck.
Toxins going up.
I can retake.
Toxin screen down. Spike planted.
Multiple enemies made.
Come back.
Poison orb emitting.
Revealing area. Nowhere to run!
Last player standing.
Walah weh. Line up.
Woo! We got this. Here.
I'm gonna wall A.
Turret out. Get out of my way.
Eh.
Toxins going up.
Reload.
Shing. Outside.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Halo Bang, halo Kaisar. Let's try.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
Wih, kumis lu udah tumbuh ya Bang. Iya nih. Belum cukur lagi. Are we saving?
The hunt begins. Toxins going up.
What's up?
No more soba. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Cing. Mantap banget.
If I die, it was great knowing you all.
Yeah, fault.
Also, delete my hard drive.
I'm gonna ult B.
Turret out.
Apalagi pasang wall.
Protect our homeland.
Here.
Don't get in my way.
My God.
Someone's in attacker spawn. Toxins going up. Spike planted. Toxin screen down.
Down. Oh, di atas. On tower skill.
Player standing.
One down. Blocking sight.
Stay put as opposed to fight the magic.
Let's choke them.
Ini pamit tidur dulu. Oke, Kokim. Thank you udah mampir. See you tomorrow, Kokim.
Spike down A.
Take care. Bye. Nice shot.
One enemy remaining.
They one mid. Oh.
Thrifty.
Jago amat jet gua.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions.
Placing sentry. Together.
Go dulu deh, happy weekend. Happy weekend, Josh. Thank you ya, udah mampir. See you, bye, Kokim. Rotating.
Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Salah lagi.
The hunt begins. Spike down A.
Anjing, unlucky banget, sumpah.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Nest, second level. Pipes.
Last round before the switch.
We can't take anything with us after this.
Placing sentry. You will not kill my allies!
I am the hunter!
Enemy spotted.
Welcome to my world!
Spike planted.
Walah.
Player standing.
Get out of my way!
Switching
I know
sides.
what must be done. Can someone get this? Reloading.
Where you wanna go? You go, eh?
Turn out.
Why you don't want to be? Take the spike. You don't want to take spike?
Toxins going up. Toxin screen
No.
down.
They all.
Reloading. Healer blocking sight.
Planting.
Poison orb emitting.
Rafters.
Top. Behind. Right.
What?
Last player standing.
Night.
Hi. My bad. Harusnya gue diem aja di dalam smoke tai. Masuk keluar.
best of the best, and we still forget the spike.
Time for a field test.
Toxins going up.
There they are. Right here.
Jen.
Toxin screen down.
Reloading.
Rafter.
Toxins going up.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Let's try.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
We go eh?
Yeah. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Oh, set, bro.
Spike down A.
Raptor.
I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Rafters down. Last one rafters.
Reloading.
My power does not end.
Anyone have funds to
Ask for
spare?
aid, and you shall receive. Placing sentry. For you.
Toxins going up.
What's up?
Enemy spotted A.
Planting.
Light planted.
What's that?
Toxin screen down.
Block in sight.
Poison orb emitting.
Bang. Jet bang for sure.
Poison's off.
Take flight.
Yeah, jet bang.
Right here. Right here.
Hopper. Oh, close.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
We go eh?
Drop. Yeah, we're going A, fine. Let's go.
Turret out. Thank you. Fight!
Toxins going up.
Blocking sight.
Toxin screen
What's
down.
that?
Begins. Enemy spotted A.
Wall up.
Don't get in my way.
Wall up.
Toxins going
What's up?
Many enemies
Right
ahead.
Light planted.
Got him.
What's down?
Toxin
What's
screen
down?
down.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area. Reloading.
Yeah, that's like, that's like.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Wow. Unlucky. Nice.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you? Placing sentry.
We go, we go.
Yeah. Hey, we go.
Let's go.
Oh, we go B. Get set B.
Get out of my way!
Welcome to my world.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Toxins going up.
Deploying drone.
Yellow, okay.
Tech.
Reloading.
Toxin screen down.
Tracking. What's down?
Turret out.
Back, go. No, wait.
Go back.
I have to.
Okay.
Initiated.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted B. Blocking sight.
Spike planted.
What's down? What's down?
Toxin screen down.
Hey, you done? Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Toxins going up.
Sai.
Toxin screen down.
What's down?
Last player
Molly.
standing.
Molly.
Not a fuel. Poison orb emitting.
Oh, sorry. Udah rank apa bang? Ini baru buka rank. Baru mau buka.
X on my intel. Don't give them time to position. Reloading.
Can I get this? Thanks. Placing sentry. Let's fly.
What's up?
Toxins going up.
I have the spike.
Toxin screen
Well.
down.
See ya.
What's up?
Toxins going up.
Healer down. 3.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. So good jet.
Toxin screen down.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Go A.
Placing sentry.
Yeah, you go here.
You can't catch us.
Toxins going up.
Blocking sight.
Toxin screen down.
Deploying drone.
Toxins going up.
Oh.
Spike down A.
Kenapa sih? Kan lucky banget.
Last player
Monitor lu dua yang enggak satu.
Find death.
Ini pakai laptop.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, jago-jago amat dah.
Scanning ahead. Found them. I have the spike.
Thirty seconds left.
Planted.
Jago banget anjir orang-orang.
We get a pick, we move in. Can someone get it?
Got up. Got up.
Thank you. Turret out. As one.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
What? Tarik banget gua. Bikin gobil.
Toxins going up.
One mid.
Go back.
Reloading.
The orange.
Toxin screen down.
I think one orange.
Spike carrier killed.
Spike down
Will
B.
be killed. I have the spike. Enemy down. Don't get in my way.
You will not kill my ally.
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Spike planted.
Oh no.
Let's get these idiots.
Nice try.
Deep breath.
You can out.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Initiated. Here.
Take flight.
Land.
Goodbye. Poison orb emitting. Spike planted.
Blocking sight.
Poison's
Box
off.
down.
Hit up.
One enemy remaining.
Swarm grenade out.
Match point.
A single battle between us and it.
Where should we go?
I'll take everything from them.
Get out of my way.
Smoking mid.
Poison orb emitting.
Right here.
Stand down. Terminated.
Oh, down. Smoke down.
Poison's off.
Enemy down.
One mid.
What's it? What's no man?
Careful.
Left side, no man. Left side here. Low. What it be?
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
I am your monster. You made me this way. Never forget that.
Ini mau 1 ternyata guys.
Bang Kevin, let's go.
Match found.
Discord gak?
Boleh, bentar. Discord, ada F5 bang?
Yoi. Halo.
Tidur kok Bang Kevin.
Woi, carry dong.
Nggak bisa carry aku yang kalah tadi.
Kalau nyabun lagi.
Can play this shit up tuh. Thank you. Sama-sama beta.
Udah tidur belum lu?
Belum. Oh, belum. Ini gua setelah ini mau mandi, makan semuanya.
Anjir, terus lanjut lagi.
Iya, lanjut turnamen jam 10.
Lanjut turnamen.
Iya.
BTW gue lagi stream ya. YouTube sambil stream. Tapi kayak bentar lagi juga off sih lagi.
What's up guys?
Hello, what's up?
Lu mau turnamen kali emang?
Besok full turnamen.
Kita.
Oh iya. Ada kabar. Iya bisa turnamen. Ada turnamen Bezel namanya.
Oh.
Gue kira apa kabar?
Bentar ya. Kecil banget suara lu.
Amen tuh.
Gedein dulu.
Wow.
Fall. Ini gue udah heal kali.
Flash.
I'm blind.
I'm planting one in main. All three are here. No one lurking.
Will go.
Spike planted.
The box.
Okay. One in main.
On pocket aim in inside.
Terus sini nih.
Last
Oh,
player
fuck.
standing.
Pocket one side.
Iya, 2. Oh, nice try.
Nice try guys.
Sage, you're the perfect pair. You give life.
I'll take. They're coming B.
Wall raised. Reloading.
Reloading.
Planting.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Nice try kali.
They will die. Hopeless.
What's
Here.
Let me know when to pop the smoke.
1B.
Enemy spotted A.
They wall A.
I'm rolling up.
in the wall?
Dog out.
Line.
Walls down. One side, one side. One side.
Here.
Can flank maybe.
I need flame. Careful.
I'm going home.
Someone go double door.
They wall A.
Someone check double door. Dead. Planter's dead.
Go
Will
pocket, two side.
Spike planted.
Timing anjir. Paket.
One enemy remaining.
Bawa paket.
I don't know. One stick maybe?
Oh.
Oh, right side, back side.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
No way. He's 550.
Kok segitu dah?
Anjing, tidak mantap kok itu siapa lagi Pak? Jago banget.
Jago banget anjir, ya ampun. Oh, let's try.
Holy shit, you guys only got one tap. Bro, who Viper?
Smirchy.
RG? Oh shit.
Oh, open. Run attack.
Spike down A.
Sky.
Cracking with spider.
One pocket.
Deploying drone.
Shop.
Shop.
Pocket and shot.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Let's go guys.
I could not have made that easy.
It's a gun, nice.
Time to kneel.
Nothing him in.
Viper, be careful with that gas.
Wall raised.
Don't get in my way.
One B, I guess.
Hey, one hole, be careful
I'm watching hall.
2 minutes.
Hall's dead.
2 women.
I've got your trail.
2 minutes. Let's go, Mitty. No way, bro.
Committing A? Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Pocket.
Spike down A.
Cubby.
Goblok kan.
One step closer.
Oh ya, mereka karena ada 2 initiator.
Iya. Cuman 2 initiator langsung.
Tapi 2 initiatornya nggak bisa ngetek. Bye.
Zan mana? Kali. Oh iya, jam segini tidur ya?
Tidur dong dia.
Track them down.
Dia walling B.
Out of my way.
I'm helping people.
Alah.
Dash it. In already. Oh shit.
Coming B.
Okay, close left.
Anything. On right side.
Spike planted.
Oh no, bro.
Iya, sober.
I'm black.
Oh, he's a hop.
Cutting their vision.
Hold on.
Oh, behind the wall. 120 on set.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Last sober. Nih.
That's right.
Mau pakai oper lagi anjing.
My bad. Nice try kali.
Lu pakai Reaper kan?
Enggak, gua prime.
Right here. Let's go.
Non B.
Attack 2 guys. Okay.
Sorry.
One tag.
Enemy spotted A.
Carry a boat.
Reyna aim in. 4 aim in. 3.
The hunt begins.
They're all out.
Welcome to my world.
Reloading.
Reyna side.
Another dead.
One enemy remaining.
Window.
You were a boss. I am a mountain.
Nih gua ambilin buat lu kali. River.
I'll up.
Might as well
I can't play off, dude. Fuck off.
Ngakak sumpah kalau lihat tadi. Viper ya.
Lu naikin kan?
Gua naikin.
Oh, sorry, bro. Sorry,
Okay.
Sorry.
One's to spare. Thank you.
Okay.
Forward.
Not B.
Sky aim in. Three aim in.
Can you all careful guys?
Yeah, I leave elbow. Elbow is open. Wait. I'm gonna watch hall for you guys. Elbow is open. Sage, be careful.
Yeah. Careful.
Your fault.
That's 3 was aiming.
Enemy spotted.
I'm shaking. Oh yeah, 2 there.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Flawless.
Now this is worth celebrating.
They're nothing but flies.
Pagi ya Bang Kevin. Nggak terasa waktunya.
Apa?
Udah pagi ya, udah mau pagi ya.
Iya anjir dah mau jam 6.
Barrier created.
B. I'm going B.
got your trail.
Alah.
Spike down B.
Station.
Alright. I'm holding.
Here.
One on me. Close to me. Close to me.
Landing.
Follow.
Spike planted.
One on site. Sky on site.
Di pilar.
I think you're gonna flash, bro. Be careful. Sky on site.
One enemy
Mati.
remaining.
Pojok kiri Kai. Kali. Iya.
Cepet banget ya udah. Cepet banget ya udah ubah posisi.
Iya.
Kanan ya tadi Pak.
Oh tadi di kanan nih dia.
Di kanan.
Oh.
Thank you.
Di kanan terus dia di sini.
Iya, nyebrang. Might go A.
Yeah, they might go
My
A.
power does not end.
I got
Ask
so
for
many.
aid, and you
No one
shall
died?
receive.
Siapa sih? Hey.
Stage. Can you push with me? You mark window for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm marking window.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, window. Nice.
Oh,
Coming B.
on me, rushing B. 3. 3 in already dashing.
What's this?
The fuck?
Spike
They're
planted.
crossing. Oh my god.
Enemy spotted B.
Oh.
Reloading.
Sky side.
No chance.
Last player standing.
Camping.
Should've warped window, sorry man.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. We stop pushing. Sorry.
I'm gonna wall hall.
Yeah.
Tunggu Bang Pin. Oh, tunggu gue lewat. Ini gue smoke nih kan.
Oke.
Gimana sih? Oh,
Here.
dia
Oh depanan. Depan aja lah ya.
Here.
Oke.
Depan aja ya.
Oke, lu smoke dulu ya.
Gue lewat terus lu
Oke.
berhasil. Kita coba.
Gas.
Barrier.
Sorry. Oh, kecepatan gua. Mabet.
Bikin.
Dash it.
Oh dia ke B juga lagi.
Oi, onside. Close to you. Two backside. 3 backside.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Sorry Kai. Gua kecepatan tadi pencetnya.
Last round in the half.
Mereka main 2 initiator masih dapat 6.
Mau lagi?
Lagi.
Oke.
Reloading.
I'm gonna ult you, man.
Right here.
Tapi yakin lu gua wallin situ?
Ya, boleh deh.
Ya udahlah ya, kalau mati bisa gua res kok.
Kan gue mati.
Get out of my way. Wall race. I've got your trail.
Coming
Yeah,
B.
it's B.
Coming B.
Shit already. One time elbow.
No, rush
They try to
Yeah, this side.
find.
Well done. Right side.
Can you shoot dog?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Enemy spotted B.
3 B.
I'm watching elbow.
I got him.
Tagged him.
Fuck him up.
Hold on.
Spike down B.
Someone didn't respond.
One enemy remaining.
Elbow.
Switching sides.
It's mine.
Let's go, beat it.
Anyone have ghost skin?
The black one. You want
Anyone have
black one?
funds to spare?
Thank you.
Oh, you. Go B, right?
Yeah, it's above it.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow you, bro. This.
Reloading.
You gone, right?
Take flight.
I mean, over.
Blocking sight.
Oh, I love this.
Hey, dia recon.
On tunnel. Sky gonna touch, Sky gonna touch.
Going.
Defeated.
What?
Yikes.
Scanning ahead.
Careful.
Care flank, yeah.
Watching flank.
2 city, 2 city.
Plant.
Non flank.
No one flank, no one flank, no one flank.
Plus 2 city.
Wait, we got cross, don't peek. I will tell you when they
I'm watching cross. I'm watching cross.
Yeah.
Gue liat gue sih lu. Kali.
Take you.
Ah, nggak kelihatan.
Right side.
Healing.
One enemy remaining.
Left side, right.
Not pushing.
Post right,
Heading.
pushing you.
Nice.
Let's go, man.
Let's go. God, this is-
Ah, kita lompat dulu lagi.
Let them try to get through me.
I think we should have try mid because I think if we go A, they're gonna march around here.
Okay. Go B.
Yeah, okay, sure. I think this round someone hold the elbow. I think
Hold the tank. Piper, hold the tank.
Yeah, sure.
I recon elbow.
Yeah, sure.
Bujet masih live. Masih lah Bang Yolo Rio.
Scanning ahead. Deploying drone.
Careful.
Light planted. More rays loading.
Care flank. Oh yeah, we got a flank.
Clear window.
Care windows. Okay.
Broken wall.
One enemy remaining.
Guys, good job,
Good
guys.
job.
For you. Win. Show me where to go.
Go B, guys. Keep going B.
Keep going B.
Mana tuh tadi siapa yang menang bang? Mana ada tips lah.
Try to go from
Aku banget sumpah Suna. Gila.
Can I try
Guys
one?
box.
Here.
Go Lord.
Okay, bro. I think I flash for you guys first, and then I'll go there. Yeah.
You flash from
Here.
here, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah, there.
Reloading.
Good for sure.
Take flight. Right here.
Musuhin.
Blocking sight.
Stand him.
Blocking sight.
Planting.
Night.
Nice shot, bro.
I'm Molly.
They could be flank, could be
Light
flank.
planted.
Ayo gua ketek.
But you don't sky. You guys done.
Oh shit.
One more.
Ano?
Turn up.
Posisi lu sih tadi mati. Kecuali dia dekat sini ya. Waduh.
Gue pick.
Sky kill.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Oh my god, Moose is so fucking. His aim is so cool. What the fuck? He just freaking one tap me.
Nice one Kylie.
Let's go mid. Let's go midway.
Yeah, sure. I'll go from mid. I'll go from mid.
Yeah.
I think we can. One guy go
there.
from there.
Piper.
Here.
Yeah, can they push? You can come
Oh, sorry.
late.
I'll just do the normal wall, guys.
Yeah.
Revealing area. There they are.
Shit, this.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh my
Nih gue ambilin river buat lo.
Game leader. Oh my god.
They're
What
just
can you do more?
batteries.
My father? Or what?
Go B.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
You guys so good.
Yeah,
Good also, bro.
everyone's good.
Yeah, we win.
Carry me, Bo. Carry me, Bo.
Oh shit, no man.
No carry here.
Yeah, we play together.
Reloading.
Win together, do together. Go Berlin together.
Let's go.
Oh, they molly shit.
Oh.
Here.
Jangan back.
I've got your trail.
Revealing area. Viper.
Backside.
Spike down.
Nice.
B.
Ah, salah gua. It's out.
One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
I think one more CD.
Oh, I'm blind.
CD. Langsung CD. Nice.
I told you, bro. It's so fucking easy. Go in this. There's gonna stop me. Come.
Get where you from?
I'm from Indonesia.
What? Why your ping is like 50? I thought Indonesia ping like 28 or something.
Provider deep, bro.
Good job.
Oh,
Di home dock.
I like you, bro.
Reloading.
Give me your spike.
Drop.
Give me spike. Thanks.
Get out of my way.
Deploying.
Gila. Nggak jadi deh.
Here holds.
Blocking sight.
There's a push with you. Wait. I can try for you, bro. Wait.
Nanti.
Oh, what the bodos? One new box.
Keras.
Your duty is
Oh
not
shit.
Still inside.
One enemy remaining.
Sheesh.
Nice. Let's go, man.
Hold on.
Match point.
Ya ampun Bang, masih stream. Masih dong Bang. Thanks to our Jet. He's so good.
Thanks to our God. Bring us together.
Ready?
Yeah, I go from it.
I'm gonna kill Hall. Anjir gak ada orang. Go flank. I'm gonna go flank.
3A.
Three mid. Two
Double door.
Two pushing mid. Yeah. Can flank, dude. Two was pushing mid.
Hold on.
Begins.
Can flank.
One enemy remaining.
CD. Nanti langsung CD.
Okay.
Oh, flank.
Liar.
Oh.
Oh, what the fuck? Why do I hear door, bro?
No, flank.
Oke, gua.
I hear him shooting door.
I think you.
Gua nggak bisa pindah kalau dari
Gak apa-apa. Iya gua aja yang main. Flame tank gue.
Last player standing.
fuck 40.
Sorry banget Kai.
Yeah, I think we can take A go B now. I
Fake A, go B?
don't the instant rotate.
I think yeah, Jordan ball.
Piper.
Mau niki subatan apa bang? Enggak.
You go B, man, bro.
Enggak subatan gue.
Just, you know.
My bad, Kylie.
Come here, Rena. We fake together.
Okay.
Fast wall.
Here.
Piper. Go. Wall, and then you go B with Sis maybe.
Fake ya? Fake kan?
Yeah, you get to.
I'll take everything from them.
I'm gonna hide your seat.
Let's the timing, okay? Yes.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, they'll be.
They're gonna push. Trust me.
I hold this.
Okay.
I'll hold this. Mark
Hold
left.
on.
I'm blind.
Let's walk out.
Okay, we go back.
I'm going back. Let's go. Run.
He's leaving.
Let's rotate.
Go mid. One more. Nice. Last two was it?
Let's go, Jet. Let's go. Danger here.
Hold on.
Oh shit.
To me last time.
I'm not.
I play fucking sure, bro.
Anjing.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, nice one.
Attackers win.
Thanks for the game. Let's go sleep, guys. It's too morning already.
No sleep. Raiden first. Gue mau makan mandi lu Bang Kim. Kalau
Oke.
nunggu,
Lu, ya gue game dulu dah.
gue tetap main sih. Sampai jam 10.
Ya udah, lu, ya udah, gue game dulu lah kalau gitu. Oke, ya Kyle.
Gue nggak tahu kalau nggak tahu ya Bang. Segame cukup atau tidak.
Oh iya, ya udah, nggak apa-apa. Ntar tinggal aja kalau lu mau duluan, ya.
Enggak, gue tinggal.
Nggak apa-apa, ya udah yuk. Anjing buat jadi Radiant tuh RR mesti berapa? Oh, 300. Masih 300.
Match found.
Hello.
Halo.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Hey, bro.
Revealing area.
Oh.
Enemy spotted A.
One below.
One
Let's
shower.
go.
Two shower. The flash.
Spotted A.
A, I think. 3A. 4A, 4A.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Hey, side already. On side. Come in.
Coming.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Don't forget who you are, Omen. A man, not a monster. Right here. I'll find them. Revealing area.
Go. Reload. C belong.
No close.
Last player standing.
126, 126, 126.
Let's try.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Epi. You can shoot move. You shoot
What?
out. Shoot duck.
Let's go.
Scanning ahead.
One V.
You on me smoke, I smoke.
Duck.
Carry your shower.
Giving you, man.
Okay. I smoke shower for you guys.
One is shot.
Leave Omen, no need to leave Omen.
Okay. Coming to you, man.
Hey, one coming.
I'm low.
Oh, one elbow. One already elbow.
Down B.
Back here.
You see me left.
One enemy remaining.
Neutralized.
He's shot.
Scanning ahead.
He's
Spikes
shot.
here.
30 seconds left.
Reloading.
Can you throw something? Right? Man.
Their confidence begins to crack, and I shoot them.
Can you drop me? Thank you. So what can you drop me?
Sure, man.
Thank you, bro.
Problem, bro. Sawadi?
Bloody crap.
Revealing area.
Oh, one belong.
I want hookah, bro.
Shock dart.
One belong. Car cipher.
Comment shot. I'm smoking. Where? Below? Okay.
Yep.
Hookah.
One below, one hookah.
Think B, I think B.
Shot done. Die.
One enemy remaining.
I am Prometheus.
Oh, it's so good, Cypher.
You are just thank you.
Oh, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
Where's can you drop me out?
Need a drop.
Protect our motherland. Revealing area.
One below.
Enemy spotted. One down.
Hey, Race, you watch my main, okay?
I watch garden.
Enemy spotted A.
Two A shot. Two A shot. Last two A shot.
Spike down A.
Here.
The.
One enemy remaining.
Scanning ahead.
We're here because we're the best. Don't
Any of you forget that.
IP.
Let us hunt. Right here.
Joke's over! You're dead!
I've got your trail. Fire in the hole!
Scanning ahead.
Nine.
Tay.
Alah. Nice.
Last
That's
player
it.
standing.
One.
Spike planted.
Nasi live aja. Halo Vincent.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
I can drop. Raise.
What?
Never mind. I can drop.
What?
No, never mind.
Ready. Revealing area.
Smoking short.
I am the hunter.
I'm holding elbow.
One shot.
Yikes.
Two. Planting.
I know exactly where you are.
I have drone. Let me drone.
Take flight.
Spike planted.
Oh, one triples, one triple.
Last player standing.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Oh fuck.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Your position was open, Riz. Maybe you can play passive. Better or something.
Let's go.
Scanning ahead.
Blind.
Bukan buka. Gua bilang Bi.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Coming B.
Where is everyone? One enemy remaining.
That's one B.
Spike down B.
Finding to the ulti.
If they try something, I'll see it.
They might go A this time.
Let's fly.
What the?
Shadows.
One enemy remaining.
Apa anjing kayak gitu?
You all are wonderful.
Race into the spike site.
B. I'm smoking. No shot.
Wah anjing satu lagi.
I'm low HP.
One more bilang.
They go back shot. Go back. One tech enggak, one omen enggak kan?
Spike down A.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted A.
Help Jessica.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
I need this. Thank you.
There. Time to explode.
Don't bomba tukar.
Okay. I leave, Jet, I leave.
Jump that.
Two hook up. Okay, I'm smoking. KL3 bro, KL3.
One bilang. Tidak.
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted B.
Out of charge.
Cat lagi.
Flawless. Reloading.
We all did our part.
Pencet
Last
anjir
round
bangke.
before the switch.
They might go A this time.
Cypher, you can put trips B A.
Yep. You the doctor.
Crashing the zone war. What's this?
Revealing area.
No one B.
Watch out.
Smoking shower.
I've got your trail.
Rotating.
Enemy spotted A. See ya!
I know exactly where you are.
That's where you are.
Okay, drone.
Droning.
Spike planted.
Deploying drone. Shock dart.
Defense. Last player
fuck.
standing.
Two, you hold.
Blinding.
Oh, my bad.
Switching sides.
Where should we go? To B?
Kan ke muka. Sofa drone bilang.
I smoke before.
Let's go.
Scanning ahead.
I'm droning.
Deploying drone. Enemy mark.
Your fault.
Got trips.
Tap. Backside.
Shock dart.
9.
Oh fuck. Oh, one elbow.
I think one flank.
Hookah. No.
CD and elbow, I guess.
Tata ready. What?
Last player standing.
Oh, nice
One
try.
enemy remaining.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Reloading.
Go.
I don't know.
Reloading.
We can hold, bro. We can hold.
Keep up.
Okay.
I think he pushing.
There.
I think this play jets. Sky on
Here.
my mark.
Alright, break this one.
Gonna go.
We're smoking.
Cover going out.
Revealing area.
Shadows traveling.
Push off, nice.
Last player standing.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
Good shower? Or we go below.
Where we go? I think just go B lah. B is easy. Just don't bait. Eat in. is playing that.
Scanning ahead.
I'm smoking, guys.
Shot
Okay,
down.
wait.
Someone is
Elbow.
I'm blind.
Planting.
Spike planted.
One city.
One enemy remaining.
Last one elbow.
Blinding.
Don't greedy.
I'm at MTC, bro.
He's still elbow. Green elbow.
Where will they do this? Need a drop. Here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good vision.
Stay safe.
Revealing area.
I'm running jet. I'm running.
Take flight.
Go back. Go back? No, you go back. I smoke. Wait.
Shock dart.
TT, bro. Smoke already. Flashing.
Got that. One elbow.
One bang.
Which line? Ukara below.
One enemy remaining.
I'm watching long.
Scanning ahead.
Flawless.
No one left to send a message.
Just keep going, B.
I will take back what is mine.
I can TP backside if you guys want.
Yeah, they play chat in hookah. Don't go hookah, man. I think don't go hookah,
Keep
bro.
up.
Yeah, I know.
You can end game.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
Reloading.
Right. Running.
Wait, my.
Deploying
Wait,
drone.
I'm coming belong. I TP, okay? Side. Hey, race backside.
Blind. Right side.
Got your trail.
Two backside.
Spike down B.
One more backside.
Last player standing.
Right.
Thrifty.
Insult, go hookah, brother. Don't be scared.
Their backs will be
Why you not
towards at
scared?
least one of us.
You guys all go along, man.
I take the lead, Raris. I follow you.
Cypher, next time just put them inside.
Revealing area.
Cover going scatter.
Come on. Smoke elbow already.
Side.
Reloading.
I'm blind.
Shock
Cover,
dart.
plenty.
Deploying drone.
Reloading. Someone's in defender spawn.
What?
Two city.
What there?
You can shoot it.
One enemy remaining.
City last.
Nice, Cypher.
Yep.
Just let them try to catch me.
Here.
I think I hold a shot. I think he pushing.
Scanning ahead.
I can flash if you
There
want.
they are.
He rotate fast.
Oh no. Go away.
Come here. He rotate fast. Bro.
No hard feelings. I know exactly where you are.
Two gun.
Spike planted.
No more charges
But
left. Cage trigger.
Wait, he about it.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Cage trigger.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
You hold.
No. You don't have ammo.
Nice.
Tried to stay serious here, but it's just so much fun.
I can drop.
Need a drop. Thanks. Keep them cornered.
Just put cam inside.
Scanning
I can
ahead.
flash. Someone there. Go.
Enemy spotted B.
Smoking wait.
Set.
Spike down.
Copy.
Impedance.
One enemy remaining.
I take spike.
Where is everyone hiding?
Nice.
Match point.
I saw their desperation. Let's use that.
I've got your
Revealing
trail.
area.
Hey, I can flash.
I think close.
Caution, here.
Ready? Flashing.
Reloading.
Take flight.
Hey, they all here, I think. Can go big.
Backside.
Out of charges.
Reloading. One enemy
Shut
remaining. Attackers win.
Okay, that is done.
Blocking sight.
Hey, Kylie. Buset si Koko dari aku bangun makan siang pergi kuliah sampai pulang belum kelar. Yay, Dave. Let's go. Lanjut terus. Cing dulu bentar ya. Kylie. Belum kelar dia anjir. Lawan siapa? Bisa Anarchize. Syakrani. Ini bos Aswa gak sih? Boy, I miss your kisses. So 25 minutes too late. Coba banget ini. Ya. Siapa sih? Masih penasaran deh. Ada yang tahu ini siapa? Udah, off aja kali ya. Tanggung deh last game. Kurang greget tadi mainnya.
Match found.
Main lagi dong. Anjir, sama lah.
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know. Hello.
Halo, Bo.
Halo, Bo.
Bim.
Yes.
Can you say I hear too?
I hear to.
Yay, hear too.
I hear. Alaiwai.
Iya.
Alaiwai sat.
Mẹ.
Alaiwai sat.
Sắt dịch mẹ.
Alaiwai sat.
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Smoke's down.
One flying.
Phán bộ.
One enemy
50. Max one.
Elbow, I think.
One elbow. Backside. I hear. I hear.
Sage, remember that you can't save everyone. Save who we can. That's enough.
Hey, Cypher.
What?
Can you say anjing goblok?
No.
Yeah, please. Say it. Why? I already said I hear. It's now your turn. Say anjing goblok.
Satchel out.
Smoke's down.
Doc,
like
you want doc, Bo?
One bang ball.
Nice.
2 outside shower.
Nice dead ball.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Now this is a team. You see that?
That Sova's gonna put his eye out with all that tech. His other eye, I mean.
Can you say it, Bo?
What?
Anjing goblok.
Anjing goblok. Anjing goblok. Mem, Bim.
What?
Somebody out.
Knock. Cam.
Launching smoke.
Oh, backside.
Reloading.
Where is everyone hiding?
More backside.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Apaan sih?
Light planted. Reloading.
One left standing.
Reloading.
We're doing good.
Warna merah. Warna biru.
Just for fun.
Where should we go?
Knock me.
We go eh? I hear.
I can NT, bro.
I hear.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted. Reloading. Hawk out. Barrier created. Spike planted. Hawk out. Blinded.
Triple buff.
Molly.
One enemy
Left side.
remaining.
Nice.
They're on the back foot. Let's deliver another blow. My thanks.
We go B.
Stim beacon down.
Hawk out. Here. Seek them out.
Hawk out.
Care hookah.
Found one.
Smoke's down.
Walking hookah.
Found one. Reloading.
Nowhere to run.
More elbow.
Spike down B.
I got the spike. Enemy spotted.
Last
spike
player
carrier is
standing.
killed.
Not sure. Yeah, vault.
I just have upper.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
I need this. My thanks.
Yeah, vault. Gonna go A. I can hold. You haul.
Yep.
I'm gonna hold instantly.
Open up the sky!
Heal.
Launching smoke.
Healing over here.
Spike down A.
One dead.
Wait up.
I got the spike. Reloading.
One TP.
Launching smoke.
Last player standing.
Got the spike.
Spike down A.
Enemy down.
30 seconds left.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
I need this. My thanks.
Halo Vin, mantap live pagi. Gue belum tidur aja sebenarnya nih. Bukan live pagi. Jet might pick here.
Right here.
Let's start this party.
You're so cute.
Stim beacon down.
Hawk out. Here's your fire in the hole.
Let me.
Smoke's down.
Backside up. Oh, one hookah. Hookah and backside. What?
Seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice try. Ini 10 jam live main Valo doang. Enggak, baru main Valo tuh kayak 3 game 4 game nih. Ini oh, soalnya dari tadi itu apa, nobar kan. Nobar VCT. Ya anjir ya ini. Race kasian banget. Sama ulti. Lucu banget.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
Where should we go?
Race, maybe.
Wanna go A? Go B?
Up to you.
Time to
Let's go A. We can go A.
Can come for it.
Time to hunt.
I can smoke.
You hawk
Here. Hawk out. Reloading.
Smoke's down.
Here.
What the fuck?
So what I mean? Reloading.
Spike down A.
Oh anjir. Mantap banget tuh kayak gitu.
Last player standing.
Oh, nice try. Tadi nobar Berlin nih ya, nobar Berlin.
I know what must be done.
Tracer dari tadi ngakak sumpah. Rotor Radian kah? Rotor Radian dong. Let's go B. Anjir, udah gua kagetin tuh. Backside. So Van race backside. So race low.
ايوه سلام عليك.
Race low. I think 100 on race.
Last player standing.
That's right.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them. Make sure to take advantage.
Sama si Alvin Santo tuh bangkainya cocok, kasihan solo terus kagak nyampe radian badut timnya. Oh ya? Emang hoki-hokian sih kalau main kayak gini.
Nowhere to run!
Launching smoke.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Let's ruin their day.
Can go B actually.
Take out Cypher's tool. Hawk out! Enemy spotted B. Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
Yep.
Hawk out!
Open up the sky.
Backstab.
Right here, Polly.
Aduh.
Out of here.
Spike down.
Kabi.
Last player standing.
Oh, next try. Yeah, 4B.
Last round in the half.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff.
Sorry, I closed stream. It's okay, bro.
This is where we win.
I know exactly where you are.
Oh. Yeah, go B.
Seek them out.
Dead.
One bisa.
Smoke's down.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Oh. So good. Anjing lu masih live? Masih dong.
Switching
Ini
sides.
masih hidup anjir gua. Halo Bro Gifar. Gua baru pulang kerja. Wow. Oh, I go ya. My bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go ya. Jam 5 ya balik kerja deh. I will find you. Shower. Ayo.
Hawk out!
Man.
Reload.
Waduh. Bapak kemana kok gua telepon gak diangkat? Ah, lagi jalan pagi kali.
Player standing.
Gak tau gue deh. Gue dari tadi di kamar mulu.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
Right, I'm gonna go. Hoodie-nya keren tuh. Iyalah, lo yang beliin kan. Smoking for you.
Launching smoke.
Oh, it's 78 on race. See. Coming city. Nah, emang iya yang ini loh deh, si Jellings. Jatnya WH. WH ini. Kayak gitu deh.
Let's leave whatever happens in the past.
Amoy.
Wanna run away.
I got yous, okay?
Time to hunt.
There. Enemy spotted me.
Hawk out.
Udah ready lagi belum berbuka rank juga lagi nih.
Smoke's down.
Backside.
Spike planted.
Silver blinded.
Healing. Last player standing.
Omen inside.
No idea.
No one beats my firepower. I got this. Let's flush them out.
Oh iya. Coming. Anjing langsung diloncatin kita ya.
Oh my god.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Malam Sabtu pengen begadang main Valo ketiduran jam 9. Gak apa-apa lah kan, jadi bisa bangun pagi. Main pagi-pagi tuh sebenarnya lebih fresh tau, lebih enak gitu.
Careful now. My camera is this cage triggered. Found you.
Bam. Just you and I.
Match point.
Anyone have any splits?
I may have jabbed my fingers.
We go.
Smoke's down.
Can smoke hookah for you, Race?
Sit still.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, short. It's short. Planting only.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh.
Hawk out.
Clutch.
GG guys, nice try. Ih, bagus. 1, 2, 3. Udah dulu lah gua. Dan dulu guys. Oke. Go off stream. Off stream. Sampai ketemu. Waduh, nggak tahu ada malam ntar stream atau kagak. Oke, go off dulu ya guys. Thank you so much yang udah nonton sampai hari ini. Sekarang ini. Go off dulu guys. Bye bye. See you next stream. Dadah.